Okay, we are streaming. So that means I have to get the phone call started. And it's not a phone call, of course. Skype. Okay, audio call. Oh, thank God. Okay, you know the score. Drag on everybody that you can and burn bandwidth and keep everything occupied while I try to recover myself. And in the interim, thank you so much.
I'm guessing you got some partying going.
Well, yeah, that's the natural assumption. I don't blame you for it, but not really. It's just, just another day behind schedule, really. Some other things, but, I can go over them later with you. But so glad that you're here. Honestly, it would be impossible without you. So with that having been said, just drag on everybody you can. We'll make sure you have somebody on before I remove myself for a period of 10 to 15 minutes. And we take it from there.
All right, we have James Forsyth on.
Oh, thank God. Anyone else?
We also have Sammy Romero.
Oh, bless him. Oh, so hello to both of you gentlemen. I just want to greet both of you properly before I remove myself for a matter of minutes and attempt to recover myself, okay?
Yes.
Oh, bless you. So your sound sounds good. How about yourself, Jim?
Very well.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Big Jim. All right, then. So I'll leave the three of you gentlemen to discuss anything you wish, burn bandwidth, and I'll be back in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to go mute until then. Is there anything any of you want to tell me before I remove myself for approximately a quarter of an hour? Sammy, we'll start with yourself.
Yes, let's talk about the most important thing in the world, the last, I say, 48 hours. Who saw Will Smith slap fire out of Chris Rock? I'm just playing out.
Understood.
That's all over the news.
That was amusing.
Yes, I understand the facetiousness behind your remark, but it's amazing how people can make serious hay out of that. And even I could if I put my mind to it. Honestly, it doesn't deserve it, but yeah.
You need to get over it. Like, I'm done with that. That's always been bombarding the news is that. It's like, I live in La La Land, so I'm at ground zero, and
that's right.
That's really what they've been bombarding us with. Yes. Besides the fact that we're paying $7 a gallon here, and I don't want to hear about that. I mean,
thank you.
For some reason, people are they're really stretching it out, and it's like it's Hollywood. Like, I don't even care. Yes. Anyways, so
no, I get it. I totally fucking get it. Honestly, it's one of those things that's just it's maddening.
It is. It's one of those. But like I said, I'm here at ground zero, where La La Land, but it's really just what I really I'm trying to see past that distraction and really what's going on with pretty much I've been reading about Trump as far as the January 6th investigation and all that, where pretty much, I mean, where the smoke is fire, but it's just, to me, it's nothing's happening. Yes. Obviously, this is kind of a redundant subject, but that's to me what's been intriguing with me is that it's almost like Biden is not doing anything, but at the same time, it's like he's waiting for something, and it's never going to come. So I don't know. This is, if I'm not making sense, it's.
What's interesting?
Well, it's certainly the entire situation is nonsensical, so you don't need to worry about making sense. Before you respond to that, Jameson, Big Jim, is there something you wish to speak to myself about before I take off for 10 to 15 minutes? That's brilliant.
James, you're welcome to speak here, dude. We're glad to have you.
I think he's on mute.
Yes, nothing in particular. I'm just listening, and I don't have anything to add to the story of that car wreck that happened. That everybody watched, but no, I don't believe so.
Okay, that's
other
fine.
than I hope
Yes.
everybody has a pleasant evening.
Thank you. That's
Thank you.
delightful. You know, Jim, it would help if you had a bit more vitriol and bile. I mean, it's nice that you kind of supplant Salman Sheikh with his Life is Beautiful theme. I mean, there's always a need for balance, of course, but that doesn't exactly burn bandwidth. So,
trust me, I have enough bile and venom to rip bandwidth apart.
Understood. Of course, there is always such a thing as too much of a good thing, and that's what we get from the side of Jameson Reeves.
Okay, I will be balanced. I swear I will be balanced this time.
Okay.
Just let me make sure to mute this in the background, and yes, we are good to go.
Wonderful.
All right.
Wonderful. So, I love you all dearly. And again, for those of you who are somewhat confused with I already got some message concerning the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of Livestream. That is a Japanese volunteers uniform for the A̶OV Battalion that was actually sent to me. So you might notice the Hakenkreu̶ or the Hooked Cross.
Yes, I like that.
Yes. So,
and I love the gold trim, man.
Yes. How do they say it? Stylin', jammin', bitchin'. Yes. It's it rocks. Okay, my love to all of you, and I'll be back within a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. Until then, everybody do listen to these men. They are both educational and edifying. I know that's hard to believe, but Vicki Johnson is there. So hey, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly, and your infinite tolerance for the three gentlemen we have at the round table besides myself. But hey, and a good way to get things started is with these two gentlemen, Sammy and JMO. But I just want everyone to know that when our man Jim Forsyth starts bitching about his mom, then that really takes it to new heights. So that might take us to bandwidth burning lands of bitterness that you haven't even dreamed of. Anyhow, Marcus Grix says, hey, DT and Jameson. So shout out to Marcus Grix before I go for the moment. Hugs, whatever.
And I'll also give a shout out to, oh my gosh. And I know she has not been Maria Gregorich.
Oh, Maria Gregorich. Yes. Is she all right?
Yeah, she seems to be active again. So, she liked one of my comments, and, we were discussing like hyenas and stuff.
Oh, delightful. That's delightful. Wonderful. Yes, that's right. And of course, I've said she's gradually inching her way back into our world, so that's wonderful. So Vicki Johnson returns my kiss, and Marcus Grigg says, I love him, I just don't understand him. Well, you're among everybody else. Yes. Sammy's probably the most grounded among them of the three we have available for the moment. But
at times.
Yeah.
Believe me, at times.
Douglas, I would like to say one thing to you.
Oh, yes. What is that?
I work in centeredness, and believe me, I don't think, like as Corley said, I don't think you want to raise the demon Forsyth. When I have to clear my space or clear energies, I mean, I use the energy needed. So, and it's dealt as needed.
Still,
so,
your story of suffrage is such that it inspires people. You know what I mean. You could present it in the plausible way that, or how do I say this? Positive way that people just listen to that and wonder how you made it this far. That sort of thing. You get what I'm saying. Fellow survivor's story and all of that.
Of course.
Yeah, there we are. So with that, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. And in the meantime, thank you so much, all of you gentlemen, for being here. It literally would not be possible without you. All right, then. Till I return.
All right.
There we are. Stage is yours.
Okay.
Jimmo,
yeah.
I have a question, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
This is pertaining to, I've been tutoring this young lady at work on her math. She's taking algebra class because I think she's trying to get into nursing. She was saying that because of her schooling, she grew up in an urban environment, quote unquote, or ghetto. She can do the work. It's just certain formulas and certain methods, obviously, to math. It's not that she can't do them; is that it's the understanding. And then she related to me that when she is trying to do math at work, at work at home, it's not successful. And I told her, well, math is really, you have to be in a zone, because of your background and your schooling. It wasn't taught to you that if your environment is not a learning environment, or whether you have distractions, etc., then you're not going to be motivated to finish this work. And really, I told it, all these formulas and equations, all it is just language.
Yes.
Is that true by any chance? And regarding to your background, with your studies, is it similar to that?
When it comes to like the occult?
Yes. Is there anything?
There actually is a very great similarity. And James, you can also add some light onto the mathematical aspects of the occult, and the way the numbers work, the way the numbers have meaning. It's very, very interesting once you start to grasp the relationship of the numbers, when you're dealing with the occult and whatnot.
Yeah, they become living and take on an aspect of consciousness. And they affect, when you work with these letters, be it Aramaic, Arabic, the Enochian, whatever are the ancient alphabets. As you work with these alphabets, these are patterns that came off of these dimensional membranes of consciousness that we can't reach. And what it does, it activates your atavic self when you work with them. It activates your ancient self. And I ended up going through a scene ritual, which I knew nothing about, but was tutored through the whole thing. So
Could you tell us about it?
well, that's
whatever you're willing to share.
I'd like to stick towards of the aliveness, the vivacity, the life force that runs through that taps into our ancient selves, and can activate parts of it. I don't know if either of you experienced this, but
I believe what you're speaking of is like an atavistic resurgence, where you can pull up the primal energies.
Yes, where you activate your atavic self. Yes.
This is something that Peter Moon actually went into when he was talking about the Bindu chakra, which is the energy point on the back of the head. Which, if you focus on that point, you're able to channel that almost raw, powerful, dark energy. It's only dark in that it's primal. Dark. Black has all the colors of the spectrum in it. That's how you can look at darkness and light.
Instinctual, which is
yes,
non-judgmental. But that's their aspect of us. That's the whole aspect of the the beast with the snake wrapping around, circumambulating the light and turning it into an angel. We're in a dualism. We have dual properties to ourselves of positive and negative. And I think you can align those two and create a third synergy. But that's subjective to my thinking.
That makes sense. Because you also have the positive and negative in balance, and you also have them when they neutralize each other.
Yeah.
So that would give you 4.
Yeah.
And when you look at the tree of life, you have 3 columns, right?
Right.
And so there would be a 4th column that's hidden. And this, I believe, is what, Douglas Dietrich had spoken about earlier when he said, Michael Aquino had found a hidden tree. The, what do you call it? Oh my gosh, how can I not remember what it's called?
Well, can I interject? The tree itself, we look at the tree with the 0 to 9 spheres, or the 10, whatever you want, however you want to count.
Yeah.
And it's actually a map of, it's a similitude given us to our consciousness related to the greater consciousness. And within each sphere, the top of the tree, then they have the spheres below connected. Each of those spheres itself is its own top sphere or keter. And, and it branches out like that. So each sphere in itself is a keter, but also the aspect below the keter above it. So it's a map of infinity. Infinite consciousness.
Demo.
Yeah.
Now, that's very interesting what you guys are talking about. I don't know if Doug, I think Doug said the tree of, there's the tree and then there's the tree of below, I guess. Kind of like,
yes, there's that's the other side of the tree of life,
the
which would be
klipa.
the klipath. And there's also a third aspect that's beyond that, which is the al-harash, or the wicked tree.
now,
Which,
will these be the anti-gods be located there, or
yes. The wicked tree is the equivalent of the trans-klipathic void, which would be the same as Ein Sof, Ein Sofor, or what we in the left-hand path would call Belial, Athael, and Kemethiel. And so,
go ahead.
So what you're tapping into there is that sort of primordial essence before the divisions of the God in the separation. It's very primal. It's very powerful. It's like it's like a tree of antimatter, if you will.
Right.
And so while it's extremely powerful, and I can't go really too deep into that subject.
No, I get it.
I'm still sort of experimenting there, but what I'll say is it generates phenomenon quite readily.
Well, JMO, it's interesting you say that, because when something like space, right, or the universe, there's something called dark energy we can't measure it, if I'm not mistaken. It's something that I wouldn't say the scientists, but what's been told to the public is that, it's kind of like unexplainable, where the universe keeps expanding. All this information that they suppress, I mean, is for a reason, obviously, but
I believe that space is consciousness.
Right. Oh, okay. And I'm just talking about the literal. I'm not talking about, it's just
what's probably really happening is, if something's expanding, that means something is contracting somewhere else.
Okay.
So that's what they can't grasp. What's contracting is something from a higher dimension, which is causing it to expand outward here. So it's sort of like one organism, and we can only see half of the organism. We're living in half of the organism. We're not seeing the entire thing, because we don't consciously have access to those higher dimensions, with the exception of some extraordinary, either some extraordinary drugs or some extraordinary altered states of consciousness induced by rituals or practices. But even then, once you enter those states, it's like it's hard to communicate whatever you find out there. This is pretty much what the the Illuminati of the Nataros, or the IoT, which Kenneth Grant was running, was trying to do. They were trying to explore these areas of, they believe that they could access, information of what we would call almost these stellar entities, by tapping into different aspects of consciousness and extracting information from it. From my understanding, that's also how they had how Crowley was able to get the tunnels of Set, which connect the different parts of the tree of death, the different spears on the tree of death. So,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah. So a lot of this is like a lot of this is new to us.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's new to me. What I can add, this is just me. My only experiences with, as far as, and not even that, I'm just talking about my experience. I've had dreams where I obviously I can hear them when it comes to what in my paradigm are called bad spirits or demons. I can hear them, and some people can see them. I can hear them, but I remember my experience with battling or just being around them, that I had a dream that I would say like a panther was attacking me, and it was clawing at me, and the dream was very violent. It seemed very real. When I woke up, there was a scratch on my back, and also on my face. And I was dumbfounded because I'm like, this can't be real. I know, I'm dreaming. Why do I have a scratch on me? So, it's one of those things where they are real, in my opinion. Dreams are pretty much real, or maybe your body reacts to them. But
Yes,
am I making sense?
You're making perfect sense, and this is one of the reasons why this is one of the things that validates the this is validated by the information that Douglas gave about the Chochoa.
Right.
And, how they're able to kill people in dreams. They're able to kill people in their sleep, by entering that dream, that astral state that, people travel in when they're dreaming, and they're able to kill you. So, yeah, you're experiencing a battle with something on the astral levels.
And I thought this was I was a kid. I'm like, this is impossible. Because, I only know what I know. I mean, don't get me wrong, my Christian background, and, there are examples, in the Bible, but, you're a kid. I'm like, this is impossible. And I told my dad, and my dad told me, no, it's quite real. It's just, to put it this way, my dad says, there are principalities, there are demons, and there's a world out there that, the physical is not going to know. And in school, they're not going to acknowledge it to you. They're not going to teach you this in school, but it's another world, and you need to be mindful of that. Pretty much what my dad told me, that it's just part of life. So my dad did acknowledge it. It's just, when obviously his knowledge was limited to what he knew, but he did acknowledge it. No, it's true. And my dad kept reminding me that, I go through this stuff because, it's what I do when it comes to counseling people that have, problems, and have these problems where you get in contact with just certain things, and it's part of it. And you have to be mindful of that, and you're never too advanced, or you're never too holier than thou to ever be challenged. In fact, you're more vulnerable. So he kind of pretty much put it in that sense, and I'm talking about my paradigm, So,
and that makes a lot of sense.
And that kind of put me at ease as a kid. But this was it's almost like, to me, I'm like, this is impossible. Like, I shouldn't be having these marks. But anyways, and that related to you last week when you talked about your experience, what you saw laying down in the bunk bed, and, it's November and then it's January. So, that came to mind when I was talking to you, when I was telling you this right now.
Yeah. And I think, Jim, you could also relate to the missing time phenomenon, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I had one experience with missing time. I seem to have had more experiences with getting compressed knowledge, compressed time, compressed experiences.
And what is a compressed experience, Jim, if you don't mind me asking? Can you explain that a little bit?
You can go from, I don't know if you call it a dimension, I don't know, but if you're speaking of interaction with non-human intelligence, you can be consciously taking a point A and spend so much time in the other dimension or whatever, and then be put back at point A with no time missing. I mean, time can be sped, it can be slowed, it can be stopped, or not stopped, but actually just taking from point A and putting back to point A.
Can I also add one thing? I've had situations in my life where I'm in an argument. If it can be with a significant other, and there can be a child in the room, maybe an infant, and we didn't make up, or the problem didn't get resolved. It was just a stalemate, and the child keeps the child starts crying. And I think, to me, sometimes the energy is not bad energy, but it could be bad energy because it's the energy of a conflict. It's the energy of how can I say it? It's a unrest is the best way I can put it. JMO, is that
that makes perfect sense, because children are able to pick up on these things a lot faster, and they're a lot more sensitive to it, especially when you're a baby. When you're a baby, you have no you're literally right. You literally just got back from the other side of the veil. I mean, you're literally just here. So that veil is still thin when you're a child, and you still have access to that other side.
Yep.
And that other side will, present itself to you early. Most people,
right.
I tend to think a lot of people have their paranormal experiences really, really early in life, because that's when you're really, really open. And children have a sort of, they're like empaths naturally.
It's almost like the older you get, it's like the more arrogant you get to those type of sensitivity, in other words.
Yeah, well, what happens is you have to put up a shield.
Right.
Different experiences, abuse, trauma, things, just the bullshit of everyday life. This makes you put up a shield, because you realize that, if you don't shield yourself from some of this stuff, you're going to get hurt, or it's going to really have a negative effect on you.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened with me, with all the trauma and having to deal with so many things and being put in so many bad situations. I'm dealing now with more trying to, getting back in touch with more subtle energies and working with the more less, dense spheres, and and healing energies, and this because of the trauma. I spent so much time being a warrior. Now I'm working heavily as a healer.
That's very interesting how you made that transition in life. Carl Jung actually talks about that, and his name for that, his terminology for that was enantiodromia, which is an old Greek term, which means like you cross over to a different side, or you change. Usually this tends to happen to people when they're in like their mid-30s or whatnot.
Good God! I mean, how did you even learn how to pronounce that word? I'm impressed. Holy shit!
Well, I have his book on memories, reflections, and dreams. I also have his oh my gosh, the larger book where he talks about the archetypes and everything.
Okay. And aside from that doesn't explain how you learned to pronounce the term.
That's a simple term for me to pronounce.
And at any rate, you're doing well, all of you. Let me take a look into the live stream for just a moment here and see how people are handling the lot of you. And Captain Pellegro was deleted in terms of his message. What the fuck did he say?
He was bitching about, why can't you make it? Why do you have to spend half a day? Why can't it be just 3 hours?
Well, yeah, it's like...
Yeah, it's like, dude, make your own fucking show, Mr. Captain America. And you can bitch about all you want about, like, people making 12-hour podcasts.
Yeah, that's
question
right.
is,
if I were...
why are you even here?
Yeah, thank you.
Damn it. Go watch some porn and beat off. Like, come on, dude. Really?
I'm guessing that guy is probably Richard K. Cole trying to take some pseudonym or some shit.
It could be. Oftentimes you give him too much credit in terms of adaptability. He would sound exactly the same. He just comes up with the same thing over and over again. So
that's a good point. So that's definitely not him. Yeah, Richard K. Cole would be like, this has never been in the military.
That's right. It's the same shit.
That's all he does.
Yeah, he's stuck. He's stuck.
You know what's interesting? I was thinking of, for some reason, I thought of him when I was okay. So I'm like leaving Battery Park to go to the ferry terminal. There's this big old black truck with like a fucking Marines thing on the license plate. The thing that frames the license plate, and the windows are tinted, and I looked and I saw some white dude who just looked like your archetypal white dude who would probably look like Richard K. Cole, and I was like, oh, that son of a bitch.
Well, we actually have the photograph of him as what was his other name, his alias, that was provided.
Oh yes, Randy Allen Kramer.
Aside from that image, there was the other image that was provided by our man Daniel Arola, which was
Please get me that image.
Sally Sue something?
He was Sally Song Soo is his email address that was provided to the FBI. Not that they ever do shit, because here's the problem. The problem is that the FBI is confronted with the fact that he technically is an agent. He's technically, meaning Richard K. Cole Jr. is technically a federal agent because he's an asset of the NSA. And is obviously in their employ, so that makes him immune to any prosecution. So he's literally given a 007 license to kill in that respect. So when the only way we can deal with this kind of enemy is to constantly expose them to the public, so the public is aware of their shtick, their approach, so that when they come on and do whatever they do, the public is rendered aware of them. Now, in terms of how he uses everyone around him, he gathers all of the dysfunctional and the deranged, whether it's Derek Talley or David John West or Pavel Edward or any of these others who are either predisposed because of their prior programming, which is why they were sent to basically affiliate with me in the first place, or they are just deranged in the sense that they're demented enough to just read what he says and fall for it. Actually, when you actually look back on the history of it, the interactions with all of the people, whether it's Derek Talley or Amber Rose Dio or the Pavel Edward or any one of those who threw themselves upon me, they're all assets. So it's not like he convinces anybody who's normal. So it's just that he's affiliating with other assets. But then again, that's what complicates the situation for a law enforcement agency like the FBI. And I'm not trying to portray the FBI as some kind of, shall we say, white hat would be the term they use. This was what Peter Moon was trying to familiarize himself with just the other day when I was talking about white helmets in Syria. And he was completely unfamiliar with this kind of subcultural term known as white hat, black hat. He was conflating and confusing those two because he just doesn't have that level of, shall we say, what do they call it? Immersion. He doesn't have that level of immersion, which is in itself rather bizarre because of all of his work with Preston Nichols. So, that's kind of odd. And it's like they didn't use that during those days. But then again, you might notice he forgets some things. There's just some things he doesn't recall, or some things that, I forget things all the time too. So it's just what it is. But there's a reason for my forgetting. I intentionally inundate myself with drugs, which, by the way, brings up another topic, just so people who are here, who were asking about the, were you partying again, etc., which is a natural question. No, actually, in this case, it actually was sun sickness, which is part of my dampfire, my vampiroid heritage. When I take as many photos as I do with my son in these various photo shoots, it's really impossible to get good photography outside of a studio. You're stuck with two things: either a studio or you go to places that have a lot of sunlight. There's really no other choice. And anything in between, as you've seen by everybody on Facebook who does all their selfies in the bathroom, anything in between is just going to be just amateur shit. So when we do those photographs, I'm exposed to sunlight. There are times when I do get quite ill. It's not cumulative like radiation in the normal sense, but do remember it is radiation. This is solar radiation, and it's what gets absorbed through plants. That's what they feed off of as essentially radiovores. They're feeding off of sunlight. And so this is what is so laughable about people who complain about cell phone radiation, or they're afraid of it. Actually, when you count thank you, the wireless radiation that's loose in the air that saturates our environment, it's still far less than what you get from eating a banana, which has accumulated all of these rock-ins from the sun. In other words, there's more solar radiation concentrated in a banana than what you're getting in the saturation normally from cell phones and various other things around you. Just a little, factoid there. Now, again, that's what we're told by the FDA and various other, organizations. If you're at the paranoia level where you don't believe any of that, then all you can do is relocate out into the middle of bumfuck nowhere, right? And
yes, there is a place, I believe it's located in, I don't know if it's Pennsylvania or West Virginia, but it's literally a place where there is no Wi-Fi signal or anything, and nobody is allowed any electronics whatsoever.
Well,
you could take your ass over to West Virginia, find that place, and
it's West Virginia. Yeah,
it's West Virginia. Oh fuck, you would know, wouldn't you, Jim? It's like he investigated it and shit. All of that being said, understand this much, that I'm very nauseous right now. So hopefully we'll get over it. I've already puked. And again, I understand, by the way, that this may sound like a highly self-indulgent or almost sophisticated version of what an alcoholic would say about, oh no, it wasn't the alcohol this time, it was something else, some condition or something. Honestly, it really isn't that. It's not, there is not, I'm not always partying because there's not always an event that rationalizes it. So honestly, for that level of indulgence, it really does require a rationalization because I'm not doing it on my own, from my own resources. If anybody understands my background, they know that I go to the estates to party. So there has to be an excuse where Sugar Daddy kind of gives, shall we say, an outlet for that. And I'm given access to, various resources that he has. So it's obviously not going to be every day. So this is not something that I can indulge myself to that level where I'm literally impacted by it. This really was solar sickness, and it does impact me more often than people might realize. And I do spend probably more time in the sun than is good for me. But our understanding is that this is not something cumulative. It'd be like, say, for instance, even more probably a bit more, how would I say it, innocuous than somebody who held their breath a lot while doing deep diving. If somebody were like I forget the term for it, but there are deep divers who do not use any equipment, and they specialize in long periods of underwater swimming. And my father taught me that to a great extent. And of course, your brain, obviously, if you're not really, doing this to the point where that has long-term damage on your brain from oxygen deprivation, which one assumes it doesn't when people are swimming like that. I just haven't had an opportunity to do that in years. But if someone were to do that regularly, probably it might impact them to a very small degree as they got older. So maybe this would be the equivalent of that with my exposure to the sun than normally my species would have. But since I'm not really purebred, it's not damaging per se. That's how we interpret it. But at any rate, love you all. I'm going to go mute again for another few minutes. Peter Moon should be joining us at the top of the hour for only a brief, short period of time. And then that's why I want all of you gentlemen to stay with us as long as you possibly can. Because after Peter takes off, then, I'll need you all again to kind of rebalance me while I breathe and then center myself and then go into monologue. But I will go into monologue earlier tonight, definitely than usual, probably by several hours earlier at least, if not like maybe 3 hours earlier. But probably it'll take me an hour, probably realistically to center myself, get over my sun sickness, and just kind of, get into the mood. There is a lot, as always, far too much to talk about. And historically, this is an important day. It's a day most people are unaware of, and I will explain it to them. It's in the title, of course, of tonight's episode, the assault that took place on Eastertide, and I'll put that into a perspective for people and how that's relevant to kind of what happened in the Ukraine, a total intelligence failure, and at any rate, all such being said, again, before I go mute for a few minutes and come back in about 5-6 minutes, what you gentlemen, anything you need to bring to my attention in particular, or you think?
Well, I was going to say that usually when you've been partying, the alcohol doesn't affect you where it makes you nauseous. So I know for a fact that you're telling me the truth. I mean, I never.
Oh, it can.
Anyway.
Actually, can. It's when I'm indulging in vast amounts, copious amounts. It does, but it's not like. I mean, I've brought that up on the show before, where I've I said I've got a hangover and I'm gonna puke. It's just for a different reason this time. That's all. Okay, so anything, Sammy, Jim, you need to tell me before I'm gone for a few minutes?
No, sir. I'm good.
Nothing really.
I'm good.
Okay, good. Anyhow,
Yeah.
well then, what I'll do is I'll just retreat for a few minutes. The stage is yours.
All right. So I was going to say, Sammy, when it comes to math, I think the reason why the young lady has problems with it is because when you grow up in an urban environment, you're not taught. You're taught, you're conditioned to do everything with a purpose. So everything has to serve a purpose. And, it's like, I'm not going to have to do advanced algebra if I'm holding down a job. So why do I need to know this? Right. So that sort of shuts down the ability to sort of understand and see the, beauty in the language. Honestly, right. I myself am pretty bad at math, and most people probably wouldn't know that. But I mean, I could do basic functions, but when it comes to being able to remember the sort of algorithms and the the equations, that's difficult. I mean, that stuff is difficult, and it does take a bit of studying. And me, I don't study for shit. I'll be perfectly honest. But that could be why a lot of people, when it comes to inner city youth and whatnot, people who are like in the ghettos and whatnot, don't really pay too much attention to math, and unless you're like going into a profession like drug dealing and counting money and shit, and then you really do need to know your math, because if you're off a few dollars, you're going to get killed.
Well, the interesting about it is, all these drug dealers, in the 80s and the early 90s, when it came to crack, they were doing science. Like, they were mixing the cocaine and cutting it and adding baking soda and being chemists. Obviously a lot of them because of, their environment. But what
a lot of them are very smart.
Yes, what I explained to her is, math is the language, but you can't mentally block your mind from it. You can't overthink it to a certain extent. A lot of what math really is in the mistakes. If you can understand why you made a mistake, and see the correction, then it's already there. You know, there's nothing wrong with getting an answer wrong or getting an equation wrong. It's actually a good thing because you actually attempted it. It's understanding that as a result of that, you're going to learn. In my job, in my field, a lot of my colleagues don't want to do inspections on cargo because of the idea of, well, I might make a mistake and I'm going to get fired. And I can't think that way as for me because I want to learn. I want to learn the regulations, and I need to know how to use the regulations to my advantage. That way I do less work. The more I know the regulations, the less work I do, the less I manipulate it into doing people's work. I had to get into with the Aussies at Qantas because they were trying to make me do more work. And I pulled out the regulation book and says, no, that is your job. This is why you get paid the six-figure salary, because this is your job. And this is why I had to leave them, because they didn't want to work with me because I was not going to, be doing their job. And
yeah, you weren't going to slave for them.
Exactly. And this is what I was explaining to her. I use that analogy because I said, you need to just understand that part of not getting an answer or not getting a method is knowing what you did wrong and going from there. And it's all repetitive. And what I was trying to ask you, JMO, and even you, James, is I think one of the reasons why maybe, and I'm talking about maybe you, JMO, but James, you can have your input too, as minorities or maybe inner city kids. I think sometimes these roadblocks we face when it comes to certain fields of education and certain knowledge is because of the way we're taught. And I know this sounds cliche. Maybe not you, JMO, but it's just her ability to understand. Well, I don't understand why there's so many ways of teaching. Like, because it's a language, and breaking down using the quadratic equation. Well, the way I was taught by a hippie, which was one of my professors, literally he walked around with tie-dye, barefooted. He's ex-military, but he pretty much he pretty much went left. He wanted nothing to do with the military. He looked like a hippie, but he was probably my best math professor, because he was pretty much straightforward. If you don't want to learn, then get the hell out, because I don't want to deal with people that don't want to learn. And part of it was, you have to want to understand that you're going to make mistakes, but it's okay. Just don't beat yourself up. Part of it is just understanding, what you're here for, and actually doing the work. And that's kind of like what I told her, because at the same time, JMO, people have different reasons why they go into things, but is the unknown, as far as your path, how do you overcome that? As far as that,
it's interesting you bring that up, because I'm working with a guy. This has parallels. I'm working with this kid who lives in Peru, and he's like in his 20s, and he wants to do these rituals. He wants to do this to have this. He can't stand the fact that the people he's working with are abusive, verbally. So and I'm telling him, dude, you spend a lot of time trying to, get it right. You spend too much time trying to, how do we say, copy of other people's rituals. I told him, you have to make your own. You have to experiment. You have to, you have to sort of, it's sort of like math, with math,
Right.
you want to experiment, you want to see that you can do different things. And so, it's the same thing with the occult. At some point, you have to put the books down and you have to say, okay, how did this person write the ritual?
Right.
What are they getting at? Why are they writing the ritual this way? And then you can start to read in between the lines and you can start to find your own groove. And it's the same thing with mathematics, where you can, learning math, you have to find your own learning style. I'm someone who, I could visualize math in my head when it comes to like addition, subtraction, multiplication and stuff like that.
Right.
And, I'm someone who's a visual learner, whereas, there might be someone, the person you're working with might not be a visual learner. So it might take a different way of teaching to, help her get to learn it.
Well, one of the things that I explained to her was that the way I was taught by this hippie professor, he pretty much started with the laws of powers, which is the laws of exponents. If you look it up, he started with that, and you pretty much work your way to the quadratic equation, which you can do pretty much any polynomial, any equation pretty much with the equation. But what he was doing is teaching us how to get to the quadratic equation the long way. In the way, there was kids that already knew that try to use a quadratic equation right off the bat. And he said, no, I'm not going to teach you that way. I want pretty much what I'm teaching you guys is to break down what radical, how to pretty much turn an exponent into a radical, pretty much flip everything inside out and outside in. Then you can use it. Which his method was fascinating because, to me, because it pretty much, you pretty much can know the ins and outs to getting there and pretty much manipulating is what I'm saying.
Yes, he was teaching you the relationships.
Right.
That's the key. The relationships between the numbers, the relationships between the equations.
Right.
And that is no different than what the occult is about, because
Exactly.
when you're dealing with the occult, you're dealing with relationships.
And
you're dealing with the relationships of symbols, the relationships of different types of experiences, the relationships between different states of mind.
Right. And this is see, a lot of people left. A lot of people walked out of that class.
Yeah.
There was we started with 30 and we ended up with like 10. But one of the reasons why I stayed, because he didn't want to deal with people that were arrogant enough to not understand what he was doing. And it's not that people are arrogant. It's just people have their own styles.
Yeah.
And this guy he was a good teacher, great teacher. But I think what helped me a lot is understanding, not getting frustrated in the process. And that's one of the things he said is, I don't expect you guys to be math whizzes. Because, we had a bunch of smartasses that wanted to contradict that. And it's not that he wasn't open to it, but when you just want to be an asshole, then...
I see what he was doing. What he's trying to do is he's trying to open them to learn something new.
Right. Does this have any... does it spark anything, James Forsyth? Does this have any...
Yeah, well, I mean, we're in school, we're taught with rot, this and this, and 90% of the children take that robotic metaprogramming and they carry on with it, and all they do is they function as a robot through life. There's probably about maybe 10% that question, wait, why? Why are you, what does this do? Why? And those are the kids that get lost because there's no point of view for the abstract mind, somebody who's thinking more abstractly and sees things that way. So therefore, they fall off, and then you get into fringe, and then you learn different things, or you have different experiences, and then you get into learning how to program yourself through whatever path you take in these.
one of the things he told us was that he used to work for some military contractors in the beginning, and he said pretty much all these engineers that go into these military contractors don't ever think he was talking to most people that were wanting to be in engineering. He said you're going to go through military, contractors until you pretty much find a place where you can stand. But all these places where you want to work, it's an assembly line. There's a bunch of eggheads, and people end up where they end up. But because you had people that were taking themselves too seriously in that class, whether they knew it or not, that was kind of their learning was being impaired because of their arrogance, and this is why a lot of them left, because they didn't want to do it that way. So I think what helped me was the fact that I was there just trying to learn and understand, and knowing that I'm gonna F up, so I might as well learn something.
Right. Now I missed all of this and only caught the last few minutes of it. There's no need to be repetitive on my account, but
right.
It sounds like, I can always review this, of course, later. But I was going to say that I'm glad that. Does anyone have some response to that before we bring Peter on?
Well, let me just speed it up. I'm tutoring a person at work. She's taking an algebra class, and she has trouble learning. She has trouble understanding why the hell do I need this math. And I said you can't look at it that way, because math is a language, and you have to understand that you not understanding is just part of it. Right. So if you can't get into it, then you're never gonna learn. And I was pretty much relating to them that I had a teacher who pretty much taught us how to use a quadratic equation, but in reverse, meaning turning in a radical exponent into a radical, pretty much inverting everything, and then finally getting to the quadratic equation.
Yeah, great.
So that's pretty much what the
wonderful. That's delightful. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So and with that, we're going to bring Peter Moon on in a few minutes, and if he's not here already, did you bring him on, James?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. Thank you so much. And so Peter, catch us up on everything that's going on with yourself, and of course your plans for Mount Shasta, and everything that's brought us to this moment.
It says it's still trying to call him for some reason.
Oh, okay. There we are.
Yeah,
that's fine.
There's a little bit of lag, but I guess these things are to be expected from time to time.
Okay.
We'll know he's on when we hear the clicking. There we are.
There we are. Okay, excellent. So Peter, you probably heard everything I said. Yes. The stage is yours.
I didn't hear a word.
So Sammy, do check in later.
Yes.
Right now, I just, was saying, tell us about Mount Shasta, where you're going, everything that brought us to this moment, just catch everybody up on that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, yes, I'm preparing to go to Mount Shasta tomorrow via San Francisco. And this will be, this is an event that was originally planned 2 years ago for the solstice, around the solstice of 2020. And of course, it was preempted by the COVID phenomena. So Jonathan Shalimar was putting on the event originally. It was going to feature myself with Douglas and Crystal River, but so much cacophony was vented at all of us. Yeah. Because Douglas was participating, and we won't name the people who were venting, but they were making legal threats, which were utterly ridiculous. It was just unfortunate that Douglas is coming forth by day, and this is an occasion to throw spears, or the equivalent thereof, and it's just ridiculous. This is what happened. So I don't know. I mean, he was not able to retrieve his money and refund people. So he said the next event, you'll get the next event. So, because they weren't going to give him his money back. But now he's regrouped and he's going to have the event almost 2 years later. It's at a very interesting time with regards to the astrology of the matter. It's happening on a new moon. This is a new time for seeding new endeavors, particularly with the wounded healer, the concept of the wounded healer, which is the asteroid symbolized by the asteroid Chiron, Chiron, for those who are interested. And Chiron being in Aries right now, which is where it is, about 11 degrees Aries, 9 or 11 degrees, I don't remember which. It's going to be conjunct with the sun, the moon, and Mercury will be within the orbit, about 9 degrees. So it's all going to be a very powerful time to communicate, to heal. And I'm really looking forward to it, because as you begin to, this is about the mountain. You think about what you're going to talk about. And ultimately, what I'm going to be talking about primarily is the inner earth, the consciousness with the inner earth, because this is what it's about. I'm speaking to spirits. I'm speaking, I don't want to be presumptuous to say I'm speaking for spirits, but I will be relaying the information that I've acquired and learned from Radu Sinamar and all of his adventures in the inner earth. I'll be relaying his experiences to the best of my ability and how they've been integrated into my life. And for some people, it'll be new. For some people, they will be familiar with me, but they won't know the whole scope. So I have to condense this into about 2.25 hours. And then, of course, there'll be extracurricular adventures. Outside of that, there will be a walk to certain locations. And this is something I'm completely in the dark about. It'll be interesting. It'll all be new to me. And new is good. New is good. I've looked at astrology for the, there's a big, they're always big, eclipse in April 30th. And then there's, I think it's a partial lunar eclipse, if I'm not mistaken, and then a full solar eclipse on the 15th of May. And these eclipses bring new things into your life. I was reading astrology on certain things, and I could see that certain transitions were already taking place. The transitions that happen around an eclipse will be as much as 3 months on either side. And as I say, I really began to take eclipses seriously when I noticed over a period of years, my daughter would move into or out of my house with eclipses. It was just a unmistakable pattern. She'd get kicked out of her mother's house and come to me. Wow. And then she'd leave my house for, she'd say, oh, I'm going to go back to mom's now. And, or that she'd go to Australia or whatever, or then come back from Australia, whatever it was. It would always coincide with eclipses. I've had enough of Australia. I'm coming home early. So whatever it was. And so eclipses will bring changes. And of course, this is April 30th and May 15th. And of course, I was commenting to JoJo, her birthday is the 27th of April, same day as my mother's birthday. And so I will never forget it. But it's 3 days of the eclipse. That's big for her. These are big changes coming. And if your birthday is in on that, or if you have any planets around that. So it's very exciting. And of course, where does it fall in your particular chart? In my particular chart, it fits into partnerships. So this is one of the things that JoJo and I are already working together, but it's going to gel more. And then, of course, we're going to be talking to Douglas about this when we see him a week from today. And So, we're going to be talking, and it's going to be very informal, yet it's going to be formal, because it's like we're consolidating relationships. We're talking about relationships, what we're going to do, because by the time we get to Douglas, we're going to have already discussed umpteen different things, but we're also going to have had personal transformation within each one individually. So we'll be meeting new people, talking to people, and feeling the energies of the mountain. So this is very exciting. We have to think of all the stuff that Douglas has told us about the Kuroshio current coming over from Asia, and the dirigibles, the super dirigibles during World War II, all of that, all of the Fugo balloon bombs that were set the Pacific Northwest on fire to map the air currents. And I can't help but wonder what those Lemurian, they call the underground city of Telos beneath Shasta, which it's legendary city beneath Shasta, they call it a ancient Lemurian port. And you have to wonder what the actual energies beneath that mountain were thinking, with all of these balloons coming over to greet the Pacific Northwest. It's interesting. So that's from a completely different perspective. So on the surface, this is just a lecture where I'm going to go and talk about what I've done. But it's much more than that, because that's just what I'm there for, ostensibly. But there's so much magic that happens that when people get together, and it's going to be interesting. I have also, as I've stated before, I'm going to be meeting with my friend Stephanie South, the custodian of Jose Arguelles's work. And Jose Arguelles, of course, I've mentioned him before, because it was the anniversary of his death last transmission, or was it a week ago? But in any case, this is the guy who started Earth, the first whole Earth Festival.
Right.
He started it. And it's like, but you see that the thing is, look, he's a professor of art history. He's an artist. It was an artist who did this. Right. It was not an ecologist. It was not a do-gooder. It was not we could call him a seer, because he was a seer, S-E-E-R. But he was an artist, and an artist, of course, is a seer. He sees things. He's a visionary. He's a visionary of art history, and the fact that he's, tied to the Mayans consciously, of Spanish descent. I forget the other descent. God, why can't I remember the other descent he has? But in any case, an amazing character who had a profound effect on the world. It's like, and he's not a household name. He's a famous name to those who have studied stuff. But when everybody heard of this is the beauty of his art, is the harmonic convergence that he orchestrated, the whole Earth Festival, for him, and there are all these synchronicities attached in Stephanie's book. I was reading it today, time synchronicity and calendar change. So he's telling us to get off the Gregorian calendar, get back on a lunar calendar,
right?
And synchronicity and whatnot. So, but the beauty of his work is that his name is not attached to what he produced. Now, it's not that he doesn't deserve credit. He certainly does. But when you can create art where you're not being noticed and it's taken the world by storm, that's real. That's really an accomplishment. It's not ego driven. And I was going to tell you, Douglas, I didn't have time to send it to you, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how old it is. It could be old for all I know, but it came up on my timeline. I don't know why, on my YouTube feed.
Mm-hmm.
David Icke has a video or a YouTube about his life.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know what it's called?
No.
Renegade.
Holy shit. Well, that just goes.
I knew you would love that title. And look, he is by far much more of a renegade than Bruce Springsteen or Barack Obama. He deserves credit for that. But renegade.
Well, there you have it. It's nice to know that something I came up with years ago just becomes a buzzword amongst those who.
But you are about as a renegade as you can get.
Thank you.
And I'm very much a renegade, but I comport myself to fit into the
Well, a certain manner of presentation, yes.
The business world, yeah, because if I didn't, it wouldn't work. So it's like, yeah, you follow the rules, and of course that's
to a degree, yes, of course,
yeah. But I mean, so you've been stretched to the nth degree.
Yes, the rules no longer apply.
Like on the rack.
Yes.
No, so
yeah, go on.
Yeah, this is what is happening, and to tap into these energies is marvelous, and it will have a positive effect. I put together an ad in the last. You can appreciate this, Douglas. I put together an ad for my distributor for my books, and it was. I finished the ad, and of course they said it's not the right size. Of course, their instructions were kind of confusing, so I had to downsize everything. It was a real pain in the ass, but I got it done. And of course, it features at the top the Roswell deception.
Thank you.
So it will be re-advertised.
Excellent.
And that will be good.
Yes.
I also have good news for those. I've the Inside the Earth book, which had sold out. I had sold out. I was gonna send out a message to people to buy up all the copies they could, so it would get it out of my distributor. Well, the distributor's already been ordered out. It's ordered. All the copies have been. They no longer have any copies. You might be able to get the book on Amazon, but that's because whoever's selling them on Amazon has got a stock. And this book is sold out, and my printer told me today 6 or 7 weeks. So apparently I'm not going to have to wait 3 to 4 months. It'll be more like 2 months, she said. Of course, it can change, but and she said she can get books out for me in about 2 months. And doesn't mean if you call her up, she'll get books out for you, because I've been loyal to her for 22 years. So she will help charge me more, but these are the times we're in. Indeed. So that's there's an indication here that I can continue to survive,
right,
as a publisher. Not that I seriously doubted it, but the circumstances were such that I had to consider it.
Yes.
Okay, no more paper. And you begin to wonder, this is an existential shock or situation, if not a crisis, because you're saying, what you've been doing for umpteen years is no longer what you're going to be doing for the next umpteen years, or the next 2 years, or the next 5 years. And she doesn't see any end in sight right now. Of course, that can change. People didn't see any end in sight to the high oil prices. Oil prices have reversed a little bit. Not enough to make everybody happy, but they went down 6 cents, at least at the local station. Yeah.
Well, that 6 cents will get you far. So I do want to say some things just to contextualize this. Our man Peter Moon was, of course, discussing something that is, I appreciate his sensitivity when it comes to some of these issues that might be, how would I say it? It just tasteless. When we were dealing with the crisis concerning Mr. Shalimar, at the time that Crystal River and I were scheduled speakers, it basically, just so everybody knows, and there's nothing wrong with bringing this up, this is an opportunity just to very briefly educate people about things we have to deal with in the background. And one of them was a young lady who I was formerly very familiar with, and her name's Sarah Rachel Adams, and she was a intimate, the lover of Max Spears, as was Our Lady Crystal River. Max Spears became very intimate with her too, just before his death, essentially. I'd say about a year or two before his death, at least. And then what had happened was that she simply wants total control of that narrative for whatever reason. And she was not happy with the fact that I had taken on Crystal River through my meeting her through Peter Moon, bringing her on the program, and sharing with people basically the last moments, effectively the last days, months, moments of Max Spears' life. And because she didn't have control over that, then Sarah Rachel Adams launched an assault, and it was very much a kind of mass character assassination, and it was simply something that she was simply attempting to coerce and intimidate. She got her own personal following to disengage from the event, which she had also been scheduled for. And this led, amongst many other things, basically all of that plus the COVID killed that event. So it's, as Peter Moon said, John Shalimar simply had to adapt to the best of his ability. He was dealing with enough of a crisis at that moment where he had to do what he could. And since he basically addressed his losses, he brought back Peter and a number of other people for the Mount Shasta event. The best thing I can ask Peter about it, because his time is so comparatively limited, even though he's one of the primary speakers, the other people are speaking, as he said, for about 15 to 20 minutes each.
Well,
I mean,
some people are getting it 15 minutes, others are speaking longer. Michael Cremo is going to be there. He's done a lot of work on archaeology and stuff.
Yeah.
Or anthropology.
Yeah. Yeah, and the one thing I would say, if at all possible, now bear in mind, of course, Peter is even less familiar with public speaking than I am, believe it or not. When it comes to speaking before a live audience, Peter has done that a lot in his life, but it's not necessary that he's done it, say, for instance, in the manner that I have. He's done this quite a bit, though. He's certainly no amateur, but I know that he's just, presentations are not what he does as a forte, as something that he does, normally.
I do not do it routinely.
Yeah. Yeah, and so in terms of our man Peter, the one thing that I can remind him of, and he knows this already, of course, is that first off, the time's going to pass by so quickly that you're going to look at the clock one moment, and then you're going.
I know how that works.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and so I know that the time, for all intents and purposes, there just isn't enough. There is never enough. However, what I will ask is that if it's at all possible, kind of if you could polish off the end of your presentation with just that, saying that here Mount Shasta was the center point of the Japanese attack on the United States during World War II for years.
What was it, the center point? Because that's something I wasn't aware of.
Oh, well, you can just point out that Mount Shasta was in the heart of the Japanese attacks on the American front, and you can just say that. And of course, I've been working on that in the book, The Roswell Deception. That way, you can just bring up the book at the end of the presentation. It would be a good segue.
That up at the beginning of it, but yeah, I only have a handful of books on that, but I will have some flyers as well.
Understood. That way you can bring it to people's attention while they're there. Shalimar won't mind at all because Shalimar was
No, he won't mind.
Yeah, he was very excited for what I was going to present. It was just simply that, in context of what he's doing now, I wasn't there. Now, I do want people to know that Jonathan Shalimar was not intimidated by Sarah Rachel Adams' threats of lawsuit and everything else she was saying. It was just ridiculous.
He handled it very well.
Yeah.
He knew how to handle it.
Yeah, that was the last thing on earth that bothered him. So beyond all that, of course, do continue, Peter. Bring up some other subjects, and then I'll come up with some other stuff that comes to mind. How long do you approximately have with us tonight?
I don't want to be too long because I still have a lot. God, it's already 9:30.
Oh my God.
Already 9:23. Yeah. It's just I don't have much more to say other than I just wanted to check in and say hi to everybody, and I'm glad you brought that up about Shasta being in the heart of the Japanese
campaign, the Japanese bombing campaign. You could just put it that way, and or whatever name you feel is the most euphonic for the listeners. Yeah, and aside from that, of course, you sound good. You sound like you're prepared. God knows this takes a lot of energy to prepare for these presentations and the like. So
it's not preparing for the presentation. That's easy. I'm preparing for the trip.
Yeah,
which means getting certain things I have to get done, business-wise, as I say, completing that ad, getting packed, making sure I have what I need, making sure to have an iron at the hotel, and so on and so forth. I mean, stuff like this. I'm very experienced when it comes to traveling. I get all my ducks in a row.
Yes, well, you have to, and I'm glad that you do that. There's no point in stressing out, and you don't sound stressed. I do want to relate some things from the chat room. Our lovely Jojo is already in there, and the lady Mikhaila Zik is saying, "I love you guys, can't wait to be with you." And then she says, #Renegades Unite with a wink, and she says, "Brilliant, Douglas, in terms of my suggestion. Thank you, honey. And love you dearly." True Jihadi, love you dearly, honey. She says, "Beautiful evening, Douglas." It certainly is, darling. And of course, Sarah Thomas gives 3 pink pulsating hearts. So, love you dearly, honey. And of course, Nick Littlesea says, "What's up, everybody? Always glad to be here." Daniel Arola is also in with us, and he's a wonderful individual. Been speaking with him lately. So he was bringing up the fact that there's a number of folks in alternative media that like Douglas Dietrich until they view him as competition. They're not yet done stealing what they can from him in the meantime. And what he was referring to as well, Daniel Arola, was bringing up in the chat room that the underground city of Telos is to Mount Shasta, serves as a reactionary meme to draw tourist money to the city sometimes. Yes, there is that element to it. And what the UFO alien images do for Roswell, New Mexico is what Daniel Arola is saying. And so somewhat of a apropos analogy at its most cynical. There's always elements of that. But definitely Mount Shasta is a very intense place. Its energy is so intense that it attracts all kinds of communities there, and there are dark communities as well as a bit more light-sided communities, to be sure. Certainly Jonathan Shalimar would be the first to tell you that. And he has his own problems with some of the residents on Mount Shasta. And so with that, one of the things I'd also like to bring up to Peter, just to bring to his attention, catch you up on some stuff here. There were some people asking me questions about the photograph that was embedded in thumbnail of our live stream tonight. So I brought to their attention that I was sent a Japanese volunteers uniform for the A̶OV Battalion. So you can see the Hakenkreu̶, or the Hooked Cross, the swastika on the photograph. And of course, I mentioned it before, but I don't know if you remembered. I know that you're dealing with a lot, so I don't expect you to remember a lot of what I say in passing. The Japanese government was recruiting volunteers for Ukraine, and so many Japanese are now serving with the Ukrainians fighting the Russians, and this is because the Japanese will potentially potentially be opening up a second front in the east to reclaim the islands. Certainly the prime ministers are floating the idea about that.
Claim what islands are you talking about? The ones to the north?
That's correct.
Japan?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. And so Peter's familiar with that situation already. For those of you who aren't, Japan and Russia are still legally at war. There was never a peace treaty signed, despite what some people are claiming. And I noticed that on the internet, a lot of people are claiming that, the Japanese and the Russians signed a peace treaty. And yet at the same time, if they are pressed, then they will cop to it that, no, they're still legally at war. Well, it's like pregnancy, right? You either are or you are not. What was signed in 1956 between Japan and the former Soviet Union was a ceasefire. And that was signed separately from the peace treaty that went into effect between Japan and the rest of the Allies in 1952. And aside from that, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Russians stated they no longer recognized that ceasefire. So the Russians are in a state of active war with Japan. The ceasefire agreement's not even on anymore. So it's the fact that no one has fired a shot per se is rather meaningless in that context. It's simply an active state of tension. And in that regard, we may see an active opening up of combat again, combat operations within any day. I wouldn't bet on it. Hopefully that doesn't happen for the sake of maintaining a more civilized posture. But everybody should be aware of that and just be prepared for it. Understand what's going on with that. Aside from that, the Japanese are already fighting the Russians in Ukraine. So you can't take any of this lightly. This is a world war, and we're already in it, which is why it is so pathetic. Not that I want to go there right now, but it's so pathetic that Biden was walking back what he said about regime change in Russia and just being obsequious to fucking Putin at a time like this. It's disgusting, disgraceful, and utterly decrepit. So all of that being said, turning it back to our man Peter in a second, I'll finish it off with this. So the other day, I sent to Peter a link in which we had two individuals who I'm not going to name at the moment, who were speaking about myself. And bear in mind, this was brought to my attention by John Warrington. And this individual in particular was hosting a Chinese individual who was talking about myself. And neither one of these men were attacking me, not attacking me per se. But as Peter said, it was positive in the sense that, it brings attention to myself. And that's actually appreciated to a degree. And for that reason, I didn't name them when I was bringing up the fact that I didn't know either of these people. And the one who claimed to know me didn't really know me at all, and had even approached Peter Moon, obviously because of myself, and wasn't making any sense to either one of us, and neither one of us saw fit to give him the time of day, because he was never presenting anything that was of interest to us or of substance, and was just obviously fishing for whatever reason, and none of it seemed to be constructive. So we just moved on. But when he came up all of a sudden, that was a prelude to what happened thereafter. So what I was doing was, of course, articulating for quite some time now the situation in Ukraine. And I also put it in context to a degree to geomorphology. And do forgive me, Peter, I'm quite nauseous at the moment, so I might fade in and out and have you take over the stage for a few moments until, other people replace you if you have to take off for the night, which I'm sure you will soon enough. And that's because it's sun sickness from earlier photo shoots. And I've just, sometimes the sun really does impact me, more so than others. And it just, when it does, it really does. So tonight is one of those nights where hopefully I'll recover from it. But right now, feeling the effects of it. So I just want people to know that if I do check out suddenly to vomit or whatnot, then you'll understand why. As for the what happened recently, the same individual who was interviewing the Chinese individual, it brought in Alexander Dugin and had a very long discussion with him on his program. Now, this is significant because when I was explaining geomorphology, which our man Peter probably hasn't had any time to review the last few episodes, he brought on Alexander Dugin to speak about, of course, geopolitics. But
wait, this guy who brought him on?
The same guys who were talking about me just the other day, the Chinese guy and the white guy who were talking about.
Together they brought him on?
Well, the Chinese guy was a guest of the white guy, it turns out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so this time, yeah, the same host.
But actually brought on Alexander Dugin. That's like a substantial interview. That's like bringing on Oliver Stone. It really is.
Dude, that's like bringing on Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, in the middle of World War II.
By the way, I saw Oliver Stone. He came up on the feed. He was doing, I mean, this is old interviews that he did with Putin and about Putin. And, it's like he might as well have been bringing Putin toilet paper in the executive bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, wow. What a, this isn't, there's people know more than I, there's people that know more than I, and they say this and that, and Putin is just, he does, Stone, make a case against the United States, which is a very legitimate case of their manipulative behavior overseas. There's no question of that. However, that tends to, it's kind of like saying, Biden is good because he's helping the Ukraine against Russia. Not that he's helping the Ukraine. He's, it's kind of like saying Biden is good, because he got us through the pandemic or whatever. He's taking credit for now, by the way, for that, getting us through the pandemic.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's expected. Go.
That's my wife calling me. I've got to take her. You care, I'll be right back. I got to tell her.
So there we are. And when it comes to the situation that we're dealing with, I'll continue when Peter's back about the Alexander Dugin affair, but we can bring on, of course, other people to speak with us for a few moments. By the way, is Jim Forsyth still with us? You can, let's see if he can get used to clicking his mute on and off quickly in that regard.
Yes, I'm still here.
Excellent. Very good reaction time. I appreciate it.
I'm learning at a monkey's pace, I guess.
That's delightful. And so Peter told me you had a brief conversation with him the other day, and thank you for reaching out to him. And aside from all of that, Jameson, let's do an audio check with yourself. Take advantage of this moment.
Yo, what's up?
Good. Okay. Now I can keep breathing and go back to... trying to get my head together for speaking later. Maybe I'll have to grab a Coke or do some lines of Coke. But in the interim, I think it's cute that Peter has his wife call him all of a sudden in the middle of the show. That's actually never happened before, or if it's happened, it's so rare. This is actually the first time it stood out to me. Obviously, this has something.
I think this is the first time it's happened.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, no worries. So
Jameson was talking.
Is everything okay with Paula?
Everything's fine. I thought that was Paula. It was Jonathan Shalimar. He says he had a cancellation. How would I like to speak additionally Sunday morning at 11:15? So I was supposed to speak for 2:15 or 2 on Saturday night, so I'll be able to follow up the next morning, which will be really interesting.
Well, beyond that, you definitely will now have time to bring up the Roswell deception book within that context.
I will bring it up right away.
Excellent.
I will start.
Yes, that is.
And then I will fold away from it and maybe come back to it. But and I just sent in my PowerPoint presentation. It's just funny. I just sent in my PowerPoint presentation. The problem with the PowerPoint presentation, I saw you doing your PowerPoint presentation in Sacramento, which was really good.
Oh, bless you.
The one that you did from Sacramento.
Thank you.
In Sacramento. Yeah. And it's like the problem with doing a PowerPoint is you have to follow the pictures rather than a stream of consciousness.
Right.
And it's kind of aggravating because you're not following your thoughts. You're following pictures that are on a screen, even though you put the pictures there. So it forces you to talk about the pictures. and so that you can get through it.
Right.
And then, I can never get through it. So when it gets to the end, I'm finally getting to the mathematics of time travel that I learned from David Anderson, and then that just gets too abstract. That's not really something you can talk about unless you're going to do a whole class on it and have about 10 whiteboards, and so on, and then mess with everybody's head and answer all their questions. It's I haven't tried that before. It might be interesting to do that sometime.
Right.
It might be very interesting to do that, because just as an exercise, not as a seminar, to watch how people's heads react when you're actually convincing them that time is malleable, and the consciousness that ensues in the individuals sitting there, because it does make your head think differently, and it puts you in a different zone. It does put you in a different zone, and when you get a group energy, it's even different. In fact, I had already realized when I had talked to Stephanie that, and this was my suggestion, not hers, because it was more of a realization. I said, he had already asked her to do a seminar there years ago, but she couldn't do it. She was going somewhere, and I said, I think we're going to do one. And then I thought, I think Paula is going to bring her family to do one. Wow. Paula was all up for that when I told her. So we will probably, it feels like Shasta is going to be someplace I go back to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd be surprised if you did not. Aside from that,
and then, as I said, I think I said I would have you for the next one. I'd have you hiding in the trunk as a unannounced surprise speaker.
The way he describes that, it makes it sound as if I'm going to jump out of a cake. At any rate, that's delightful. I like that image. At any rate, do understand that when I brought up Alexander Dugin, this was obviously a response to what I had said about Ukraine and geomorphology over the past.
This is fascinating. This is fascinating, and I want people to know, because Alexander Dugin is for those of you who do not know, is Putin's
Rasputin.
He's his high advisor. To use Star Trek terminology, the high advisor. It's a character called the High Advisor in one of those shows, which amused me to no end. The High Advisor. But Putin's high advisor is Alexander Dugin, and Dugin's high advisor was before he passed away was Michael Aquino.
That's right. And so everybody understand this. This is coming full circle. And as Sammy Romero was saying, this all struck him as something that was Michael Aquino's dead man switch that pretty much went into effect shortly after his death or immediately on his death and began to play out to the point where we're at now. And obviously, I've articulated all of the connections that confirm that validate that. This is one of them. The fact that you have these two guys talking about myself distinctly, and the Chinese guy was brought on specifically to speak about what he knew about myself, apparently as one of the openings for their entire interview that they had, which obviously there wasn't much else to it. And then when it came to just the next one that he arranged, it was Alexander Dugin coming on to talk about, oh yes, and I provided our man Peter Moon the link in his message box.
Well, yeah, you're very good. You see the sinisterness in this. I didn't think it was sinister at all, because they were mentioning you, but it is far more sinister than I could have imagined.
Thank you.
And it's like, wow. I mean, just like you see the sinisterness in this. It's so sinister. I think sometimes it's so sinister they don't even know they're being sinister. They must be, because if they did, they wouldn't. I mean, this guy. Okay, there is the wife.
There's the wife. Okay, we'll take
carry
over.
On. Yeah. You carry on talking. I wanted to qualify that for the audience. Carry
Absolutely. On. So, in terms of,
I tend to think if they knew they were being sinister, they would do it anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just what they
It almost
are.
sounded like he was going to say if they knew they were being that sinister, they wouldn't do what they're doing. No, quite the opposite. Oh my God, they revel in it. Yes.
I mean, for goodness sake, it's what they do.
Yes.
I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to give out lollipops to little kids or some shit.
I mean, yeah, it is what they do. Oh my
All
God.
right.
So by the way, I just received have this wonderful individual. I'll talk to him later. I'm not going to name him right now because I don't want to make it sound like I'm coming down on him, which I'm not. People are not trained for this. A lot of people are not, they don't know how to handle this sort of thing. And there's this wonderful individual, who I hope to get to know better. He might do an interview with me in the future, and has asked about it in the past. But he handed something to me that was on Facebook, and it's just this is just awful. There's no way to describe it. He basically, I mean, so as a matter of fact, all I can do is give the link. I'm going to put it in the text box and private message box first for.
Oh my gosh, dude. Could you do a screen share?
There's no point. I'll just give you the link and you'll see it immediately. These are obviously photoshopped, and I run across this all the time, and I don't understand how these people cannot tell immediately that this is photoshopped. And the whole point is they are trying to link the Nazis to the anti-gods when the Nazis were antithetical to the anti-gods. And so I put the link in there for our man Sammy and Mr. Jim Forsyth to access. It says you're temporarily blocked on the Facebook thing. It's very bizarre, but go through that anyway. It will link.
This is this is just shit.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
They're obviously photo imposed, and I don't even know where they got these. What is that?
I see this all the time. And it's just Cthulhuoid, anti-godly imagery that they project into World War II photographs.
This seems like the brainchild of that piece of shit. Oh my gosh, what's his name? Oh my goodness, that asshat with the glasses, the fat gay guy who claims he's not gay.
There's so many people like that. Which
no. This guy, he puts himself out as an academic.
Oh God!
But
he's just one of those types. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just all kinds of pseudo.
I think you know who I'm talking about.
Not immediately, but I certainly, if I saw a photograph, I'd recognize him instantly, probably. But the first person.
His name is bleached from my mind, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, probably. Honestly, there's people who we just don't want in our minds, and this is an example of that. So, just so people understand, again, just don't be fooled. Whenever you see photographs of Nazis with Cthulhuoid objects, just turn around and walk away.
Peter Levenda comes to mind.
There we are. Peter Levenda is probably one of the men you were thinking about.
I was actually thinking about Joseph Farrell.
Okay, Joseph Patrick Farrell. There we are.
Yeah, because that's the guy who loves this shit. You could. It's so obvious that these things are just placed in the background. What is this? Someone's trying to make like a movie of like although I do like the artifacts, I have to say I kind of want to do my own take on the artifacts themselves. But
there you go. It's artistic imagery.
Yeah. Well, of course, that's because I love the Lovecraftian mythos. It's my nerddom.
Yes.
I mean, you can't separate occultism from the sort of nerd.
Yeah, it's just, there you go. It goes hand in hand. I mean, the guys who went into magic are the guys who were not the warrior fighter types, right? So
we were the guys who were busy playing like fucking Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh while everyone else was like doing bench lifting in gym class.
There we are. But I'm speaking of this actually in the historical sense. I mean, if it's the Middle Ages, right? And if obviously most people didn't have a choice. They were born into born into serfdom. But if you didn't have a choice based on your physique, and you were just one of these, skinny guys who happened to have other opportunities than serfdom, you're not going to be.
I would be the one who impregnates women.
There we are. There we are. They didn't have breeding camps in those days, but, imagine if you had that position over in Louisiana, you might have been at one of the breeding farms. You could have been doing that all day.
Oh man, that sounds nice, except for Louisiana's hurricanes. I don't want to be there.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I with the weather being what it is these days, I think Staten Island's the safest place to be for now.
It definitely is. It's got its own advantages.
I'm trying to because my mom she has her thing about going to Virginia. I'm like, okay, Mom. Did you notice on the weather today one of the areas that's going to get hit with hail and high storms is Virginia? Yeah, I got to keep bringing this stuff to her attention. I don't.
It's she thinks idea. I was almost tempted to say, I'd be willing to talk to her just to tell her how stupid it is.
She actually tries to bring me into this by saying you might actually do better and be able to start a new living out there. And I'm thinking to myself, why can't I do that here? If I can't do that here, I can't do that anywhere. Because, they say if you could make it in New York, you could make it anywhere, right?
Yes. Yes.
And so if I can't make it in New York, I'm going to be fucking shitted on in Virginia.
Well, first off, you would not have as well a time in Virginia as you would where you're at.
I would hate it.
Yes.
I would fucking hate it. I know I would hate it.
Yeah, it's loaded with a bunch of ignorant races, right?
Yeah. And
aside from the racism, the fact that you're from New York will not be appreciated.
Yes.
I know. And I think the only reason she wants to move there is because someone in the family is like mayor of Virginia or something. They got like some big title, someone who's related to us. But it's like, who cares, Then I'm gonna have to deal with the dumbass black people from down south, and they're worse. If you think dealing with your hood, with your ratchet people is bad up here in New York, don't go down south, man. You won't understand what the fuck they're talking about. They're like, me, you got to be
I actually appreciating that through the nausea, through the waves of wanting to vomit, between wanting to vomit and at any rate, without.
It's like being squeezed in the worst between the worst of all worlds. At least up here in New York, in the community we live in, there's Asian people to balance out the insanity of blacks, whites, and Hispanic folks who are just fucking ape shit crazy.
Deeply appreciate it. Go on.
I don't think Virginia's going to have that.
No.
I don't want to be right in ground south zero of the black-white color wars,
no, that's going to be like a major front during a civil war that is probably inevitable. But by the way, while we're gifted with our man Peter Moon's presence, because he won't be here long tonight. So Peter, yes, what we were agreeing on while you were speaking with Paula, and do let us know that she's well. We were just basically saying that you were almost sounded like you were saying if they realized how sinister what they were doing was, they wouldn't do it, but we figure that they revel in it. Yes, this person who is interviewing Alexander Dugin is himself a follower of the left-hand path. So it makes perfect sense. This is really part of the entire, maybe I will name him later tonight because I will be obviously addressing Alexander Dugin and the kind of function that he has. We've gone over this before, but I'll certainly put it into perspective yet again. So in a sense, this would be kind of like a little bit of a repeat from what I said the other day. And with that to look forward to, of course, and bringing up more about geomorphology just to balance out the insanity of Alexander Dugin's subversive ideology, which is quite parasitic and nothing creative, we turn it back to Peter. If he's with us. Oh, God, did he go on mute and go back to talking on the phone?
It seems like he's on mute, but yeah.
Well, then we have that. Probably Paula called.
Excuse me. I had it on mute because anyway. So basically, I was going to put you on mute and listen while I go about my preparations. You know, I'm packing and stuff.
Understood.
So, but I mean, but the Alexander Dugin thing, I don't know. I kind of got lost there because I was talking to Jonathan, and then Paula came home, and then I was wrestling with stuff, and I came over and heard Jameson talking. But so did you finish what you had to say on Dugin being interviewed by this guy? I mean, it's so sinister. It's like, listen, I just want to give the context. Here we have Douglas talking about, well, not Douglas, these guys commenting on Douglas as if it's like, and not really uncomplimentary. And then, but they mention him, and then they bring on Alexander Dugin. I mean, how do they even get him to be on some podunk YouTube?
Thank you.
This is not a Joe Rogan. No. This is not even a David Wilcock. No. Or a David Icke.
Well, I would think that the guy doing the interview has to be affiliated with the Temple of Set in some manner.
Definitely he is.
Or some pylon of the cults of the Kings of Edom.
Definitely he is. And just to qualify, before we let Peter Moon go back to his preparations and then we take over kind of for the night, and Peter Moon can just listen. And of course, Peter, you're always welcome. Anytime you feel like you want to break in, just go ahead and break in.
Yeah, but you see, now Jameson said the key word.
Yeah.
Pylon.
Yes.
See, this is what they call these groups of Setian types. They call them a pylon, or sometimes a grotto. Yes. I don't know what the distinguishing feature between a grotto and a pylon is. One might be more like the difference between a parish and a bishop's place.
Yeah, you've got it right. Go on. Yeah.
But the thing is, I was thinking of all of this dissension we had in football over the pylons. We call them cones, but they're pylons. You know, these orange pylons.
Yeah.
And it got to this racial separatism over the cones.
Right.
And all these guys came out in cold March weather where they wouldn't come out in like 9 months to play to keep these cones. Not that they're really that valuable, but it's like, the pylons. So he's part of a pylon, and he has Alexander Dugin, and Alexander Dugin this is like Fauci was going on to stupid podcasts himself when he couldn't get press time. And so now Dugin is going on to, he's going, I don't know, did he say anything?
I put
either about you or about the stuff you talk about?
No, that's Dugin? What I'm curious about, and I'll ask John Warrington about that, because he actually listens to all this stuff. When it comes to the important thing to bring up, what is to add all of the dots together on this while Peter is still with us and able to, speak and interact more conveniently at the moment. The first thing I'll point out is that the subject was Tartarianism and Atlanticism, which is basically geomorphology like what I was speaking of, but the Tartarian aspect is directly connected to QAnon, and that evolved out of QAnon, which is, as I said, a kind of architecture porn where they were going into a conspiracy that they contrived based on many incredible buildings that have been built over many years in many places and subsequently destroyed for no apparent reason. In other words, these are buildings that could have potentially been considered heritage sites because they were built out of stone and very similar in make and composition and style, mostly Art Deco in particular, but very similar.
They were not, excuse me, they were not built by your favorite Japanese architect.
No. Mr. Miyazaki, I believe his name is, and no, not built by Miyazaki. Though what he built was not bad, but definitely we've gone into that before. And can go into it again some other time. But Miyazaki, of course, he built his buildings to be destroyed. In other words, to almost self-destruct, actually. And but he was paid to do that. It wasn't like he was an idiot. He was doing that because he was contracted to do just that. But which in itself takes a certain kind of skill, you must confess. But when it came to these other buildings, these were buildings that were obviously built to last and would actually last much longer had they been left standing than buildings that are built today, which are built out of much flimsier materials and actually built to at some point be taken down if they can be taken down. They're built to be easily taken down, as a matter of fact, because that's how they work these things. You can take down the building easily, then you can construct something else. They're thinking in terms of almost I forget what they call it, developmental potential and readjustment or urban renewal or some shit like that. There's different terms they use, but in terms of this kind of architecture porn, it's all very haunting because these buildings were around for a certain period of time in the 1800s, 1900s, the all the way up to the 20th century, and then the middle of the 20th century they stopped building like that. And so everybody says that this is all part of a secret empire that they're calling the Tartarian Empire. Now, this has nothing to do with the historical Tartarian Empire, but the historical Tartarian Empire was located in the Caucasus Mountains and the entire peninsula between the Caspian and Black Seas. So this became part of an ideology for Russian expansionism and reconquest. And this is the term Atlanticism has to deal with the desire of the Russians to be part of Europe. And the term Eurasianism was a different school of thought where the Russians thought they were part of their own culture, unique, and therefore should reject all that is European. So I find it interesting that Alexander Dugin comes on to speak not about Eurasianism, which is essentially his stance, but about the stance that he would decry, which would be Atlanticism. So it was probably an attack on the West. The Tartarian...
Well, this gets even more subtle and weird.
Yes.
Because when he's talking about Tartarianism, or to co-opt that name, the underlying shamanism is called Tengraism.
Yes.
Tengraism.
Thank you.
And I have a book on it. It was given to me by my Bulgarian friend.
Yes.
And my Bulgarian publisher. And Tengra is shamanism that originated out of Bulgaria in ancient times.
That's right.
And migrated to Siberia. Mm-hmm. And so it would fill that whole area of Kazakhstan and that whole Central Asian plain. And these are the shamans of ancient, your Siberian shamans. This is what they're coming from. And he's co-opting this.
Yes.
And doing a very bad job of it. This is like getting into Rorik's territory. There's got to be some connection between Rorik, Aquino, and Dugin. It's like it's certainly an energetic connection.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And we spoke, Spracketh, on this before when we were talking about, Aleister Crowley convincing the Rorik crowd that they were predestined and all the rest of that in terms of all of...
And having a grand old time of it, like, oh, I'm going to sit back. Crowley's going, I'm going to go back into one of these chronovisors and watch these people crack themselves up.
Yes.
And be amused by it.
Yes, absolutely. And this was all part of involving Henry Wallace in his murderous machinations in Mongolia. All of this is connected, very much so. And certainly I learned the details of it, not only from Michael Aquino, but of course my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother. And when it comes to the entire thing that just happened with Alexander Dugin, think of it in this context. America has shut down completely electronic connections with Russia. They've shut down TikTok and Facebook, and all of these people have withdrawn from Russia. It's becoming more and more of an information wall that is creating two different realities at the very least. I'll go a bit into how our world is splitting later tonight. But in terms of YouTube, YouTube was saying they were cutting off and severing from Russia. Now, they're saying that they're processing this and that they're taking their time with it, but this is one of those things where they're not supposed to be receiving anything out of Russia in the middle of this wartime condition. And yet Alexander Dugin breaks through to talk to this little YouTube channel where the guy was just talking about myself the episode before. And it wasn't complimentary either. They were, even though, as Peter Moon said, it wasn't an attack, which I agree with. It wasn't, an attack per se, but it was not complimentary. They were basically saying I was handled. Now, they just say, he's being handled and he's allowed to talk about, the Japan situation. But in essence, they were saying nothing really important. And like Peter Moon observed, even the Chinese guy is like, he was like bizarre as hell when, I think it was the white guy, as Peter Moon said, brought up the fact that I was half Japanese, half Chinese, because the Chinese guy just kept saying I was Chinese. And then the Chinese guy responded with something akin to pretty much like, well, Japs, Chinks, they're all the same, basically some shit like that, like, oh, they're all gooks, along those lines, the attitude, if not the words, and that alone goes to show you what kind of house nigger he is. But when they're saying, oh yeah, this dude's got handler, yeah, he's got handler, I most certainly have sought handlers when it comes to trying to seek chick takeovers. Yes, I try to have handlers. I don't have one at the moment, to tell you the truth. So this is one of those times in life where I'm not turning myself over to be handled because, as I've told everyone, I'm not really a competent adult. But handlers in the sense that they're speaking of, they basically are trying to promote the fact that, he's got nothing to say, he'll talk about Japan and not the important stuff. Now, I find that to be most pronouncedly conspicuous when I've just stated to everyone Japan may enter this conflict and open up an Eastern Front. They've already joined the Ukrainians in battle on the Western Front. And so this is a situation of war. And this guy comes on in the middle of a wartime situation to promote his ideology or the enemy ideology. And that's what I've been trying to deconstruct all this time. So do take warning, people. Alternative media is completely dominated by the Russians. This is the problem, is that most people get their information from nothing but alternative media, especially the people we're dealing with. So everyone has to bear that in mind, and do take warning. I'm the only person who stands against this. There is no one else other than myself who has taken the stand that I have. And I've been saying for years this was going to happen. I've been saying for years, of course, that the Russian military was nothing but, how did they say it? Overrated, hyped up paper tiger. And now, of course, it's all coming to pass. So this is the attack. The attack is where the military loses, they can win the hearts and minds of the American public through alternative media. So then Alexander Dugin appears on YouTube, Putin's own Rasputin, and, basically speaks his bit after they spent time setting me up. So this is directly connected. There's nothing mistaken here. Later I'll probably be forced to give the guy's name because of because I'm trying to educate people about this, but I'm still undecided on that. In the meantime,
there's also the fact that the guy's a national security threat, in that fact that he has access to someone who's an active enemy.
Yeah, thank you. No, I agree. This is treasonous. It really is. It's basically treasonous.
But what's fucked up about the situation is these white boys could get away with it. And forgive me, I don't mean to go there, but if they were anything else, if he was anything else, he'd have been dead.
Thank you. It's true. Can you imagine me bringing on Xi Jinping? I mean, what if I brought on Xi Jinping, which I would never do, but it's comparable. And so hopefully this puts all of that in perspective for people. And so, Peter, is there anything to say before you go back to back?
Think of all the flack that Donald Trump got for engaging the Korean dictator.
Yeah.
Just engaging him. But this is much worse than the Korean dictator.
Yes. Yeah. Considering the
much worse. I mean, not to laud Trump or the dictator, but this is a much worse character.
This is orders of magnitude worse because while you two are talking about this, I've been following these sort of FBI proceedings where they are talking about how much of a threat our lack of a firewall to block Russian access to certain things and whatnot is. So yeah, this is bad.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's an important point. This is a very important point. So do understand, everyone. I'll go a bit into this tonight. I'll have to center myself, imbibe a lot of substances, and
I do have one thing to add, Douglas, but
Please.
before I will fade into the night, and I'll keep you on. I want to pack and then go to sleep.
Sounds good.
But I want to say that we got a $99 donation contribution.
Wonderful.
To Douglas Dietrich Productions from my friend Roberto. I could refer to him as Roberto. He was the one who had asked about the Christianity and the vampires.
Oh, beautiful.
And yeah.
Oh, God bless you, Roberto.
He even thought about coming out to Shasta, and he wanted to get together with you as well. And it's not going to happen, but for him, but he contributed there. So I sent out this message asking, or not asking for, saying somebody contacted me, wanted to donate to the antenna project, and I said sure, and he wanted to meet me when I'm in Romania, and I told him, I said, well, it's going to be difficult because he's going to be in Bucharest because I'm going to be there for a day. But now what I found out with the antenna project, they're going to have a youth camp there while we're there, which is great. Means that I don't have to go out and buy groceries.
Sounds good. Hey, I like that. Yes.
Arrange for cooking.
Wonderful.
We'll adjunct ourselves onto them and pay them more than handsomely for that.
Yes.
It'll work out because they already have they'll be doing stuff there.
Yes.
And I'm really happy, except that what we'll have is a very narrow accommodation. So it's like I don't have, I'll probably have 4 of us in one room, co-ed style.
Yeah. Yeah. That's almost fun.
And,
yeah.
Well, yeah, but yeah, it's easy to manage the privacy issues, but then next door, you'll have 30 kids in a room.
Oh, shit.
Co-ed style.
Oh, my God. You'll be like a scoutmaster.
Well, that is a scouting camp. And the scouts are so different than they are in the United States.
Yeah.
And they don't have, sexual abuse cases in scouting in Romania. It's just not, it's a different thing. They're really out there in nature. They're learning nature. They're not wearing uniforms and stuff that look like they'd be better suited for something else.
Yeah, it's hard to even find a descriptive. Yeah, they do look like butt boys in their uniforms. Now, the Soviets had their own kind of similar thing with their pioneer scouts, they called them. And that's almost like a sexual kind of, how would you call that? Cliche in Soviet gay porn, or now the Russian gay porn, is they still show those little butt boys, the twinks inside of these like red scarves and everything like the Soviet pioneers used to wear. Of course, everybody should know that I'm very familiar with the pornographic industry, just having been raised completely inundated with it, and I'm very familiar with it internationally as well. So there's a bit of trivia for you that people can chew on if they wish. But
the movie Debbie does the Cub Scouts, but they weren't interested.
That's funny. Oh, I love that.
Well, see, when I was a kid and was ready for Cub Scouts, all my friends, they were a year older, so I wasn't old enough for Cub Scouts. They were doing Cub Scouts, and then one of my classmates down the block that I used to walk to school with, he had a reputation as this tough little kid or whatever, and he was my friend, and I'd walk to school with him, and I was talking about going into Cub Scouts. He says, no. He says, you don't want to go into Cub Scouts. And he just kind of looked at me like, "Are you kidding?" He says, "Look what they wear." I never really thought about it, and I just kind of think, he kind of like really kind of just told me like, you don't want to be a Cub Scout. And I took it to heart. Yeah. I took it to heart. And of course, I didn't become a Cub Scout. And then some of my classmates became Cub Scouts, and they got their wolf badges, their bear badges, their lion badges. And then they, what's the word? Matriculated to Webelos. Yeah. And then they would become a Boy Scout. Yeah. And he steered me away from that. And it was a very, and then I learned, this is where Preston told us one night there was just a lot of weird stuff going on with those Boy Scouts.
Oh, to say the least. Well,
with his scoutmaster was Chubby Checker.
There you go. Oh my fucking God. That
Cal, his name was Cal something. I mean, he had a different name, but that's how he met Chubby Checker and ended up doing his record.
Oh my God.
The Twist was the only record to ever hit #1 twice.
Oh my God. There you go.
Preston told us the story of how that was, done with subliminals or whatever.
No doubt.
Was early products. And of course the Twist was so popular. That was like before the Beatles, there was the Twist. The Twist. And the Beatles were even co-opting the Twist with their record Twist and Shout,
Yes.
They were co-op because the Twist was just so popular. Yeah. And Chubby Checker went on to I sound like Daryl Hamamoto here. Chubby Checker went on to what was it, the Limbo, and I think eventually resurfaced with the Lambada.
Oh God!
I think he did the Lambada.
Right, he's doing all that shit. By the way, for those of you who don't know, all you youngsters out there who don't remember any of this shit, the Limbo was where a bunch of people would. Oh God, and you wouldn't believe this. They used to party in suits. Believe it or not, you can take a look at the old wax record covers. You can look this up on the internet, and you would see this kind of. It was this kind of mystique that they threw the Limbo into this territory where they would have ethnic bands would kind of play the music while, you had white people in suits and ties while they were partying, even though all that would loosen up later in the night and as they got increasingly drunk. But they would try and go lower and lower underneath a bar. And so it's like this Limbo was where they had this bar, they would keep lowering it, and you would have to go pelvis first. So this got everybody to basically gyrate their pelvis and get their pelvis up in the air like they're fucking an invisible partner, all the while they're trying to get lower and lower under this bar. And, until the last one who could get under it before it got too low, and nobody could physically do that, was the winner. This is what people used to do for fun. It's kind of like, I guess, adult Twister, all pelvis oriented. And so everybody could just, loosen up for the night. And then what was the follow up with that? You said the other one was after the Twist.
Well, the Lambada was a
Lambada. That was just pelvic dancing. Go on. Yeah, they're just humping. They're not dancing. They're humping. Going. You could tell.
Yeah, and he had the Limbo. I mean, Chubby Checker was a novelty song. He made a fortune, and he made a fortune. Yeah, and of course he took his name. Chubby Checker was a co-opting of Fats Domino.
Yes.
Fats Domino was famous and was an original, and Chubby Checker was.
But you notice everything he's catering to is exhibitionism, so that people can loosen up for the sex act. Basically, that's what it is. And of course, many of these gay guys, all they think about is sex and ways to basically get that up there in your face. I mean, this is one thing that is a reality about gay men is that sometimes, or quite often, gay men become gay simply because they just can't get enough friction, and because most women are not sexually charged or primed or ready to go at it 24 hours a day, as opposed to men. then sometimes men just wind up becoming gay for that reason alone. I mean, to them, friction's friction. And then they just wind up, hanging out with other guys who are ready to just hump all day. And that's a lot of the gay community. It's just about that. It's just about the friction. It's not even so much that they're homoerotic per se. It's just the availability of the friction is always there, and so they go for that. And so the fact that Chubby Checker would put that into music, basically, well, it's you see the logic.
Back in the 80s, when one of my friends, when all the AIDS stuff was going on, he made a comment. He says. And I think he said it to somebody that was gay. He says, I really don't mind you being gay. I don't really care if you're gay, but why do we have to hear about it all the time? Anyway, I'm going to recede into the night, say good night, Jameson, and good night to all the listeners. And I will look forward to being in Shasta. Yeah. About 27 hours from now.
Wonderful. Night, Peter. Well, we love you dearly and share our love with Paula.
I'll be listening in the background for a while.
Sounds good. And the one thing I will, I don't know how to respond to this. We have someone in the chat room. I don't know. We'll take a vote on it. Everybody, give me what you think about this. Should this guy be blocked? He's not saying anything negative, but at the same time, he's got a name. His avatar is I hate faggots. So yeah, there you go. So
I'll just block them both. Because
what did Pizza Network even say? What was it Pizza Network said? I didn't even catch.
Oh, these guys are gay for Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They want to take it up the bunghole by Trump, and it's like, I know that's your thing, but we don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear about it in chat, guys.
Yeah. Well, it's just not good to come on with a name like I hate faggots. It's like somebody coming on with a name that says I hate niggers. It's at that equivalent.
The only type of person who would make a name like that would be a faggot.
Yeah, thank you.
Someone who's self-loathing, and it's that level of pathology behind choosing a name like that.
Thank you.
And someone who would come on, some white supremacist piece of shit who would say I hate niggers would probably be someone who masturbates to pornography with a bunch of black dudes.
Yeah.
which is probably all the Proud Boys.
Yeah, no,
and then one has to question why they would even include men of color in their ranks.
It's true. It's true. Well, we know why, because that validates them as quote unquote not being racist. This is,
but at the same time, it's also because they're also
enamored. They're enamored of them. Yes.
Yeah. They're making them into these sort of fetish objects for their own. Indulgences.
It's true. It's absolutely true. There is so by the way, Sarah J says it's rare that I message, but your show is my twice a week highlight. I know once asked about crazy SFO real estate market. You did a wonderful job explaining it. Oh, bless you, Sarah J. Mwah. Love you. She says, my new question is, how do San Fran natives deal with living in conjunction with the Silicon Valley folks? Thank you, Douglas. Well, bless you, honey. Probably that would be a bit of a repeat almost of what I was speaking about last time. It's not that they really do, because they're in a different caste system. The majority of San Franciscans are not Silicon Valley people. They are definitely people who are just trapped in San Francisco, which Silicon Valley has conquered as a colony. And so they are definitely generally not in any kind of, shall we say, regular contact with the majority of Silicon Valley people, are not generally in contact with the majority of San Franciscan people, believe it or not. But I may go into some more detail on that tonight. If not, I promise to return to that on, today's Wednesday, right? Sunday then.
Yeah. Yes, Wednesday.
Thank you. Yeah. But by the way, Chris Collins asked a legitimate question. Who's whispering in Winnie the Pooh's ear, meaning Xi Jinping's? And he says, does he have his own Rasputin?
Yeah, that would be Eeyore.
Thank you. No, that's quite funny. But the horror The horror is, as far as I can ascertain, there is no whisperer to Xi Jinping. That actually makes him far more terrifying. He's just stuck on his own, in madness. No one dares to speak to him. With Putin, you at least recognize him as somewhat of a puppet. Then you can at least say this guy's not really in control. He may have total dictatorship and tyranny, but there are other people manipulating his mind. So it makes him more of an empty, pathetic soul.
He's a shell.
Yeah,
he's a fucking shell. I mean, he's always looked like a shell. He looks like a fucking shell.
He looks very empty. He looks more and more empty.
Look on his face. He's just like nothing there.
Yeah, more and more so. And I think Jameson said it best. He's actually Rasputin, or our man. He may as well be Rasputin. He's his heir. Dugin has essentially possessed him with an egregore or something. And by the way, Chris Collins says, don't forget about Let's Twist Again. Yeah, yes. Honestly. That reminds me of Derek Talley when he went into that line dancing with his father. I kept having this image of him.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is horrific. What are they doing?
Well, I had this image since he was claiming.
That must be like the House Niggers Club.
Yeah, there you go. And they were the only two not wearing masks so that everybody could see their faces. Everybody else, all the other blacks, were wearing masks. This is like something, by the way, that is intentional when somebody's making a music video. And say, for instance, the star of the video will make certain that everyone else is genericized so that they kind of fade into the background. That's the point. So they're all the dance background, whereas the focus is on the person who is the star of the video. It's kind of like they were arranging that intentionally, and that alone is bizarre. And oh god, now we got another troll who's just repeating themselves over and over again. So you block this individual immediately. So they're calling themselves Afrosac Fluffycock. And that's the there you go. In other words, these are the enemy. They've got endless resources, endless amount of time. They're paid to do this. Yeah,
but that's because once we brought up, see, I think the key was bringing up.
And here they are again. Name. So you're gonna have to keep that until they're discouraged. And so
see, I know that the trigger for these assholes was Dugin.
There we are. That's it. This is probably the Russians. Yeah.
There is network.
Yeah. It's like the communist Chinese aren't that sophisticated. They just aren't. They don't have that level.
And they're not going to waste their time doing that shit.
They waste their time doing all kinds of stupid shit, but it wouldn't be theirs.
Yeah. This is something only white folks are capable of.
Yeah. By the way, Daniel.
As far as
it's true. By the way, Daniel Arola says, I think Xi Jinping is seeing the bigger picture of the war in Ukraine and would rather not be tied in with the sanctions on Russia. That's almost giving him too much credit. It's just Xi Jinping is equally deluded. He's equally insane. He thought that this was going to be a big template and an opener to presage his attack on Taiwan. That got put on the back burner. Neither of these guys ever dreamed the West was going to respond to the degree that it has so far. And but at this point, they're left backed in a corner, and they're going to respond probably with greater violence. At which point, it's going to enter the wider war stage.
I could see them going nuclear.
Yeah,
right out of the forefront, because they realize now that shit, we don't have any other legitimate moves to make.
Yes, thank you. And so they're going to, and by the way, it's starting to impact them. The Russian people are beginning to feel it. There's panic buying going on in Russia right now, which alone, it shows you just how would we call this? The oddity. If you take a look at the disconnect between Alexander Dugin coming on to calmly speak on a YouTube video to break through all of the barriers electronically that are being set up against Russia right now. He comes on and he's doing this while people all over Russia are panic buying and trying to survive. obviously he's supported by the inner circle. So the inner circle has monopolized the resources, and that alone shows you what a piece of shit he is. I mean, he's somebody who's living off the fat of the land, while everyone else is trying to find bare bones to gnaw on. That is the horror that the Russian people are suffering, and this guy's one of the reasons they're suffering like that. So that is how to see this son of a bitch. He's one of the reasons why they're suffering. So I do want people to know, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to try and bring on everybody we can back on. Jameson, if you could get Sammy Romero back on to help Jim and yourself.
Yes.
And then what I'm going to do is go mute while I slam my filter here. I've got my tea that I was steeping, and oversteeped really, but now I will slam that about, get myself together. I'm going to be speaking soon enough, maybe come on even while these guys are here, and cover, since Peter Moon's listening, cover a bit of geomorphology, because that was something that he wasn't able to hear, and this is really what Dugan was responding to. That's going to sound incredibly obtuse to the rest of you, but this is probably the other day when I started talking about geomorphology and got into the details of it, was really the first time I've ever covered that in forever. By the way, we've got,
and that was actually that was a very enjoyable podcast. That was a very enjoyable show you did, because it really started to make me wonder at all,
By the way,
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you, bless you. But by the way, we got somebody making a lot of noise. Is that Jim off mute, or Jim went off mute? Is that you, sir?
No, that wasn't me.
I think that might have been Sammy.
Oh, Sammy! Hey. Is that our man?
Hello.
Yes,
we got Sammy, we got Daniel, we got Jim.
Oh, wonderful. Daniel Arola, wonderful. So good to have you with us, Daniel. Let's start off with, even though, we welcome all of you back. Daniel, could you start off a little bit by telling us, do you know anything about the Ukrainian kickboxer who died while defending Mariupol?
I don't know very much about him. I just know that he was a local champion. And I only read one article about him.
Okay. All right. If you can remember his name, maybe that would. I don't.
Oh no, I do not. It was when I read it, it was one of those names I knew that I won't be able to pronounce correctly, much less remember.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And so I do thank you for remembering him at all. And I knew if anyone knew at least the fact that it happened, it would be you. And so that was very sad. I'll try and look that up myself. In the meantime, Daniel, tell us a bit about what brings you on. What else has been going on lately?
Oh, not much. I've just been keeping up around the house and the dogs and all that good stuff. The usual chores. And finally, I get to sit down and take a break a little.
Yes. Maxim Kagel. Yeah, Maxim Kagel was killed defending Mariupol against the Russian assaults. And so happy to report the Ukrainians are regaining ground. And of course, we'll go a bit into that a little bit later. Not going to overdwell on it. I will probably overdwell a bit on the historical battle that I will be drawing some analogies with, but in the meantime I will get back fairly soon, in maybe in a few minutes, start talking about some geomorphology while all these gentlemen are with us. But in terms of while they're with us right now, they can hold the stage. I'm going to go mute and basically get this tea kind of settled, get rid of all the steeped leaves, and aside from that, be back soon enough. All you guys, the stage is yours. Thank you. Alex.
All right. So I'm going to wind up staying up this night because these bots are coming in waves. So how are you guys doing?
I'm here. I'm getting a little bit tired, but I'm here.
All right.
Hey, I'm doing good.
I've been very busy getting my services today. I got some services starting on Monday and somebody coming in, so, a little more tired than usual.
All right. I hope you're the best with that.
Thank you.
It's sounding a little staticky on my end. I'm wondering if it's the part of the house I'm in or whatever, but I just moved to another part of the house to see if there's any difference there. There hasn't been so far. Hopefully it'll change.
Yeah, you're still a little staticky.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a bummer, but I'll move around a little bit. I'm kind of in the middle of missing a drink right now at the same time. So make
Okay,
sure I don't want to break nothing.
all right. That could be why. All right. Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
So I will say,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping that Ukraine, given how well they're doing against the Russians, I'm hoping they invade Russia, honestly speaking. I mean, they should, my opinion.
Putin worries me because he's gone, he's gone, on his own mission there. So,
yeah. But the thing is, he's still, unlike Xi Jinping, he's still, being manipulated by someone.
There's people want him out though, but
there's a lot of people.
I'm concerned with what he will do, actually.
Well, he's going to be pushed in a desperate corner, and he's going to reach the point where he's going to initiate a nuclear strike somewhere.
Oh yeah, he'll take. Yeah, he won't go out alone.
He's got that mindset where he would take everyone down with him.
Yeah, and it's concerning.
Yeah, people like that are people who are very. Those are people who are better off not being born, because they're people who you don't want to fight because they'll take everyone down. But they're people you have to fight because they're fucking wrong.
I would not be the least bit astonished if Putin ended up getting assassinated by someone close to him, and hell, it probably might even be a woman.
Well, that would be concerning because he's the dog. I mean,
who's next in command?
He may not like who replaces him.
Well, I think we know who will replace him, and I think we know who's controlling him. That would be Alexander Dugin. And Alexander Dugin's brazen attempt to appear on that show after Douglas had spoken about geopolitics, it seems to me like it's a direct flex, and it's a direct response to Douglas Dietrich, and it's Alexander Dugin basically saying, I can invade your space and there's nothing you can do about it. I could get close to you and there's nothing you can do about it. Basically, he's putting out a challenge. That's what he's trying to do. And by doing that, he's also challenging the American leadership, which has shown that, they don't care. I don't know what the fuck is going on in Joe Biden's head. He's gone.
I don't think Alexander Dugin is really much to worry about.
We need to stay in good with the Chinese.
No, I don't think so. We need to destroy them.
I think we have our feet in a couple of different places there, and where we're trying to tiptoe.
No, I think this is long overdue. China and Russia need to be overthrown. They need to be destroyed. And just at least the leadership needs to be dismantled, and we need to reestablish something more democratic there. Those are places.
I think that's inevitable.
Yeah. It's got to happen, and it's something that should have happened a long time ago. It's sadly enough, we enabled China to get as far as it did, with Bill Clinton deciding to make that China initiative instead of supporting Japan because of the World War II asshats. So yeah, we created that problem, and we have to clear it now. And it's the same thing with Russia, by not doing anything about Vladimir Putin for such a long time. Now he's become the thorn in the side that we knew he was going to become.
The sanctions are kicking his ass, though.
Not as well as we might think, because the thing is, he still has the support of Xi Jinping, even though we're not hearing about it.
Well, this is all a big shift. This is all a big shift of power, also, because power in West since the beginning of time has moved from east to west, and China, Russia, Brazil, probably Germany, Turkey. I mean, these are like the next world leaders,
Well, Germany,
everything's shifting, and I think people are repositioning, to keep whatever their personal reasons are, or whatever. But I think that's happening.
The future is going to go to Japan and Germany, maybe. Yes, Germany is going to be involved in some way. That I have no doubts about.
Venezuela
and Taiwan as well. Taiwan is going to be a big one. Taiwan is going to, with Taiwan having its independence, it has the potential to become a powerhouse that will lead Asia into many years of advancement. And that would be a positive thing. And that would be also auspicious for the United States.
Yeah.
So
that was. But when you look at China and Russia on the map, I mean, it's large in size geographically, but as far as the people go and the way how the people are worked there, it's kind of like okay, that the size of Russia and China on the map is like that cereal box, and the people is like a half empty bag inside of it.
That's a good analogy. That's exactly what it's like, because they're crammed into like 20% of like the landmass, or if even that much, maybe 15% of the landmass, and 85% of it is just uninhabitable.
They're lucky if it's even half that much in the bag.
That's a good point.
Well, there's like 90% of the U.S. isn't. Most of our populations are on the coasts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unlivable land there, and it's really cold as shit out there too. So
Oh, and HD brings up a good point as well, that Ethiopia will also be a future superpower. That is a very good point. And I should hope that Ethiopia should establish relationships with Japan and, Taiwan going in the future. That would be auspicious.
Well, I mean, China's been planning corporations in Africa for many years, so they've already been seeing that.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, is that, and so has Russia. And the thing is, Russia has been slaughtering people in Africa because the Africans had asked the Russians for help dealing with their uprising, and now they're slaughtering people. So I mean, this is the hand that you give power to. You give tyranny. If you give tyranny an inch, they will take a mile from you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to sit here and pretend America hasn't had its own tyranny and bullshit. But I'm going to say, what if we had to choose the lesser of evils? We would be the lesser of the evils in comparison to what they've got going on, or at least we have the most potential to change what evils we have, whereas they don't, because they're fixed in a dictatorship.
Thank you. Or at least we can change it theoretically.
Theoretically.
We can. We're going to be probably forced into a civil war, which is a great opportunity for constructive change.
And I think. I tend to think that's what Alexander Dugin's appearance on that cast symbolizes, the onset of that civil war, because that information is the information split is going to be what really dominates the civil war.
Thank you very much so. By the way, here we are. Going into the chat room, of course, our friend Daniel Arola said, the way Ukraine is kicking Russian asses, Taiwan may do the same as defenders against the Chinese military. Thank you. I very much believe that. Of course I do. And HD says, Ethiopia will be the future superpower. I think about the Red Sea choke point for trade and fertile land and notoriety for being a fierce warrior people. Don't sleep on Ethiopia. Thank you. And I brought up Ethiopia last transmission. Would like some feedback on that, as a matter of fact, from some of the men.
Oh, yeah. That was actually quite good. I wanted to ask, because I listened to it. I had to listen to it because I had fallen asleep, of course. So I listened to it over the weekend.
Yes.
I mean, wait, was that the weekend?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the last few days.
Yeah.
But when what's his name? Oh my gosh. Oh, who's the guy who was leading Italy?
Il Duce Mussolini. Yes.
Yeah, Mussolini. What did he did he did he go into Ethiopia and did he win?
Yes, he went into Ethiopia and he won. This was the reason, just briefly, so everybody understands why it was such a controversy. It was similar to the situation we have today in Ukraine, because what had happened was the colonial powers had, at that point in history, sewed up Africa tight. They had it all locked up and vacuum sealed except Ethiopia. Ethiopia was like the last free kingdom in Africa, and it was a Christian empire, and it wasn't that everybody had kept their hands off because of that, but rather that it kind of, at that point, it was kind of like the situation when you have China and Russia, and you look at that map, and in between the two of them, you have this landlocked Mongolia. And you just wonder, why didn't one or the other absorb it completely? And yet you realize, if you have enough geopolitical sophistication, that neither party could afford to do that because they needed a buffer state. And it was that way in Africa with the colonial powers. They had just basically locked in Africa, and then they had this one buffer state where they kind of had reached this static equilibrium of geopolitical force, where they just felt that we need that buffer state, and if anyone moves in, it's like a sign of aggression against the rest of us. So then Mussolini moved in, and that's why everyone condemned it worldwide. It wasn't because they were at all concerned about civil rights, or far from it. It was one of those situations where the Italians, of course, you could see their motivation was based on vengeance. They had intended to move in a generation before, but were slaughtered. And then they decided in Mussolini's time that this time we're going to do it. And then when they moved in, the rest of the world condemned them, meaning the colonial powers. And then when the colonial powers did so, they were just as impotent as you see the West today. They were like maybe willing to supply the Ethiopians to a degree, but they weren't moving in to counteract the Italians. So what happened was the Italians were essentially dislodged from the League of Nations. The Japanese had already left because the League of Nations had condemned them for the invasion of China. And so that left these two outliers potentially going to war against each other, with the West kind of like probably would have sided with Japan in that regard, just so that they could have Japan fight in their place as a proxy. And then the Japanese were left with this incredibly, how would I say it, this choice that decided the fate of all humanity. That was at that point, if the Japanese had gone, that kind of like probably would have sided with Japan. And so we have okay, is that THÈME? Got that on?
No, that's that. What this is, that's our NSA guy.
Okay. There we are. And by the way, they're hitting us really hard tonight because of a follow-up on Dugin. Alexander Dugin, they have to be, because tonight what happened in the chat room, for those of you who don't know, by the way, I don't know what Creative Virgo 12 was saying.
They were spewing nonsense.
Okay.
It wasn't even coherent the way they were writing, so I just figured this person's just trolling.
Yeah. Okay. So it's it's a follow-up on what the others were doing. So for those of you who don't know,
as long as we go into the subject of Russia, Ukraine, and Dugin and all this stuff, they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Which is fine, because I'll shut them down.
Thank you. Just for those of you who haven't been aware of it, for instance, we had an individual who came in and said, I wasn't in earlier. What did I miss? I think that might have been Creative Virgo that was saying that initially, before they might have degenerated into non sequiturs and word salads. But in terms of these individuals, they're basically either one individual or a team of individuals, but I would strongly suspect a team. And this is very much a professional psyop, because what they did was, just so people understand this, one of the things that Michael Aquino used to do personally, personally, he would take on professors he disliked. And these were intellectuals that he thought were, they just irritated him for whatever reason. Just, the reasons were always very obtuse to me or bizarre. But he would take on certain professors and destroy their academic careers by, for instance, attacking them online where other people could see in an open venue with what he called a nigger bitch avatar, or an NBA, which was an acronym for nigger bitch avatar. And it was a play on words even with the NBA, because that was also the acronym for National Basketball Association. So it was all just this kind of anti-black joke altogether. And so he would take whatever would be the most offensive looking to your normal white guy sensibilities, the most offensive looking kind of black female face, which would usually be a very self-confident black female face, not just an Aunt Jemima kind of caricature, but a self-confident black female face. And then he would attack these guys. And so Taboo Bros in the chat room. Okay, Taboo Bros in the chat room. What the fuck? Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, we know that's you, Daniel.
Yeah, okay. Why do you... Yeah. Anyhow, whatever. So in terms of Daniel, that's appreciated in one sense, but it's just, you don't need to do that. We know you by now. Okay, yeah. And I guess it's right he did do that, though, because you never know. Some other idiot might co-opt the name. So it's, your point's well taken. So that's appreciated, yeah. But anyhow, so when it came to what Michael Aquino was doing is he'd confront these professors and then just irritate them in public and then force them to respond. At some point, they'd slip up, and he would attack them as being sexist or racist, or he just had so many things to attack them with. And of course, that's how he would start. And this is how he destroyed entire careers and ultimately got these people fired. He would do that almost like a hobby, just on the side compared to everything else he did. And it was very bizarre. And it was kind of like the sick sort of thing where, of course, this wasn't the way it was explained, but it was kind of a similar setup. There was that one guy who was like exposing, he was a former Marine, he was exposing the United States for setting up crap, basically projecting evidence, in other words, manufacturing evidence for the concept of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And this Marine guy who did that, I can't remember his name, he suddenly got busted for cruising for kids online by a cop who just, the way it was explained, said it all. The cop just said, oh, well, in my off hours, when I've got, I go home and I pretend I'm a child. And then I get online and approach all kinds of strange men so that they, I can bust them. And this is like, why would any cop do this if you spend all your day working with shitheads on the street, or working in some department where you're investigating all kinds of ugly business? If you're a cop, it's only going to be ugly business no matter what it is. And then, you go home and decide to relax by pretending you're a child and going online and setting people up. It's like, okay, there's a psychiatrist would tell you at that point that you need to be institutionalized. There's nothing, no sane person would do something like this. But that was his explanation. This was obviously a federal setup. And they busted this guy who obviously had, this guy was obviously a problem. He was obviously a threat in his own way. But it's interesting that they only chose to pursue him. They obviously knew this aspect of his personality, but no one had ever acted on it until he exposed the fact that America was manufacturing evidence for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Then suddenly, let's do something about this guy. And they catch him easy, just like that, because, these kinds of predators can't help themselves. So this guy was busted and they took him away. We could look this up. Marine, WMD, Iraq, and then child molester. I'd probably find the guy's name on that alone. Child predator, predator. But my point is that these guys are acting... Scott Ritter. The guy's name was Scott Ritter. So these guys are acting like professional PSYOPs agents as they go in, and the first thing they were saying is they give themselves a name that, if I read it out loud, is like the one guy, Afro-Sack Fluffycock. Okay, these are obviously offensive names. Then the other guy, I hate faggots. Okay, these are obviously offensive names. Now, Pizza Network refers to the QAnon conspiracy fantasy that all the kids are being marketed through Pizza Huts. In other words, the Comet ping pong pizza is where they're selling kids. They keep them in the basement, this kind of shit. That is what that is a reference to. Pizza Network refers to child trafficking in the QAnon, the corrupted QAnon mind. The other one, misophonia, ASMR, these are all based on these masturbatory sexual things. Idiocracy, of course, is a reference to the fact that idiots run our world. All of this goes back to the creative Virgo 12. All of these, they all have connotations. But when they go in and they make these offensive names, and when I read the name out loud, the first thing they said was, see, Douglas Dietrich said this word, hit him for the hate violations, the hate speech violations. So then there's no way you can win in a situation like this. This is how Aquino had arranged it. So then what they do is they entrap you in your response to them at all. It's not even any sort of interface, just any interface at all, then they can take that as an attack. You can say, oh, I cut off this guy because he had this name. And then they use that as an attack to say, see, you said a hate word. And then they file a hate report for that. See, this is how it works. Now, I haven't had this concerted a professional attack. This is a follow-up to Alexander Dugin. So understand this. The Russians, they know my name. You know that there's an entire file on me in the Kremlin's offices. And I mean directly reviewed by Alexander Dugin and, of course, Putin himself. So this is war. And I'm the only person who's ever warned you about this war. I'm the only person who's ever told you the Russians are the enemy. Everybody else in your alternative media is a white trash piece of shit or a black house nigger, basically telling you that the Russians are our friends. So understand this is where we're at right now. So I'm not going to bother with the too much of the looking at this. I'm going to count on Jameson to keep good track of this, but I do want to acknowledge some of the other people in the chat room. Chris Collins was talking about his tea being oversteeped and what kind of green teas do I prefer and why. Some of the time, nothing secret, but and then HD was saying it's similar to Siam, meaning, the situation with Ethiopia. Yes and no. Yes, Siam was originally buffered like that. It wound up able to remain free of colonialism, but at the same time, it actively allied with Japan. So it became a member of the Axis nations. Ethiopia did not. And that was my whole point with what I was saying on the latest transmission Sunday before tonight's, was that if Japan had gone in on the side of Ethiopia and defeated Mussolini, when he occupied it, then here's the problem. That would have disgraced Mussolini and he would have been deposed. And then Adolf Hitler would have had no allies and would have been unable to have taken on communism. It was because he had Mussolini in Europe as the second largest Axis power in Europe that all the rest of these European powers cleaved to him. And together they helped Spain establish a fascist government in their civil war. If Mussolini had been defeated, they wouldn't have been able to have helped Franco. The communists would have won in Spain, and that the communists would have had an anchor in the West, at which point, with no one else allying with Hitler, there's no way he could have stood up against the communists. And that's why I said that map that I put into the chat room, the link to, that the Russians want, where they dominate all of Europe, that would have been realized then. So that was the whole point. The Japanese had to choose to side with Mussolini at that point, stay out of Ethiopia. And when he overran that, then basically he was able to get the resources of that colony and build up Italy's power, which helped him to help Hitler in their war against the Soviet Union. So all of this had to be taken into account. It was something that Emperor Hirohito obviously found the most distasteful, probably the most distasteful decision he ever made, because he had a relation, a member of the royal family, who was going to marry the Prince of Ethiopia, and they were going to enter a royal union. And they were seriously considering a colored alliance to counteract the colonial powers. But then that wouldn't have worked if the Soviets had overrun Europe. And at that point, all the resources would have been available to the communists, and the problems that they would have faced would have been insurmountably greater. So there's very hard decisions to make in geopolitics. But the Ethiopians ultimately survived. Unfortunately, later on, their dynasty was overthrown and had to go into exile because the communists took over, and they went through a horrible period of those mass famines. If anybody remembers all those little commercials when you were very young of the starving Ethiopians, all the Ethiopians dying, that was all under communism. That was when Ethiopia was a Soviet satellite state. And at that point, the Soviets occupied Ethiopia, and that's when all the food was stolen and sent to the Soviet Union, and the Ethiopians were left to starve. That's what caused that. See, that's what would have happened all over the world if the Japanese had not sided with the Italians at that time. It's simply, these are the horrible decisions we have to make in positions of power. In terms of the horror of the world we live in, that hopefully puts it into some perspective. I'm going to let you gentlemen take over for a few minutes. Let me try and refresh myself here. I have some yogurt with some spreckles, and let me get some calories into myself. I can't handle much beyond that because, the nausea. But so let me go silent for a few minutes. These gentlemen will take over for a little bit of time, and then I'll be back soon enough. Soon, very soon. So everybody do keep listening.
Well, now you can sort of grasp why I am more than happy to see Russia get destroyed. There is some justice here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know what I say is going to... I know I'm the guy who says things that are cold and often sometimes quite... How do we say it? Stark? Yeah. But they have to be said.
Yeah. By the way, HD also says, did you know the Germans offered an arsenal to Ethiopia to take over the Horn? Italians sprayed chemical weapons in the north. Yes, those were some things I alluded to in the past transmission. So thank you for bringing that up. All very important. And this is something that, again, needs to be brought to people's attentions. The Germans were running to the defense of the blacks in Africa, just as the Japanese were. But then again, you're faced with the realities of if we go all the way with this and Italy is defeated, then of course, then Hitler's left without an ally. Because remember, the Germans were the outliers. And it was only when Italy became an outlier and thrown out of the League of Nations that it had no choice but to ally with Germany. And then the other outlier was Japan, thrown out of the League of Nations because it had invaded China. So this is the horror that you're dealing with in terms of that situation. And so these outliers had to unite because by being outliers, they were not subject to enslaving or slave circuiting their currency to the US dollar, which was then the fiat currency that Roosevelt, by confiscating all the gold and launching the first currency that was completely fiat, not based on any backing. So he could just print as much as he wanted. And then everyone else pinning their money onto his dollar. And then he taking all these currencies and pinning them to the outflow of Saudi oil, pinning it to the petrobuck. Well, look where we're at today. Saudi Arabia is allied with Russia. And Saudi Arabia is a member of the enemy, as is Turkey. As is, by the way, from now on, everybody condition yourselves to pronounce it Turkiye, because that's their official name. They're definitely not going by the English pronunciation anymore. So Turkiye, along with Saudi Arabia and Israel and China and Russia, that's all the enemy now. For those of you who don't realize...
We better start creating neutron bombs again.
Well, I don't know about that, but
we're going to need them to go against Israel.
Well, Israel's got them, that's for sure.
That's because we gave them all to. According to Samuel Cohen,
yes,
I was able to find an interview of his. We gave them all to fucking Israel.
That's true. All of that is true. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Why though? I'm not even going to ask, but it's I knew he was telling the truth because he was saying how defenseless he was, and that is the truth. You know, and this is what makes the whole fucking alternative media and alien conspiracy bullshit all the more bullshit, because they're like, your government can fly to space in 2 seconds. They got UFOs, do working with aliens and the Greys, and they got reptilians in army uniforms. I mean, come the fuck on.
Yeah, by the way, HD also says, are the Russians going to pull the economic nuclear option of cutting off the neon gas supply? It's simple for us to make up for the natural gas and oil price, but the microchips is the kryptonite at the moment. And by the way, deeply appreciate it. He also says it's the Butang cloverleaf map and the Mackinder World Island. Israel backdoored American technology and gave it to Russia and China. That is true as well. But understand, of course, the Russians have already pulled that economic nuclear option by invading Ukraine. Ukraine is where all the neon comes from. And therefore, by invading Ukraine, they've interrupted that flow of neon to the world that is so necessary for our microchips. So understand that this is going to impact microchips again in terms of supply. And so yes, these are times where war is inevitable. There's no way out of this other than a world war.
Yeah.
But
so Biden is playing chicken shit right now by saying,
it's all offensive. It's so offensive. It is so.
It is.
I'm left without words. Oh, by the way, and Diane, I love her dearly. She says she loves Eeyore and laughs out loud at what you said that. And she said that, of course, she brought up people who hate gays are usually closeted gays, of course. And she said, you should see the rerun of Taxi today. It was about gays and gay dance places. I keep hearing about gays and dancing every time I turn on the TV. And now on your radio show, when something is repeated that much, there's something to it in the present universe. Laugh out loud. And yeah, quite so. Synchronicity. It works like that. And I remember that episode, by the way. They had real gay guys. You could tell they were gay the moment they all came out, and the actor was trapped in this gay community he was trying to desperately escape from. He's in the middle of this gay dance that's obviously going to turn into an orgy, and he wants out, and he's trying to struggle his way out of the room. I remember that episode distinctly. It was one of the funniest ones. They were all pretty funny, but that was one of the best. And okay, so let me go mute. Hopefully all of you guys will take back over, including Taboo Bro Daniel and everybody back on stage. I'll be back soon enough in a matter of moments. So minutes. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, what's going on?
I was just doing a few chores while you guys were talking, and I was listening at the same time. Just got done loading up the dishwasher.
Yeah, you do sound kind of staticky.
Yeah, I might have to hang up and try again.
All right. So in the interim, I could, hold things down. I don't. What's up, Sammy?
No, that's a very interesting conversation you guys are having about Ukraine and Russia. I think war is inevitable. By the way, sorry for the background noise. Is it bad?
No, it's barely noticeable.
Okay. No, it's very interesting. Even the response with Dugan, a character like him coming on to Nobody podcast. So I just think it solidifies Doug's place in this alternative media, which is really mainstream media now. Alternative media is pretty much mainstream. Everybody's just, and it's sad, but nobody listens to ABC News. Nobody really holds any merit to these, corporations now, because, technology is made possible where, people that are ignorant now have a voice, and people like Doug who are not, who are the complete opposite, who actually have a purpose, are suppressed. And someone like Dugan, who is really, he's just another stooge of Aquino's who's threatened, really, in my opinion. Someone that did that, like him, who's supposed to be this guru and Putin's Rasputin, he just gave Doug more. He pretty much solidified and made Doug's point that he finds Doug a threat, and he's going to do what he has to do now because, he's part of what orchestrated this with, the Russian Empire. And, Putin is just an empty sock puppet now. And, the pieces are aligning, JMO. And this is not a secret. I mean, we've all seen this since, back 10 years ago. And, it's interesting and it's exciting times, really, because we're really going to see even our country how we're a lot weaker than we actually believe as far as even our society. When I opened the show up by saying about Will Smith and the whole thing with the Oscars, people are still talking about that, and it's America. America, we don't care until the asteroid's about to hit us. Then we, then we panic and we say, "What's going on? Why were we warned?" Well, we have our head in the sand. We still think we're the strongest empire, and we're not. Literally, the world's changing before our eyes. Europe is changing. Europe is at a standstill right now. People are mobilizing. Germany's mobilizing, and the Empire of Japan is mobilizing. All these Axis powers are mobilizing, and I wouldn't be surprised if how we talked about a couple weeks ago, the Third Reich in exile is making moves as well. This is all. It's almost cyclical. It's almost like a pattern.
It's interesting that you bring up the Third Reich in exile, because I was reading an article where they were talking about how all these weird red lights are popping up around the world, and people don't know if they're flares or what they are, and I'm thinking, well, we're hot in a world war. Of course, we're going to see the Third Reich in exile. As to what role they're going to play in this, I don't know. But I should think that if they do get involved, if they choose to get involved, things would turn out for the better.
Well, JMO, it's interesting you say that. They're going to have to, because technically, they are the de facto government of Germany. Remember, they were an elected co-alliance government. They were a government that was elected. They never, this wasn't a dictatorship when it comes to Third Reich. So they technically are the de facto government. They're the government in exile. So
yes.
There's a lot of variables involved where, when Aquino died, it's like how you said it. The guy pulled the dead man switch and pretty much said, "Well, Doug, I can't really stop you. So if you're going to want World War II, I'm going to give you a War II. You won pretty much, as far as it's still continuing. This is all still a continuation of World War II. It's just, it was pretty much a 80-year break, Yeah. And now we see these powers moving around, and the pieces are aligned again. It's like it's pretty much everybody took a break. It's like a halftime show.
Yeah.
And you even see it in astrological. I have some of my friends that were telling me that there's a lot of changes going on in astrological. Now, I'm not very familiar with that. Can you maybe talk about that? As far as, does this ever coincide with anything astrological in your in your paradigm?
It does. Astrology is very important. What the alignments of planets do is they not only influence, do they influence people on a unconscious level, but they also influence things on a macrocosmic scale as far as world events, such as,
Right.
If something's in a certain house where communication is blocked, for example, you're going to see there's going to be problems with people miscommunicating all over the place and whatnot, So these things do have a very real effect. And there's a reason why people who are really, really elite and people who are really upper class rely on astrology.
Right.
What they like to do is to keep that knowledge from being accepted by the mainstream, they put, they have people, they pay people to put out these channels where they debunk it and they, make it look like it's just all hoopla and bullshit. When in fact, the higher up the echelon and food chain you go, the more people are relying on this stuff.
And it's very interesting you say that, because even, in my world, when it came, people that are around me that are quote unquote conservatives, they talk about Ronald Reagan, and I have to remind them, Ronald Reagan had his own psychic.
Yeah.
The family had their own psychic. So, all these things, whether you believe it or not, there is some element of people want to stay ahead of the game. And,
yes.
It's just very interesting that all this stuff is happening, but at the same time, Alan, someone like Dugan, all of a sudden popping up on some show, it's not coincidence. It's just the fact that he's feeling the heat.
Yes,
people feel the heat. People feel exposed. They're gonna have to, because I'm getting exposed, and I don't want to be exposed, so I have to acknowledge. So this just solidifies everything, and to me, it's a compliment to the impact Doug has. Doug's voice reaches. It's just. People, we think we're at times. I think, man, Doug is suppressed, but really he's not. The people that need to know are listening. Dugan is probably listening right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Putin listens to this. Definitely Xi Jinping. And
I know for a fact Dugan's listening, and
absolutely,
Dugan is, after all, a chaos magician. So it's auspicious for him to listen. If you have your opposition, you're going to want to know what they're doing. So of course he's listening.
It would be. I think it would be I guess at least comforting to know that the people that listen to Alexander Dugin here in America, especially through Alex Jones, since before Trump ran for president. This crowd is not even 1/3 of the American population. They are a vocal minority that's shrinking. They're fighting to stay relevant.
Yes, and I also see Trump slipping from relevance now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's his biggest nightmare right there. That's worse than death, is to be irrelevant, including Vladimir Putin. If he feels that he's irrelevant to the world, that's the end to him.
By the way, JMO and Daniel, now that I have you guys here, something very interesting has been going on the last couple of nights where I live at.
Do tell.
There is this homeless lady right across from me that has posted up the last 3 nights. Okay. And I live near a school, okay, elementary school. And she's just been standing there, almost like staring at my place. Okay.
That's really suspect. Have you talked to Douglas about this?
No, but it's because there are homeless people, but then there's this power box next to my place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like she created an altar, because it has a bunch of stickers, numbers. It's a bunch of like numbers, sparkly numbers that she slapped on this power box, okay? And she hangs her clothes there, and then she hangs a bunch of crap on top of there. But when I woke up this morning to, check on my car and take some stuff out, it almost looked like an altar.
Yeah, you need to be careful, man. That sounds like, oh gosh, it sounds like you're having a run-in with Rose Dio. Holy shit. Oh my God.
I think the first question I would ask to myself is, okay, what the hell do I have that this person wants from me?
Well, my girl does cook good. I'm not gonna front. She does. Maybe she's hungry. Maybe she smells her cooking, but I mean, my girl can cook her ass off, but it's not. I mean, look, and because when you're associated with Doug and you're associated with pretty much the truth, it's truth. It is what it is. I'm not. And there's the one thing I always have to remind myself that when you're a threat, when someone's a threat, they're gonna use intimidation. Okay, but it's not always intimidation. It's just unusualness. In other words, you know what I mean? And it's really, and like last night, she was just standing there. I got back from work and she was standing there. This is elementary school, okay? So she's posted up, in a makeshift tent next on the elementary property, okay? And it's and there's pines in front of the elementary school. I mean, I'm in South Central, okay? So this is like these pine trees stick out like a sore thumb, okay?
Yeah.
So it's not that I'm not scared or anything. It's just this is odd because this is a lady, and it is what it is. But I kind of wanted to approach her like, hey, do you need a blanket? But I'm like, nah.
Don't.
I'm going to.
I can assure you that person is someone who can hold their own.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They probably won't stay there for long.
No,
They're kind of nomadic.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where, look, it comes to territory. That's one of the things I've understood, that it comes with the territory. I've had money stolen from me. Not that I'm blaming anything. It's part of it. Whether it's coincidence or not, I can care less. What I'm trying to say is, all this stuff, it verifies, what Doug's talking about. Where,
yeah.
Unfortunately, this is part of trying to be unplugged. And when I go back to the math narrative, when you trying to get unplugged and you're trying to get things from someone that pretty much is teacher, as far as what's going on in geopolitics, which really connects here, you're gonna get adversaries. Whether it's intimidation or, or just someone there just to try to, just because the lady looked like she was just staring. It's like she was staring at me, but she wasn't.
I just give her something to drink.
Yeah, and I did too, but I'm like, you know what, lady.
Honestly, I wouldn't approach. I'm someone who takes territory very seriously, and my gang stalkers know it. If they get too close, I will turn around and face them, and I will make them as uncomfortable as they're trying to make me.
Right, and the thing about, go ahead.
You don't let them get too close, because you never know if that person's gonna try to poison you with something.
Well,
I'll just send some. I'll just send some kids over, bring us some beer.
No, and the interesting about it is, where I live at, it is very urban, quote unquote, and this lady, it seems very peculiar that she's placed right there, right in front of my place, and it's one of those things where, I mean, they're homeless, and I'm not trying to.
Here's the thing, Sammy. They're not homeless. They're on a security detail.
Right.
That's not homelessness. It's the detail. The detail requires her to give off the image of homelessness. But this is the reason why I'm telling you, that person is more than capable of holding their own. Okay. There's someone who the NSA has placed to keep an eye on you.
Right.
This is the same thing that they do to me. Except with me, they don't use homeless ladies. They use these these overly tall, overly macho, hoodlum black dudes who are supposed to intimidate me, and I don't let them get close to me.
Interesting enough, she appeared in my place about, I believe, on Sunday night, maybe Monday morning, and it rained. Okay, there was a big storm here in LA, and she was out in the rain, camped out. And I went out and I saw her. I'm like, oh, well, maybe she'll go away. Well, she's been there since probably maybe Sunday night, Monday morning, interestingly enough. I'm not scared, but I'm aware. And it is what it is. But, I always make sure everything's locked in my place and I'm secure. But, nothing's by coincidence. Nothing's by coincidence.
You'll see, I'm someone who can admit I like to be scared. I let myself be afraid of people. This way I get to see what they're really about rather than letting them in.
Right.
I get to keep them at a distance, and when they're at a distance from me, I can predict them.
Try applying that here when it comes to approaching women. That's scary.
Well, the thing is, with approaching women, I am distant. I'm the same way. That's why I don't have a woman, because I won't let anyone get close to me.
Right. Anyways, what I'm trying to tell you, JMO, is no, you're right in the sense that I wouldn't be surprised if she's a controlled asset, because they haven't kicked her off the premise of that school, and these are kids, and this is elementary school.
Yeah,
so it's very interesting that she's camped out outside the school, and LAPD hasn't done anything. Nobody, the city hasn't came, nothing. So I'm like, it's not, and not, and maybe I'm giving LAPD too much credit, because they probably would, Billy club me to death, but
I've just got back in time for that.
Yeah. But I was telling them, Doug, that I have this homeless woman camped out right in front of where I live at.
Oh God!
And when I woke up, there's this like power box near my place.
Yeah.
And she stuck a bunch of stickers, like number stickers, like sparkly stickers. But it looks like an altar. It kind of looks like an altar, like an altar, like an altar, like como un altar, like altar.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is homeless woman. I'm not scared of homeless people, but she's been there since maybe Sunday night when it rained here in LA.
God. So it's borderline occult. It's almost like she is claiming the territory in an occult sense.
That's exactly what I was telling him. I was telling him that
it's an energy box.
I was telling him that she's a agent. She's not a homeless person.
Okay.
She's someone who's on a security detail.
Right.
Which further is driven home by the fact that the school hasn't done anything to get her off the premises.
Right.
A homeless woman on the premises of a school. That's National Security Agency.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, she is, as opposed to she's an asset thereof, as opposed to
she's an asset.
Whereas theoretically, it's almost the territory of the FBI that you have a homeless person in front of a school, and they could be, anyone plotting to do harm to the children in some way. That's almost FBI territory right there.
Well, Doug, it's interesting because it rained. It was a rainstorm, and I saw her there. I mean, I didn't really think much of it. But she's been there since Sunday night, and I didn't notice her because it was a rainstorm.
Right.
Or maybe Monday morning.
Right.
So, in back of my head, I'm like, anytime soon, okay? It is what it is. It comes with me, with me being associated with you. It's not a secret. I mean, it's anytime soon. It's part of why people, are very leery to work with you. And it's not you. It's just your name rings out.
Oh, yeah.
It is what it is. So, I keep my distance. But when I saw the power box, I'm like, this is kind of, this is not normal.
Ominous. It's ominous.
Yes, because I mean, what kind of homeless person does that? Homeless people either want to get some booze, or or I mean, what I mean? It's too artsy for me too.
Maybe that's how she prays.
Well, she's terrorizing. This is a form of terrorism. So the best thing I can recommend is that first I would honestly,
I would just put a hex on her and make her go away, make her get hit by a car.
If you ask me, that's more work than it's worth. Basically, that's Jameson Reese.
Well, actually, it's quite fun doing that.
That's what I was about to say. That's Jameson Reese enjoying himself. I'm not quite sure that's particularly practical, but it might work. Obviously, this is a woman who's dabbling in the occult herself. She may be prepared for this sort of attack. But what I do recommend is that, honestly, what I would do is I would have somebody, different friends along yourself, contact the FBI with your concerns and tell them that you're
Okay.
afraid that person may be planning something because they are essentially doing weird things in front of the school. And I've tried to contact the school staff about it, and I'm not quite sure what's going on, but no action seems to be taken. This is what I would do. I would also just, what time it took, have people just go through the motions and contact the LAPD as well.
We'll do.
Yeah.
We'll do.
Yeah.
And it's just because I saw the power box, Doug, and it's like, who slaps a bunch of numbers on the power box? Yeah. And these are sparkly numbers. This is not like, like she took the time to put these stickers on there, and I'm like, Yeah. And then she would put her clothes on top. Yeah. And it's just, to me, it's more of this. Okay, it's more of it's just what I noticed, okay? Yeah. And, I'm just trying to put the word out, and I'm aware that it just comes to territory. It does. It's part of when you're trying to be unplugged and you're trying to, think for yourself and think outside the box. It's just, well, it
goes beyond that. When you're affiliated with Douglas Dietrich, this starts to happen. I mean, everybody who's affiliated with me knows that. The only people who don't complain about this sort of thing, somebody like Derek Talley, for instance, or, somebody like Pavel Edward, then everybody notices, well, why aren't they complaining about this sort of thing? Well, because they're part of the problem, of course, which is what we pointed out.
Or, I could also add, how about someone else who lives on the same side of the street as yourself, and they're looking at this homeless bum, and they're thinking it's somebody who's with the cops because they're selling dope from their house, Well, there's a lot of those guys that act like that.
Yeah,
and I didn't get it. I didn't see her ethnicity, Doug, because she looks dirty. I'm not gonna front. She looks dirty, so I don't know if she's what ethnicity she is, but. What I noticed about her is last night she was just staring at me, like not staring at me, but staring at me like blankly.
Got it.
So it's one of those things where, it's part of something I noticed, and I'll see what I can do as far as talk to the neighborhood and.
Well, trying to get this, I don't know if talking to the neighborhood is if you have the ability to do that, that's fine. I'm impressed because most of the time. None of us know who our neighbors are. I mean, we don't even know our neighbors, so if your case is different, I'm impressed. That's you have more of a community outreach than most people do in an urban situation. And most of the time we're left with, like, for instance, when something happens in front of my home, like, it's, God knows, I don't even really get along with most of my neighbors. It's just one of those things where, in all truth, I mean, I wouldn't say that I hate them or something like that. God knows my neighbor situation's all right, but I probably could talk to them, but it's like one of these things where, that's not common though. It's mostly urban situations. Our neighbors are strangers. But definitely, I think that the police should do it, because the homeless people come in front of my home all the time because, as I said, a lot of it's just organic. My landlady's very cheap and she doesn't pay for a gate, and so we're one of the few San Francisco residences that doesn't have a gate, and as a result, people come and sit on the stairs. So that's almost organic. But in your situation, it's obviously something that's not. By the way, I do notice a lot of noise in the background. Oh, you're working while you're talking to us, right? That's you, right?
Yes. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah. I have you on headset. No, Doug. Maybe I'll direct. I'll give you an update. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll direct message you an update.
Absolutely.
But one of the things with the angle I'm going to use with my neighbors is my current situation that's changed, and there's a lot of people that I know that are my neighbors that are in the same situation as me. So I'm probably use that angle or I'm gonna have to I'll probably talk to the school, because that's one thing about it that's very interesting, that the school administration hasn't done anything, and which kind of makes me more alarmed, because I mean, she's on school property.
Yeah, so, it's disturbing as hell. I mean, this is not, I mean, oh my God. I mean, one time when Beaver and I were just driving someplace. I don't remember where our destination was. Probably shopping, because at that point we were both participating in care provision for my parents. And we passed by some school that had a couple of homeless guys had put their tents in front of it. So there was the school, there's the fence, and there's two homeless guys, right in front of it with taking up the entire sidewalk. So you actually had to step off the sidewalk to get past their tents. And he was saying, God damn, if I were the school, I'd be on that, immediately. Yeah. But it's there's a tolerance for some reason that people, maybe they're trying to appear as if they're not, heartless or something, but it's all bullshit. I mean, it's not, homeless people know there are places where they simply should not be.
Yes, exactly. And the fact is she's camped out under these two pine trees. I mean, I live in South Central, so these two pine trees, they stick out like a sore thumb, okay? Yeah. So she's under these two pine trees, and it's cold as hell. I mean, LA is the type where it rains, we all panic. So, and after that, you get that chill. But she's been out there, and what I didn't like last night, what was annoying was I got out of my car, and I'm not scared. I even looked at her like, okay. She was just blankly staring, and I'm not a confrontational person, but I take my security measures. I make sure everything's locked. I grab my baseball bat just in case, because, I do understand that, it's not really them. It's the intimidation factor. Almost like when you talked about sometimes, the NSA or government agencies just want to intimidate you.
That's right.
To see how you act.
Yeah, they call it putting on the frighteners. Go on. Yeah. Right.
And the thing about it is, I live in a city where, unfortunately, right now law enforcement is it's not very liked right now in my city. Right. I don't think ever, but especially right now, what's going on with politics. Yeah. So they're even kind of not caring. This is why the crime rate's so up, because we have a sheriff that is pretty much a right winger. Sheriff Villanueva, who was elected, but he's always on Fox News. He doesn't like any progressives. He thinks
that's not a good sign that he's always on Fox News. And what was it? You said he also doesn't like wrestlers or something? What did you say?
No, progressives. Oh, progressives. He doesn't like nothing. He doesn't. God. He thinks the woke media and all this. All this stupid. By the way, he's ex-military, so I mean,
of course. And you notice that he's reactionary, right wing, and of course he's going to be crusading on law and order, and yet the law and order disintegrates under his watch. You notice there's a pattern here.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's. I mean, Doug. Sometimes I shake my head like, damn, why can't Doug be wrong sometimes? But no. So that kind of shows you, Doug, like as much Coke, as much Coca-Cola you drink, you're not drunk. You're not wrong. It's. I mean, come on. But what I mean is, this is what I have to go against. But it's really certifying me that I'm on the right side. Okay. Yes. I'm not scared, but. At the same time, if you were full of shit, I wouldn't have this type of situation. And it's really not. It's all it is just a situation that I just have to act accordingly and just let the system handle itself. Because one of the things that I realized, even with law enforcement, is law enforcement doesn't want to do work. No, they don't really want to solve problems. They want to suck down donuts and do as much as possible. And it's true, especially with LAPD or the sheriff.
And cheat on their wives too.
There you go. Absolutely. So it's one of those things where I'm just gonna go to the proper channels, and that's it. It's just, hopefully this lady leaves, because it's more of a nuisance. Okay, it's more of a nuisance. 'Cause I gotta take out my trash, and she's across the street, and she's there. She doesn't tell me anything. She's pretty much talking to herself. Yeah. And at least from what I pretend, but it's almost like, well, let me be here and just be here just as a nuisance, as annoyance. It's almost like a fly. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's definitely this is harassment, and it's
that's Rose deal.
Yeah. It's you know, by the way, what he says is not far from the truth. That you know,
and I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
When I was homeless, I didn't sleep where the homeless colonies sleep at. There was always places for me to crash at, but I still cohorted and associated with them. I became allies with them because if it's the one thing that makes up for what they don't have, they are very valuable when it comes to information on the street.
Right.
News travels fast among them, like as if they were like one whole root system of one big tree. I don't know how they do it, but they do it so talented. As bad as they want money for drugs, they're really quick about doing something about it, and they end up getting it. You know,
well,
it's
interesting.
It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, interesting enough, this lady is almost what I found it very interesting is it looks like she was doing arts and crafts, quote unquote. And I don't want to use crafts as a pun, like witchcraft, but what find it weird is if you have the time to do this artistic stuff that I perceive, and maybe I'll take a picture of it and send it to you, Doug. It's like, yeah, you're not a normal. At least I don't know homeless people, but most homeless people that I know either want to get drunk, ask for money, and go about their business. It is what it is. But
we'll give her some water.
Yeah, maybe maybe
I wouldn't interact with her
or anything.
I wouldn't interact. Yeah, I wouldn't interact with her at all. I mean, basically, I'm kind of how would I say this, Daniel? I certainly appreciate Daniel bringing up what he did. At the same time, it really does nothing with this situation to help. In other words, what Daniel Arola is relating is something that is valid because, of course, the fact that we have this huge homeless community all over America is its own field of study, and so what he's brought up fits into an anthropological perspective, and obviously we want to be humane. You want to humanize the homeless people. I mean, look, here's our friend Daniel Arola. He was homeless. He's got his bona fides, and he can stand there and say that, I came from that background, and here's what's going on in that background. Okay, but Daniel, I think you understand that has nothing to do with this. This is gang stalking. So gang stalking.
This is flat.
Well, I meant to add to what I was initially opening up with.
Okay.
I wanted to lead to saying. Through the years of learning all about gang stalking, from you, especially through through all the videos I've edited about Steve Outrim, Richard Cole, and all these other losers. I thoroughly listened to these, tapes over and over again because I found that I related to it easy out of personal experience. Me being a former man whore, male stripper, I've had my share of female stalkers.
Yeah,
and to this day, there's nothing more frightening and terrifying than them.
Yeah,
that makes me take this gang stalker thing a little bit easier. An easier perspective to where I can see the whole bigger picture about them. With what I've learned through the terror, of having female stalkers.
I appreciate that.
Those bitches are no joke.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I definitely appreciate that. And certainly when it comes to this situation, I would just, the first thing to do is just try and contact the police. And if they are not responsive, I would go with the FBI route. Honestly, it's almost like, in the past, I tried working sanely and reasonably through the graduated escalation of response. But in a sense, after a while, you wonder why you bother. You might just go straight for the FBI and shit. And then if they say if you've tried contacting the police, you can say, yeah.
Well, the interesting thing about it is we talked on Saturday night. We had a pretty good lengthy conversation. I relayed some stuff to you, and it's not a coincidence, and that's what I thought. Like, nah.
I told you they were listening then. I said,
yeah, of course,
yeah,
of course, and I'm like,
this is their response. This is their response,
right?
Yeah,
right. And so go ahead.
And just so people understand, understand that these assets. This isn't like some dedicated agent who's trained and has been through some academy and then is doing this. Nobody does that. Okay, it's not like anybody who's in a position where they're trained as an asset and then they go through what they go through. They're never ever going to degrade themselves or debase themselves to where they're actually on the street like that. That's what they have, assets that go through mind control programs where they get totally fucked up and they're basically useless for employment. They're completely unemployable. And then they turn them loose on people like this. So what she's doing is kind of Blair Witch Project shit. When you're doing the little crafts, that's all Blair Witch Project shit. Where you got the little crafts and they're leaving little stick men and shit. And they're, all of this is a form of intimidation. And basically, it's also a form of racism in the sense that basically the agency that is intimidating you has decided, well, he's Latino. They're all scared of voodoo and shit. Yeah, and so this will put the scare on him, have the woman, in front of his home, doing all the voodoo shit. And, and of course it is intimidating to anyone, no matter what their culture is. But, understand that because you're from the Latin American background, that's what they went with first. So it was like, that's the go-to. And so the way you deal with it is just, deal with it by getting rid of her the way the white guy would, hey, I pay taxes, man, and just act as white as possible. Fuck. One of the things you might
use the white card.
Yeah.
I'm going to say my name is Sammy Runkansky.
Yeah.
Seriously. Maybe they'll listen to me. And, it's just, Doug, it's not a coincidence, okay?
No.
I kind of, I admire you a lot as far as just as a person, period, okay?
Thank you.
I'm not here to, if you would offend me, I would tell you. If you said something I don't understand, I would tell you. I'm not a yes man. It's just, the proof is there. And, with this whole Dugan stuff, it just solidifies, he kind of is he's solidifying your prominence. Your name rings out, your voice rings out.
Thank you. Yes.
With this, situation I have, it's just more confirmation, in other words.
Yes.
But
thank you.
It's just part of the game.
Yes. And of course, what I would say is just get your money's worth, and that's an entendre, by basically taking up time here on the show and burning some bandwidth and helping to make people cognizant of it. I mean, that's, in other words, if you're going to do the time, be guilty of the crime. So
right.
And
right.
Thank you. Yeah. And in terms of that, by all means, if there's anything else to share with us, go ahead. Or what I can do is, by the way, what happened to Jim? Did Jim, did he drop off the edge of the earth, or is he with us?
Yeah, I think, yeah. He said he was getting tired, so I think he had to go to
God,
bed.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, he is. Oh, geez. Oh,
Because he's got a lot of things he's going through right now with paperwork and stuff like that. So.
Yeah. What do you remember some of what that shit is? I remember.
A lot of it has to do with the accident.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So he's got a lot of things he's got to get. He's also got things he's got to do with like Social Security and stuff like that.
I remember he shared some stuff with me in the private message box, but I guess I shouldn't read it unless I get his permission. I mean, he shared so much already. We all know his life was fucked. Yeah.
Wow.
It's like, but there you go. I mean, but
for a guy who's gone through a lot, though, he's incredibly centered. I gotta hand it to him.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's one of those things where he's kind of an example. I don't want to talk about this while he's not here. This is why I asked. I was going to start talking about while he was here, but since he's not here, I might save it for another time. But it's pretty irresistible. It's one of these things where basically it was this. He called up Jameson Reese, or they spoke. When you guys communicated, did you ever communicate verbally over Skype, or was this all through text exchanges? When the two of you were talking, and he was telling you about he was basically losing friends on Facebook because of me.
Oh, that was over Skype.
Okay, so you guys talked verbally. So he
Yes,
spoke
yes,
to
yes.
Jameson Reese about this, and basically what happened was that when I was tagging him, my tags were appearing on his page. And then he said, oh, I started losing friends. People were unfriending me. People were blocking me. And so when, Jameson reached out to me and said, oh, hey, Douglas, you better talk to him, so maybe he can talk about this when he's on air. I said, okay. And so the one day I had time to talk, and I spoke with Sammy Romero. I was speaking with a number of other people that day, and one of them was Jim Forsyth. So when I spoke to him briefly, basically, what he told me was, this is his words. He says, well, because basically what he was saying, from what I could understand, because I guess it's a bit of an awkward topic, but basically what he was saying was because of the way I look, people started calling him a pedophile. And I'm like, well, I don't look that young. And so then I guess he started insinuating, well, the Blood Boys. Yeah, those and I'm like, well, whatever. Okay. So they take a look at that and they get all turned on, and then they say, okay, then they blame you for it. But whatever. It was one of those things. So then when I went to his timeline, then there was nothing there. So I said, he had his stuff there, but none of mine. So I says, so you took all that down? And he says, yeah. And I'm like, this is what's kind of puzzling to me. And I take him at face value. I think, he's no Derek Talley. This is guy's.
Well,
really,
I spoke to him about it in person, and this is what I wanted to sort of relay to you was the fact that, he feels the electronic community he belongs to, they're literally the only people he has.
Okay.
So the thing is, he doesn't want to be ostracized.
Uh-huh.
And so I sort of sympathized, and I was like, all right, just as long as you run it by Douglas, I'm sure he'll understand.
Okay, I found out actually by accident when I went over to his timeline just casually and looked that he took all that down. But, there is something here that one does need to confront. It's like with all the shit he's been through, that shouldn't matter. You see, I give him something.
Well,
by the way, I'm not saying he should have me up there and then get all this hostility towards him. It's one of those things where it's kind of like that and it kind of isn't, though. It's kind of like,
you got a good point because,
First off, if he appears on my program and he's extending his electronic family in that sense, then he's really establishing a new family. Yeah. And it's like if he's afraid to show this family to the other family because of some kind of judgment, there's so many factors that go into making that really.
He's a closet fan.
Yeah, it's but what makes that?
Well, then just get rid of the other family and keep this family.
Yeah, I was about to say
because we're more functional.
Well, beyond that, we give him something the other family doesn't, which is exposure to the general public.
Yes.
So he gets to tell his story and he gets to bitch and gripe. The other family doesn't give him that. If anything, they come down on him for something they feel is different, which doesn't make any sense. What's kind of semi-offensive.
That always happens like that.
Thank you.
Like that. Yeah.
Thank you. But what I find semi-offensive is that, okay, well, I'll go on Dietrich's show and say how much I appreciate the family, but I'm not going to advertise for him. Because for all the number of people that are saying, oh, this is offensive, or I can't, I don't understand this, then the others will just take it as advertising and tune in or something. You see what I'm saying? So in other words, I want to appear on the show but not advertise for it. So it's just kind of...
okay. Saying? I can see why you're taking offense.
That's kind of exploitive, right? I mean, it's like...
because the thing is that you put a lot of... you put a lot of effort into those posts you make. Yeah. You put a tremendous amount of time into those posts.
In the sense of work, yeah, that's right. The photo sessions and everything.
And that's the reason why if I share anything in between, I usually post your stuff up twice.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can I add something?
Sure, yeah.
And I don't mean to show off, Daniel. The reason why I don't mind you posting, Doug, is because, a lot of people follow bullshit like, Chris Hannity and all these.
Yeah. Yeah.
These crackers and
Yeah.
you know all these idiots. Okay.
Yeah.
And the thing that you provide in your post, Doug, is you provide one history, and you provide art. Okay. You know, a lot of things I learned from you because of my background. I realized how ignorant my way of thinking was when it comes to homosexuality, when it comes to different cultures, and not being aware that a lot of this programming that unfortunately we don't have control of. If you're someone that really wants to get to know yourself and understand that some of it is programming. I'm not saying, you know, I don't like my background. It's just, it's not healthy for me because a lot of questions that I have don't add up to some of my upbringing. And anybody that sees your post, they're going to be curious because of who I am.
Right.
And they're going to be like, well, this, you know, you have your blood boys or you have your art. You know, why is Sammy into this Asian and this? Because they think it's either hentai or manga.
Yeah, right. In other words, their brain filters it automatically through a almost fantastical process where they take it as something
like Natura or Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, some kind of play acting.
Historical, okay?
So it's like that mystical Asian trope.
Yes.
Yes, because I mean, go ahead, Daniel.
It's because people reflexively pay more attention to what they look at as bad, and then they judge from there. You know, before they'll ever say anything or think about what's good about it.
What I don't like about the whole pedophile aspect. One, I don't ever bring that up. One, because that doesn't interest me. One of the things that hits me with Doug is Doug doesn't talk about pedophilia only if it actually fits what he's trying to talk about.
Only if it's relevant.
Right, it's relevant. He's not saying, well, I'm here for the children. What about the children? No, man. Doug's a party animal, okay? And he's a nerd too. And I don't mean to call you a nerd, Doug, but you know a lot of shit, okay? So in that case, you're a hybrid. You're a fucking party animal and you're a nerd, okay? Yes. But you know, you're a cool one because you know you get chicks. It is what it is. Yes. But what I'm trying to tell you is that it's I don't mind because I want them to know, well, who's this? Why is Sam, you know, has this up? You know, he's a Christian, you know, and I want them to because there's another piece of truth that you need to know. And if it scares you, I hope it does.
Yes, thank you.
Because it's the asteroid coming your way.
Yes. It's an opportunity for education on your part. It's basically
right. That's kind of how I see it. And if anyone I bump into practices the occult, well, that's the thing. Usually people practice the occult. You know, there's some who have stayed with me for a long time, and there's some who just come and go. But I figure, you know, listen to this guy. You'll learn a lot. You know, and it's a challenge because if someone, it's a challenge to them, and I like challenging people. Because if someone says
bad, make it cool.
Because if someone says, "Why do you have this guy?" then I know that person don't belong on my friends list.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And so what I was saying about, you know, and I hope to talk to him about this on air gently, a kind of gentle kind of ambush in a sense. But it's like one of those things where the other question would be, with everything that he's been through, you'd think, why would that even matter? Honestly, with everything that he's been through,
that's a very good point. Because I mean, when you've had your brain opened up, I don't think it could get any worse than that.
Well, I mean, beyond even that, because that's almost just a medical experience rather than that, which is horrific enough. Rather, the far more horrific thing is he comes home and his mom's like body slamming him and shit, and basically bitch slapping him and saying, "Hey, pay me for every meal, punk, and pay your rent too." Yeah, I think that's a lot more. Yeah, I mean, with all that shit he's been through and his family trying to institutionalize him as insane and all that stuff.
That's horrific.
At that point, you would think, okay, so, oh God, I got some pictures up on my timeline. People are giving me shit. You know, I mean, at that point, you think,
yeah, I could hear him say, "Man, I'm too old to hear any more shit from them."
well, at that point, you should be able to say, you know what? With everything I've dealt with, either take it or leave. You know, it's that simple. This is the show I'm on. In other words, because he's on the show, then he could say, if you want to understand what's going on, then listen, right? You know, otherwise.
This kind of hits home to me too. You know, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's what kind of I had to do it too. I had to do, in a sense that you got to be your own person, okay? And you know, unfortunately, you got to ruffle feathers. And family is family. Family is, unfortunately, it's about the bullshit, okay? Because you can't get rid of them.
Yeah.
At least in my case, I love my family. My family's not dysfunctional, but are they crazy? To a certain extent, at least some of my sisters. You know, I already told you guys. You guys want 3 sisters? You know, you know, you guys want more family? You know, I have plenty, and I love them. But
there's always going to be that. There's always going to be that one in the family that's going to be kind of weird and twisted, and we're all that person right there listening to Douglas Dietrich.
Yep.
Yes, the black sheep. Yes, the black sheep of the family. Right. Yes.
No, I mean, my twin listens to you. You know, Isaac listens to you. You know, he's very busy right now. But what I mean is you have to be your own person, pretty much. So go ahead, Doug. Yeah.
No, definitely. And of course, obviously, as twins, you both share more than you can describe. It's just you both resonate almost. Right. I don't know how both of you identify, whether or not you both feel that you are that resonant, but definitely you seem to display enough resonance where that's no surprise. And like I said before, honestly, with both of you being essentially born last and with 7 sisters in line in front of you, it's just, like I said, it's really a miracle both those guys, Sammy and Isaac, didn't grow up to be gay. And, you know, and it's what their father expressed some worry about, apparently, because...
No, he did, because, you know, I have an older brother, but he was gone, you know, he left. And, you know, I love women. Women are beautiful, but, you know, I can understand that. But my thing is, I've learned one thing when it comes to my sisters. I can be right or I can be happy. Okay? Yeah. And I have to bullshit them. It is what it is. I have to just, okay, nod my head, you know, I love you too, sis. And don't get me wrong, not all of them. But there's a couple that, you know, there's the engine's running, but there's nobody behind the wheel, you know, just like, you know, like the movie Ace Ventura, you know?
Yes.
Yes. And
got it. Yeah.
And you know, I love them, but I have to put up these walls because they'll get in my shit. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
If the pitch is high, and the Spanish is on full speed, and she has one smaller eye than the other, you better run.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, in terms of, so that was my frustration, and hopefully when Jim is on with us next time, we'll speak some more about it. But like I said, as gently as possible. But it's one of those things where the way I would present it to him is simply that I'm actually surprised that would even bother him. You know, this sort of thing at his stage in life. For one thing, you know, to be realistic about it, and I would say this to his face, you know, if everything that happened to him did the kind of damage that we know it's done, theoretically, his lifespan is probably cut short by about 10 to 20 years. So it's not like he's going to be here all that much longer, maybe another 10 or 20 years. Maybe he'll surprise us all and go beyond that. But statistically, mind you, with all the stresses his body has undergone, it's not like he has that much longer to be here. He really shouldn't give a shit about anything like, oh God, these people saw pictures on my timeline. You see what I'm saying? That is what's bizarre.
You know, this brings to mind the Peter Moon, well, no offense, Peter Moon's followers who are just like, why does the guy you represent post weird pictures? It's like, okay.
But you notice he still allows it on his timeline. Did you know? There's the difference. See,
Yeah.
They're big on his timeline. It's not only that they're displayed. Somehow his timeline is the only one that when I put up the bifurcated pictures, it will display both individually as well as the entire post. So his timeline actually kind of goes out of its way to display it. So in all fairness,
Yeah.
and he does confront it by, we approach it on the show and educate people, and it's somewhat irritating.
Oh yeah, he's done a good job confronting it, to his credit, and it's just like, I guess my thing is I just challenge him on the fitting in thing, because I'm someone who never did fit in, even when I tried. So it would be like, so I'm at the stage now where it's like, fuck it, just do my own thing.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and obviously, certainly, Daniel Arola never worried about what anyone thought, and that was like to his credit, and it worked out well for him.
It was, you could say, I don't claim ninjutsu, but it was basically that. Yeah. Growing up here in America, I've had to adapt to things like, I hate cigarettes, but I had them on me just so I can get some white friends, for a time back in the 80s, just so I can fit in a scene somewhere.
It's just like being in fucking prison. Oh my God, you had the cigarettes because it's like prison currency. That's prison currency.
Now, well, see, growing up in the Philippines, in the province, there's a thick layer of prison mentality. We, us boys, we talked about making weapons out of anything. Yeah. And we talked about it, or we showed it, or we did it during shop class, or whatever. But a lot of it had to do with the kind of violence that could happen, or we could do on someone, or how we could team up and jump people, shit like that. Right. It was total prison mentality. And then, when they talk about it here, it's like, yeah, I've seen this story before, Yeah.
No, I understand completely. And so actually, I'm rather amazed that Sammy and Isaac just didn't somehow wind up getting involved with, talking to the street scene people, like planning any gang. Your family must have raised you right. I guess it was all that evangelical.
No, well, we moved to the middle of nowhere, Doug. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. We moved to the middle of nowhere. Okay. Pretty much what was in front of us was a bunch of orange groves. Okay.
Wow.
Hello?
Yeah, got you. We hear you.
And okay. Yeah. It was a bunch of orange groves. And this is where I told you about what I believe my dad encountered was that with Dago. So it was a bit on the middle of nowhere. So we pretty much lived in Red, California. Yeah. So what I moved to Los Angeles when I was a young adult, quote unquote. So the gang life never draw me, but I have family in it. I have a cousin in San Quentin, and the element's there, but it's not part of my life. It's just, unfortunately, I'm blessed that, we were sheltered. We were sheltered to very much degree, but like I told you, I can relay this maybe a little bit of our conversation. Yeah. We were almost kidnapped. Yeah, that's true. Back in '89. Back in '89, and my sister ended up stopping that kidnap. We were a bunch of we were toddlers. Right. So, we could have been with some of those victims that you talk about.
Absolutely.
And this is where people don't pay attention to you as far as that, how much history you relate to human trafficking, where you got the lowdown on it, and you got the stuff that people don't want to listen to because it affects our everyday life. It affects our foundation, what we live, what we're quote unquote proud of. So, we're very blessed that we're sheltered. We're sheltered from a lot of, the urban life. And I'm glad I got introduced to it when I was an adult, because I would have gotten in a lot of trouble. Yeah. I would have gotten in a lot of trouble. I love girls. I think that would probably be one of my biggest weaknesses, because when I lived where I lived at, I'll put it this way. My graduating class back in 2005, I know I'm old, at least in my world. We're 80 kids, okay? We were 80 kids in my graduating class, okay?
Right.
So we were very small. So the person that I took to prom, pretty much someone new, okay? If it's not my neighbor, it's someone's cousin. It's pretty much in that microcosm, okay? So, you know, I lived a very simple life, okay? I couldn't party at all. So I either went to church, played sports, which, you know, I wasn't really good at, but, you know, I got out of the house.
Right.
Or, you know, be a teenage father. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, there's not a lot to do in Red California. So,
Right.
you know.
I'm so sorry you grew up in that horrible environment, man. My God, I almost wish you'd grown up in inner Los Angeles or something.
No, Doug, I would have gotten in a lot of trouble because there's a lot more ladies here, and you know, it's you know, with me when it came to exposure to girls, I was like, when I got exposed to, you know, women, different nationalities, it's like, oh my God. You know,
I love Houston.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about, Daniel. It's just when you're young. I'm sure you too, Doug. You traveled the world. It is what it is. But we're all men here. It's one of those things where if you don't know as far as your limits when it comes to women or, you know, some type of self-control, you go crazy. Yeah. And me as a young man, it's just I know what I like, and it's not very good combination when it comes to, you know, you're boosted up on our hormones. Your hormones are raging. I don't know if I don't think I would be able to control myself. Right. And I'm not saying, you know, go on the rage. You know what it is. You know what it is. It's so you know, it's one of those things where I'm glad certain things I'm getting exposed to where to somewhat I can actually, you know, try to understand. And you know, even with my background, you know, it's not a coincidence. It's not a mistake. So, you know, for that, I think there's some divine intervention when it comes to learning the stuff because, you know, some of the stuff we talk about, it's deep. And, you know, it's if you're not ready for it, then, yeah, this is why people, quote unquote, are put off by you. And it's not. It's just, it's their own not willingness to mature. Or, you know, when it comes to the pedophile stuff, that's not a good sign.
Yes,
because that's not the first thing I think of when it comes to you. In fact, that's not even close.
Thank you.
You know, so, you know, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things where it exposes quite a bit about somebody when that's the first thing that comes out of their mouth. One
more thing, by the way.
Yeah. Please.
Guess who showed up as my friend? As my friend on Facebook as a recommendation.
Oh my God! Yeah, Christine Joanna Hart.
No, worse, far worse.
Oh my God!
And probably more lame. I'm talking lame. At least Christine Joanna Hart was somewhat attractive.
Yes.
For a white girl, you know.
Yeah.
That Daryl Haramoto guy.
Oh God. Okay?
Oh. Do you know when I clicked on him? I'm like, what is this retard? What is he up to?
Yeah.
You know what he has?
I give up. I can't even imagine.
It's the same pedo stuff. We got to stop the deep state pedo agenda.
Well, that says it.
And I'm
all.
like,
that
like,
says
like,
it all.
And I'm like, you were, you know, 5-6 years ago when you were trying this, you know, all this stuff on transmission with Doug, and Doug pretty much dissected you apart.
Yeah. People
don't change, Doug, especially people from that, you know, from that path. It's like you're outdated, okay? Yeah. You're outdated, one, because you're still spewing the same bullshit, and we all know your background.
Yeah.
We all know the fact that, you know, was he like a sex ed teacher or something like that?
That's right. He was his pride was that he had convinced students to give up law and various other careers to become porno actors. That's his claim to fame. Right.
And that's the dumb thing about
that. I got a line for that.
Yeah.
Daryl Haramoto is a homo chameleon. You come and go.
The interesting
go on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The interesting about it, Doug, is a lot of the adult entertainment actresses, they're really smart.
Yes.
A lot of them are very educated.
That's right.
And so that's very stupid. Like, you know, it's one of those things where you could tell someone doesn't know the industry. And and maybe I'm telling on myself, but you know, it is what it is. I'm a guy. There's a lot of Christians out there that, you know, it is what it is. You know, porn is porn, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you could tell you're lame because the fact that you're not even a fan. You're just somebody that's very misinformed about even that scene, because it's like, dude, you're very outdated. So when I looked at him, I'm like, why does this person even show up? You know, but anyways, yeah, I blocked them and deleted them out of my suggestions. You know? Not that it matters.
One thing you could have done, you know, actually, I'm glad you didn't, because, you know, it's beneath you. But, you know, something I would have done potentially in your place would have been to, you know, shit all over his timeline first and then block him. That's
Doug, I mean, the fact that, and to me, you let him off easy, because you really pretty much could have incinerated him.
Yes.
The fact that you got on Alex Jones and you got all this quote unquote, you know, hype about you, and it's for what? For nothing. All for nothing. And it's like, it's almost like you were a puppet, okay?
Yeah.
Because you're pretty much a loser.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one thing that I like about you, Doug, is you're very original. Your originality, you're not gonna find another one like you. You know, Dario Hamamoto is no different than Michio Kaku or all these other, you know, people that shit.
I still find it rivetingly funny every time I think about Hamamoto as a professor in Asian sex studies. You know, it's comical in its own.
Oh yeah,
Daniel. Go on. Daniel, you probably have more educational insight than probably he does. Okay,
absolutely.
When it comes to that department, you know, so it's you know, it's stupid.
Yeah,
go ahead, Doug.
It's beyond preposterous, and of course, as we brought up before, that man has an extremely questionable past. He's been blocked from the campus he used to teach on, and when I had Amanda Yude on to discuss that, we were pointing out the fact that it almost takes, like, you have to be like a serial rapist who's been convicted for multiple crimes before you get blocked from campuses. Yeah, but
I didn't know it was that bad.
Oh yeah.
He reeks of toxic incel.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He's disgusting, and so yeah, it was that bad. And so when it came to that, it's one of those things that again, he's just disgusting. And like you said, he's trapped anyway. Now he's stuck in that warp. Yeah, he's Q-trapped. He's stuck in that that sappy, sticky fly trap, that syrup of shit. But definitely, I'm glad that you brought that up. What was the thing that brought to mind, by the way, in terms of other things to kind of discuss and educate people about? A quick trip into our live stream, of course, just to make sure. Yes, and I do want to remind everyone, do hit the upvote, simply because we get struck by the bots. I forgot all about that today in terms of bringing that up, but we get struck by the bots every time we start transmission. The only way to, and these bots get filtered away by YouTube, to be sure. So all the downvotes, however, are hitting in the beginning to prevent us from appearing on searches. So in order for us to appear on searches, you need to balance it out, because YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate. That's what gets us on the searches. So you need to just go to every IP address port you've got, a tablet, a laptop, PC, whatever you've got that has a different IP address, and put an upvote in. And that's what helps us appear on searches and therefore spread the word. And we need to do that because obviously you could see by the chat room, we were under attack earlier quite intensively. And this had to do with trolls that really haven't had that experience before, with actual people coming in like that in a long time, that intensively. So the first thing that comes to my mind is the last time something similar happened was when Lena Shea made certain she got it on the internet. We were going to talk about quote unquote Lilith, without disambiguating that from Aquino's wife of that name, or that adopted name. And then that, of course, triggered Lilith Aquino, who then got Nicole Froelich to file a false report that literally had us, literally that I was eating babies on transmission, and displaying it on video, and that got us knocked off immediately. And then I was pretty much within 2 or 3 hours, though I did not know this until maybe about 5 or 6 hours later, because I didn't bother to look. No one expected that kind of response. I got reinstated after being permanently blocked from YouTube. I mean, like, you are permanently blocked from YouTube to being reinstated within hours. And this was on a Sunday night, which means that somebody in supervision had to get called on that because the claim was so outrageous. They had to get called because they had to see it immediately in order to confirm whether or not they were going to call the police to, like, literally go to my home. And seeing that it was nothing, then they reinstated me pretty much immediately. So this, of course, got her channel locked out. So they still left her channel up, but she could never add on new materials. So she had to send everybody to a totally new channel. That's Nicole Froelich. So all of this was done because of what was set up in terms of a panic by Lena Shea. So she was obviously orchestrating that. But when it comes to tonight, was kind of like it bordered on that. We had a bunch of people who were trying to establish by their making their own avatars racist names, then they could claim by my reading it out loud that I was stating racist things. And speaking of the terms that I always use in a academic manner, shall we say, then they were trying to take advantage of that to file reports, etc., and trying to insist that other people do that. This is like a professional level campaign. This is not something normal people do. Not even trolls don't usually have that kind of like acumen. So this is like at the level where the Russians are active in on this as an espionage group. In other words, literally their networks are involved here at this point. Whether it's KGB or FSB or any of the terms, or, you know, we don't know which department. It doesn't matter. And just so you know, of course, KGB is a historical department, quote unquote, but only in terms of name obsolescence. FSB is the heir to KGB, just so people know. And it's the same personnel in many cases who were older that mentored in the younger thugs of that agency. So all such being said, yeah, go ahead.
So basically, it's still the KGB, it just changed its name.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Important point. Yes. And so then Shaika in the chat room says, "Hi, Douglas. Much love from Frau Mara." So much love in return, Frau Mara. I'm trying to remember, was that the lady who was in New Zealand? I don't remember that lady's name. There was a German lady in New Zealand who used to be a friend of mine on Facebook. If that's the case, so glad that she's back with us. Whoever she is, you're welcome aboard. And by the way, thank you to Diane Hillis Buchberger, who says the Hispanic guy is hilarious. She loves you, Sammy. So there you go. She enjoys you. And with that, let's check into some other things here. And just so everybody knows, I was sent just a clip from the blog of Richard K. Cole Jr. by Sarah Thomas Lyons, because we were talking about his photograph. I now remember the name. With the photograph was Stuart Allison that Daniel Arola sent us. So it was Daniel Arola who tracked down Stuart Allison, who is Richard K. Cole Jr. And Stuart Allison was, of course, found guilty for distributing all kinds of child pornography. And so Stuart Allison is the name Richard K. Cole Jr. was using. And he was using that to trade and distribute child pornography. Now, what happened was a person was busted and sent to jail in England for that. But as is all too often the case in these cases, they literally pay homeless bums, or rather don't pay them anything. They basically will get homeless bums to take on the identity. And this is because homeless people are looking for 3 hots and a cot. And compared to where many of them live, jail is paradise. You get 3 hots and a cot. And if you happen to be open to male sexuality, you get all that too, nonstop, all the fucking that you want. Not only that, you get an opportunity to rape young boys, basically, who are brought into the prison and stuck in with the older guys, and they just become fuck butter, just butt meat for everybody else. To many people. Yeah, go on.
I'd like to add, when you see a bum that's posted on one corner and he's the only one there soliciting, it's usually because someone dropped them off there.
Yes.
And then they all get picked up, at the end of their shift. They got a pimp, basically.
Yes.
They have a little underground network kind of going. Where or they all kind of get some in the end.
Yeah.
And then they get thrown back to their tents.
Doug.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah.
I remember you mentioning the traveling hobos of Hobo Magic.
Yes. Yes.
I remember you talking about that. Hobo Joe, I believe, was it?
Well, Hobo Joe was this one individual in New York City who was,
Right.
I brought him up as an example that we should all envy, because his trip was he was sleeping with a different woman every night for his shelter. And,
wow.
and I was like,
Okay.
I was telling everybody, man, now there's an example with that we should follow.
Sounds like Daniel.
It's basically it's
It
Daniel
happens.
Larola, and but when it comes to the other
Right.
individual who I'm talking about, his name was also Joe, and that was a historical figure. By the way, both of these are real people, but one is a historical figure and dead for probably a few generations by now. The other one was still alive last time I checked, though admittedly that was about 10 years ago, and he may have died of AIDS by now. But who knows? But in terms of Joe, I'm trying to remember his last name, Italian last name. But yes, go on about him, please.
I remember you talking about he influenced not MacArthur, if I believe MacArthur or one of the generals. I guess he was. I guess he might have been the service, if I'm not mistaken. You and Peter were talking about him.
Yes, it was General Patton. It was General
Patton there. Yes, and it was actually kind of moved into the gypsy topic, and Isaac relayed about his gypsy experience, so when I saw this lady, and I'm talking about my situation with what I'm dealing with, that did come into mind as far as, when you talked about, her possibly being, a magic, or, someone that practices that. That kind of popped into mind, where that does coincide a lot to what you talk about, as far as the homeless, using these type of tactics where they are knowledgeable on the occult, and that's very real when it comes to that whole scene, the underworld, as far as the homelessness.
Well, here's what the difference would be. So it's important that you brought that up, but understand that there's a really big difference between what and this is going to sound bizarre to most people today, because most people today are just not familiar with the American history, let alone the history of foreign nations, and especially when it comes to these rather bizarre subcultures. So just to as an educational experience for everyone who's listening, understand that the term hobo has nothing to do with homelessness as you understand it today. Nothing. Okay. The first thing that people need to understand was that when it comes to the individual that our man Sammy is referencing here, this was an individual who was in World War I, and in terms of what he was contending with was the fact that he was essentially kind of born different. And what I'm going to do is try and look up his name right now, because obviously that's important to us. And so if we look up Veterans Massacre, maybe, or let me see, the Bonus March. Here we are. Bonus March will get us his name. And so when I look that up, let's see if that even takes. I have to click it right. And here we are. So when it comes to, looking this down here, doing a little bit of a scroll down. So everybody bear with me, and we're almost there. When it comes to Georges Patton, he was a man whose life was rescued by one of his troops, who then later became homeless. And let me see now if I can find the bonus marchers as opposed to the people who were on the side of the United States government. Joe Angelo. So the man's name was Joe Angelo. And so Joe Angelo, this is the difference here. Okay, so the way people would interpret this would be almost magical, but that's not really what he was contending with. So just to put this into perspective for everybody with a short history lesson, the bonus massacre was, of course, something that happened after World War I, and it was when these veterans of World War I were told that they were not going to get paid until it was either 1941 or 1945. Either year was already bizarre, and the fact that they made this bizarre deadline where the U.S. government was not going to pay them until the year that World War II began, tells you everything you fucking need to know. That the American government was planning for another war at that time, at which point they felt that all these guys could just be railroaded back into the military. And okay, so I'm doing a bit of the search here for these kinds of trigger words too. So here we are. The payment was supposed to be until 1945. It was not scheduled for payment until 1945, and this was the World War Adjusted Compensation Act of 1924. Now, bear in mind, my mother was born in 1923. My father was born in 1919. This has nothing to do with either my mother or father, but that's how I use it as kind of the bookmarkers. It's the bookmarkers in my chronology. But when you take a look at just the fact that these guys survived World War II, which ended in 1919, the year my dad was born, along with basically ended because of the American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish flu, and that got unleashed in 1918 and pretty much ended the war for everybody. When you had these veterans survive all that, and then they never got paid for their service. Then by 1924, which is 6 years, half a dozen years more, after World War I, the government puts in an act saying, we'll pay you in 1945. And which is when the Americans claim World War II ended, which of course your own government doesn't even recognize. Now, just the bizarre nature of all of this, you don't expect these men to act up. You don't expect these men to respond to that. The fact that the government just provokes them with something like that, I mean, just the bizarre nature of that doesn't even make any sense. But then they provoke them to march on Washington. They march on Washington. They camp in front of the White House. The president gives the order, and basically it is an all-out total military response. We're talking about when we're talking Douglas MacArthur, George S. Patton, and Dwight David Eisenhower are involved in busting up a bunch of homeless veterans in front of the White House. At this point, the United States has declared war upon its veteran population. They brought in these men at that time were already the highest ranks you could imagine. These men were already, it would be like today's man in charge of the Department of Defense. It would be like, say, for instance, the highest ranking general affiliated with the Department of Defense, which is what MacArthur was, basically being asked, could you leave your office, by the way, and clear out a bunch of homeless people in front of the White House? I mean, think of the bizarre nature of what I'm talking about. These men responded, and they did so with lethal force. They used massive amounts, lethal amounts, in fact, amounts that killed people, amounts of war gas, tear gas that had been outlawed for use in war. They deployed it, and along with cavalry charges into the homeless encampment, setting them on fire. It's amazing that the fatalities were not in the thousands as opposed to the hundreds. Like Samuel Romero says, typical American government, shaking my head. But what emerged out of that was Joe Angelo, and Joe Angelo confronted Patton. Now, by the way, we're talking about this man is already basically at least a colonel at that point. he's leading the forces, and he gets stopped suddenly by a man who appears in front of him. You're talking about men who are charging with cavalry and sabers and literally stomping their horses over pregnant women's bellies until they abort their babies. This is literally what happened in that homeless encampment where men were doing this. But suddenly, out of all of that, someone emerges and Patton stops. And that's when the man says, well, you remember me, I saved your life. And that's when basically Patton is confronted by this individual, and he says, you know, I want payback, and I want you to do something for me, and you're going to do it. And he says, you're going to set it up so that next year when we come back, they're going to pay us. And when he confronts Patton, and Patton listens to him, and then after Patton kind of wakes up from his trance, he orders this man to be taken away. He shouts, I do not know this man. Take him away, and I never want to see him again. But he goes into this campaign where he helps to arrange so that these men are ultimately employed by the government in what became some FDR program that had its own problems. And ultimately, many of them were killed anyway, because they were sent to rebuild facilities all over the beaches of Florida and shit. And they wound up being caught in hurricanes where they were barracking. They had them barracking as if they were still in the military. And then, you know, many of them died like that. But you know, aside from that, he started the Conservation Corps, etc., and many of them got redeployed there. It was, but nevertheless, the end result was that things were at least done for these men that theoretically could have helped them if so many of them didn't wind up fucked up by those other programs as well. But when it came to what Joe was and what hoboing was, he was a hobo, but that in no way, shape, or form is to be affiliated with homelessness as you understand it in this sense. Hobos always considered themselves to be laborers. They considered themselves to be vagrant laborers or migrant laborers in the sense of internal migrants who were basically vagrant only to the degree that they were not permanently employed. They were transitional employees. So hobos were just men who just, for whatever reason, were not socialized. And because they were asocial or antisocial to degree, they would travel the United States and basically look for odd jobs. And this was what they insisted on doing, was working. So there were actually men who made careers doing this. And a lot of this was a product of the Dust Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And a lot of this was a product.
Interesting.
Yeah. So these were the white guys who used to do what Mexican labor later on did. And so what Mexican labor
Interesting.
yeah. And, yeah. And so
interesting you say that, Doug.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
My dad I was considered a migrant kid.
Yeah.
My brother and I, we were migrant kids. There was a migrant kid program where I was at, okay?
Yeah.
And this was for migrant kids that their parents used to work in the labor fields, in agriculture.
Yeah.
And my dad did that for a while. So I was already labeled a migrant kid. So, you know, they had a program and stuff, but it's interesting you say that because they labeled my brother and I as migrant kids. And my dad stopped working that industry and worked for himself. But that name always stuck with us. So that's very interesting you brought that up. Go ahead.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
the tragedy...
the man hobo.
Yeah. And the tragedy was that in your case, by your generation, this became like an ethnic identifier. That became an ethnic identifier by your generation. You understand what I'm saying? And it took entire families were categorized under that by people. You see what I'm saying? That wasn't...
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, but in the days that Joe Angelo was a hobo, this was a direct product of the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl. These were exclusively men. There was no such thing as a female hobo. This was an all-male population. And these were men who originally started off where they had lost their families. For whatever reason, they could not be reintegrated into society. And then they therefore decided to spend the rest of their lives traveling and working transitionally. But one of several important, shall we say, disambiguating factors would be the overwhelming majority of these men were not alcoholics. They were not drug addicts. They were just men who were asocial. Now, plenty of them probably were alcoholics, and but that being said, they were functional to a degree. But because of that,
Right.
if someone were to call a hobo a bum in those days, they would take great offense, and you would probably be in for a deadly knife fight or fist fight, because these were people who took pride
Wow.
in not being bums. They would say, I work for my meals. This would be that kind of attitude, was I work for my meals. Now, what made Hobo Joe outstanding, the original one, who, by the way, the one in New York, there were rumors he might be the same one, quote unquote, like immortal, but that's never been confirmed. Now, granted, I've never seen a photograph of the new Hobo Joe that was famous in New York for sleeping with a different woman every night, but it almost fits into that kind of reputation. But so these were considered basically to be almost magical people, some of them. But what that was a confusion of, because I had to deal with this through the Department of Defense records and through Michael Aquino, is because we're talking about an errant veteran who was able to put the whammy on, the man whose life he saved, Georges Patton. And even that was under somewhat suspicious circumstances, not in the sense of anything sinister, but just the fact that what happened was that in World War I, when Patton was trapped under heavy enemy fire, Joe Angelo basically picked him up and dragged him through fields of fire over what apparently was miles. And the fact that they managed to survive that was almost miraculous, which was why, they began to think of him as that there was something different about him, that he was what a person would interpret normally as magic was interpreted by Georges Patton as some form of ability to make certain the bullets didn't hit us. He said it was almost as if he could turn them away. Ultimately, this was pursued by Patton because he was so aggravated by this individual putting the whammy on him and able to almost influence his behavior, that Patton established a research department to look into it. And this is one of the roots of the funding for psychic warfare and remote viewing. Basically, what Joe Angelo was determined to be by the Department of War, before it became the Department of Defense, was somebody with what they called mental abilities. In other words, what they called a kind of talent, meaning what we would call today psionics. So, in other words, this was a mutant who had a kind of psychic projection capability that probably was what we would call telekinesis, a kind of telekinetic ability to turn objects away, but obviously deeper than that, able to apparently impact people's behavior patterns to a degree, almost to influence behavior. He was considered extraordinarily dangerous. And
we would consider him a black magician.
Well, some people would. Go on.
If I could add in, knowing that as much pussy as he's getting, he also has the power of seduction.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, come on, it's New York City.
That expands.
New York City is one of the most paranoid cities on earth. I mean, what kind of woman in New York City takes a strange man up to her apartment to sleep with her for the night? I mean, that's obviously this person has influence over people's behavior. This is not something any normal, sane woman would do.
Right.
Yet he's able to do this.
Question is, could he have been an evanescer?
No, this was before the Philadelphia experiment, and no such things existed in our world.
There is a reference. I don't know if you knew this, but there's such thing as they call it a hobosexual, where men do date somebody just for shelter. So I'm gonna sleep with you and date you just to have a roof over my head.
Jesus.
I don't know if you heard that. Well, they call it a hobosexual.
In other words, professional couch surfers. That's what you're saying.
That's pretty much like I'll offer sexual favors just so I won't be homeless.
That sounds more like an internet term.
Yeah, that's it's
maybe
fun.
It's an internet term.
Yeah, it's a fun term.
Just,
yeah, it's fitting.
Yeah.
I mean, I have nothing against it. It is what it is. It's Yeah, I mean, again, you wonder about people who respond to that. You know, some of these people must have some level of influence that borders on the psychic. But
Right, right.
There would be some knuckleheads that would make up stories and say that they are just for validation.
yeah, it could be. Yeah, that could
Yeah.
be. Yeah, and but so in terms of the Dust Bowls themselves, you had this series of dust storms and record-setting low rainfall. Just for all the young people who aren't aware of this, they devastated farmers in the Midwest from Texas to the Dakotas, and but they settled, and for a while there, the breadbasket of the world, the heartland of the United States, was simply not it was not farmable, and so it just took on a life of its own, and it created a mass migration within the United States. But when it came to the one of the products of that was, aside from all of these hobos, obviously Hobo Joe stood out, Joe Angelo. And when it came to Joe Angelo, then what he did was he established, because the government, encouraged by General Patton, began to hunt him down. And there were orders to kill him on sight. This was orders given to the military. So the military was put on the hunt for this quote-unquote renegade veteran. And they were told that he was extremely dangerous, and the reason he was to be killed on sight was because if you tried to capture him or try to talk him down, he would basically control your mind, and therefore you wouldn't be able to do anything. So that's obviously was taken into account by Joe Angelo himself, who obviously was never captured. And for all we know, if the rumors are true that he didn't age, might still be loose in New York City in particular, as his favorite pad place to crash. But so what he did was he kind of set up a community cult, so to speak, and developed a kind of creed that was to be followed by other hobos. And then it was determined that other people who were essentially psychic and persecuted for their talents would then become hobos like himself, and be guided by a belief in karma and his mandates. And they would go out and try to help people who were down on their luck and in need of a helping hand. So these became kind of like errant knights of America that were following a kind of code. This is profoundly different from obviously homeless people today, who are usually deranged and drug-ridden and obviously very dangerous.
And some are subject to programs as well.
Yeah.
I also would like to add that hobos also have a writing system where they will make marks on certain areas where they're known to travel through. Which will point which areas are safe, which areas you don't want to go to, little warning signs.
Yes. Yeah. No, all of that is true. That's true. Again, that's more like those old days that I'm speaking of. These days, homeless people don't communicate with each other to that degree, I would think, other than, is there something you can enlighten us about in that regard?
I mean, because they're basically nomadic. I mean, so these people, they may not know each other, but they understand each other that way. So they'll leave each other, signals and marks, to warn, say, okay, don't go over here if you're black or if you're Italian, even shit like that, or if you're Irish, especially,
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. And so just so hopefully that puts all of that into some perspective. And what I could try and do is look for some...
thank you.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, of course, anytime. Yeah. For those of you, of course, who are unfamiliar with, I'll see if I can find one of those pamphlets, or at least notes I took from one of those pamphlets passed out by Joe Angelo, and the creed of the hobos, etc. But this was all, of course, something that talk about a subculture which most people are completely unfamiliar with, and the kind of how much the world has changed. Well, at any rate, we'll certainly speak to more in depth to that at another time. I'm glad I was able to.
Whatever it is, a lot of sex magic is involved in it.
I suppose. I mean, certainly, and certainly with Hobo Joe, yeah.
Yep.
But you're talking about these professional couch surfers. Yes, that would be another example. Aside from that, of course, you know, what I'm going to try and do now is still get my head together. If you guys can take over for a few minutes. Now, it's 9:45 p.m. Let's see how much time we have left with our live stream. We've got, we haven't been on long. So we've got about 6-7 hours left after the top of the hour. And so hopefully you guys can take the stage till the top of the hour. What I'm going to do is refresh myself and then come back, breathe, center myself some more, and then get ready to dive into it for the night. So if you guys can do that, as always, forever in your debt. And so the stage is yours. Thank you.
All right.
You know, speaking of hobos, I like to follow up. I remember there was one famous musician who he was a guy that wrote the song. He was a folk musician that wrote the song "This Land Is Your Land." Woody Guthrie. He had a time of traveling as a hobo, jumping trains as well. He did a lot of manual labor work as well as doing gigs because he had always traveled with his guitar. And usually, and I can relate to that lifestyle because I did pretty much that too, you know, even traveling as a musician as well. And plus, even while I was traveling on dance gigs, I always had my guitar with me just in case, you know, even especially with tips.
Interesting.
I remember, well, the best thing I can correlate, and I hope I don't become, you know, where I don't have a roof over my head, pray to God, but the closest that I kind of experienced that was I was going to college and I didn't have a car. So I got used to not carrying my driver's license. I had an ID, like my school ID, but I used to leave my driver's license because, I mean, I'm not going to need it. And I didn't care about, pretty much for a whole year, I just took the bus. So I got so used to taking the bus that it didn't dawn on me, like, why don't you go get a car now? Because, you know, I ended up saving up some money and I got a hoopty, but I thought back to it. I'm like, I really got used to, you know, using the public transit system and waiting and knowing what hours to go and what not to go, you know. So that's pretty what I kind of experienced where
especially when you remember how much money you're putting in gas now.
Right. I mean, now I think about it, I'm like, damn, you know, it might come to that point again, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm blessed with not knowing how to drive, so I walk everywhere.
Right.
Yeah, nothing like Hobo Joe, of course, but you know, it's I would not want to live that life. I couldn't deal without the creature comforts of a roof over the head.
You know,
Man.
I have a 22-year-old son who is a mechanic, and he impressed the shit out of me because he drives a stick.
Wow.
I'm thinking, damn. So all my millennial jokes just went out the window.
I mean, I drive a stick too. I'm my standard too. But yeah, that's kind of still rarity. A lot of people, if put it this way, if the car that I have is stick, because it only comes a stick, and you know, I like, it's pretty much a ricer. It's a ricer car, okay. Except for newer one.
Fucker likes to speed in them too, and does his donuts and shit in his parking lot. he's one of those kids.
Oh, okay. I'm not to that point, but you know, mine's a little Honda. But what I'm trying to say is, yeah, you know, it's the particular people that like that type of a car. Anyways.
Yeah.
The ability to influence people's minds like that, though, that's something I would be so envious of. Oh my gosh.
But it's that charm. I think he had charm.
Charm.
What do you think?
with that
it's
ability,
the capability.
though,
It's the capability.
but you guys are looking at it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but there's something about it that borders on supernatural, though. I mean, to be able to influence a war general like that, and for the guy to, I mean, this poor general was so threatened by the fact that he wasn't in control of his own actions by a mere suggestion of the guy that he was hunting him down. That's not something that you would attribute to just charm.
JMO, do you think he was an occult practitioner? Do you think he knew the dark arts a little bit?
He would have had to know something, for
Some
goodness
trigger
sake.
words, maybe, because that's one of the things that's very interesting because, certain words do trigger certain things, some reactions. It may
Well,
not.
yeah.
Some people have the ability to do that. When my twin Isaac, when that gypsy came up to him, he told Isaac, certain things about his life, something to the effect of, because I think he used to date Isaac. My brother Isaac went to this phase of his life where he dated like four girls with the same name, and that's something only him and I knew. Okay, and not that I'm in his business, it's just he told me. So when that particular gypsy told him that, it was like, obviously, you have that ability. So there's people like that have this insight, maybe some type of voodoo. I don't know. It's just, it's a talent, I guess. I don't know.
I'd like to set in with the experience as a preacher's kid, growing up behind the curtain of the business of preacherdom.
Yeah.
I basically how these guys work is, long story short, is that these guys have the ability to capture and lead the imaginations of people that listen to them, and they get them by way of their belief systems. And whatever that these people are listening to, and that's what's being told to them, their belief systems are already integrated in them by power of suggestion, by whatever they're preaching. And of course, using the Bible is one of the best ways to hypnotize a crowd.
No, I mean, and you're right. You're right, Dino, because he asked my brother for money. And I'm sure, I don't know if you guys remember, my brother told the story to Doug, on transmission. And my brother gave him $10. And he's like, well, and he offered my brother to tell him what girl he dated, put a hex on him or whatever. And my brother said, no, don't.
This all leads to grifting 101.
Yeah.
Yes.
My brother said, no, here, I just want to help you. God bless you and, be safe, whatever. But Isaac told him to that effect, like, you don't need to do all that. I'll give you the money. Don't worry about it. And that guy said, I knew you would do that. That's why I asked you. Now, whatever, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But my brother gave it out of his heart. He didn't really care.
I would have asked him what he needed the money for, and then offered to pay for it.
Well,
and then see how he'd react.
No, and you know what? That's a valid thing, because I've actually done that. I've done that to people like bums or jailbirds that want to ask me. One time I had this jailbird, and I knew he was out of jail because it was some cholo guy. He wanted money to buy some food. And I'm like, you know what? I'll go in there and buy it for you. No, I want the money. And then when I said no, he tried to insult me. And I'm busy putting my groceries. I'm like, I'm not going to fight you or I'm not even going to acknowledge you. The fact that I said, I told you, I'm buying for you, I'm not going to give you money. Don't get mad. You know what I mean? It's like,
I just laugh at them.
It's just like, you take yourself way too seriously to even try to insult me, because I don't care. Anyways. But,
the thing is, in New York, we just ignore them. Someone asks you for money, you ignore them. Someone look like you know the look when someone's going to ask you for money. They have this glint in their eye. You see that, you just walk away from them.
Oh yes.
You just keep going.
Oh my God.
This is the blessing of growing up in New York and it being this antisocial city of so many people that it is that you learn how to just turn people away, and you learn how to ignore homeless people. You could ignore anything in New York and you won't feel bad about it. At some point it becomes normal, like a reflex.
Yes, and I remember Doug, you talking about how these bums used to try to quote unquote clean your windows with these rags and scratch the paint, right?
Yes.
That's very scary, because I mean, shoot, you spend a lot of money trying to at least make your car look decent, and almost like threatening you, like, give me some money or I'm gonna quote unquote clean your car.
Yes. You know? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. By the way, Daniel Arola, you were going to say something about this. I was just wondering.
Oh no, I forgot. I was just kind of catching on with the wave of the topic.
Right.
Well, that's a very good way to get hit by a car.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And in terms of what I caught when I got back from refreshing myself and doing a little, shall we say, shuffling around with all of the books around me. Oh God, I still have to send Jojo a picture of that room of mine because they were talking about, Peter was saying I need to send her a copy of that. And shout out to Jojo again. I'll try and get that photograph to you sometime soon. Just all the books in my rooms, and just how they just dominate the landscape of what's in the crypt. All right, it's just the books. And
geez, how do you get all these books?
I don't anymore, thank God. I mean, except when people send them to me, but it just came through a lifetime just a lifetime of working with books. I mean, I was, after all, somebody who was a librarian, right?
Yeah.
And then
good point.
Tried to work with dealing with books. I was trying to sell them for a while with a seller's license, but that didn't come to shit, other than problems with the state of California. But I did find Calhoun's Creed, a little pamphlet that was, had to do with the federal government and their capture of one of these pamphlets from among the hobos. By the way, if people want an idea of what hoboing is somewhat like, probably the hobo film that comes to mind as an archetype would be the one with Lee Marvin and Ernest Borgnine titled Emperor of the North. And with Emperor of the North, you had all of these people who were hopping the rails. And, of course, you had maniacal, I forgot what they called them, the basically conductors, in a sense, but the rail, the men running the train. And
Engineer.
Is that's what they call them? Okay, operators, engineers. Engineers, yeah. And another film where you get kind of a hint of hoboing, at least in character development, was... oh God, I think it was called The Girl on Lover's Lane, was that film, and it starred I think he was the son or the grandson of Admiral Halsey, and he never really made it anywhere big in Hollywood. It was really tragic, but he was starting with, that was his big introductory film. So let me see if I can find that, because it's a kind of hobo, and then he gets he's wearing a suit, but he's like wandering. So it was like just the tail end of that whole phenomenon. Film Girl on Lover's Lane, I think it was called, and let's see if something comes up with that, see if I get the right film. But Girl in Lover's Lane, I think this is it. Let me see. Drifter, yeah, Brett Halsey. Yes, he is a relation. That was the star. He was the relation to Admiral Halsey from World War II. And so there you go. Anyhow, he gets accused of killing a small town girl, but that's really not the point of the film. That only happens like towards the end of the film, that he gets tagged for it, and then ultimately, in the end, his innocence is revealed. But it's a bizarre film in that stupid Mystery Science Theater 3000. That was like their 509th episode. Was they were. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I remember that shit. I used to see that as a kid.
Yeah, they
fucking Saturday nights, I think.
Yeah, and they did that film, and it was like, it's mostly everything they did was science fiction and fantasy and horror, and yet they did that. It was bizarre. It would be like them doing that was basically like a romance. So it was like, that was weird. But of course they were making weird homosexual jokes throughout it. It's just, of course, men behave differently in those days, and God knows.
They were also capturing the fading boomer crowd too.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so with these this creed of the Joe Angelo, it was something along these lines. Let's see now. Basically, it was this was from 1932. All hobos must give up any material possessions they cannot carry on their person. All hobos must forsake the corrupting idea of personal wealth. All hobos must undertake a life of service, seeking out those who are unable to help themselves. All hobos must use their power only in the service of that which is good. No hobo must ever teach the way of the circle. Essentially, this was, as a phenomenon, this was called the circle of wonder and light, was essentially these hobos who had taken on this kind of code of ethics. No hobo must ever teach the way of the circle to a non-believer. This is Angelo's right alone. A hobo may call upon the aid of another hobo, but then owes that hobo a debt. And any hobo not adhering to the tenets of the creed is subject to Angelo's judgment. Well, apparently what this was, from what I understood from Michael Aquino, was basically many of these people were also veterans, and it was under conditions of combat stress that they began to manifest whatever psychic abilities they had. Telekinesis, pyrokinesis, the ability to set things on fire. And therefore, when they returned home and were unemployable, because many of the veterans simply were never employed, then they essentially became part of this movement. So many of these were veterans who were then hunted down by the U.S. Department of War in an attempt to force their services under government sanction or kill them. And so basically this developed as kind of like a network of survival and mutual support. And many of these people, because they were continually hunted, had to live a life of vagrancy, and kind of joined this circle where they would instruct each other, but particularly under the auspice of Joe Angelo, if he were available, to instruct them to better use their powers. And
that's like the original X-Men.
Yes, that's right.
Before the comic book.
Yes. So, yes, it basically gave them a vow in life to a major commitment to uphold Angelo's creed. And this is, of course, what exactly was it besides just what I've said? From what I understood, this was also before it became like in the 60s is when you had all these hippies after World War II traveling to Asia. And people could even go to Japan. Not that many hippies went to Japan per se, but mostly academics who were just pieces of shit decided they wanted to get laid when they got home, and they came back with this, I've been to Japan and I know all about Zen bullshit. But before that phenomenon, yeah, it was basically this hobo circle was basically the closest you would get to that. Vagabonds giving up their material possessions and wandering the country, always on the lookout for those who were down on their luck and in need of a helping hand, guided by their beliefs in karma and the creeds of Joe Angelo. But they had this Zen philosophy. Of course, you'd have to if you really learned to survive just traveling rails. Then later on, by the time it became, like Peter Moon describes. Who's that idiot? None of you guys would know this because none of you are into this, but who was that idiot author that everybody thought was deep? Kowalski? Yeah, that Jewish as hell name. But anyhow, he became one of the beatniks. Then you had this kind of beatnik development, and that's when... Are
you talking about Alan Watts?
No, Alan Watts was the Zen guy. Yeah, and then so there was
Are you talking about Terrence McKenna?
No. He was the crippled guy. Terrence McKenna's, he's just a drug using geek in a wheelchair.
I don't think he was in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Oh, he sure as hell was towards the end of his life. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, towards the end of his damn.
Yeah, I think I only remember ever seeing him in a wheelchair. So it was anyhow, railroad. Let's look this up. Railroad bum author Charles Bukowski, I think it is. Bukowski. You've heard Peter Moon talk about him a number of times. So
yeah, but sometimes the things Peter Moon talks about go
in one ear. Tune out. Yeah, I get it. So it's Charles Bukowski. Oh, by the way, I look him up, and here's a fun thing that comes up: dispelling Bukowski's myths. There we are. I like that already. Yeah, that the fact that he has some myths to dispel. I mean, whatever. It's whatever they say about that, I'll read later. But anyhow, so Charles Bukowski was the guy who was later on transitioned from that rail hopping, then became a beatnik homosexual trip where everybody was going there to basically, an overwhelmingly male population, because these were all guys who were fucking each other. And since it wasn't really accepted that they do that in normal society, they all decided they would do that in this transient, vagrant, lifestyle where, they could hump each other while riding trains and shit.
In other words, it's a fucking STD fest where, oh gosh, they were trying to create their own Spanish influenza.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's horrific.
There you go. And, okay, so with that in mind, I think that people
there was one thing I wanted to ask you.
Of course.
Now, this is of course the Vox Arca. Does it allow you to see possible outcomes of things that could have happened but didn't?
That's one of those things where yes. Yeah, I'd have to say yes.
You can grasp why I asked it.
Yeah. Yes.
Because when you were talking about about what would have happened if Japan had decided to help Ethiopia fight against Mussolini, and as soon as you said that and you went into it, I was like, damn, you must have seen this shit.
Yes, that was one element of it. The other element was, of course, simply what I learned from my mother, because, of course, Emperor Hirohito was very saddened by doing what he had to do. He also basically calculated out as far as he could, using just logic, what could happen if he chose one side or the other. And the result was what he saw was something similar to as if he had his own Vox Arca. We're talking about an individual who was able to very much think ahead. And so there was what my mother had told me. And then, of course, one could imply that I had taken that and fed it into the Vox Arca. So the Vox Arca circuited it back orders of magnitude in intensity with visual manifestation of what I knew. But it's definitely what, now that I've explained it, hopefully people understand what was understood by Emperor Hirohito as being the most likely possible outcome if he took one side over the other. And the world didn't have that many options at the time. It was literally, you had the white colonial powers that had the world sewed up tight, and just a few outliers that were willing to stand against them. Now, Ethiopia was one of those outliers, but like the only free country left in Africa. So it was extraordinarily vulnerable to a degree. And then even though it had its own definitely successful history in terms of staving off the colonial powers, there was only a limit to what it could do alone. And so there we have that. And, at least you understand more of the detached nature of the Vox Arca and that it's not immediately practical. I remember Gary States misunderstood it, and he thought like, and this was his naivete, nothing silly about it. He just thought from what he knew of it, he said, gee, couldn't you use that to, like, for instance, kill people like Richard K. Cole Jr. just by thinking on them through the Vox Arca? It doesn't work like that. And I wish it did. Yeah.
You would still, because with the I can I can gather why he asked that question, because the Vox Arcana does give you the capacity to speak as many instead of just speaking as one, which would be an amplifier, if anything, of whatever you intend to do. But you aren't the kind of person who takes the arcane lightly, so you wouldn't do that anyway.
Well, there's it's one of those things where if you start experimenting with it on that, that in that manner, there's too much collateral damage that's going to happen along.
Yeah, well, eventually it's going to have its influence over you, and you're going to become as sanguine as hell.
Yes.
You're going to wind up like Jameson Reese. You don't want to be that.
Well, believe me, I've felt that way before in the past. So just everyone who I've gotten some emails who are curious about the Circle of Wonder and Light, but basically understand this much. It was an informal conglomeration of these hobos and down and out veterans who had learned to tap their mental potential, and they saw Joe Angelo as both their leader and their teacher. So they were following his teachings, which was a mixture of Zen and Buddhist philosophy, which was designed to open the mind to the infinite possibilities of the universe, stress the abandonment of material goods and the elevation of service to others over the needs of oneself. So they took to living as hobos and traveling by hopping the rails and doing odd jobs in return for a bit of food and putting their heads down wherever they found themselves when the sun set. So they were shunned, but people who dealt with them usually would come to respect the grace and dignity of these rail car knights who could command others with a mere glance, but chose to follow a far more noble path. Now, don't make the mistake that I'm of that caliber of nobility when it comes to the Vox Arca. But
no, it's not that. It's that you understand the weight that's attached to what would happen if you were to use it for spell casting.
Absolutely, yes.
You would do better to do the spell on your own, yes, rather than using the Vox Arcana, because I think that the only reason why you haven't fallen into disintegration like Michael Aquino did is because you are part human. But I think the vampire, the damnfire aspect of you is what keeps you from that sort of insanity.
Thank you. That's deeply appreciated, and I agree. By the way, so Samuel Romero, you heard earlier when we were speaking about, with Peter Moon on, we were speaking about the how sinister it was that suddenly Alexander Dugin was brought onto this show that had been talking about myself. Now, you were one of the people who had observed that there was a dead man's trigger that was basically set up by Michael Aquino that resulted in what's going on in Ukraine today, and this pretty much validates everything you had said. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Doug, it's the fact that he popped his head up, mentioned you.
Oh, by the way, we can barely hear you because of your environment. And
hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, but barely. Is there a way you can make yourself a little... There we are. Oh.
Better?
Yeah.
Better now?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
No, the fact that he mentioned you, you even came up. Yeah. He threatened. He's feeling the heat. He's feeling the heat, because that's the thing about it is Aquino tried to deny you. I don't know who he is. This person, this Douglas Dietrich, I don't know who he is. And in the end, he had to. I remember him putting posts up of his
his book he put up on the Presidio, Ingrateful something. You remember that book, that stupid book he put out? Injustice, something about injustice.
Yes.
I don't even know the title, but we had to do that because Aquino was already feeling the heat. I mean, he moved from San Francisco from where he lived at. I mean, walking distance from you, you know, it's just the past caught up to him. But when it comes to Dugan, I mean, your name rings out, dog. It's like your words are not in vain in the sense that they're listening, and I knew they're listening. Not forget the intelligence. You're talking about the world. If he's listening, that means Xi Jinping's listening. Yeah. That means the Empire of Japan's listening. That means the Third Reich in exile listening. That means all these powers are listening because, in a sense, it validates your heritage, whether you want to go through your mother or you want to go through your biological father, or even what came out of you when it comes to, the ArtElect. I know the ArtElect listens to you. I know it keeps, G, how you like to say, the gender neutrality phrase. Yeah. She keeps tabs on you because you are a part of it as much as it's a part of you, in a sense of it came from you. So, you align that with, what Aquino, the dead man switch, it was his only option because, well, Doug, you're right. It's almost like you're saying, you're right. World War II hasn't ended. It's just pretty much a break, an 80-year break that we took. Let's start all over again. Fine then. This is what it comes down to. These powers in Europe are gonna realign, and we're already seeing it. Whether it's the Empire of Japan or the Third Reich in exile, what I was telling JMO, it's not a coincidence. And here's the thing about America, and this is what's stupid about it, is it's the fucking asteroid that's heading our way. Where, what is America gonna do when we have our head in the sand? Where we're still talking about something like the Oscars that has nothing to do with I mean, it's hilarious, don't get me wrong, but it's almost like I might as well be watching Sesame Street, okay?
Thank you.
Probably more. That's more helpful. And here's the thing is, and this is where I'm gonna find a lot of satisfaction in this, Doug. What is the government gonna say? What are fucking assholes like Dick Cheney, the Bushes, the Clintons, all these fucking assholes, all these families, all these aristocracies in America that profited, all the Rumsfelds, all the Wallaces, that asshole that made fun of you, all these people that come from this bloodline of killers, of rapists, people that have benefited from all the bloodshed. What now when all this comes back full circle and the job wasn't done? You lost. Yes. And it's going to come back in their face. And this is why I think Dugan pop his head up, because he's feeling the heat. He has to acknowledge you. Yes.
Thank you.
So, it's one of those things where, to me, this is what I see.
There's a price for
just
power.
What I see. Yes.
Well, my cat certainly acknowledges you.
Thank you. Thank you, the cat.
No, thank you, all of you. And all of you, of course, it's been wonderful to have you help me prepare for taking over the rest of the night as well as I can. And I will, maybe I should start while you're all kind of still with me. I do need to ask for some feedback here. I'm going to ask how coherent I was when I'm hoping Daniel Arola and Sammy will answer this, because I know...
Right.
Oh, you'll be back? Oh, okay. You're going to take care of the cat? Okay. And so Jameson will be back. And I think he understood most of what I was saying anyway. But I was hoping the other night when I went into the geomorphology, and I was speaking of the similarities of the European and the Asian peninsulas, was that coherent? Were you able to grasp what I was saying without a map in front of you? Or did you need to turn to a map? Yeah.
I'm aware of the Asiatic people, but I have no geographical awareness right now in front of me.
Okay. So in other words, you heard what I was saying the other day about geomorphology, but without the map in front of you, it becomes more difficult to track what I'm saying, right?
Yes. But I am aware of the mixed breed of Asian and European people.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And those Roman losers that defected, I don't know, bred a whole lot of half-white Chinese kids.
Oh, right. Well, a better way of phrasing that would be the survivors, the Roman survivors. Losers sounds like a value judgment. So what you're doing is you're conflating what I'm asking about with the girl from Yuqian, who I was trying to get citizenship for, and now we've succeeded because of the Ukrainians that they're allowing in by such large numbers. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there you go. That's what you're referencing. Okay. But I was talking about just after that, I actually went into some of the shape of the Earth and the different peninsulas on Europe and how they reflected the peninsulas in Asia. Did you remember any of that, or did you kind of miss that?
Well, I kind of floated listening. I heard you say it, but I didn't listen thoroughly.
Okay, that's fine. And Sammy, I was just wondering if that was coherent to you. Did you?
Like I didn't get a chance to, but I'm gonna have to review that. Unfortunately,
okay.
I had things going on, but I'll definitely catch up and I'll let you know that. But it sounds very interesting. But to answer you, Doug, a lot of stuff that you relay, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's there.
Okay.
I think. Did you get any feedback that it wasn't, or?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, people seem to grasp what I was saying too. I think, well, for the most part, it's always kind of hard.
I think you would have heard. I think you would have heard anything, but no. I'll catch up to it. That was last transmission, correct?
It was. Was it last transmission? I think it was the one before, really.
And then I'll see. I'll go back and catch up.
Right.
But
you can talk about it briefly this evening.
Oh, just very briefly. Yeah, it wasn't that this tonight would not be the place to start on that unless I started on it now. The reason I asked was because I'm trying to decide now whether to start on that or to start on the history. I mean, while all three of you are here, we might try something. I mean, after all, if Alexander Dugin gets on there, and oh, by the way, here we are. Daniel says the art of war was applied by the Japanese when it came to knowing the terrain of battle and how to map a way to defeat the enemy. Yes, most certainly. Thank you. Very much so. And let me see if I can. Oh, yes, that's what I need to do. Just give everybody the link to what I consider is one of the more decent maps. And that would be one that, of course, is Pacific-centered, a Pacific-centered map of the world. And of those, many of them are just... Now, I've shown both Sammy and Jameson this before, actually. I don't believe that Daniel's been on at the same time when I've showed this before. But let's get this up for him now. And I presume that the... noise that we're hearing is our man Sammy in the background and doing his work. Now, oh yes, with these stupid, what do we call them? These are the text box inside of Skype requires that I take the full link rather than what I do otherwise. So if you gentlemen click on that and actually click on the map when you see it, because it's a very small map, it gets big. And then the more you click on it, the bigger it gets. Or rather, it goes through, another enlargement in which you'd have to shift around to actually see that. So if anybody has maps or globes, you might reference them. And then what I'll do is just let people know about a little bit about an overview about what I covered. Perhaps after too long an introduction, I finally got to covering, the map and the globe and just the similarities of geomorphology. And I thought that, many people responded positively to that. The other night, what I was talking about was the Russian perversion of that and what they were wanting for the future of the world, their idea of this extraordinarily unbalanced world order. And so anybody who accesses the last episode, you can get all the links there. And that would bring you to the Sino-Slavic synaxis and their concept of what their utopia will be, which is essentially a dystopia for the rest of us. Now, somebody said be right back. I don't know whether that is our man Sammy or Jameson.
Sammy.
Yeah, okay. And now, interestingly enough, I'm not finding my
I see Ukraine on the map here.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah, I know. I can find it.
There we are. And okay. So then Our Lady Diane Hillis Buchberger is sending me something as well. Anyhow, just rather, how would I say, taken aback by some things that I'm finding when I do some searches here, when I looked up that map and some other things that are coming up, because I'm trying to figure out exactly how, shall we say, influential that Dugin has been. It's astonishing how many people that he's dragged into his world. By the way, we hear a lot of heavy breathing from Jameson. Are you all right?
Oh yeah. I'm probably gonna have to take that sinus stuff again. It's literally I'm slave circuited to the stuff.
Oh my goodness. And so I'm just concerned, of course, and hopefully this hopefully you can deal with that.
Well, I still blow up chunks of my lungs, so I mean.
Oh, that's right. You had the COVID. How did that go?
Yeah, I'm still going through hell from it. It's continuous, I still wear a mask when I'm indoors. When I'm outside, I really just don't give a fuck anymore. I'm half dead anyway.
Oh.
I'm a sacrifice. I'm a self-sacrifice because I'm the only one who's going to do it to raise the dragon Tiamat and put this all to a close.
Oh well, let's not overdwell.
Well, I could dream, can't I?
I suppose. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Okay, so let me try and get my breath together and give you all a little map lesson. So we've got a map in the text room now, and let me put that in the chat room as well. How stupid of me not to even think ahead like that. So, of course, I was still deciding whether or not I was going to go in this direction for kind of like an introduction into the night. And by the way, I'm just curious, do you remember what this 9/11 was an inside job person was saying? Or I was just curious since
I pretty much just blocked them because the name, I just had the feeling this person's going to start trolling. Let me see what they said, ever heard of Douglas Dugan?
I have no idea who that is, but that's funny. It's funny.
It's a non sequitur word salad bullshit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I could tell by the name. They're just using any conspiracy meme they can get their hands on.
Thank you.
They're going to be doing this all night.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So hopefully you'll be able to stay awake all night. By the way, Sammy, the book you were referring to was Extreme Prejudice. That was the book written by Michael Aquino, and it was subtitled The Presidio, in quotations, Satanic Abuse Scam. That's how he referred to it, the Presidio Satanic Abuse Scam. And he has a picture of himself and his wife. Now, we heard rumors they divorced, but she was obviously still very loyal to him in many ways, and was certainly speaking up, certainly looking out for herself when she felt that I was going to attack her or expose her. Oh gosh, did I put a heart under that with our girl Diane? I do that reflexively. This I should just put a wow as opposed to a heart because I have no idea whether that's something I would even agree with. Then she's got some Adventure Asia pack light. Okay, so she's got a map that she's referencing, and that's adorable. At any rate, so that everybody gets an idea of what I was speaking about, if you consider the map, which I've given everybody a link to, and understand when you hit that link, you're going to see this really small map. You have to click it to make it large. And if you click it again, it will get larger. Just so everybody knows that. And so we're just going to go straight into it tonight, just a little bit, as opposed to what I did the other night, which was go into a very in-depth intro before going into it. Let's just go into it now. And so if everybody just takes a look at that map, and I'm flipping through a atlas here, getting myself a little map to look at on my own, understand that if you take a look at the geomorphology, which means the shape of the geology, the shape of the continents. Basically, the first point that should be noticed is the remarkable morphologic similarity between Asia and Europe. Of course, that's not going to be obvious to any of you who haven't looked at this before, but both Asia and Europe have 3 southward peninsulas and islands that basically block their access to the sea. So in other words, with Europe, its access to the sea is blocked by the British Isles. Whereas with Asia, the archipelago of Japan, which stretches all the way from those northern islands currently barely occupied by Russia, and actually developed by the South Koreans, which you may not know, Sakhalin Island and the Kurilsk Islands. Those islands were always part of Japan before. If you go down through the major Japanese home islands and then down through the Ryukyu's island chain, which includes Okinawa, all the way to my native Taiwan, which was part of Japan for over a century, 150 years or so, or something like that. Basically, that archipelago dominates Asia far more than the British Isles dominate Europe. In other words, Europeans can still, like France and Spain, get an outlet to the sea without coming flat up against Britannia. However, nobody can leave mainland Asia from the Chinese perspective and the Korean perspective, and even the Russian perspective before all the ice poles started to melt, without encountering Japan in their way. Japan blocks everyone from any access to the sea. So Japan does for Asia what England does for Europe. But beyond that, they have these 3 subpeninsular, these 3 subpeninsulas. In other words, Europe itself is a superpeninsula. It is basically a peninsular extension of Asia. And if you take a look at these 3 southward peninsulas that both continents have, in the case of Asia, it would be Indochina, Asian India, and Arabia, which, if you take a look at Indochina, that means Vietnam and Thailand, all the way down to Malaya and Singapore. And of course, that would be, the easiest ones, if we start from the west to the east, would be that Spain is very reflective of the Arabian Peninsula, or Arabia Felix. And like Spain had Portugal divide out of the Iberian Peninsula, so Arabia is divided primarily culturally between basically the House of Saud, which occupies the center, and then of course you have Yemen and Oman down below, and Oman was Arabia's Portugal. That was essentially the explorer culture which Islamized the Indonesian archipelago. The largest archipelago on Earth was Islamized by not the Turks or the Ottoman Empire, but by the Omanis. And comparatively speaking, they're poor, they have very little oil, but they dominate the Arabian Peninsula because the land that they hold is how they can block anyone from entering the Persian Gulf. So there you have that similarity. And of course, when you take a look at the other peninsulas, like just how, shall we say, Asian India, very similar to Italy. And of course, just as Italy has Sicily, the structural equivalent to Sicily in Asian India would be Sri Lanka, which of course used to be known as Ceylon. And of course, the most difficult peninsula in both cases would be the Balkans in Europe, stretching down through Greece, And in China's case, it would be Indochina as peninsula. Now, just as Indochina, the very word, is a combination of India and China, meaning that the peninsula is between India and China, therefore they call it Indochina, then to the old word for the Balkan Peninsula, which is between Russia and Rome, used to be Roma Russia. That was the old term for the Balkan Peninsula. Most people have probably never heard of that. But just as the Balkan Peninsula stretches down through Greece to that Isle of Crete, right there at the bottom, which seems to be an anchor, and then it goes all the way into Turkey, Asia Minor, that peninsula, and then has that jutting out in the middle of nowhere is Cyprus, which was once a part of Greece, but is now an independent island that's divided between two regional superpowers. The European Union, which occupies the south of that island, in case you didn't know, and the north of the island is occupied by Turkey, and they're divided by a demilitarized zone that has two massive British bases that occupy either side, and the United Nations maintains the demilitarized zone in the middle. You might not be able to tell all that by this map, but if you make it larger on that area, you couldn't tell that at all. But just trust me on this. If you look up Cyprus later on your own, you'll find that to be the case. Well, what you can see on the map is if you enlarge it in New Guinea, New Guinea serves as the Asian equivalent to the island of Cyprus. It is also divided, and that is clearly visible because it is so large. Of course, everything in Asia is orders of magnitude larger than anything in Europe. But as I said, the Greek archipelago, that collection of so many islands, down to Crete, and then Rhodes. These are the anchors. Crete at the bottom in the south, Rhodes up towards the peninsula of Asia Minor. In the Asian version of that, it goes down from Malaysia, the Indochinese peninsula, all the way down through Java, and you understand just visibly how that represents, very similar to Rhodes, the kind of anchor in that archipelago, and then it goes up towards their version of the Isle of Rhodes would be Timor, which is also divided between two different cultures. So these are heavily defined peninsulas that very much reflect each other. And of course, the other thing you'll notice is that southward, all the continents have a southern continent. So North America, Europe, and Asia all have, being the dominant forces of World War II, our world politics, and the world economy, they all have a southern landmass. North America has South America, Asia has Australia, and Europe has Africa. And in between these landmasses, they have essentially a Mediterranean, meaning a kind of insular sea that is filled with islands. Now, the term Mediterranean simply means between terra. Med as in media, mede meaning between, terranean meaning earth, between two worlds, essentially. So when you take a look at the Mediterranean Sea that you are most familiar with, Mare Nostrum, our Sea of the Roman Empire, that is between two worlds, Europe and Africa. It's actually between three worlds, Europe, Africa, and Asia. The other two similar Mediterraneans are between Asia and Australia, and between America and South America. Now, back to those reflective islands. If you take a look at the British Isles, as I said, blocking off continental Europe from accessing the Atlantic easily, and Japan, of course, dominating Asia from accessing the Pacific easily. The equivalent to Ireland in Asia would be the Philippines. The Filipinos are like the Irish of Asia. And like the Irish who were taken and used as effectively wage slave labor to build all of America's railroads, the Filipinos were enslaved by the Americans and brought all over the Pacific as America's slaves in the very literal sense. Some of them being brought to mainland America, and there was one old Filipino lady, well over 100 years old, who never even ever received American citizenship, white American citizenship, U.S. citizenship. I think she died without it, but she was brought here as a slave. So the Irish are kind of the Filipinos of Europe, and the Filipinos are kind of the Irish of Asia. That would be the best way to look at that. There's cultural similarities based on these physiological similarities that the majority of people are completely unaware of. And that, of course, was brought to my awareness through the study of geomorphology. So if you look on this, despite everything I've already emphasized, the other peninsula that would stand out would be Scandinavia. Scandinavia to the north is, of course, surrounding another Mare Nostrum, or RC. That would be the Baltic Sea. And that peninsula, along with Denmark, unites with Europe. The Asian equivalent is right above Japan, and you see the Sea of Okhotsk and the Kamchatka Peninsula. The Kamchatka Peninsula represents to Asia what the Sweden and Norway Peninsula, they used to be one single nation, known as Nordland, or the land of the north. That's exactly what they represent to Europe, is exactly what the Kamchatka Peninsula represents to Asia. The Sea of Og, or Okhotsk, between Siberasia, or Siberian Asia, and Japan, and that Kamchatka Peninsula, that is to Asia what the Baltic Sea is to Europe. Now understand, if you take a look at the continents themselves, on the mainland, you will take a look at Tibet and the adjacent mountain ranges of China. They match Switzerland and Bohemia in Europe, the Alpine range. And the Mongolian and Siberian plains, they correspond to intermarium, or that's the Latin word for between the seas. They correspond to Europe's shatter belt region, that's the term they use in geopolitics, between the Crimea on the Black Sea, that means Ukraine, Crimea, all the way up through White Russia, or Belarus, and into the three Baltic republics of the littoral, meaning Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. That whole region, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Belarus, Ukraine, all of that is a shatter belt region between the Germanic and Slavic cultures. And the equivalent to that would be the Soviet Central Asiatic republics of Asia and Mongolia. And by the time you get to Manchuria, which is northeast China, right above Korea, that is the Asian equivalent of Germany. That's the most industrialized sector of Asia. Only became a Rust Belt after World War II, and the communist Chinese never really developed it or redeveloped it to the extent that it could have been developed. But jutting out of that Asian Germania region, which is far bigger than the Manchuria you see on the map. The Manchuria that China originally held stretched all the way up to the Okhotsk Sea and the northern islands of Japan. In other words, Sakhalin. All of that is part of Manchuria that was stolen by Russia. All that needs to be reunited in a greater Manchuria, and that would be the equivalent of Germany in the center of the European continent in terms of its industry, the most developed area of Russia in the east, and of course the city of Vladivostok, right there between Manchuria and where Russia basically ends. That's the Pearl of the Orient. That's their San Francisco, their gateway to the Pacific. The only ice-free port that they have before everything melts. But at any rate, right next to that is Korea. And the Korean Peninsula is Asia's equivalent to Denmark. And just as Denmark, you had the Vikings and their empire, which still owns Greenland, the largest island in the world, basically a continent. Then you also have in Asia, the Korean Peninsula was once an empire all its own, very large, much larger than people see today, and a great influence over all of Asia, a warrior race unto themselves, so violent that the Chinese and the Japanese have never interbred with them. They're the most purebred people on Earth in terms of a large, sustainable population. People think the Japanese are homogenous, but the Koreans are even more so. No, mainly because nobody will marry them because they're so violent. By the way, that may sound horrible, but, well, that's, yes, Jameson says that explains their manhwa, their comics. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, in the comics, like
You know-
the kids are always beating each other up, and the parents are beating up the kids, and everyone's beating the shit out of each
It's
other.
true. It's true. Oh my God. That's how they behave in public. And they do that in Korea. And nobody bats an eye. They do that here in public. They can get arrested, but they do it because they're just used. That's how they behave. It's that's how they're. Yeah, it's
You know, I
brutality.
remember the Mongols under Kublai Khan also recruited the Korean warriors to board the ship with them.
Oh yeah. Well, they had
to fight to invade Japan.
absolutely. Well, they had everybody on those ships from all over Asia. But understand that China in the east is like European Russia in the west around Moscow. Basically, that's because these are both agrarian peasant cultures that ultimately converted to communism for collectivization and all of its ills. While in the West, Central France stands for Persia in Asia. In other words, if you take a look at Iran and it stretches out towards Turkey and Syria and Iraq, all put together, would be an aggregate geographically very similar to France. As a matter of fact, if you take a look at that one peninsula that stands out in France, that jutting peninsula underneath England, that is Brittany, and they consider themselves a separate ethnicity. They have sought independence in the past. During the occupation by the Third Reich, Hitler almost granted them independence, but they are known as Brittany, and that is shaped very much as the European Asia Minor, where Turkey resides as a republic on top of that peninsula out of Asia that borders Greece. So that Turkish peninsula is actually known as Anatolia. So Anatolia is Asia's Brittany, much larger by orders of magnitude. And the French Atlantic coast below Brittany, like Syria and Palestine. The Gironde and Dordogne valleys with their prehistoric cultures, paralleling that of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers of the Fertile Crescent. So all these correspondences that I've pointed out might seem like mere chance configurations, were it not that there is a startling parallelism between the characteristics of the cultures which have developed in these corresponding geographical structures. Indochina, with her highly developed art and music, and going down that Malayan peninsula past Singapore to the Isles of Indonesia. There you have Java with her rich culture. These all remind one forcibly of Greece and the earlier Cretan civilizations. Asian India has been the center of religious doctrines for Asia, just as Italy has been for Europe, the seat of the Vatican. The ancient city of Nazik, sacred to the god Rama, stands on the Asian Indian peninsula. And let's see if they even have it on this map. It's actually not on this map, but trust me, it's in near where Diu and Oka, Mumbai. You look up in that region, you go a bit more inland, there would be a city near Ahmedabad that would be Nazik. It's called Benares now, but that is near Bombay. It's where Rome is in Italy. It is the geophysical equivalent to Rome for the Asian Indians. And Benares is where Florence grew, their cultural center. And let me check this one message before I go on with my ravings. Here we are. We've got Our Lady Diane Hillis Buchberger is asking me if she thinks that Russia will get Uzbekistan back. I should hope not, honey. And aside from that, all of the Central Asiatic republics don't want any part of this. They're trying to distance themselves from the Sino-Slavic synaxis that they're trapped in. And at first opportunity, if a war happens between America and the Sino-Slavic synaxis, if we're sweeping up through that soft underbelly, all of those Soviet Central Asiatic republics populations will consider us liberators. So they would definitely appreciate being liberated. That whole campaign would be called Thunder Asia or Thrust Under Asia, the soft underbelly of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. It's where they dominate now, but the people there are tolerant. They're not participating of their own free will. It's because the dictators that rule them depend for their very lives on Putin and Xi Jinping. But yes, if we go down south back to India, which is also a member of the enemy, as well as Pakistan, then what you see is that when it comes to these nations, that reminds me of something, and let me see if I can look it up. It's something that was the idea that the Sino-Slavic synaxis originally had. Of course, my biggest problem will be getting my computer to work because, it is sadly what it is, which is a very powerless computer that, for all I know, seems to be on the verge of crashing. But if I can't get past that, then I can't look at the maps and go on with this. So we'll meditate for a second while I discuss, shall we say, what does come to mind. Oh, by the way, I'm just terrifyingly, I fear that my computer's going to shut down now that I was responding to Diane Hillis-Buchberger. If that does, we should still be on stream and we should still be on call. But I do want people to know that my computer's going through some very strange gyrations right now. When I was just picking up on what she said and then trying to respond to it, the computer's just not responding, and now it's suddenly just going through some very bizarre gyrations. We'll see if it works at all within a few minutes. But in the meantime,
did it freeze up on you?
It did everything. The one thing I can tell you is that we get attacked by viruses a lot. That may be. So anyhow, what she's saying about the Central Asiatic republics, she says they're a buffer between Soviet Asian cultures and the Middle East. Yes, and of course, remember it's no longer Soviet. The term no longer applies. Just so people understand that. I know we all say that reflexively, and obviously the way Putin's been acting, he is trying to reintegrate the Soviet Union. Re-expand the old Soviet empire. But it's something that the people down there themselves don't want. And and so, Daniel, by all means, go ahead and say something while I look for this map in my files that the Soviets were planning. Rather, Putin and his Sinitic or Chinese allies were plotting. Whatever was coming to your mind with that.
I was just staring at this whole map, while I was listening to you, and locating the territories, as you're talking about them. And of course, I'm over here in Europe, and all my dirty ass is thinking about all the fine white women that are over there. Yeah, man, look at all these women, man. Don't go light on the waist.
Thank you. That's an example of taking a highbrow discussion and bringing it down to the lowbrow. That's an example of, yes. Thank you, Daniel, for that contribution. That is, people wonder why I have it.
Ladies, man.
Yes. I have a pornographic mindset myself. As a matter of fact, it's why my distance vision is gone. Everything that they say about, that porn will make you blind, looking at all that shit, it's true. It's because you strain your eyes so hard staring at it. It really does fuck your distance vision up. Okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's true. It really is.
Holy shit. Well, I'm glad I barely look at it then.
Well, there we are. Now, let me see. Which file am I looking for? Oh, yes. Dystopias. That should help me. I probably filed it in Dystopias. Did I somehow get rid of that file? If I did, that's shocking to me. It must have been submerged into another file, and that is where I would have to see if I could find it on the internet, because I think they took it off of the internet, but that would be the only way I could link it for our listeners. But in the meantime, let me see if I can find this without distracting myself with the occasional porn image that I've stuck into the wrong file as well. But if I can't find it, we'll move on with the lecture, so to speak. This should have it. Here we are, dystopias. Found that, and looking through it right now for a map which really outlines what the Sino-Slavic Synaxis was planning. You see a kind of final, ultimate objective when I had that map that I put into the link with the latest transmission, the one before tonight's, when I was talking about what Putin was aiming for, the world that would have come to pass if the Japanese had fought and defeated Mussolini and disgraced him, and that would have led to his being deposed, and then there would have been no ally for Adolf Hitler. Then that would have resulted in that world that you find linked via the chat room of the transmission preceding tonight's. But I can't believe it. I didn't put the stupid exegesis map in this. And that's a stupid name that I think that white supremacist uses that posted it originally. But when I find it, I'll bring it to people's attention. Should have looked for that earlier, but it's always depressing to look for these things. So let me see. By the way, Diane says, I screw up computers sometimes. Tell me if it stops. Oh, no worries, honey. I love you. No worries. The computer's screwed up as it is. Nothing to do with you, darling. And so let me get an emoji for her before I get back to talking about things in general. And with that, okay. So if people were to concentrate on some of these correspondences, or rather, if I were to bring more to people's attention, as I said about the similarity between the Arabian and Spanish peninsulas, curiously enough, the Arabs settled in Spain. And this has a lot to do with Arabia's structural equivalent in Europe being Iberia, the Spanish peninsula. And of course, the Portuguese would resent that, so you would call it the Iberian Peninsula. But by the way, for those of you who complain about the term Hispanic, like where's Hispania on the map, that meant the entire peninsula back in the days of the Roman Empire. Then it was known as Hispania, and that's why the Roman general who winds up in the movie Gladiator is referred to as the Spaniard, because he was stationed in Spain and therefore emerged out of the Iberian Peninsula. Actually, what they would have called him, they call him the Spaniard in the movie Gladiator for the sake of sounding better in English, but what the Romans would have called him would have been the Hispaniard, or the Hispanic, basically, which would have just sounded strange. In modern American ears, they'd say, well, he's not Mexican, or something stupid like that.
Don't you just hate how they have to dumb everything down for American audiences?
Thank you.
This is why I don't watch movies at all.
Yes, I know. It's distressing. But both Arabia and Spain are rugged lands. They're angular shaped with fanatic, intense, and proud populations. As I've explained before, with the Peninsular War that took place in Iberia between Napoleon Bonaparte and the native Spaniards, oh, yes, there we are. Somebody mentioned, Sammy Romero said, yes, if they had called the Roman general Hispanic in the film, everybody would be expecting him to be cutting the grass. There you go. And or welding a leaf blower. Yes, that's right. So when you consider what I've just said about Hispania, this is when I was bringing up that entire, shall we say, aspect of this that really draws us into the nigh mystical. First off, we have to understand the fact that nations are profoundly modern. They are the roots of modernity. All of modernity is centered in the concept of the nation. Now, this may seem very, how would I say it, strange to people because they find nations as a biblical concept. As a matter of fact, if you go through the Bible, and again, Sammy Romero can testify to this as somebody raised in the evangelical cult, the Bible returns again and again to the concept of nations, the fate of nations, and the nature of nations as being a fixation in terms of destiny, the fate of nations. But when it comes to nations actually being nations, as I explained, they're really recent concepts. Most of the time that we had any understanding of identity, it was based on something very different. Race and tribe being the same and being much more what people identified with for millions of years. It was only later when you developed the massive religions that swept the world. Buddhism out of Asia, sweeping all of Asia, becoming a real universal identifier. Buddhism is more universal throughout Asia than Taoism or Confucianism, which are exclusively Chinese. Rather, Buddhism is accepted all over Asia as a commonality. This is why Alexander the Great sat under the Bodhi tree, the same tree that the Buddha himself had sat under, and attained conversion. He converted to Buddhism and decided he was going to bring Buddhism back to Europe. And had he not been assassinated, he would have done so. And again, one of those turning point assassinations, like the assassination of Julius Caesar, where the world was much the worse for his passing. And he effectively cursed the men who murdered him, his own generals, when they died, or rather, well, he lied dying, and they approached him for validation and said, Alexander, to whom shall the empire go? Expecting someone to be appointed. He got back at them all with his dying words, simply by staring at them with hatred in his eyes and saying, to the strongest, at which point it was a free-for-all and they all killed each other. That was the end of the world as it could have been, the world where, as I said, he had already held the largest marriage in history that has never been superseded. Thousands of men, his entire army, tens of thousands of men and Asian women married together in what he called the marriage of East and West. And had he marched home leading them, having converted to Buddhism, and we had a Buddhist Europe, imagine how different our world would be. And by the way, again, hypnotized to take a look at what was entered as a comment here on my link. Some people might think that I'm being easily distracted, but understand that sometimes this is it's relevant. It inspires me to go in a direction of conversation. Not sure what Our Lady's pointing out by Google Scholar yet, but I'll check on that later. Thank you so much, honey, for participating. And going back to where we are now. So when you think about Alexander and what could have been, understand that when we think of, as I pointed out before and probably wasted too much time on, when I was talking about the morphology of the human body and how we compare that to our intuitive assumption of a persona. Now, a persona is a mask, really. It's not the real person. It's their personality, which is a facade, what they project. But if you take a look at their body, which they cannot hide, you usually intuit a kind of personality on the basis of their physiology. And when it comes to this kind of personal development, can one overcome the limits of their body to be something original or new? Then if we take a look at the new individual person, toward which human evolution is leading. Then a corresponding image should be outlined, revealing the meaning and function of the new nation. In this postmodern age, where we've gone beyond the fear of nuclear annihilation, which the Russians are still trying to bludgeon over our heads and bring us in line with their form of blackmail. We're in an age of information, which they've mastered to a great degree in the most negative sense through the poison of toxic misinformation. All of this needs to be overcome as we begin to separate our cultures with lines that are drawn and electronic firewalls erected so we can preserve what is ours, that it may not be taken by the enemy. If there are still to be nations in the centuries ahead, they will be but extensions to the level of first solar within the solar system, to the level of interstellar. Whether they're solar nations or stellar nations, they will be but expansions of the cultures of nations on Earth. And one might ask, if one is the kind of person who's, say, for instance, in the chat room the other day said, oh, war is something man should evolve out of. And I pointed out that Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping would love it if all Westerners thought that way. One could ask, should nations continue to exist at all? What exactly is a nation at all fundamentally anyway? And the answers to these questions are not to be taken for granted. Indeed, postmodern man's mind is quite confused as to the implications and the value of the concept of nation, as the history of the last few centuries proves. But understand this much: a nation is not a tribe, or even a group of related tribes. And it is not an empire, which is to be disambiguated from a nation. I use the term empire all the time to make a point. China is not a nation as it stands today. It is an empire which has subsumed Tibet, Manchuria, Inner Mongolia, and the Caucasoid the ethnically Caucasian northwestern China, which is actually Xinjiang Uyghur, or the proper name would be Turkestan. And an example of Russia is an empire. The Slavic people are populating only parts, all of Sakha, which you can look up, Sakha. Sakha, what the Russians call Yakutia. They consider that to be their Congo. Everyone there is not ethnically Russian at all. They are so Asiatic that whenever they travel elsewhere in Russia, everybody thinks they're Chinese advisors or investors. In the past, they would have mistaken them for Japanese tourists. So that is supposed to be an independent nation, yet the Russians have occupied it till now. Someday that will change. Therefore, Russia, by occupying it, is not a nation, it's an empire. America is an empire because of all of the Native American nations that we occupy. All of this will change in time, where we disambiguate the nation from the empire that it is. So if a nation's not a tribal unit, then realize it's not a racial unit. This is what nobody could understand about National Socialism. The term national and socialism, the ideology of my biological father Adolf Hitler, was that all such concepts were fallacies. The nation could never be a social organism if it included only one single racial strain. Rather, the idea is that it is a hybrid entity. So nations, in the accurate sense of the term, the most modern manifestation, are a very recent type of social development. Originally, the closest concept you had to that in the European cultures, who never identified themselves as Europeans. Nobody was really familiar enough with the map to understand themselves as Europeans. The Caucasoid or the Caucasian cultures of Europe identified themselves only as Christians. The way they understood themselves as an aggregate was as Christendom. And as for the Muslims, they thought of themselves as living in Dar al-Islam, or the land of submission, the land of Islam, and everything outside the house of Islam was the house of war. So a man's religion was his politics. There was no such thing as politics in the sense we understand it today ideologically. And man lived, died, and killed on the basis of his religion. So not only did Muslims and Christians kill each other, but they killed other Christians and other Muslims depending on their interpretation of the Quran or the Bible. Therefore, you had the Eastern Orthodox Christians fighting with the Western Christians under the Church of Rome. You had the Sunni and the Shia waging holy war against each other. But as a whole, the nation, quote unquote, of Islam, or rather the aggregate identity of Islam, stretched from North Africa into the Saharan Desert, all of Southwest Asia, up towards those Turkic regions into Western China. Altogether, that aggregate, that crescent of desert, was known as Saharasia. And Saharasia was the Islamic identity in disambiguation from Christendom, which comprised Europe. Therefore, the only concept Europeans had that gave them a sense of Europe at all was the concept of Europe is the faith. But because the British decided, because there was no new world across the sea at that time that was known of, all the British had to invade was the continent of Europe. The British invaded Europe again and again and again, and they fought the 100 Years' War. The British shield, the royal shield, still has an element on it that represents the Aquitaine, which is France. They don't even occupy that part of France anymore, and the French would go to war with them if they tried. But they still claim that as part of England on their royal shield, because to them, before the New World was discovered, there was no other place to invade but France, the closest nation to consistently attack. The person who ultimately defeated them was Joan of Arc. And you might remember what I educated Peter Moon on. Peter Moon had no idea. He was going along the idea that things in the past are misty and actually mythified. That wasn't the case with Joan of Arc. We know more about Joan of Arc than we know about almost any human being in history, because she was put on trial, and they took voluminous records of her, and they biographized her life. And because we know of her struggles and what she accomplished, this young girl who was burned at the stake at the age of barely in her 20s, if that, probably more around the age of 18 or so, she helped to form France as the first official nation in history. It became a nation after Joan of Arc, some 500 years ago, after which England followed, and then Spain. So a nation can be defined on historical grounds as the result of the integration of 2, 3, or even more racial groups and traditions within well-defined geographical boundaries, and on the basis of a common language and culture, or at least an officially predominant language and culture. Now, philosophically speaking, we have to define a nation as a formative field, morphogenic in nature, within the particular basic type of human beings in which they are developed and maintained, with an infinite number of individual and group variations. So a nation is a collective personality, And we could consider humanity as a whole as the only real and stable collective personality correlated with the one globe of the earth, more or less as the individual psyche and mind are correlated with a physical human body. Now all of this is going to change. You see, a nation with its language, culture, and institutions is this formative morphogenic field for the development of a type of individual whose basic destiny is to fulfill a particular function in the total economy of humanity as a whole. It's not the tribe because it's not merely a biopsychic entity completely bound to the earth as flora and fauna to soil and climate. It's a formative field, a training school, we might almost say, for the establishment of a style of mental and psychic human consummation, acculturation at all levels. And this field is definitely influenced by environment, by geography, land resources, and climates. Yet it's not merely the progeny thereof. It is there in order to serve a functional purpose in terms of ultimate all-human and global synthesis, or humanity as a species. And for this reason, a nation is the result of the integration of, at the very least, two dominant racial strains, and probably, in principle, three. Certainly in Japan, which people consider homogeneous, you had the people who were the descendants of sunken Lemuria, what we call Zealandia, undersea of New Zealand today, the eighth continent of the planet Earth, which you can look up yourself as a geological fact. No fantasy there. The Japanese who fled its sinking relocated to the archipelago of the home islands of Japan, but they also interbred with the Chinese, who came when the first emperor of China was seeking immortality, and the white people who lived on the islands first, who became increasingly exiled to the north and ultimately onto the island of Hokkaido, known as the Ainu. So even Japan is hardly homogeneous. It has always been multicultural and multi-ethnic. But the hybrid of their unification, then that's conditioned, as is any hybrid, any nation, by the need of humanity as a whole for a special kind or style of human productivity or consummation, much as a new species of plant is created by hybridization in order to meet the need for a product with definite characteristics such as early maturity, large flowers, resistance to bad weather, or heavy seed output, etc. And then the question becomes, what is it that directs the process of hybridization? Of course, there's no answer that could be provided that would satisfy all schools of thought. We may say it's God's purpose and postulate intelligent agents serving that purpose. But at any rate, it is presumably the same type of agencies or directing will which control the development of oaks from acorns and organize the most intricate interdependence of glands and nerve and organs in human behavior. So certain tribal groups are seemingly impelled to move toward definite geographical areas, there to settle and intermingle. What made the Arabs settle in Spain from the south some centuries after the Visigoths came from the north, both blending with indigenous races and a number of colonists from various Mediterranean countries? Spain was the result of the hybridization of these racial collectives, these collectivities, rather, just as the French nation and culture resulted from the blending of the Celts, the Germans, the Vikings, and Mediterranean races, and Great Britain from the union of the Celt, the Anglo-Saxon, and Scandinavians. But who can tell whether it was not the archetypal function, Spain, as a Platonic ideal that drew to that square peninsula jutting westward out of Eurasia the Arabs, the Visigoths, and other colonizing groups, just as it is the function of that, well, of human vision, which draws the fibers of optic nerves and all the substances to the eye, to that locality in the human body best suited to be the seat of such a function, that socket in which your eyeball develops. And yeah, like I said, which I ruined myself by cruising for too much porn. If I'm to pull a Daniel Arola and take us from the highbrow down to the low, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that, but he pissed me off so much that it just had to come out. So I blame him for everything. When I was trying to get back into Judith Egert's good graces, all I could think of was that stupid dog face video that he put up, and I think that's what fucked me over, so I blame him for that too. But at any rate, when it comes to, again, the map, look upon the map at Spain and Southwest Asia, that fertile crescent, towards the Mediterranean, where you have the Levantine, well, you know, Jerusalem and Israel. And think about how, think about how significant the I would call them histocultural, or historical cultural correspondences between these nations, which grew respectively in Persia and in France. Zoroastrian civilization matching the old Celtic culture. In Manchuria and in Germany, military and mystical peoples avid for space conquest in an inorganic sense. The Manchurians became the last foreign invader dynasty of China. The Manchurians, the dreaded Manchus, the Qing dynasty. These were the people who ruled China last. The heirs to the Mongols and the Manchus would have been the Japanese, had the Japanese been forced to relocate from their islands, along with the imperial family at least, to overtake China. If the Americans had tried to invade the Japanese home islands, the imperial dynasty would have simply relocated to China, and you would have had the Americans facing a supermassive Chinese military staffed by Japanese officers, commanded by the emperor himself as the heir to the Mongols and the Manchus, overwhelming the Americans on the Japanese islands, using the former home islands as a meat grinder, from which the Americans would never emerge. The Americans never had a chance, no matter how far they took it. And in China and Russia itself, first understanding that transitional zone, Manchuria, the Germany of Asia, where Emperor Henry Puyi, the so-called last emperor of China, was but a Manchu, a Qing emperor, who retreated to the north to be emperor of his own race, the Manchurians, what the Americans in the West knew as Manchukuo, because they couldn't pronounce the real name, which was Manchao Kokuguaya. But aside from that, you go down south and notice the similarities between China, that chunk which is habitable, which is all towards the sea, the coast, and that circular China that stretches from beneath its Shantung Peninsula all the way down towards Hong Kong. That China going far enough inland before you hit Tibet and Turkestan, or their northwest China region, or Inner Mongolia, or Manchuria, all the core China that is left. That is comparable to European Russia surrounding Moscow, Moscovia. These are all the lands of the good earth and of robust peasantry, long controlled by a small aristocracy that later surrendered unto communism and suffered collectivization. The general picture presented by the relationship of Europa to Asia is that of a miniature to a full-sized original. Europe is not unlike that budding protuberance on a navel orange, which is a small replica of the orange itself. And just as you have the reflection in Manchuria as the industrialized core and forested hinterlands of Greater Manchuria correspond to Gross Germania and its black forests, even as you have the parallel of Denmark emerging out of Europe as a peninsula and Korea jutting out of Manchuria towards Japan, just as all of these are reflections of themselves, think about what I've said as well about those differences between those mountain ranges. The parallelism that, well, the differences are as significant as the similarities. In Italy and India, reflecting each other as spiritual powerhouses, Switzerland and Tibet occupy similar spaces in those two geomorphic structures. But notice at once the fact that the Alps in Europa describe a convex arc of mountains above the northern Italian plains, while the Himalayas describe a concave arc over the plains of northern India, sweeping across Nepal and Bhutan and Sikkim. If we consider the two mountainous masses of Switzerland and Tibet as the geo-spiritual centers of their respective continents, we get the idea of the European center radiating outward, while the Asiatic center is focused inward. And we see how well this describes the differences between European and Asiatic manifestations of geo-determined psychospirituality. So, Europa as a superpeninsula is thus a specialized reproduction of the vast motherland of Asia for a particular evolutionary purpose. In another sense of real historical cultural validity, Europe is to Asia as the conscious and intellectual part of humanity's total psyche is to the vast collective unconsciousness of Asia. The vast collective unconscious, I should say. Not unconsciousness, but an unconscious. A subconscious that is tapped in the dreams of Europe. The conscious is a differentiated organ of the unconscious in the sense that the brain and the cerebral spinal nervous system constitute differentiated organs of the total human organism. Whereas religion is the progeny of the collective unconscious out of Asia, science is that of the rational conscious out of Europa. So there we have that in basics. Another way of looking at the Eurasian landmass is to see it as one shape extending from 10 degrees longitude west, or West Ireland, to 170 degrees longitude west, the eastern tip of Siberia, and dividing that supercontinental landmass into two, the span of 200 degrees altogether of longitude. Dividing it evenly in half, we find longitude 90 degrees east as the pivotal meridian, passing through Calcutta, Tibet, near Lhasa, the capital thereof, of the Tibetan nation, occupied by communist China for the present, and near the highest mountain of the globe, just west of the Gobi Desert. But going near enough to Mount Everest, and the Mongolian Republic, formerly a communist satellite of the Soviet Union, through the most important part of Siberia, the Sibersk region, or certainly a place that might become a cradle of civilization in the future, along the grand Yenisei River in Russia, which, with the melting of the ice caps, will undoubtedly become a great inland trade route. The Mississippi River of the Russia of tomorrow, after it survives the nightmare of today. And around the pivot of this 90 degrees east meridian, we might see soon the total population of the Eurasian world almost evenly divided. Even now, the combined population of India, Persia, and the former constituent republics of the fallen Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, at one point almost approximately balanced that of the Communist Chinese Empire, Japan, Indochina, and Indonesia. Oh, by the way, Daniel Arola says, I got to go, guys. Got to finish up some work before I go to bed. Oh, by the way, say goodnight to our listeners, please, if you will. Or good morning, as the case may be. It's after midnight for him. Love you dearly, Daniel. Hugs. All right. He didn't come on to say goodnight, but that's all right. So there was the general similarity I pointed out of position between the Scandinavian peninsula and the superpeninsular Kamchatka, which could have a canal built through it to help ease exchange between one side of that realm and the other, with the Korean peninsula manifesting both geophysiognomically and culturally as parallel to Denmark, and the British Isles and Greater Japan, the correlation between the last two island groups being particularly significant in terms of world history and racial background. Now, all of this, of course, is paralleled by their cultures. Japan and Great Britain being tea-drinking cultures. Cultures, of course, where hats were a main way of fashion. Well, we could go on for hours and hours. Colonial expansionist, etc., etc. When you go further, the Americas can be reduced in shape to two southward pointing triangles, a symbol of descent of spirit and masculine activity, while Eurasia Africa is this sprawling feminine shape, with Europe as a highly differentiated miniature form of the great mother of races and religions, Asia. So, with all of that's expressed so far, I think you get the point. I could go on for hours and hours. But this is the geomorphology, which has, of course, inspired myself to have a passion for geopolitics throughout all of my life. I'll try and express that accurately throughout the rest of the night, or do it some form of justice. As a matter of fact, I really should get into reciting our... shit. There we are. Sex bots are attacking now. And, of course, my man is nowhere to be found. Can't wait for him to come back. Hopefully he does soon enough. But in the meantime, I'll take care of this. Now, he just hides this stuff, and I report it. I'm hoping that he then does the same. And I appreciate all of you with your patience concerning everything that I've been expressing so far. Well, I have to turn towards crap like this. Reported for child abuse, because they always say boys and girls. And, all right, so here we are, report and unwanted commercial content or spam. I mean, there's so many buttons to push with this shit. All right, report. And, all right, harassment or bullying. Okay, choose one. Someone else. There we go. Report. Okay. So hopefully that takes care of all of that. And somebody who took the name Vulcan Stavka, mixing the Russian high command shock front with the word Vulcan, which of course I practically own copyright of. Anyone who knows me knows that. And then I have a bunch of words in Cyrillic after the XYZ /250%. Yeah, God, it's just, they made the longest possible name our avatar for their shit. And of course it had to be Russo-oriented. This is basically the Russians. Okay, Jameson, you're back. I don't know if you can hear me. I just took on a bunch of sex bots and, reported them all. So follow up, make certain that they're gone. Thank you for that. Daniel had to leave. Poor guy had to He had to take care of business before he went to bed, and that's understandable. I don't know if Sammy's still with us. Did Sammy take on?
I'm still with you goods.
Oh, I know you are, thank God. If Sammy is left, then I understand that. Let's hear what he has to say if he hasn't, because then I'll start in on the solicitation for tonight. But I just want... Oh, there he is. So, Sammy. Oh, there we are. So,
hey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was listening to when you're talking about the maps. It's very it's awesome. It's very interesting.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. That's actually no, the way you just correlate, how different continents kind of coincided.
Yes.
Very well, it kind of gives you how the world is not so different when it comes to regions and stuff.
Honestly, I'm so glad you're here. I needed to refresh myself. If you two could talk while I drink and refresh myself, I would appreciate that immensely.
I just want to ask a question.
Of course.
With the influence that the environment has on shaping how we interact, I would say that that's probably still a remnant of the bicameral mind, to a degree.
Our bicameral mind reflects that bifurcation.
Yeah, and I imagine that we still haven't completed the split. Basically, we're still in the early stages. What I see in the future is a man that is no longer even affected or connected to the environment in the way that we are now. Basically, the evolution of man would be a complete disconnect from the sort of geomorphological influence.
Well, what I would say is that, in a sense, it will become actually rendered more pronounced in a way that I'll describe. I had the privilege of being able to speak with Jack Williamson before he died. Now, most of you won't even know who that is, but that was an old science fiction author who wrote many of his stories before World War II, and yet they continued selling well after. He was never that big a name. Most people were unfamiliar with him. But Jack Williamson wrote of a future of energy crisis. This was before World War II. And he wrote of a future where basically, again, he wrote this before World War II, and he thought that the divisions between mankind were so extreme that it would be reflected in our immediate solar system. So the idea that he had at the time was that as man expanded into a solar system that we interpreted at that time as habitable, you might remember what I said about the old Victorian idea was that our sun was like this magnificent stellar furnace that spit out these planets, almost like pips being spit out by a plant, these seeds that would be spit out from a overripe fruit. The pit would be spit out to basically reproduce, as the fruit would if no one plucked it and ate it. The fruit itself would rot and ultimately explode from its rot, and the seeds would spread. The people
That's not far from accurate.
Yes, the people of the Victorian age thought of our sun as spitting out these terrestrial planets. The terrestrial planets up to the point of Jupiter, which is not a terrestrial planet. All of those planets, Jupiter and beyond, are all gas giants and ice giants. Jupiter and Saturn are gas giants, whereas Uranus and Neptune are ice giants. And then you go back towards dwarf planets or planetoids out further towards the Kuiper belts. But when it comes to the terrestrial planets, the rocky planets prior Jupiter, the Victorian thought was that both Mercury and Venus represented these earlier stages of what Earth once was when it was first spit out from the sun, and that Mars and the planetoid belt, which is centered on the largest of its planetoids, which is Ceres. Ceres, of course, is named after the Roman god Ceres, which was the goddess of grain, from whence we get the word cereal. And she was once the primary goddess of the Romans, a nation of warrior farmers. And Ceres, her planetoid, her dwarf planet really, is the core of a planet which obviously diluted, fragmented into the planetoidal belt, what we call the asteroids. They look like stars in the sense that they reflect light, and they move so fast. They were called the vermin stars. They move so fast in the telescope in terms of tracking them. And so the vermin stars are really just the shattered remnants of a planet like Mars that disintegrated with age, kind of dissolved in the main core, its hardened core, now petrified, fossilized, ossified. That would be what Ceres is. A dwarf planet unto itself and needs to be honored as such, just as our moon is actually a binary planet towards ourselves. We are a binary planet comprised of the moon, which is large enough not to be a moon at all, and Earth. So when it comes to these planets that should be acknowledged, as the ancients acknowledged them, then you see that the Victorians thought that Mercury was like the first stage, a very hot, molten core that would expand as it cooled, and as it got farther away from the sun, in the position where Venus was, then it would be at the age, well, the stage of development of swampy, hot. They knew that it was hot and had a kind of greenhouse effect. They never expected how bad, but they thought it was in the age of Carboniferous Earth, that it was swampy in the sense of the pre-dinosaurs, amphibians and giant insects, they thought, dominated on Venus. And then, of course, Earth. Oh, yeah, go on.
Sorry.
No, wow.
Sorry, Doug.
Yeah.
I remember you mentioned Earth's second moon. It's our second satellite. I guess it's I remember. I forgot the name. Crunier. There you go.
Yeah, nobody can remember that. Don't worry about it. What about it?
Yeah.
What about?
I find it. I did not know about this celestial body until you mentioned it. In the way it orbits us, it has a unusual orbit, but it's one of those things where I showed this to one of my coworkers, and he's where do you find this information? And I'm like, well, I told him who you were, and I kind of even sent him a transmission, but it's almost like how could I say it? It was almost like I couldn't believe it. It was I had to kind of look at myself. It's just I was like, wow, it's new information. Sorry, I'm kind of dumbfounded right now.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I appreciate you bringing that up, and it's important. Just for people who don't know, Crunier is spelled Cruithne. You would think it was pronounced Croithne or Croithne, but no, it's Celtic, and because it's ancient Irish language, Gaelic, ancient Gaelic, pre-Gaelic, really, Celtic, nobody can pronounce it. It's like Cambodian language. The Khmer language of Cambodia, or Kampuchea, is like everything the way it's spelled is not the way it's pronounced. Just like DAB space TSCHO, you'd think would be something like it's actually TSOG is how it's anglicized. So DAB's, space, then TSOG, you'd think it said Dabsog, but it's pronounced Dacho. So the Celts are the same way. Their language is, you have to have a native pronounce it for you or you'll never get it. But Crunier was named because it was an Irish astronaut that landed on it first, not from the nation of Ireland, but Irish descent, an American, during the Cold War, during the secret space program. And the reason it's strategically important is because it's on a very irregular circular horseshoe orbit, meaning it's a regular orbit, but it's irregular in shape. And it's a horseshoe orbit between Earth and the moon. So it's this celestial body, this celestial body in which you can stand upon it and see both the Earth and the moon simultaneously with your naked eye behind your astronaut's face shield. And therefore, is strategic in the sense that you could take off from there to reach either Earth or the moon. So this is something nobody has ever been told about, and they never tell you about it. Indeed, if you were to look it up, half the articles you will find will be denying it. In other words, they'll say, well, this is this, but it's not really a second moon per se. They'll say something stupid like, oh, it's really like an asteroid caught in orbit. I mean, it's meaningless semantics at that point.
Well, it's dumb because, I mean, it's in our vicinity.
Yes.
And
it's trapped to it's trapped to us. It's not, it's trapped to our emotions. So it's part of it's part of our system.
And I'll give you an example. Operation Argus, where you talk about where we deployed missiles to the moon. If I'm not mistaken, right? Operation Argus.
Well, Argus was deploying the missiles over Antarctica to create an artificial.
What is the other one there?
I forgot the name of it, but there was a plan to try and nuke the moon. But you might be thinking of that. But go on,
all these operations that are first off unusual because, for somebody, for a student growing up in America, especially, from a regular student, all this is almost like, I've never known this. It's almost like make-believe, because what are we doing? What were we doing? What was our purpose of doing this if we are the victors? What are these operations?
Thank you.
Doesn't make sense. What the fuck are we doing in Antarctica? And what are we doing with all this radiation? It's this is where, and this is the as far as how much we don't know, because if you mention this to somebody, they look at you like you're crazy, but it's not that you're crazy. Obviously, you're not crazy. It's you're so stupid in a sense of we're so trapped in this matrix of good old US of A. Where's my fucking cheeseburger? And, where's my beer? And where's my baseball? That, we're so oblivious to it, in the sense that part of connecting the dots of what Doug has not even exposed, just reminded us, because this information is out there. It's almost laughable to it's like your head hurts, because Americans don't care. They don't care in the sense that even if it's true, well, we don't care because we're not going to acknowledge it. And what I mean by quote unquote Americans, I'm talking about, Joe Redneck or Joe Honky or Joe Cracker, because really these are the people that make your policies. These are the people, fortunately, that still are in Congress or senators, that this is what they look like. This is, your Mitch McConnell. These are these assholes that are dinosaurs, but their mentality they're still relevant to the sense that
they still have power.
Yes, they still have power. And when you talk about these operations, even the military, like, I don't know generals. In fact, most of the generals in this country are not even in the media. Okay, so we can't even question them. The only general, maybe Petraeus, that I know of, maybe the ones that Trump, what's his name, Mad Dog Madison, all these assholes, yes, but all these quote unquote generals, really, to me, are just a bunch of rednecks in suits. Absolutely. And to me, they're dumb. They're not. They're just, how do I say it? I forget, Doug, your background, because I remember I saw you today's promotional banner. Okay, I forget you're also ex-military, but because this is what I'm saying is it's you're. And forgive me, I didn't mean to call you a nerd, because it's not what you're intelligent, but you know your way around the military. It's nothing new. Yes. So when I see these people that are, politicians in uniform, well, that's all they are. Yes. They're empty suits, and all these operations that are part of our history. It's almost like they can't say anything, or they're like, well, oh crap, we did do this. And the history is already proving to me that you're full of shit, and that it's been going on with the Third Reich and Exile with all these operations, but even more. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, that was just his cat, James's cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She wants my attention again. She doesn't grasp that I'm on a trend. Cats operate on their own time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I thought it was a kid, man, low key. All this stuff to me, just it gives me reassurance that, the American public is not just oblivious, but we honestly, even if the people that this information you relate to, it doesn't register to them because their head is still so far up their ass. But not in that too, the privilegedness. I'm white and I'm privileged. I don't care about this because as long as I'm privileged, I don't care. And this is where I'm gonna feel a little happiness, not happy, but satisfaction to know that this shit is coming, and you're gonna have no excuse because your privilege that you think you're gonna have forever, it's not, because it's already the motions, the what this is coming back again as far as this unfinished war. It's already in motion, and you are still gonna pay for. They're gonna still pay for their injusticeness as far as hiding it. And this is where all these politicians they're gonna be dumbfounded, and they're gonna be like, how are you gonna explain this? And this is where America falls back on its lies, and these lies are just empty. And I'm trying to relay this, and the reason why I always say is because I just want to see if you guys understand what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely. And some things to qualify there. Everyone needs to understand that the horror of the situation as it stands right now is when it comes to the people in our government. On the Republican side, we're already familiar with the elderly who dominate, and this is something that is alarming in and of itself because they're just living fossils. But when we go to the Democrat side, when people elected Biden to return to any sense of normalcy, the problem with Biden was he tries to be a centrist, and he's been trying to balance out with the Republicans and do something to satisfy them. And as a result, he's effectively thrown Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the squad, as they called them, the young Ilhan Omar, all of the young ladies, have been essentially brushed aside by Nancy Pelosi and disempowered. And you just have Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. And on the Democrat side, it's all ruled by the elderly as well. And this is their idea of centering, their politics. Go
ahead, Doug.
Yeah. So they've isolated the overwhelming majority of Americans, unlike what people think. The overwhelming majority of Americans are so left that they're really along the lines of Bernie Sanders. That what people really want is not Bernie Sanders' ideological communism, but people want universal basic wage. They want universal health care. They want things that other nations on earth who are developed have. And the majority of Americans want that. And look where we are with COVID, with the amount of incredible unemployment, the people who are looking for jobs. I mean, we have people who are more. Yeah. So
can I say something about COVID?
Yeah.
Quick? And by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but in Shanghai, there's a COVID lockdown.
Yeah.
I was talking to a representative from Cathay, and we're slow. We've been slowing down a lot. Yeah. Now, to me, if there's a COVID lockdown in Asia right now, then that means there's going to be one pretty soon here. Get me wrong, but I've always seen this because whenever they have lockdowns there, it's going to travel over here. So I've been monitoring here, and there's been a little spike over here in LA. I don't know about over there. And then again, the pandemic is not over yet. It's just, a lot of people are trying to say this, but this is what was relayed to me from the airline that pretty much in China, there's just been a lockdown because of the COVID scares over there.
Yeah. Believe me, I think.
Go ahead.
Go on. I think that's important to take into account. And go on. What else comes to your mind about that?
And to me, that's going to be very interesting when it comes to even Xi Jinping, when you're talking about him even having someone in his ear. He has a lot to contend to, because this bioweapon that the Russians unleashed obviously leads back to them. It's still plaguing them. And I think he's stuck between a hard and a rock place, because I think they trigger something that I think they bit off more than you can chew.
Oh, yeah.
And this is coming full circle, but it's just my little input, and go on,
definitely. And what Sammy's referring to is the fact that what the Russians unleashed was weaponized African swine fever, which wiped out the pig population of the largest pig population in the world, which was China, and that all of the pigs put together in the rest of the world don't come anywhere near the amount of pigs that China lost. And that was their major source of protein. So it was a catastrophe. And China's got many more coming with the changing climate. This is going to be one of their worst crop growing seasons. There's just any number of things that will lead to the collapse of these regimes ultimately. Probably lead them to first lash out in their death throes to start a war worldwide and grab as much as they can before they fall, in the hopes that will prevent them from falling. When it comes to the potential for the COVID spike happening here, it might not. It's hard to say. I can only hope it doesn't. It wouldn't surprise me if it does. But the problem will be the Americans are past the point where you can control them anymore when it comes to that. Nobody's going to cooperate.
And it's true. And this is one of some things of the chaos that I think, Aquino,
not only anticipated, but hope to engender.
Yes, because what I've noticed, even it's not even red California, but even the city. Okay, people don't understand, and this is where people have their head in the sand, and this is where a lot of people do ask questions, Doug, and a lot of people.
It's connected. It's reconnecting now. So continue with what you were saying. Go back a few sentences. See if you can restate the thought. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. What's going on here, as far as in my city, is people are not really masking, and even we had a councilwoman who steers more to the right, but I guess what they want to just get rid of mask, and it's not going to happen. But people's mentality is on that. I want to go back to normal, and this is what they're trying to promote, even with the Super Bowl here. Okay. And this is where I'm thinking it's going to incite more unrest, because part of what I believe it's going to trigger more civil war too is people, along with the racial stuff, with people not caring about their health. It's the war against the truth, as far as even something like your health. People don't want to take that into account. This is why most of the deniers are from the right, because it's not just history, it's just basic health, basic hygiene.
Absolutely.
And this is where I have to tip my hat to Aquino, because it's the American mindset is sick, in a sense that it's not practical. We can't mobilize, and the people that are going to mobilize, it's going to lead to war. And you're 100% right on that. It's inevitable, because if it's not, and this is the thing about elections, I really do think our next election is going to incite more violence, and along with what's going on in Ukraine and Russia, because the right is aligned with Russia. That is point blank truth. And you're kind of seeing the puzzles where this fire might go out, but there's still this fire, and vice versa. And I don't want to sound like I'm paranoid, but it's more of Nancy Pelosi needs to go because she.
Oh shit! They got him. Oh shit! They got him. Oh my God.
Hello?
Hi, there you are. Okay, thank goodness. Okay, so go on.
It's more of she's in like Dianne Feinstein. Dianne Feinstein.
Right. But by the way, your entire quality of sound changed. Are you like on a speakerphone now or something?
Yes. Hold on.
Okay.
Hello.
There we are.
Like,
thank you.
Dianne Feinstein is old and senile.
Yes.
That's where Nancy Pelosi needs to go. All those old farts need to put them out to pasture.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to these types of situations, Doug, this is where it's going to kill us. Yes. Because you have these people clinging on to the past. Yeah. And, it's just part of where it's going to go. But anyways, I'm going to have to go because my significant other is calling me, and I'm going to have to, step out, and, I'll keep you updated on my situation. And, God bless. Yes. God bless you, JMO. And please support Douglas.
Thank you.
And because he needs our support. And I'm definitely going to do my best to do that too.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yes, thank you so much. Bless you, and you have a great night, and look forward to his response to the rest of the transmission later. We are with Jameson, and one thing I would like to say to everyone is, yes, I will reinforce that. I'll go into solicitation soon, but definitely want to reinforce the fact that, I can't do it without your help, and I certainly need it. So we had that wonderful individual. I forget what Peter said his name was. He said that there was, I think, Roberto, he said, was going to contribute to Douglas Dietrich Productions through his Guidebooks USA or something like that. So I don't know if you were there to hear that. If you weren't, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I heard, but it just went in one ear.
We're in out the other, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not everything he says though. It's because when as soon as Crowley is mentioned in the OTO and the occult stuff, it's like, oh, here we go. I'm here. I'm back.
Your your ears prick up. Yeah, your ears perk up. That's it. That's the term they use. Your ears perk up. So in terms of what I'd like to emphasize to people where we were going in terms of the old Victorian idea of our solar system, that we had the first stage of Mercury, and then it expanding with the cooling into Venus, which was still a runaway greenhouse effect, and then the third stage being like Earth, and then Mars being the senescent stage, where the magnetic the magnetic core has stopped, has essentially become demagnetized, and therefore all the atmosphere has escaped, and Mars dies. Then that's like Earth's future, shrunken and shriveled with senescence and age, and then finally the planetoidal belts reflecting nothing but the cooled core of the planet, and the rest sundered into a planetoidal belt that simply stretches across the solar system around the sun. All of this was thought to represent stages of our world, different worlds, but at different stages of their life cycle, and that each one was moving further out from the sun as that happened. And as Earth moved ultimately towards Mars stage, another world, Venus would replace it, and Venus would in turn be replaced by Mercury, which would be replaced by something else spit out from the sun. So this was their thought, and it is not without merit, and it's certainly compelling, but
it certainly also has its flaws. I mean, there is the potential that this planet could, theoretically, even if, its magnetic, core cooled, if another massive strike were to hit it, like it did, which as Thea did, then there's a possibility it would create a completely new world where everything would jumpstart all over again.
Well, there's that.
Because I'm starting to. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how accurate I am, but I think that you need two planets you need something to collide with a planet to create a core, to create a living world.
That may be, because this is our point. We look out further and further out to the other star systems, and none are like ours. Ours is not the primary model. It is exceptional. It is terminally unique. And what's happened in it is something that is unnatural to the point where it was intelligent design. Simply put, we're the only source of life in the universe. But as we were saying concerning your bicameral idea, the idea that Jack Williamson expressed, which was just at its most basic, based on the politics of his time, and yet was far more astute and far-seeing than many other science fiction stories, was that he envisioned mankind's developing autarkic socioeconomic models being so hostile, so unable to coexist, that essentially a world war emerged. He predicted World War II, but it was one in which America's boundless industrial potential, because he was thinking like an American, basically with all the wealth that it was printing out in terms of its fiat currency and forcing others to slave circuit to its economy, or else forced the ultimate exile of competitive cultures. So his idea was that our solar system became an extension of the supranational models. In other words, he projected an American planet Earth and the English relocating to the moon, a British imperial colonial moon. He projected all of Asia under the Japanese being led to relocate to Venus, the Third Reich taking all of Europe with it to Mars, and the union of the Jovian Soviet satellites, all of the Soviets relocating their constituent republics to the moons of Jupiter. This was
I could somehow see the Soviets going to Neptune or Pluto.
Right. Yeah, I get it. Oh, what he projected was harsh enough, but yeah. But his vision was astonishingly prescient as far as I'm concerned in many ways. But what I see myself is that while we maintain our cultures on Earth, we will be extending these cultures to entire planets within our solar system. But these will be supercultures. These will obviously be the cultures that are intrinsic to a culturally dominated economic bloc, which of course doesn't imply that they're regionally coalescent, meaning that they're not necessarily regionally all in the same space. People who are children think like that. In other words, people would think of all of Africa uniting and then, relocating to another planet in terms of the culture projection. That's not the way it would work. Rather, that these cultures would each be super alignments that essentially cover large parts of the Earth. But they would be basically different parts of the Earth that are aligned by the same ideology, the same economics, but they're not necessarily aggregated together in the same blocks. That's not how it's going to work, because that's not how humanity works.
They would have to be multi-ethnic to keep as much genetic diversity as they could possibly get.
Well, there would be that. At the same time, elements of that. The other would simply be that many of these economies are globe spanning, and how they influence different cultures at other parts of the globe. So each one of them would be, as I said, an empire on which the sun never sets. But nevertheless, they would be united by a kind of core culture's economy at the very least. So obviously, as I said, Germany would be at the center of one type of economy, Japan at another. You would really just look at who were the four cultures that were able to float fleets in World War II. obviously, there were colonial cultures such as the French and the Dutch and even the Belgians, the Danes. You know, you had these colonial cultures with these navies with which they dominated cultures overseas. But these were not competitive global fleets that they were able to float. In World War II, there were only 4 cultures that could do that. The only 4 cultures that could float globally competitive high-sea fleets were the Germans and the Japanese and the Americans and the British. The Soviets weren't even in the game. You couldn't even count them as floating a coastal fleet of consequence, let alone a high-seas fleet. So the idea of them being a superpower in the global sense is absurd. It was preposterous, certainly not during World War II. They floated one of the largest fleets in the world at the time of the Soviet Union. That has since collapsed completely and is not even a factor to be calculated in any serious sense. I brought up the reasons behind that before, but the point is that it would be the same cultures again, Germany, Japan, and England and America, that could float a high seas fleet on a global level and therefore maintain a kind of global economy. The world would be quartered to a degree, but really, as the Japanese say, the 8 corners of the earth, there will be essentially partner cultures, the Chinese with the Japanese, the Americans, of course, with the black culture around much of the world. We have one advantage that no other culture has. We have an enormous black population, which doesn't necessarily know how to operate or interact with black cultures around the world, but certainly, at least in terms of providing a surface appearance of something other cultures could potentially relate to a degree, in terms of people like themselves, blacks could be educated in America to act as kind of emissaries or diplomats to many of the other black cultures on Earth. It's a terror. I could go into.
Honestly, okay.
You understand. There's a lot of shortcomings.
I gotta ask a question.
There's a lot of shortcomings to black culture in America. Go on.
No. I'm not even on that note. My more pressing curiosity is whether you've seen this.
Yes, I've seen hints of it as one direction the world can go in if things go right, as opposed to dystopic and annihilative or nihilist.
You and I have a sort of different direction only in that, but my thing is bringing destruction with the truth. Yours is bringing harmony with the truth. So I mean, we're on the same page. Well, at some part,
I understand that my vision of harmony is different from some idiot who's dreaming of an utopia with no war.
I'm perfectly aware of that, but my vision of harmony is nullity, void.
Oh God! Well, you don't want to go in that direction. That's the direction of the anti-gods. But
the problem is, I was there for too long. I'm at the point where I can't turn back. There is no going towards the light for me. This is absolute at this point.
Well, for now, so long as you show up for work, so to speak, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, again, my thing is I will always, though, because that's the spark of Lucifer, hold value with the truth.
Thank you.
Truth is what matters the most to me.
Thank you.
I mean, dude, I couldn't care if you worshipped pink unicorn penises, for goodness sake. As long as the information you're telling me is legit, hey, I could care less about that stuff,
Well, deeply appreciate it. Did you find anything when you went to search for Sir Arthur Conan Doyle along with Spiritism? Any elements of it?
Yes, I did. I listened to something about it. I do realize that he did have a son that died, and I do realize that a lot of people thought that he was naive, but based on what I heard, he showed a lot more of a discernment from being able to pick out the frauds, from those who were authentic.
Yeah.
So I
let's just put
think
it this way.
he had a lot more wisdom than they gave him credit for.
Thank you. He was
Right.
orders of magnitude above his critics. His critics were simply what they were, just critics. These were the people who were attacking him because he was a cheap and easy shot in that
What
sense.
was even more intriguing was how sort of distant he was from the story that literally made him, which was Sherlock Holmes, because
Yeah.
he almost it was almost begrudging for him to work create to work with to work with that in mind, when he was more drawn to the doctor. Oh my gosh, the
Challenger.
doctor. Yeah, he was, because that was more his thing. He was more interested in that other realm, that other side.
Yes, absolutely.
So I do find a sort of I would say that I find a sort of connection with him on that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that profoundly, and thank you very much for that. There we have that, and with that all having been said, hopefully everyone can appreciate and comprehend what I was saying. I do believe we will extend our culture onto the other planets of the solar system, that this will be the solar nations of the future, extensions of the supercultures that will dominate areas of the earth, and we will have essentially an octagon, or as the Japanese would describe it, the 8 corners of the earth, that will be in a kind of competition, mostly in the sense of quartering, uniting into 4 quarters, or 4 mainly competitive supercultures. But these cultural realms, or bicultural realms, as in like bicameral minds, will be essentially carrying out what violence they do against each other in space as they project their cultures, not simply empires, mind you, but their very cultures, to overwhelm different planets in our system to express themselves. And ultimately, interstellar-wise, we would be projecting into the galaxy, that which is reflected upon our Earth. This is something that most people can't really grasp, because they're used to thinking of Earth as this humanity that is somehow a federation in space, united with other aliens against other alien races. My point is that these other aliens are simply different human cultures that have evolved so extremely as to be alien to each other. This is what people need to understand is our future. That whichever planet is dominated by an Amerocentric culture, or that dominated by an Asia-centric culture or a Europa-centric culture, these cultures will be evolving so differently based on their new environment, as well as that being but an extension of Earth, but Earth's whose matrices of reality, their internet systems separated by electronic firewalls, will be, for all intents and purposes, living in a different world with a different history than the ones on the other side of that firewall. We already see that developing. The Sino-Slavic synaxis may sunder, but Russia and China's core cultures will survive. They will simply adapt to being part of a different culture. China can maintain much more of an autonomy, obviously, because there's so many more people in China, even with their population implosion, than in Russia. But Russia would be more, not completely subsumed at all, still expressing itself as a culture that has adapted, but certainly one that will be not as powerful as other cultures within the economic system that it integrates into, which, as I said, it'll probably become a part of the New West, adapting as a British ally in their attempt to create a resurgent, well, in their attempt to contain a resurgent Germany that will take on Belarus and Ukraine as its satellites. This is the kind of world that will extend into space ultimately as these independent supercultures extend their space race. The question would be which planets suit each one best, rather than their competing for territory on a planet. That would be war for which planet belongs to each of them. This would be a conflict that would decide exactly ultimately which planets their culture will be adapting to. And if people think that's absurd and say you can't occupy Venus, for instance, because all they know about is Mars. Actually, Venus is far more productive than Mars for reasons I've already explored and articulated in many ways. Far more land space, for one thing, and by colonizing the atmosphere, which is not impossible, you actually have far more space that way than you would by the settlements many people envision on Mars. This could go on and on. We could go on about the moon, etc. All of them are ultimately habitable to a degree. All the terrestrial planets and the moons of many of the larger gas giants and ice giants as well. So it's simply a question of time taken and investment. And with an entire culture putting its economy behind that effort, it would be like colonization without the exploitation of a subject peoples in terms of indigenous populations, and therefore on a morally higher ground. And the rewards would be astronomical. Saturn has but one extremely large moon, Titan, and it rains oil on Titan. You have a planet saturated, a planet in effect, a moon so large as to be one, where you could literally be swimming in oil. And couldn't we use that right now? Now, what I'm going to do is refresh myself and then come back and read solicitation. Now, is there something you can do to burn bandwidth for a few minutes there, Jameson?
Oh, sure. I mean, I could. Oh, well, maybe I don't want to talk about this.
What is it? I shudder to ask.
Some medical gore.
Oh God, no! Please, do have respect for yes, our audience.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to hear about that. I wouldn't want to talk about that. I mean, I could, but it wouldn't be fun. Yeah, I could. I mean, I could talk about something.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to try and how do I say this? The right side of my tongue, oh my God, that gets so irritated rubbing against my teeth when I talk for hours like this. It's one of those nights where it does. That's the misfortune of having sharp teeth. I'm actually going to switch onto this Scholar Google thing that our girl, our lady, Diane Hillis Buchberger linked. Let's see what this is. Oh, so it's just, oh wow, some cute stuff about geopolitics. And that's adorable. That was nice of her to look this up and connect it. So I will just basically cut and paste this and put a heart on what she was looking up, dystopia and geopolitics. Okay, so that was where she went with it. And understand, too, a lot of people, geopolitics is a dirty word. And, of course, these are the ignorant among us who have affiliated it with fascism, which, of course, it is. Unfortunately, they think that's a negative. This is the stupidity of the ignorant public and why I've done my best to educate them. With that, of course, give me just a second here to kind of finalize a few actions before I refresh myself. Going to slap a heart on her comment there and say, there we are. Thank you to her. And with that, give me just a second, then I'll leave our man, Jameson, to a little bit of time with all of you. And then come back to relieve him. Okay, give me a second here. And very well then. All right then, Jameson, thank you so much. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. And the stage is yours. All right.
So I've taken the liberty of trying to watch these proceedings where the members of Congress and the Senate are like speaking to the FBI. They're asking them about vulnerabilities in our system. There's a specific vulnerability I found quite interesting, which I'm still learning about, and these are called SS7. These are called SS7 attacks, which are supposed to be able to exploit the. They're called SS7 loopholes. Rather than target specific devices, sophisticated attacks are being perpetuated on entire networks. From a mobile provider perspective, once your network's SS7 protocol is successfully compromised, hackers are privy to all your information. Now, the sort of loophole they found is within two-factor authentication. What happens is a lot of times these companies, they want you to have this two-factor authentication so that you can, in case you just to make sure you're you. This is what we call privacy. This is what we call oh my God, security theater. It's basically to get you to feel more secure that you're not going to be hacked or anything. The absurdity of this is the fact that, you know, when they send you that second confirmation, these hackers are able to get that second confirmation from your network and use that second confirmation and come up with their own password and hack your stuff, and you wouldn't even know it. It's quite brilliant, and these are loopholes that have been in the system. These are this is one of the things that they were asking, you know, the one of the guys in the FBI about. And this is very important because they were saying, they were asking him questions like, what's to stop them from hacking a nuclear power plant? What's to stop them from hacking medical records? What's to stop them from hacking, you know, power generation and whatnot? And it's quite interesting to see his reaction when he said nothing. Now, while this was going on, of course, our beloved piece of shit, Senator Gates, of that cesspit that is Florida, where people just go to die, who should be in jail for, you know, whatever sex crimes he was accused of, but no, he decides to ask them about Hunter Biden's laptop. Who gives a shit about Hunter Biden's laptop when someone can hack the operators of a nuclear power plant and cause a meltdown? Tell me which one would be far more pressing. Of course, he's just aping the GOP slave master Trump's bullshit and causing a massive distraction. That said, I'm no fan of Biden. I hate the guy's. Well, I'm not going to say I hate the guy. He doesn't deserve hate. Neither him or Trump deserve hate. They deserve contempt, which is beyond hate. Contempt means I don't even respect them as life forms. But that said, he took the opportunity to completely derail something that was quite a serious matter, and you know, run it into these sort of bullshit politics. And we're going to see some serious repercussions from the fact that we don't actually have a firewall, and that their cyber unit of FBI, you know, what have we been doing? If we clearly weren't able to stop the Russians from hacking the 2016 election, granted, 2020 was a lot more secure, which is why Trump lost. But unless we have some kind of national firewall, or at least some kind of backdoor, some kind of, how do we say it? Some kind of Trojan horses that are on a national level that, you know, for example, let's say someone were to enter a site in America, you know, something that will completely derail something from a foreign agent or entity, you know. The problem is the luxury of this sort of international internet, this luxury of being able to, you know, communicate to people in other countries and whatnot. We would have to let go of that luxury in order to create a sense of security, because at this point, I tend to think that we are really possibly going to be under threat of them hacking very sensitive infrastructures. Putin's going to get desperate, and at some point, China literally has their pants down, because they probably felt that Putin's siege of Ukraine was going to be 100% successful, and it's not. So they're going to resort to as dire tactics as they can, just to cause as much pandemonium as they can. So while I would say things are, you know, what could you do? The best you can do is make a password that is like complicated. So two of the most common passwords that people have found in the United States have been password and 000000. I shit you not. This is literally how degenerate, how do we say that? This is how dumbed down the culture has become, or the anti-culture, or lack of culture has made people. So there's a lot at stake here, and I, for one, am personally interested to see how they, not only how they're going to react to this, but what the outcome's going to be. That's going to be really, really fun to look at. I can go now. Basically, SS7 attack is a security exploit that takes advantage of a weakness in the design of SS7 or signaling system 7 to enable data theft, eavesdropping, text interception, and location tracking. They use a variety of vulnerabilities, most of which can be executed from remotely anywhere in the world. Hence why I say some kind of firewall is necessary. These techniques give attackers the ability to record, eavesdrop conversations, gain access to text messages without being detected. I think I might be under these kinds of attacks, because every time I walk down the street, one of the things that my stalkers like to do is they like to stop as soon as they see me approaching and go on their phone and start playing with their cell phone. And when I finally walk past them, then they'll continue walking in the opposite direction, as if they're trying to get information from my cell phone about something. And apparently they haven't gotten what they wanted, because, well, most of the messages I get are just spam. But yeah, I have no doubt they have this ability to read this, to see what people are planning, see who people are talking to. This stuff is law enforcement agencies use this shit. They won't talk about it, but I'm sure they have something like a handheld device they could use that can allow them to scan messages from your phone or whatnot. The SS7 protocol facilitates interoperability between networks in 2G and 3G wireless communications. So basically, if we had 5G, we probably would be less prone to this bullshit. And this is why Russia got everyone to believe that 5G is going to nuke you and microwave you, because, you know, now everyone's afraid of 5G, which would probably allow more security of the system, thus allowing Russia and whatnot to, you know, do whatever the fuck they want. The advent of 4G and 5G telecommunications networks has lessened the threat by introducing new security protocols. But these networks must interoperate with legacy technology. Now, 30% of phone connections currently use 2G and 3G networks. 5G adoption is growing, but SS7 attacks will continue to be an issue as long as 2G and 3G networks are in operation. So, yeah, without a major infrastructure update of everything, and we're still going to be stuck in the Stone Ages and vulnerable. If the flaw had a fix, I think phone companies would probably do it. But, you know, we're still, since they're still bringing that up as far as the FBI and, you know, thing is concerned, apparently, if any of you have ever worked for the government, you'll know that the government uses like fucking Windows XP, like the oldest operating system. And they, not only that, they seem to utilize like the oldest technology. So basically, those, the federal systems that are required to run our country are like vulnerable. Everything's vulnerable. So, yeah. Of course, this will just get, you know, this will just get more interesting with time. Now, what I could also do is see what else is going on as far as, oh, well, I'm always happy to bring up some military failures. While this is a fairly old article, I never got to look at, I never got to go over it, but scathing reports find military failures in the 2020 Kenya attack. And this is the American military we're talking about. Military investigations found poor leadership, inadequate training, and a culture of complacency among U.S. forces who undermined efforts to fend off a 2020 attack by militants in Kenya that killed three Americans, U.S. officials said, with the probes that told the Associated Press ahead of the release of findings. Now, it's interesting because that 2020 attack, from what I heard, was actually the result of them trying to fend off an attack from Evanescence, which they're probably never going to release that information. Yeah, well, yeah, so this entire story feels like it's a cover, because I think Douglas did go into that, and he did go into the fact that there was a there was an Evanescence that was trying to steal power from a local power plant.
That was the nation right south of Chad. What I'm trying to remember.
Was that Kenya?
No, God, no. Thank God, no.
Okay. So yeah. So obviously I'm wrong.
More towards Nigeria, I believe it was Nigeria. It was right underneath Chad. And remember, I'm not a West Africa expert, but that's what I remember. I found the map that I was looking for, and let me see if there is another map here that is actually maybe one of the original maps for that Third Empire book that I was talking about, that serves as a blueprint for Putin's conquest designs. And
yeah, I saw his cheesy painting. Oh my goodness, this guy is so full of himself.
Thank you. It's not like he had the talent to paint that himself. Of course, he commissioned that. But
just like he commissioned that stupid statue.
Yes. Oh God. And that's 12 feet high. This fucking statue of himself as Caesar. This fucker is. People don't realize this.
He's unhinged.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to see if I can get this up here on the do a search for it. So go on with saying what you're saying. So you what brought up the evanescer? And who was it? Somebody thought that somebody might be an evanescer or something. I forgot what it was earlier today. Somehow that came up, that topic. Somebody said, was he?
I was asking about the was it Joe Angelo?
Oh, right. No, yeah, of course not. No, that was well before the. By the way, Sammy Romero says, "Did you see the images I uploaded? It's Sammy? No, I didn't. Good God, Sammy, where did you upload them? So do let us know, and let me see. I'll check my messages now. See if there's something that came up in my message box. Let me take a look. Nothing in my message box. He might have stuck something in the, the text box here on Skype. Do you see anything?
As far as images are concerned,
right.
No.
That's cute the way he says that. Yeah, as far as images are concerned. There was something else you said the other day that was really funny. There was, I forgot what it was. Anyhow, just let me see what I can do here to try and figure out a way to find this image. Now, somebody just said, oh God, I got to stop and look at that. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so there we are. Oh, I'm so sorry, Renee. Oh, God, her dog died. Anyhow, the first thing I saw was, it said, my teddy bear died. And I says, okay, I got to see this, right? My teddy bear died.
Yeah, I send my sincere sympathies. It's going to be a very painful and dark time for a good amount of time. It's horrible losing a pet. I still have pictures up of my little one, so I can always remember her. Yeah. And I rather endure the pain of remembering my losing her than forget. Mm-hmm. Because what frightens me is that one day I'm going to forget.
Yeah,
and that's very terrifying.
Yeah, definitely. Now, well, you're not going to forget. I mean, you couldn't forget even if you wanted to. Just the nature of the beast.
But the problem is, the sorrow isn't there anymore, and I feel like what.
Well, that's you don't want the sorrow there permanently. Oh my God. That doesn't help anybody to.
Well, I know it doesn't help, but does that mean that I've gotten callous, or
no?
Is this just
natural? It means that you're maintaining your sanity. Okay, I mean, God knows I miss my parents every day, but the mourning, you have to adapt to a kind of different life. Now, what? Oh, fuck. Where did the goddamn map go? Holy shit. I just had it in this file and it's not showing up now. Oh my God. This is so fucking bizarre. I hate this shit. When this sort of thing happens. I really want the public to.
Just out of curiosity, what kind of connection do you have? Are you 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G?
Fuck, I guess I'm 4G, I think. Nobody's really 5G yet. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, I'm literally still stuck on 2G.
Are you really?
I shit you not.
Uh-huh.
So it's any wonder I'm able to play games and whatnot.
Okay.
But
okay, this will take a second here. Now this is big. It may not be able to upload, but then I'm gonna try and find it. See if there's I can locate this. Give me a second here.
To Sammy, I'd be interested to see the image of this homeless encampment that's across the street from your house. It's now that you've shared that story with us, it tickles me to no end, and curiosity compels me to see it.
Well, there you go. Yeah, morbid curiosity, definitely.
Yeah, me myself, I'm not able to remote view. So I would have to see a picture of it.
And, okay, so this was scrubbed from the net. This was fucking scrubbed from the net. How do we handle this? I can send you this image, and then you can help me figure out a way to get this somewhere. Now the problem is I'm going to send it to you through email. Do you mind saying your email out loud? I mean, you know, you don't mind that, do you? You're not afraid of people sending you shit, are you?
No, people send me shit all the time, and I just block it.
What's your email?
Okay, it's JAMO.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, you don't need to say anymore. Got it.
All right.
Wait a second. There's two of them. One is jmo.re and one is Reese. So I'll use both. I'll just send it to both.
Use the Reese one.
Well, I'm using both. Yeah.
All right, because I can't remember the password to the email address.
Okay.
I think that was Yahoo, and I think because I hadn't used that in such a long time, Yahoo decided to close it.
Okay.
But I think I created that just so I could do like the internet dating thing, which, you know, I just gave up on. Because even if the women are real, I'm not paying fucking money just to go on a date and get my ass rejected when I can just fucking pay a stripper or something.
Oh.
I know I'm gonna have to pay for it anyway, but.
You know, the point that I've made with you is that unlike myself, not that I'm wealthy, I get this because of a kind of barter, my services for their services in the sense of what I do, in terms of security advice and all that stuff to sugar daddy, etc. And when it comes to what I get in return is what everybody knows. But in terms of yourself, the issue is that you don't have the money to go out and hire escorts, so you're kind of stuck with love. So love is not that bad a deal when you think about it.
It's not bad a deal, but it's not doable.
Okay. Anyhow, so I'm going to send this to you now. Tell me if you receive it, and then we'll work from there. Okay. This may take a few days. We may not be able to get this done this episode, but okay. So, all right. So.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for it, but
okay. Reset your page. Reset your page. It should be there.
Right.
Reset your page. Yeah, no.
Nope. I still don't see it.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Okay.
It could just be my connection, but okay. Now I got it. Yeah.
Okay. Now open that up. And this is why Putin is trying to get Trump reelected. This is the war they want, the United States allied with Russia, China, and India against all the nations in red. And that, of course, is Japan, Germany, and Mexico, basically. And this is the war that they were planning for while Trump was president. And if he's reelected, this is the war they plan to unleash on the world with, again, China, Russia, and America versus Germany, Japan, and Mexico, with the rest of the world as a battleground. This is...
well, you and me have to talk because we can't have that future come into being.
That's correct. And they consider that Britain will be on their side because the Russians have effectively occupied London until recently.
Based on what Salman Sheikh said, yeah, they're everywhere.
But do remember what Salman Sheikh saw was before Ukraine. So that was, and you'll notice Ukraine is dominated by Germany on that map. That all the Russians have is Crimea and their little Donbas section. So they're factoring in the loss of Ukraine into this map and even the loss of parts of Belarus. Who the Russians don't trust. So they view their Central Asiatic satellites as being lost to Pakistan via the Islamic influence. So you can see they view Vietnam as the enemy, South Korea, Japan, my Taiwan. But they view communist China and Russia and America as... one block, along with Britain, if they can turn it back towards... that's impossible now at this point.
And they also thought they would have Australia as an ally. That's interesting.
Well, they knew that because of the Murdoch machine. All of Fox News is controlled by Murdoch out of Australia. That's his media machine that dominates Australia.
Yeah, but that's backfiring because now they're going to be flexing up against China.
Yes, that's right. Right.
So basically, their impatience and their overreach he basically threw his own plan into disarray.
That's right. As did the Chinese, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And I honestly think with the bullshit that Trump has said, he doesn't have a chance.
Hopefully, you're right. Yes.
Well, look, you know, there are ways to reinforce this so that it is not hopefully, but probabilistically in favor of him not being reelected.
Right. So this is.
But we could speak of that later.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, by the way, so one thing I got was a mailer demon. I got a mailer demon that says my message was not delivered to jmo.re@yahoo.com. So in other words, it sent me the email back from that address.
Okay. So that means that, yeah, Yahoo dismantled my fucking address.
Okay.
From not using it.
Okay. So my question would be, now Sammy's saying, of the power box and fire hydrant, the images, he probably sent us images that never arrived. Well, I didn't get any, so maybe he sent them to you, and if you got them, let him know. Put him out of his misery there. And I'm just talking because I'm taking the earbuds out.
No, I did not get them yet. No.
And let me see. Should I grab some Tylenol? I guess I should.
Okay,
okay.
This is something interesting.
What's it?
I haven't noticed this, but you know, all right, so they have this picture of Bigfoot with the popular mechanics.
Uh-huh.
And the picture of Bigfoot that I'm looking at has breast.
Yeah? Okay.
So this is obviously a female Bigfoot.
One would hope.
I never saw that before.
Well,
but I've seen this picture 100 times.
Yeah, you just never noticed it. It's like, there we are. So now Sammy's saying photos. You know, I guess he's talking into Skype. So let's take a look at Skype and see what we got there. I wasn't looking at it really. So why doesn't it come up when I hit the stupid button? There we are.
That's
okay.
What the fuck?
Okay. Okay.
What is that? Wow, I don't know what to make of what this person did to the fire hydrant, but it's just bizarre.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's Blair Witch shit. It's
it is, but it doesn't seem like it's like it seems like this person is just mentally not there.
Well, it's definitely occult shit. I mean, this is like, you can see like an altar. This is like a Santeria altar. You know, all you expect is a dead chicken on top of that, you know, cut up so that it bleeds out. So, you know, all right. So we got that, and I just wasn't looking at it. So, what's your idea about how would we, this thing's been scrubbed from the internet, this map. This is the map that they're planning on unleashing on the world if Trump is reelected. So how do we get this where the public can see it? It would be like...
you could put it on your timeline.
No, it's too small. The timeline doesn't absorb that level of detail. It reproduces it, but then when then you would reproduce it to the public. I guess you see the problem is if I put that link up there, the public can't access it because half of them don't have Facebook links. So that, you know, if half of them aren't on Facebook, so they'd have to be on Facebook to.
Yeah, that fucking sucks. God damn it.
You know, any other ideas might have? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do you have one of those? Oh my gosh, like Photo Bucket or one of those things where you have an account with one of those things?
No, I don't. If you do, then put it up there and then we can give them a link to that. You know, if you've got one.
All right, let me see. I have, let me see. What is it? Photo something.
Okay. So while
I can't remember the name of it.
I don't know if you can do two things at once. I was going to ask you if you could, like, you know, burn bandwidth while I go grab some Tylenol just in case, make certain I don't get you know, a headache the rest of the night, since, you know, now that my sun sickness is pretty much over in terms of nausea, there might be a residue headache.
All right. Yeah. You go do that. I'm going to try to see how I can do this. Now
talk out loud. Let people know what you're doing. Talk out loud, and that way you burn bandwidth while you're doing it. Okay? All right.
Okay, what I'm doing is I'm doing a simple search for sigils and stuff because I know that if I do that, I'll find the website where I had taken other people's sigils and just saved it. Because I had some kind of account with one of these freaking, oh my gosh, I just don't remember what the website was called. Was it iStock? No, that wasn't it. Freaking crap. If any Oh man, if anyone knows
what you can do while you're doing that is you can talk using a separate part of
yeah.
your bicameral brain about the extreme hyenas that didn't last. People would probably find that more interesting. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, okay, I'll go mute now. Thank you.
Yeah, hyenas had originally taken up the span of Europe, Asia, Americas, and Africa. So they were pretty much on all these continents until oh gosh, I can't remember the name of that period. God damn it, I can't. Why am I having such a hard time doing this? This is ridiculous. Oh, got it. Bang. Etsy. Yes. I think I have an account with them. Let me drop it in with Google and continue on there. And I should be able to drop that map into it. Fuck, I can't use two parts of my brain at once. This is the problem with being like, I have this problem where I'm like hyper focused and shit. So like with hyper focus, for some reason I can't. No, it's not Etsy. What the fuck was I thinking? That's something completely different. Um, yeah. So I'm trying to talk about this and the hyenas at the same time, and it's freaking difficult. But basically, hyenas are more closely related to cats, civets, and mongooses than they are dogs. They became dog-like over time. They originally used to roam in trees and whatnot, but at some point the forest had given way to grasslands due to desertification, and so they became a little more dog-like. The largest of the hyenas weighed up to 330 pounds. Of course, the thing was a hell of a lot larger. It was about the size of a lioness. I am so... Oh, Pinterest. Yes, that was it. Pinterest. Okay. Let me upload some shit here with my let me see if I can upload anything here. Um yeah, if I see if I can upload this map, I will what the hell? It doesn't seem like I can upload things. This is freaking bizarre. I thought this would be something where you can upload things, but damn. I apparently I still have a lot to learn with some of these sites that people use. I'm still like in the dinosaur ages because I don't use these things. Let me see. Create a pin. What does creating a pin do? Drag and drop and quick to up. Okay, yes, I can do this. I could create a pin. Wait a minute. But this is in a... All right, so let me name this maps. And I will put the map there. Create. I'm not going to keep it secret. And now I can upload the file. And then I can give you guys the link to it. So let me do that. Hit the accept button and we should be good. They're not letting me check my files to get the map, which is very fucking annoying. I should have it saved here. Let me resave that map that Douglas sent. All right, yeah, that's the thing. This is on another computer. Fuck, everything is like super awkward with me. So it's you guys have to really excuse me. I know this isn't the most productive way to burn bandwidth. No, wait, you mailed it to me. See, this is the problem. My mind doesn't operate like a normal person's mind. It has this sort of hyper focus, and that has become my weakness. Instead of being able to multitask like a normal person, everything's broken. What you would call a sort of something that's just not meant to reproduce, and that's probably never going to happen. But what I can do is, all right, drop that here and save it. And once this is uploaded, I should be able to once this is uploaded, I should be able to give you guys the link in the chat so that you can access this with no problem. All right, so let me see what I got. How the hell do I find this? You guys have to give me some time. I'm still browsing through this. I got all kind of playlists and stuff, and now all of a sudden they're just giving me all these images of what they think I might be interested in, but did not create anything for. So yeah, navigating this site is really fucking annoying. Navigating all these sites is fucking annoying, but I should be able to find it. It was a fairly simple freaking name I gave it, which was Maps. Your pin was saved by... No, that's not it. What the hell? It's like I haven't even accessed half of these things. It's like someone else must have just tapped into it. All right, here we go. Maps. All right, so save. All right. Now, view image. Yeah, okay, that should do it. And now I can put this here and see if this is going to work by putting this in the chat. So let me paste that and see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't give you a large version of the map, but it gives you the map. So you should all be able to see that. This is what this is Putin's projections of what he felt the outcome would be had Trump won the 2020 election, which didn't happen. And I'm sure he didn't take into account that, what's his name, that Trump would sort of distance himself from China either. So there were a lot of variables that were not taken into account. And we can be damn glad that didn't happen. Now, what I will say is, I'm going to make an observation about empires versus nations, and I'm going to hazard to say that empires are usually always ethnic, or they always have a sort of singular ethnic identity rather than, having different races within coexisting. And I would say that in that case, America really is an empire because it doesn't want there to be a sort of partnership between different races or ethnicities. It wants there to be one ruling dominant race. And, well, it's just the bullshit that we have to put up with in America as, colored folks who can see things that most, white folks might not be able to see because of privilege. Some of you see it, but not all of you see it, which is the nature of the beast. Because privilege can never see itself.
Well, there we are. Yes. Okay. And so.
All right. Now click the link in the YouTube in the chat and see if you get the image.
Wow. Holy shit. Let's find out. Okay. Let's cross our fingers here. We're gonna find out, good people. Ooh. It's too small. They can make it out, but is there a way to improve on that? Like make it big?
No. This is the only way they could do it. Okay. If I had another account with another site, okay, I'll work on doing that.
Thank you. So for now, this is at least a good start. So just so everybody understands, this is what the Sino-Slavic Synaxis was planning for under Donald Trump, a war in which America would be united with the authoritarians in fighting against Germany and Japan and Mexico as the primary enemies. That India would be on their side, and Pakistan would essentially be the center of a Muslim Central Asia, and that in the end they'll sweep over the world. This is their intent. So they felt Australia would also be on their side because of the Murdoch machine. Of course, geostrategically, Australia now finds itself pitted against China, and Britain, of course, is not going to surrender to this. They, at this point, are firmly aligned with Europe And this is, of course, something that I hope all of you understand the horror of this. And even though you can only see it in its most basic sense, we'll work on getting it so that you can see it in all its gruesome detail, but you get the picture, to use a pun. And this is what we are striving to prevent. Now, I find it odd that amidst all of these fairly contemporary photographs, they placed the old one of Iwo Jima from World War II in the center of the Atlantic. And the whole Make America Great Again, Trump, the Axis powers represented by their biggest boogeyman was Angela Merkel, of all people, the most non-threatening individual on earth, but that shows their fear and hatred of the feminine. And this is what we're dealing with: toxic masculinity taken to pathological levels beyond conception, and it would lead to this world that they would hope to lead ultimately to their divided world that they had envisioned. So with that in mind, give me a second here to compose myself, and then I'll start in on the solicitation. And of course, other than that, if you've got something else to say, by all means, wrap it up. Continue for a few minutes.
Yeah. Well, I would say I was going to go on a rant on NA̶IRY, because a friend sent well, they have this thing where to exist is to change. To change is to mature. To mature is to go on creating oneself endlessly. And I'm thinking, yeah, that sounds nice and rosy, but the desire of those of us who crave NA̶IRY is to be fixed, to never change, to never have to mature, to never have to create. Because with not being, or negative being, or ain, is to not have to create. It's literally like being unconscious for eternity.
Ooh. Well,
which sounds like heaven to me.
There you go. All right. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I will take over here, and I will go into the solicitation. I want you to know how impressed I am that you were able to do that you were able to get the image up in such a way that people earlier while Sammy was talking. So its reconnection has been successful. So hopefully not too much was blotted out. It's my sign to get started on the what we got to get started on tonight. And with that, everybody, be patient with me. We're going to do our best. We're going to start now with the solicitation and then work our way into everything else. And we had a disconnect there for a second, but we are back. And with that, I'm hoping more people can be active in the chat room. I would like people to let us know that they are able to access that image as, we're lucky we got that up at all. That image has been scrubbed from the internet for a reason. Understand that's the war that the Sino-Slavic Synaxis wants to fight in partnership with a Trump America. And this is the war that we direly need to preempt. And this, of course, their plans were blown by their abusive actions that they could not refrain from in the South China Sea and towards my Taiwan, all of which prompted Australia to align, and with an antithetical stance to where they stand, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis and their Trump cultists. And of course the British are no longer on board with them as well. They've managed to start clamping down on a lot of the Russians that were occupying London. And so the world is no longer their playground as they thought it was going to be. And we definitely need to understand just how truly toxic their aims are, how dire their objectives are. And again, need some responses in the chat room. So anybody listening who's not some, fucking Sino-Slavic synaxial agent or asset, by all means, interact as well. Jameson, anything else that came to your mind aside from some comments on the nullity and the beauty of non-existence? Is there anything else that comes to mind you'd like to share or think we need to bring our attention to? Like, honestly, I thought that Will Smith's slap was really fucking pussy. Honestly, I couldn't believe some people actually wrote, "He could have killed Chris Rock." And I'm like, dude, he looked like, first off, it was overextended. He looked like he couldn't even throw the slap when he did this little
staged.
You thought of that. I thought of that.
It doesn't seem authentic, because if he really wanted to smack him, he'd have knocked him over.
Yeah, I mean, with a surprise sucker punch, that's what you would expect. But instead it was like he was reaching out and he barely really touched him. Now, granted, I wasn't at the recipient end of that slap, but Chris Rock's recovery was such that it wasn't like, it's like,
Chris Rock was just like, wow, okay. He just continued on like it never happened.
Yeah.
that I found hilarious.
Yeah. And then
the whole crying debacle was just like, dude, what kind of drugs was he on?
Will Smith, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, God damn, what the fuck is he on?
Yeah, the whole thing is bizarre. And then the way people took it, you had people saying, Will Smith missed a great opportunity to talk about bullying and all this stuff. I mean, now that's expecting too much of anyone. I mean, obviously, if someone's angry about something, the last thing you think of is, let me take this opportunity.
But what makes it even more bizarre is that right before he got up and slapped him, he was laughing at the joke that Chris Rock had said.
It looked like it, yeah.
Until she glared at him.
Right.
So it's like, dude, he knows that he this is the greatest role that he's acting right before us.
There you go.
On stage.
Yeah.
It's all an act just to give a sensational distraction to some bullshit that Biden is not doing correctly. And we're not going to kiss his feet because he passed the anti-lynching bill. That shit should have been passed the fucking time it came out.
Yeah, 200 years ago or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, are you fucking shitting me?
Yeah, it took them that long to recognize that lynching is a hate crime, or I don't even know if they've done that. They've just put out an anti-lynching bill, but I'm not quite sure what the nuances.
What it does, yeah. I mean, if someone's going to lynch you and kill you, they're going to lynch you and kill you, and it's going to be the regular legal proceedings. It's like putting out an anti-shooting bill.
Right.
Well, people are still going to get shot, and people are going to still kill each other. What the fuck does it matter?
Right. But by the way, so I only found out later on that Will Smith's wife had a condition, apparently.
Alopecia, which causes hair loss.
Okay. Yeah, I had no idea. I honestly thought that it was a fashion statement. I honestly thought it was inspired by the warrior woman in the Black Panther film. I swear to God, that's what I thought.
Well, I was only familiar with the condition because of the fact that the girl I went to college with had that condition.
Okay, interesting.
And like, she didn't have any hair. She didn't have any eyebrows or any hair on her head either.
Wow. Okay.
From alopecia. So she had an extreme version of it.
Wow. So in terms of that, it is what it is, and then that reaction happened, and then I can't believe how people have gone into such great depth about it, where they're plumbing the depths of philosophy.
It feels like this is all a contrivance so that we're being set up for some false flag or bullshit, or something big is coming down the pipeline, like, oh God, we're going to raise the price of gas to $20 a gallon.
Yes.
Like they want to put this before us so that we don't notice that while it's happening or some shit.
Yes. Oh my God. So there we have that. And just so people know, in case, I don't even know if I should share this, but yeah, what happened was that Crystal River and myself were, people might remember, a few years ago, supposed to speak at Mount Shasta. And then what happened was that basically John Shalimar was checking out Facebook, and he saw Crystal River make a joke about Trump, which of anybody who knows Crystal River, she was making all kinds of jokes about Biden and as well as Trump. They were all extremely funny. She was just...
Crystal Rivers jokes about anyone of any political bend because she can't stand them just as much as I can't stand them.
Yes.
Her and I share that cynicism.
Yes, and so then what happened was that John Shalimar exploded at her and said because he was so angry at her attacking, quote unquote, attacking, putting up some humor about Donald Trump. And then she said, but I put up jokes about Biden too, and she had plenty of those. And then what happened was he found out, oh yeah, Douglas Dietrich talks against Trump too. So he canceled us from the itinerary. And so he, of course, was on board with Pete because Pete and he were basically sharing the same politics. And so they're older white guys, and there you have it. And
it's something. It's literally something. It's literally a racial trait. It can't be described as anything else than that. I like to believe there are individuals who are like, okay, we're not about that shit. But now, the more white folks I encounter, the more I'm starting to see a pattern, and the pattern's brutally uncomfortable.
It is. It is. It's
terrifying.
Yes, it is.
It's like being in a fucking Twilight Zone episode or some shit.
Yes, it is. It is. It's like, where everyone around you is turning into a wax dummy or something. But it's a lot like, even that Abdul Karim Haq said that about the flat Earth. He knew somebody who he thought was intelligent, and it was this black guy who was an ex-Marine. And the guy probably was, Abdul said it just right. They probably took him into some programming or something. And that was exactly what we assume about Derek Talley. And for those of you who aren't familiar with it, there's a whole story behind why we assume that. He was saying that Full Metal Jacket was his experience. And
he claimed someone pulled a jelly donut out of his ass.
Yeah, basically,
and
several of them. Several of them. Yeah.
That
they all ate. Yeah.
They all ate.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't you remember? He said he passed them around. We were all eating them. Didn't you remember that? And then we all got in trouble, he says. And then that's why we blanket partied him. Yeah. You don't remember that? Yeah. He said,
my God. Why would you eat a fucking donut that comes out of a guy's ass?
By the way, he didn't literally say that, but he may as well have. I mean, because what he said was so physically impossible and just so stupid. But at that point...
The rectum is too tight to put a donut in and expect it to come out like a full donut. It's going to just going to be crumbs and whatever the fuck was in it.
Yeah, well, especially a jelly donut, which is, enormous anyway. But enough of the insanity. It's just, except, of course, he said something that obviously came out of a program. This guy believes his shit, and because he's programmed, he's got a cascade memory, effectively. And
didn't he say something about seeing some movie and then seeing a flash of light or some shit?
I don't remember, but it wouldn't surprise me. It sounds more like Pac-Man Morales was saying they were taken in to see a movie and they all basically couldn't remember anything of it. That was like Pac-Man Morales was saying that nobody could recall what they had seen. They were all taken in to see a movie, and then none of them could recall. I just thank God I didn't have any experiences like these guys had.
No, I was too busy having experiences of being haunted by the Cho when I was in fucking tech school.
Yeah, well, there you are. But in terms of what we're saying, basically Abdul knew this black guy who was an ex-Marine. Then he said the guy was so intelligent that the fucker was convinced that the earth was flat. And then he said he was going down to Central America, obviously closer to the equator, so he could prove it. And that he was doing measurements and shit so he could prove it. And he said it was like a disease, this flat earth shit. And, of course, that's exactly what it's like. And how does it spread? Through the internet. But then what happened to him? He lost his faith as a Muslim. And, when I met Abdul Karim Haq, at that time, that was his name. He changed it because Abdul means slave, as in slave of Allah. but he preferred to be the man, and so he changed his name to Abu, which means like father, like he's Mac Daddy Pimp, daddy. Yeah, and so this stupid son of a bitch, when I met him, he had a mark on his forehead. No, not the mark of the beast, though you could consider it such, but it was literally kind of an imprint and indentation for all the years that came from all the years he was bowing towards Mecca. So here's this guy who had dedicated himself sincerely to bowing towards Mecca enough throughout his life where the imprint was literally on his forehead. And then he goes on the internet and see some bullshit that, Muhammad was a child molester. He was a pedophile because he took on a young bride, which I put into context with everyone. It was after a war, and they didn't have things called orphanages. The only way you could take a child under your care was to say, okay, I marry this child, and you basically are adopting her. They didn't have legal concepts like that back then. That's the closest that you could come into it. In
fact, the idea of pedophilia didn't even exist back then.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I mean, you're essentially right because
most people didn't live past the age of what, like 20?
Yeah, you're right.
You were an old man if you were 20 years old.
If you were mid-20s, you were an old man in your mid-20s. That's correct. It's correct. And so there we have that. It's this is not so when you try and impose your values on the past, it's preposterous. And but he lost his faith by going on the internet. I mean, that's just as bad as somebody going on the internet and then suddenly believing the world is flat. This is like I
call that entropy. That's the entropy of the kings of Edom.
Thank you.
Right there.
Yeah.
It's the decay of all logic. It's the decay of all reason, and it's the flat out removal of the truth for a fabricated lie. It's just like living in a flat world. It's insane.
Thank you.
See, as I might, I might like the idea of nullity as much as they do, but I do not like lies and bullshit. I appreciate the truth too much.
Thank you. Well, very important and deeply appreciated. So, young man, say good morning to everyone before I take over.
Good morning, folks. And, of course, you know what I'll be doing while you go through the solicitations. Yes. So everyone's favorite ectomorphic mesomorph will be in the background.
Yes. Let me know when you return, and after that, try and stay awake throughout the night, the morning, and that will be deeply appreciated. Okay, all right, love you dearly. All right then. With that, we turn towards the great solicitation, which I dread. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case. I just noticed after all these years there's a misspelling here. Of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts and review them, sourcing from his yet-to-be-published work of the same name, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson, Put the word "the" in front of it, theTucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And a shout out to Eric Lastic, who contributed 25 United States dollars. A quarter of 100 United States dollars arrived from Eric Lastic. Shout out unto he. Wonderful human being, beautiful poet, and someone who sponsors myself by contributing once a month when he can. In fact, every month, almost without fail. In fact, without fail. And so a human being who deserves all our thoughts and prayers. Not that he needs them. He seems to be doing okay. And but love you dearly, Brother Eric. And someone was asking me about the map that they were able to link to, the so-called New World Order map, as they referenced it. In other words, the New World Order the Russians want. And that was linked in yesterday's transmission, or rather the transmission before tonight's, is what I mean to say. And somebody was asking me what it said in Russian on the China section. What did that say? It said basically Ponebezhnaya Republika, or Celestial Republic. And so that goes back to the old time. And it can also, if you were to like take that and look at that Russian phrase kind of with discernment, it would really kind of imply like children's republic, because, you know, all babies source from heaven, the kind of Russian use of the term definitely was implying that China was the junior partner in their partnership, you know. So that's where these idiots started off at, and that's not where they're winding up at. China is definitely the senior partner. So the question that I have now, with the time we have remaining, is whether or not to start in on the Vietnam War history, or what time we have remaining would be about 3.5 hours. So 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Then if I were to go into the Vietnam War history, which was, of course, the North Vietnamese Army's Eastertide offensive halt of 1972, then I would probably take up too much time to cover tonight's contemporary effects. So I might go straight into the contemporary world. Understand that what happened with the Vietnam War in, shall we say, summary, was that basically there was an American failure to use intelligence, in which, to no appreciable gain, the North Vietnamese Army's 1972 Eastertide offensive cost them more than 100,000 casualties, fatalities really, killed, and most of their tanks and heavy artillery. So, in other words, both sides lost, and both sides claimed victory. But if I were to try and summarize it with just a little bit of detail, and really I'd have to decide how far we were willing to go with that. You know, it might take me too far, and I'd want to keep continuing just to contextualize everything I said. But I'd say, let's put it this way. The year 1972 produced notable U.S. battlefield victories in Vietnam, most of which, however, now are virtually forgotten. And as I welcome Jameson Reese back from what he does when I give solicitation, the American military managed to prevail in these struggles despite serious weakness caused by the American exodus from Southeast Asia. The 1972 battles marked the final major engagements of the Vietnam War. Moreover, they illumined the future of the United States Air Force more than anyone imagined at the time. Knowing that the United States was losing its will to continue the war in Vietnam, the North Vietnamese government in Hanoi decided in January of 1972 to attack South Vietnam and thus started the war's largest battle to date, to that date. 1972 would be a U.S. presidential election year, and the possibility of affecting the outcome was enticing, and there was increasing anti-war sentiment among the population and government of these United States. So with continuing American troop withdrawals, South Vietnamese forces were stretched to the breaking point along a border of more than 966 kilometers. That would be 600 miles in American, meaning, imperial measurement as opposed to metric. And the poor performance of the ARVN, or Army of the Republic of Vietnam troops, in the offensive into Laos promised an easy victory. Spring 1972 saw an onslaught of regular North Vietnamese units into South Vietnam, with Hanoi hoping to deliver a knockout punch to end its long war of conquest in the South. U.S. politics had put the Air Force in the position of having to compensate for a drastic reduction of ground forces. Faced with this challenge, USAF, the United States Air Force, responded with a mass movement of troops and equipment and fearsome attacks with new systems, all of which were key factors in halting the invasion. North Vietnam's patient and practical leaders had for several years observed the steady decline in American strength in the South, and then on Good Friday, March 30th, 1972, what was yesterday's date, by this time tonight, because it's after midnight here on the Pacific Daylight Time Zone, the communists struck, launching a series of military drives collectively known as the Easter Offensive, or the Eastertide Offense. This decision marked the end of 3 years of political infighting between two factions within the Vietnamese Politburo. Those members grouped around Trong Chinh, who favored following the Chinese model of continued low-intensity guerrilla warfare and rebuilding the North, and the Southern Firsters, centered around Defense Minister Vo Nguyen Giap, and supported by First Party Secretary Lee Duan, both of whom supported the Soviet model of big offensives. Now, Hanoi saw an outright military victory in order to establish communist control over South Vietnam, drive U.S. forces from the South, and prevent the re-election of President Richard Mulhouse Nixon. They called the action the Nguyen Huê Offensive, in honor of a Vietnamese hero who had inflicted a massive defeat on Imperial Chinese forces in 1789. Now, that happened while America was a young republic. And the incredible, undefeatable Emperor Nguyen Huê Quang Trung, also simply known as Nguyen Quang Binh, was the second emperor of the Tre Son dynasty, reigning from 1788 until 1792. He was also one of the most successful military commanders in Vietnam's history. There is a reason why they chose the words incredible and undefeatable to describe this individual. Besides being the general that never lost, Emperor Nguyen Huê was the only man with the ambition of turning Vietnam into a modern superpower. Nguyen Huê emerged from the ashes of the Tay Son Rebellion to become Emperor Quang Trung, a visionary leader who would bring the Kingdom of Vietnam onto the brink of greatness. Now, Hanoi's desire for a military victory was understandable. The North Vietnamese had been fighting for decades, and a clear-cut triumph on the battlefield would be far more satisfying than one won at the negotiating table in Paris. Moreover, communist strategy really had a personal edge to it. The architect of the offensive was General Vo Nguyen Giap, whose questionable tactics in the Battle of Khe Sanh and the Tet Offensive in 1968, the Year of the Rat, ended in bloody debacles, costing North Vietnam some 100,000 fatalities. So 13 years after the North Vietnamese government's Resolution 15 in January of 1959, set in motion the armed struggle to conquer South Vietnam. North Vietnamese Army, or NVA, General Le Vo Nguyen Giap, believed he had found the elusive center of gravity he had been searching for. 4 years earlier, with the Tet Offensive of 1968, he had thought it was the relationship between the South Vietnamese people and their government. But the Great General Uprising he had counted on, kind of like Vladimir Putin counting on the Ukrainians to welcome his men with flowers and cakes, never materialized for Nguyen Giap either. And his VC, or Viet Cong guerrilla auxiliaries, were annihilated in the process. But this time it would be different. Since that debacle, the United States had begun a process of what it called Vietnamization under Nixon. It is turning the war over to a rearmed and equipped South Vietnamese military, while the Americans gradually withdrew. Beginning in 1969, U.S. Army and Marine combat divisions began leaving Vietnam. By 1970, both Marine divisions had departed, and by 1972, American in-country strength had fallen from a peak of 550,000 to some 75,000. The only U.S. Army ground combat units left in Vietnam were the 196th Light Infantry Brigade and the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Cavalry Division, Air Mobile, the helicopter transports. Now, U.S. Air Force and naval units had been drawn down as well. It appeared that a classic center of gravity had been created, the relationship between South Vietnam and its American ally. Not only had the majority of U.S. military forces been withdrawn, but American congressional and public opinion had shifted dramatically against the war, and the chance of U.S. reintervention appeared to be nil. All that remained was for the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army, to administer the coup de grace. And that's what their Operation Nguyen Huê was designed to do. Better known as the Eastertide Offensive, it dropped all pretense of guerrilla war. Instead, it was a three-pronged, multi-divisional NVA cross-border invasion, well supported by tanks and heavy artillery. But the failure of the Tet Offensive of 1968 had led to a downgrading of Giap's influence during the ensuing years. But the victory achieved over the South Vietnamese forces during the Laotian incursion brought Giap's strategy back into the ascendant. As a result, Lý Duan was given responsibility for the key planning decisions for the operation, but Giap never rose to his former prominence, dealing chiefly with logistical matters and the approval of operational planning. The officer entrusted with the actual conduct of the offensive was the PAVN, or People's Army of Vietnam, Chief of Staff, General Van Thien Dung. All of this in the Soviet image. These events vitiated communist offensive capabilities for almost 4 years. Annihilation of the Viet Cong during the Tet Offensive of the Year of the Rat basically eviscerated communist capabilities. But nigh half a decade later, Giap had by then rebuilt his forces. He created a new kind of North Vietnamese army, built in the Soviet image, that is, well equipped with tanks, artillery, and most importantly, an anti-aircraft system that could be taken into the field. In other words, tread-mounted chassis on which you had anti-aircraft guns. The Easter Offensive was a massive conventional attack. Giap committed to the battles 14 regular divisions, 26 regiments, and a massive amount of supporting armor, more than 600 T-54, T-55, and amphibious PT-76 tanks. By comparison, the German army that launched the Battle of the Ardennes, the Ardennes Offensive, the Americans called the Battle of the Bulge, they had but 19 divisions and about 950 tanks. The North Vietnamese ground forces also were fully equipped with artillery, including the dangerous and effective 130 millimeter and 152 millimeter artillery pieces and huge 160 millimeter mortars. Even so, the key element of Giap's arsenal was a vastly expanded anti-aircraft system that traveled along with invading forces. The flak weapons included 23, 37, 57, 85, and 100 millimeter guns. Supplementing the familiar SA-2 surface-to-air missiles were deadly man-portable SA-7 Strela heat-seeking missiles, for which totally new tactics had to be devised. These are like RPGs, or rocket-propelled grenades, used to take out tanks, but meant to take out aerocraft. Now, on the eve of the Easter offensive, Giap's confidence in his ability to gain military victory was high, but not unreasonably so, given the great decline in the number of American ground forces in South Vietnam. The U.S. land component had shrunk from about 550,000 troops, or well over 500,000 men at the height of the war in 1969, to only 95,000. During the same period, the strength of U.S. aero and naval forces fell to about one-third of their previous peak levels. This across-the-board decline in power reflected the American policy of Vietnamization and disengagement. The United States wished to negotiate a face-saving settlement with North Vietnam that would permit withdrawal of all ground forces. At the same time, it sought to arm and train South Vietnamese forces so that they could defend their country against the North. This policy was pursued in the context of the so-called Nixon Doctrine, which stated that the United States would provide military aid to Asian countries under communist assault. The aid would include aero and naval forces if required, but would under no circumstances involve U.S. ground forces, a reversal of policies advocated for so long by President Lyndon Baines Johnson and Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara. Unfortunately, there was a fatal flaw in Vietnamization. South Vietnamese forces were trained in the American style of war, which, wherever possible, U.S. planners would use overwhelming aero power to destroy enemy resistance before sending in U.S. ground forces for battle. Though strengthened in recent years, the VNAF, or the South Vietnam's Air Force, Vietnamese Air Force VNAF, was too small to provide such support. It did not have the correct training and equipment. Moreover, it lacked helicopters and the transports to provide the aeromobile forces and prompt, generous aero resupply to which the South Vietnamese army had become accustomed. Because these elements were lacking, only the best-led units of the South Vietnamese Army, the ARVN, or Army of the Republic of Vietnam, were capable of resisting the communist assault. The quality of the ARVN, or ARVN, leadership varied, and was often dependent upon the extent and expertise of U.S. advisors still in the field. The North Vietnamese launched the New Yen Way campaign, also known as the Eastertide Offensive, with a multi-pronged attack across the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, and the Laotian and Cambodian borders into multiple regions of South Vietnam simultaneously. American intelligence knew Hanoi's general intentions, but was wrong on the estimates of the time and place of the offensive. On the 30th of March in 1972, 3 days before Easter, the North Vietnamese Army, the NVA, committed 14 divisions backed by several hundred tanks and heavy artillery to a three-pronged assault to gain territory and possibly win the war outright. The attacking forces were well equipped, armed with new weapons, heavy artillery, and tanks from the Soviet Union and Red China. It is the largest offensive launched by the North Vietnamese Army in the war. There were fewer than 70,000 U.S. troops left in Vietnam. Now, NVA General Vo Nguyen Giap directed spearheads towards Quang Tri and Hue, the ancient imperial capital in the direct center of Vietnam, right on the demilitarized zone's border in the northern provinces of South Vietnam, Kon Tum in the central highlands, and An Loc northwest of Saigon, deep in the south of Vietnam and the major city that we all came to know and love. Initially, South Vietnamese resistance failed, but American advisors such as John Paul Vann and Major General James Hollingsworth helped stabilize the ground defense, supported by American aero power and naval bombardment. Still, in early May, General Creighton Abrams, American commander in Vietnam, cabled Washington that Saigon had lost the will to fight and that the war might soon be lost. The NVA had taken Quang Tri and had put Hue, Kon Tum, and An Loc under siege. The situation at An Loc was particularly dangerous. If it fell, there was little standing between Hanoi's forces and Saigon. President Richard M. Nixon authorized a major buildup of American aero power, plus heavy airstrikes against Hanoi, the capital of communist North Vietnam, and Haiphong, their bay, for the first time since 1968, the height of the war, when Communist China, the Soviet Union, and the United States almost went to war themselves. Now, on May 8th, with Saigon fighting for its life, the U.S. Navy mined Haiphong Harbor in the north to block the flow of Soviet supplies. Ultimately, the South Vietnamese, supported by American aero power, drove the NVA back from the cities and recaptured Quang Tri. U.S. military advisors played a crucial role in rallying South Vietnamese units in retreat. After suffering heavy losses, the South Vietnamese army, with ample help from U.S. aero support, slowed and reversed the offensive by the end of summer. They stabilized the front in Quang Tri province and successfully held out against attacks around Hue, Kon Tum, and Saigon. The Easter offensive cost the NVA dearly. Americans estimated Hanoi lost 100,000 men killed and 400 tanks destroyed. The failure to end the war on the battlefield undoubtedly prodded Hanoi toward the negotiations that led to the Paris peace agreements in January of 1973. 3 years later, forced to fight without American aid, Saigon could not duplicate its defensive victories of 1972. During the Easter Offensive, American forces for the first time employed sizable numbers of precision-guided munitions, smart weapons. U.S. warplanes used wire-guided bombs to destroy North Vietnamese bridges that had withstood years of attack by conventional ordnance, and American helicopter gunships and South Vietnamese infantry employed TOW, anti-tank weapons with deadly effect. Resultantly, the North Vietnamese lost much of their armor and equipment, and as many as 100,000 troops. South Vietnamese casualties are approximately 43,000, including 10,000 killed. The Easter Offensive also resulted in the deaths of about 25,000 Vietnamese civilians and left almost 1 million homeless. Now, all of this brings to mind a quote by Colonel Robert S. Allen, who wrote The Battle of the Bulge, and he said, "It was not intelligence," and in parentheses, he qualified evaluated information of the enemy, that failed. The failure was that of the commanders and certain G2s who did not act on the intelligence they had, meaning intelligence officers and commanding officers at the highest level had what they needed to know and did nothing with it. Now, like the Battle of the Bulge, the 1972 Easter Offensive in Vietnam has often been referred to as an intelligence failure, mainly because it caught the United States and South Vietnam completely by surprise. A look beneath the surface, however, reveals that U.S. and South Vietnamese combat commanders were aware of significant changes in the posture of the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army, and had access to many indicators of an impending NVA offensive. Colonel Allen's assessment that commanders at the Bulge failed to embrace the intelligence available to them holds true when evaluating why American and South Vietnamese forces failed during the Easter Offensive as well. Several factors contributed to the success enjoyed by the NVA during the Easter Offensive. First, the U.S. and South Vietnamese commanders failed to use all of the intelligence available to them. Their overconfidence, coupled with command and control, what they called C2 issues in those days, command and control. These days they'd use something like C3, command, control, and communications. And beyond that, but all of these CCC, these C3 problems, violated the cardinal rule of never underestimate your enemy. Also, Allied commanders relied on only two of the three forms of intelligence, imagery intelligence, or IMINT, as an acronym, IMINT, imagery intelligence, SIGINT, SIGINT, all uppercase, acronym for signals intelligence, and in ignoring HUMINT, spelled HUMINT, all uppercase, human intelligence, data. In overlooking that in particular, they overlooked the most accurate forecast of enemy intentions leading up to the Easter Offensive. Now, as a background here, while most areas of South Vietnam encountered NVA ground force activity during the Easter Offensive of 1972, it was the northernmost portion of the country, Quang Tri Province, which bore the initial and most severe brunt of the NVA's conventional ground campaign. The offensive began with an extensive artillery bombardment just before noon on Good Friday, March 30th, 1972. Only the 1st ARVN, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, in Hue, the ancient imperial capital that you saw the Marines fighting for in the movie Full Metal Jacket, and the 3rd ARVN of Quang Tri, their divisions, and the 147th and 258th Vietnamese Marine Corps, the VNMC, brigades, and the understrength 20th ARVN Tank Battalion stood in the way of the NVA onslaught into the northern provinces. The North's plan of attack was relatively simple. The 324th B NVA Division, supplemented by 2 infantry regiments, the 5th and the 6th, had made their way south from North Vietnam, would engage the 1st ARVN Division, widely considered to be the Army of the Republic of Vietnam's best. Operating from its usual B4 front staging area in the A Shao Valley west of the Hue, these NVA units would preempt any possibility of relief to the north by applying pressure to the fire bases west of Hue and thereby to the city of Hue itself. However, the 1st ARVN had conducted offensive operations during March that precluded any B4 front operations from achieving surprise before Good Friday. At the same time, the 3rd ARVNC, comprised of 3 infantry regiments, so the 2nd, the 56th, and the 57th, the attached 20th Tank Battalion, and the 2 VNMC, or Vietnamese Marine Corps brigades, was prepared to face the onslaught of the NVA's B5 front, bounding down from the north. This is what really brings us to the Easter Offensive of 1972, because nevertheless, the enemy struck with speed and accuracy and the weakest link along the line. The offensive began with the 308th NVA Division and the attached 204th Tank Regiment springing from the Western Demilitarized Zone, the DMZ. That line between North and South Vietnam, their border of division. Concurrently, what amounted to, and perhaps was, a division-sized task force composed of 3 independent infantry regiments, the 27th, 31st, and 126th Sapper, or Combat Engineers, and the 201st Tank Regiment jumped off from the eastern portion of the DMZ. Meanwhile, the 304th NVA Division, which had infiltrated from Laos, and the attached 203rd Tank Regiment arrived in the Khe Sanh area and attacked eastward, eventually linking up with the 246th and 270th Infantry Regiments on its left flank. The assault from the west allowed the NVA to conduct flanking attacks towards Quang Tri City, and most importantly, enabled some units to become a blocking force against any attempt to relieve the 3rd ARVN from the south. Additionally, there was an intelligence report that indicated that the 324B NVA Division detached 2 of its 3 regiments, the 29th and the 812th, in an attempt to strike northeastward towards Quang Tri during this period. Essentially, the NVA forces had achieved a lightning-fast victory that sealed off the 3rd ARVN Division from its reinforcements and relief. And striking at the weak link along the Allied line, the NVA completely surprised the Allied forces. Or did they? You see, history tells us that the Allies had prior knowledge of NVA activity in preparation for the attack, but did not use that information to the maximum possible extent. This is about reluctance to use intelligence, like what we've got with Ukraine, and indications of some sort of offensive were forecast during Tet. Then in March, Tet, of course, was Asian Lunar New Year for the Vietnamese, their version of Chinese New Year. The NVA's 324B Division was known to be headed for their usual AO in the A Shao Valley. A slight buildup along the DMZ was detected, but it was not enough to cause any great alarm. And despite the buildup, most Allied commanders were confident that the NVA could not sustain an offensive so soon after Tet. The South Vietnamese I Corps commander, when presented with the idea of a North Vietnamese attack across the DMZ, bluntly stated, "They cannot." His U.S. counterpart at the 1st Regional Assistance Command, the FRAC, agreed, saying his appraisal appeared reasonable and well-founded. And also, despite the known NVA buildup across the DMZ, the 3rd ARVN commander, Brigadier General Vu Van Yai, decided to swap the positions of the 2nd and 56th regiments, creating a situation where his forces would be in transition. Unfortunately, they were in the process of switching positions when the offensive began. In fact, NVA shelling began less than 30 minutes after both regiments' communications shut down. Coincidence? Or rather, evidence of good enemy use of intelligence. South Vietnamese Joint General Staff, or JGS account, later claimed that there was a countrywide alert on March 29th. If so, the word of the alert never arrived at Military Region 1 or the MACV, MACV, the Military Assistance Command of Vietnam, and one of the most crucial components of the Vietnam War that most people have hardly ever heard of, or it was largely ignored by those commands. Otherwise, U.S. Air Force and Republic of Vietnam Air Force aircraft would have attempted to preempt offensive operations in the days and weeks prior to the offensive. Also, U.S. and South Vietnamese ground units would have been on alert, and the 2 regiments of the 3rd ARVN would not have been changing AOs. Now, in terms of what many people may not know about the MAC, I could potentially give you some information in that regard, but most of it would be towards like the difference between the SS and the Waffen-SS. You definitely have a difference between MAC and MACV SOG, or the Special Operations Group that was part of the Military Assistance Command. So when it comes to these different agencies, or rather the same agency with an armed component, basically you have a situation in which how do I express this with the MACV SOG? It might take us on a whole different tangent. And of course, it's a tangent that deserves going into because it really gives people, well, they would finally have an impression of just how important Richard Nixon was. How, in a very real sense, he reinvented American warfare. So let me breathe and see if that's something I really want to do at the moment. And then kind of, devote this entire show to this sort of thing might be important because, we could always return to the contemporary stuff later. But understand that in a very real sense, the Military Assistance Command in Vietnam, MACV, was the ultimate killing machine. Basically, by the November election of 1964, the very acronym had actually become a household term, but the term SOG, S-O-G, for the Studies and Observations Group, which is a kind of a clerical-sounding name to hide the weaponized component, that had never, it has not and never would become a household term. But we can rectify such federally encouraged ignorance now. The MACV SOG, the Military Assistance Command Vietnam Studies and Observation Group, was like what the Waffen-SS, or the weaponized SS, was to the Allgemeine or General SS. Just 10% of the organization that was the trained killing component. And in this case, for the Americans, this was a joint service unconventional warfare unit tasked with highly classified operations throughout Southeast Asia. So the United States formed the Top Secret Studies and Observation Group, the SOG, the SOGers, in 1964 to coordinate clandestine activity both inside and outside the Republic of South Vietnam. And the all-volunteer unit was subdivided into 5 sections whose missions included everything from psychological warfare to infiltration into North Vietnam. The SOG completely circumvented the normal chain of command, and its commander reported directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Often the president himself had to approve supersensitive SOG missions. So these Sagar units, usually 12-man teams consisting of 3 Americans and 9 indigenous Nung Montagnard soldiers, who comprised 2/3 of personnel on missions, had as one of their main missions cross-border surveillance of the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which, if you really know what that word meant, it means bringer of enlightenment. Ho Chi Minh, that was the name Ho Chi Minh took for himself. In addition, the SOG units rescued downed pilots, sabotaged communications materials, rescued prisoners of war, and carried out assassinations. So the SOG units were usually inserted into Kampuchea, Cambodia, or Laos by helicopter, whereupon they attempted to avoid detection while surveying communist supply activities. And once in a position of safety, the SOG could direct devastating arrow strikes upon enemy positions in Kampuchea, Cambodia, or Laos. And as the war continued, such missions became ever more dangerous as the North Vietnamese began to devote more time and efforts to intercepting them. In the end, some 40,000 communist troops were designated to secure the Ho Chi Minh Trail in the face of the SOG breach. The Sagar units were in the heart of enemy territory, and if they were detected, they had to request emergency helicopter evacuation or face annihilation. The loss of such units was a critical hit to take, so as the SOG company in area of operations had fewer than 100 Americans assigned to it at any one time. There were never more than a few hundred SOG troops in action, and about twice 400 plus that many Montagnards who fought with them. Most SOG troopers were wounded more than once in the course of a year. Losses among the Nung were comparable. In 1968, the 15 SOG teams operating out of the Central Highlands lost 36 Americans, half of whom were killed and the rest MIA, missing in action and presumed dead, or captive to this day. Another 199 were critically injured in Laos, but it was far worse on the part of the North Vietnamese Communist forces. Although SOG usually attempted to avoid battle, when forced to fight, the SOGers operating in Laos were the most lethal soldiers of the war. For every American Special Forces soldier lost in Laos, the Communist North Vietnamese lost 150 troops. This was 10 times the ratio of non-SOG troops, U.S. and Republican South Vietnamese troops killed, 3 times their number of Viet Cong and North Vietnamese soldiers on average. But the SOG did 3 times that plus. So in January and February of early 1969, the SOG patrols killed 1,400 enemy soldiers. Intelligence officers debriefed the team members, helicopter crews, and bomber pilots to identify damage to the enemy by cross-referencing all sources. During that same period, only 15 Americans were killed, another 80 were injured, and 10 helicopters were lost. 15 Americans for 1,400 enemy dead. Because of the intensive secrecy that enveloped SOG operations, only my personal exposure to records destruction provided me opportunity to expose today that America's 300 SOG Special Forces troopers were KIA, killed in action, in country, Laos, with 57 MIA and 15 known to have been captured. But the communists never admitted to having captured any SOG troops. The North Vietnamese were greatly threatened by the SOG operations in Laos and assumed a shoot-to-kill operational response. Now, some captured SOG troops are known to have been executed in particularly gruesome manner, their skinned bodies later retrieved by SOG recovery teams. It would be a logical conclusion to draw that the totality of those captured SOGers were tortured pending execution. The thought of any still alive today, well, that would be half 100 years later, is simply too painful to contemplate. And of course, as I said, we have a situation in which Richard Nixon reinvented American warfare. As the public soured on Vietnam, Nixon rebooted the U.S. military strategy and thus paved the way for Iraq and Afghanistan. You see, in 1972, with the Vietnam War still raging, the Democrats certainly hoped to make the large loss of American life a pivotal issue in their effort to oust Richard Nixon. The Washington Post cartoonist Herb Bloch led the way. A longtime Nixon hater, he graphically emphasized that Nixon's war had cost 20,000 lives. George McGovern, the Democratic nominee, ardently sought to exploit this large death toll. The only out-and-out anti-war presidential candidate in the entire Vietnam era, McGovern implored the electorate to choose life, not death, when they voted in November. Someone, he insisted, must answer for the 20,000 more dead, for the 110,000 more wounded, for 550 captured or missing, for $60 billion more wasted in the last 4 years. Now, ultimately, the most striking characteristic of McGovern's candidacy was its spectacular lack of success. In 1972, the Vietnam War and the high death toll of the Nixon years simply failed to resonate with the electorate. Part of the reason was unconnected to casualties. The two main candidates simply ran very different campaigns. McGovern's was a liberal insurgency that initially benefited from the opening up of the nominating process to state primaries in which activists made a decisive difference. McGovern had trouble, however, transforming his primary momentum into the fall. At the Democratic Convention, in particular, he was slack and disorganized. His acceptance speech was made to a tiny audience in the early hours of the morning. He also picked up a vice presidential running mate who soon had to withdraw after he admitted undergoing electroshock therapy. Nixon, meanwhile, sought to soar above the fray. He had already established his credentials as a successful international statesman, visiting both Red China and Moscow within the space of 4 months in the first half of the year. In the summer and fall, he then implemented a detached Oval Office-centered campaign, while his aides played dirty. On presidential orders, Nixon's underlings worked hard to tarnish McGovern as a radical in cahoots with the most extreme anti-war protesters, those long-haired and sometimes violent demonstrators who the great silent majority had so little time for. While this unseemly Watergate-tarnished campaign grabbed the nation's attention, the actual fighting in Vietnam slipped into the background. This was surprising, for throughout 1971, the war had remained a major topic. In February and March, Nixon had seemed particularly vulnerable after media reports depicted South Vietnam's incursion into Laos as a spectacular fiasco. Correspondents had been particularly eager to criticize the government's clumsy efforts to minimize helicopter losses and use misleading evidence to claim the South Vietnamese had performed well. Then in the spring, with opinion polls revealing that 61% considered the war a mistake, the anti-war movement launched another bout of mass protests. The actions of veterans who opposed the fighting were particularly striking as they discarded their medals and appeared on the media and before Congress. When John Kerry, the future senator, presidential candidate, and Secretary of State under Obama, was called before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he dubbed the war the biggest nothing in history, adding, in a subtle rephrasing of the Korean War soundbite, "How do you ask a man to be the last man to die for a mistake?" A year later, Nixon was able to prevent Vietnam from igniting as a major campaign issue. He began his re-election campaign by readopting the mantle of peacemaker. On January 25th, just weeks before making the historic trip to Red China, he went on television to reveal that Kissinger had met a North Vietnamese negotiator on 12 occasions. In these secret sessions, Nixon explained Kissinger had unveiled numerous initiatives to break the deadlock, but each one had been rebuffed by North Vietnam. If the speech helped to defuse the charge that Nixon had made no moves to end the war, then his next televised address on April 26th emphasized the success of Vietnamization. On the day he had assumed office, Nixon reminded his national audience that the American troop ceiling in Vietnam was 549,000. Our casualties were running as high as 300 a week. 30,000 young Americans were being drafted every month. Today, contemporarily in his day, 39 months later, through our program of Vietnamization, if I were to speak as Nixon would, helping the South Vietnamese develop the capability of defending themselves, the number of Americans in Vietnam by Monday, May 1st, will have been reduced to 69,000. Our casualties, even during the present all-out enemy offensive, have been reduced by 95%, and draft calls bring them to 0 next year. As Nixon pointed out, even a major new Vietnamese offensive had failed to halt the inexorable decline in American losses. Vietnamization was one obvious reason. The other was that Nixon unleashed a true techno-war campaign, especially in the air, to bolster South Vietnam and counter the communists. Hanoi had launched its Easter offensive on March 30th. It was a sustained, three-pronged attack that placed intense pressure on South Vietnam during the spring and into the summer, but Nixon hit back hard. Now, as he told his advisors, he was determined to bomb those bastards like they've never been bombed before. And he certainly had sufficient power at his disposal. Alongside the massive B-52s, which each had a payload of about 22 tons, the U.S. Air Force was now equipped with high-precision weapons that had been waiting for action since the 1968 bombing pause. As the historian Stephen P. Randolph pointed out, American aircraft could now strike accurately from a higher altitude, avoiding the anti-aircraft fire that had always been the greatest threat to strike aircraft. More significantly, perhaps, a single aircraft could attack with greater assurance of destroying a target than had been possible during the 1960s. Nor was this all. On May 8th, Nixon announced the mining of Haiphong Harbor. Within the space of just 2 months, U.S. planes laid 36 mines. Without suffering any losses, they closed the major port through which North Vietnam brought in critical supplies, crucial supplies from the Soviet Union. From Nixon's perspective, this techno-war response was a clear success. By June, it had helped halt the Easter offensive at a cost to Hanoi of about 200, at least half the 200,000 troops it had thrown into battle. By October, it had even contributed to a breakthrough in the negotiations. For the first time, Hanoi agreed to a settlement that would leave Thieu in peace. During November and December, Thieu himself was the main obstacle to a deal. He balked, in particular, at an agreement that would permit communist troops to remain in the South. But after Nixon launched the massive Christmas bombing raids in December, Thieu was somewhat reassured both by minor additional North Vietnamese concessions and by the prospect that the United States would again bomb if North Vietnam violated the deal. On January 23rd, the Paris Peace Accords were finally signed. 4 days later, a ceasefire went into effect, bringing an end to the United States' protracted involvement in the Vietnam War. At home, meanwhile, Nixon's way of war was, if not popular, then at least sufficiently blood-free to head off the type of domestic eruption that had brought down Lyndon Baines Johnson 4 years before. Indeed, although a series of big battles unfolded throughout Vietnam, it was the South Vietnamese army that was doing the fighting and dying on the ground. American casualties, by contrast, dwindled to a point where on September 21st, the MACV could happily announce that the past week had seen no combat deaths, the first time this had happened in 7 years. Nixon had long ago calculated that most Americans were prepared to endure such a war. He now appeared vindicated by opinion polls, which showed support for his Vietnam policy veering sharply upwards from a low of around 45% just before the Easter offensive into the 50, 60, and even 70 percentile range as the peace deal loomed. Then, in November, in the only poll that really mattered, Nixon won re-election with a massive landslide victory. As a rueful McGovern conceded, Vietnam simply did not work for him as an issue. Why, he was asked. When the corpses changed color, McGovern acidly responded, American interest diminished. When they were all yellow instead of white, Americans were happy. For once, Nixon wholeheartedly agreed with his political rival, but he had not been prepared to let this interest diminish of its own accord. When it came to discussing U.S. casualties in public, Nixon's team was acutely aware of what to avoid down to the smallest details. White House advisors, for instance, shied away from using casualty charts when briefing the press, fearing they would be too impersonal and set the wrong tone. The Pentagon, meanwhile, was much more media-savvy than at the outset of the war. Back in 1965, it had unwittingly helped to dramatize the bloody start of the fighting by helping ABC and CBS produce special TV broadcasts that vividly showed returning coffins and military funerals after the A൵OV Battle. By the 1970s, it was much warier. When one network asked for official help to produce a 90-minute color documentary that explored the reactions of families to the death of their next of kin in Vietnam, the Pentagon's response was curt. It's considered such coverage in extremely poor taste, or so explained the Army's PI chief, who added that no one in the military should give any encouragement to such a morbid project. As well as realizing what to avoid, Nixon also knew what to stress. By 1972, his central calculation was that the public cared only about current losses. This might seem patently obvious, but other key players often reached a very different conclusion. The military, for one, tended to think about the future. In devising military campaigns, commanders kept an eye on ultimate cost of the war. In their firm view, the overall death toll would be much lower if they maintained relentless pressure on the enemy. Nixon increasingly dissented, however. He recognized that Hamburger Hill had starkly exposed the domestic danger of this logic. You can watch the film by that name to find out why. Although he subsequently sold the Cambodian incursion as a way of saving future lives, he had long since instructed his commanders to fight the war with one eye firmly fixed on each week's casualty total. The Democrats, meanwhile, increasingly focused on past losses. Throughout 1972, in particular, they talked constantly about all the casualties suffered since Nixon had taken office in an effort to emphasize his broken pledge to end the fighting. Nixon, of course, was not averse to delving back in time, but his reference point was quite different. He emphasized the bloodiness of Johnson's war as a way of drawing attention to the happier state of current affairs. As one of his 1972 campaign posters starkly declared, under Nixon, American casualties had declined 95%. When the peace accords were signed in January, Nixon could also boast another casualty success, the return of the American prisoners, the POWs, the prisoners of war from communist captivity. From the start of his presidency, Nixon had recognized the power of that issue. In May of 1969, abandoning Johnson's quiet diplomacy, Laird had launched a Go Public campaign. Ostensibly, its aim was to influence world opinion to the point that Hanoi would feel compelled to afford proper treatment to U.S. POWs. But Laird also had one eye fixed firmly on the home front. He hoped to marshal public opinion. According to one account, so did Nixon. By the way, Hanoi was the capital of communist North Vietnam. And by the end of 1969, the two men were no longer content to rely just on Vietnamization to defuse the anti-war movement. They also wanted a positive rallying cry to energize their base. The American POWs, the prisoners of war, seemed ideal. By emphasizing that the United States would fight until every prisoner was returned, Nixon hoped to remobilize the home front, or at least his great silent majority. With public support solidified, he believed that Hanoi would come to terms at the peace table. Because these terms would include the prisoners' return, he could then show Americans a clear success. Although Nixon's publicity campaign was intensive, he never completely controlled the debate. North Vietnam itself tried to manipulate POWs. Long before Nixon's election, Hanoi had threatened to try downed airmen for war crimes, a clear way of pressuring the United States to halt its bombing campaign. It then continued intermittently to release small groups of prisoners into the hands of prominent American anti-war activists, with the obvious intent of trying to compound the war's divisiveness inside these United States. Increasingly, moreover, Nixon also found that the POW issue was a double-edged weapon at home. Although the League of Families, the most powerful of the prisoner groups, was behind him for much of the time, other relatives argued that the prisoners would return home quicker if he simply ended the war. Increasingly, even the League itself was impatient, and in 1971 it began pressing him for a firm date for an American withdrawal. Whatever the daily frustrations, Nixon's Go Public campaign clearly helped to make the POWs a dominant issue in American politics. By the early 1970s, tens of thousands of bumper stickers appeared on cars. Hundreds of supportive resolutions were introduced in Congress. And no presidential speech on Vietnam was complete without a pledge not to abandon our POWs and our MIAs wherever they are. You see, we got the POWs back, the prisoners of war, but we never got the MIAs, the missing in action. That's why they became a movie franchise, sadly, or disgustingly exploited as such. Of course, I've told you the truth behind all of that. Like my father said, those guys married Vietnamese women, and they, as far as they're concerned, they'd found their new home. Now, in 1973, when the peace accords finally brought these prisoners home, Nixon was naturally quick to declare victory. These weren't the MIAs, which, as I said, all married Vietnamese women and had kids like myself and said, hey, we're home now. I ain't going back to Uncle Sugar, as they used to call the United States. But Nixon also claimed much more vindication. In May, after hosting a special White House dinner for the returned POWs, he recorded feeling a sense of joy and satisfaction that they, who were so completely courageous and admirable, seemed to consider the decisions I had made about the war to have been courageous and admirable ones. Nixon's achievements, if not his sense of vindication, were to prove extremely fleeting. Within months, in fact, they would turn out to be Pyrrhic victories, which not only constrained American power and credibility, but also helped to destroy his presidency. Vietnamization was a case in point. Inside the United States, the slow withdrawal might have numbed the political debate. But for many of those Americans who still had to fight Nixon's war, the pointlessness of the exercise engendered a profound sense of disillusionment. This was an army in anguish, according to a series of Washington Post special reports published in the fall of 1971. No one wanted to be the last American killed, or so the Post revealed, a conviction so strong that some troops now reported false positions to avoid combat. In one widely reported incident, 53 men even refused to launch a dangerous nighttime mission, a refusal that became a cause célèbre when the general in charge refused to discipline them. Even such insubordination paled next to stories of fragging. It was a military term, a term the military hated and tried to dissuade reporters from using, on the grounds that it trivialized a serious offense. By 1971, however, officials had to concede that the intentional targeting of friendly soldiers had occurred, although they challenged the claim that it had become fairly commonplace. Drug abuse presented a similar problem. During 1970 and 1971, media reports of a drug epidemic were rife as soldiers apparently turned to narcotics to blot out the whole Vietnam experience. The Pentagon was quick to demolish the more exaggerated of these reports, such as stories of stoned soldiers shooting down an American helicopter gunship, Of course, there was no exaggeration here at all. I had to burn the records. But faced with TV reports showing GIs at a pop party, military spokesmen were again forced to admit there was a problem. This time with the qualification that the rest of American society faced a similar problem at home. You had Green Lantern in DC Comics basically saying, "My son is a junkie." I still remember when that was on the comic book cover, and that came out with his son being all deliriums tremens, shaking arm and shit, and holding out that rubber band arm, and, oh, well, you know, dog soldier all the way, right? Well, how do I describe this? In June of 1973, the Pentagon's final accounting provided statistical evidence to demonstrate the extent of the Army's anguish, as well as the overall figure of 45,958 Americans KIA, or killed in action during the war. Officials announced that a further 10,303 U.S. servicemen had died of non-combat causes. Now, although almost half of these were from aircraft or motor vehicle crashes, a significant proportion stemmed from the specific problems of the Nixon years. Thus, there had been 1,172 suicides, 1,163 homicides, and 102 known deaths from drug abuse. Obviously, drugs were involved in everything else. Fragging fatalities had actually declined towards the end, from a high of 37 in 1969 to 12 in 1971 and 3 in 1972. These were all of those that were openly admitted to. Fragging was so pervasive that was the most dangerous war in human history to be an officer. But the overall trajectory of fragging incidents was still worrying, leaping from 126 to 333 that they had to admit to between 1969 and 1971. While this sense of decay ate away at the military in Vietnam, Nixon's techno-war escalation increasingly riled the political elites at home. Determined to prop up South Vietnam in an election year, Nixon's casualty sensitivity had not extended beyond American lives to enemy non-combatants. He told his senior advisors at one point in 1972, "Now, we won't deliberately aim for civilians, but if a few bombs slop over, that's just too bad." In cold Nixonite calculation, the American electorate was principally concerned with U.S. losses. It cared far less about what happened to Asian civilians. In the narrow sense, Nixon was obviously correct, for he won re-election by a landslide in November. But the consequences of his deeply cynical war-making strategy were profound, especially for the more than 1,500 civilians who died in the Christmas bombing raids. Nor in the Vietnam era was the domestic mood entirely inured to such deaths. While protesters had long placed the impact of bombing at the heart of their indictment against the war, the death of 109 civilians in the village of My Lai had been a black stain for most of Nixon's presidency, with the anti-war movement predictably seizing on it to claim that the United States was no worse than its reviled enemies of the past. Nixon's Christmas bombing naturally rallied these protesters in another bout of rage against the war, where they were joined by a growing number of mainstream voices who dubbed these raids a shameful and monstrous deed. "The reign of death continues," declared the Boston Globe in a typical comment. The New York Times asked, "Are we now the enemy? The new barbarians?" On Capitol Hill, the mood was particularly heated. Even Hugh D. Scott, the Republican of Pennsylvania, the Senate Republican minority leader, stated publicly that he was heartsick and dispirited. On the other side of the aisle, Mike Mansfield, the Democratic majority leader, said that patience had finally collapsed. As soon as the new Congress convened in January, he pledged to press for legislation to end the war immediately. Nixon was often dismissive of opposition from these quarters. The media and Congress, in his eyes, were liberal bastions to be outwitted, smeared, and beaten. But with an increasingly assertive Democratic Party in charge on Capitol Hill, Nixon recognized that he had to conclude a peace deal before the end of January. He also knew that Congress was unlikely to support future efforts to bolster South Vietnam with American force. The poison his Christmas bombing had injected into the congressional debate had seen to that. Soon after, Nixon's authority over Congress collapsed entirely, as Watergate shifted from a minor campaign issue to a major political scandal. In Nixon's jaundiced view, Watergate was the central reason why Vietnam was finally lost in April of 1975. The Democrats in Congress, he charged, were so emboldened by the scandal that they denied both himself and his successor the means to enforce the Paris Agreement at a time when the North Vietnamese were openly violating it. Yet Nixon's post-war scapegoating ignored two crucial facts. One was that his own bombing, especially during December of 1972, had already destroyed congressional support for bolstering South Vietnam. Even without Watergate, Nixon would have found it difficult to revive his techno-war campaign in response to a new North Vietnamese attack. The other was that the relationship between Vietnam and Watergate was one of cause as well as consequence. While the specific break-in stemmed from the Nixon White House's desire for dirt on the Democrats, the overall scandal was inextricably entwined with his way of waging war in Vietnam. Indeed, the administration's first steps along the path of illegality had come in the spring of 1969, when it used wiretaps to trace who had leaked the story of the secret Cambodian bombing. Later, the president's men had lengthened their stride with efforts to smear anti-war radicals, including burgling the office of a leading anti-war figure psychiatrist in an unsuccessful effort to get damaging material to use against him. The man I'm speaking of course, is the man that I've often compared myself to. The man who I've brought to the attention of everyone in the past. And for some reason, I always forget his name. Vietnam veteran, Watergate, Marine veteran. It's not G. Gordon Liddy, for God's sakes. He was the Watergate mastermind, if you could call him that. Let me see. Veteran, Watergate, and if we look up the psychiatrist, that'll get us something perhaps. Daniel Ellsberg. Nixon White House wanted to shut me up. Daniel Ellsberg was the Marine Corps veteran and former U.S. military analyst who leaked the Pentagon Papers. And that was the man they targeted, by the way. Oh, just checking out some incoming messages here. And we'll check the live stream. Holy fucking shit. And DJ Morning was saying, it worked for me, Jameson. Okay, good. Jameson said, much thanks. Then after that, we had fuckers in the chat room. The pornography sex bots come back in. And again, it's this Vulcan Stavka. no matter how many times I report the son of a bitch, the Russians keep, pumping him back up, and he's comes back into chat and does what he does. So unwanted commercial content or spam. Okay. Then further reports to be done here. Here we are. Report pornography and explicit material. All right. Finally, here we are. It's also misinformation because, there's nothing at the other end that is, going to satisfy anybody. Okay, could we get other people besides DJ, who is saying, morning, it works for me, Jameson. See if anyone else can come in and interact with the chat room. Much appreciated in that regard. All right, let me try and get myself back together again, get my train of thought up, so that I can basically tell people about how this all went down. Basically, when... how do I say this? Now, when I talk about those things like what happened to Daniel Ellsberg, the burgling of his psychiatrist's office, the Watergate burglary led by G. Gordon Liddy, these were just two of the White House horrors that Nixon was desperate to cover up after June of 1972, when the Watergate burglars were caught. When this effort crumbled, Nixon left behind a debilitated presidency. In 1973 alone, Congress cut off funding for the continued bombing of Cambodia and passed the War Powers Act that limited the president's power to deploy troops overseas. Then in 1975, with a new North Vietnamese offensive poised to overrun South Vietnam, legislators refused to vote for aid, let alone any new use of arrow power. Amid political recriminations in Washington and television images of a chaotic evacuation in Saigon, the United States finally lost its war in Vietnam. This is what brings us to the Vietnam syndrome. This dismal end was an important contrast to earlier wars. Casualty debates had often spilled over into the post-war era, most notably after 1918, when many Americans had recoiled from the prospect of ever sending their boys off to another European slaughter. Yet at least World War I had had the saving grace of ending in quote-unquote victory. Vietnam had no such upside. After 1975, one of the few things ex-Doves and ex-Hawks could agree on was that the lives lost in Vietnam were utterly wasted. Doves because they still thought the war immoral and unnecessary. Hawks because they believed that battlefield deaths ought to have been sustained in a winning cause. In the years after Vietnam, this sense of utter waste permeated the political debate, as well as the war's miserable outcome. Memories lingered of bloody battles waged for no purpose, with Hamburger Hill as the prize exhibit. In this sense, the 1970s were an eerie reprise of the 1920s. Although few embraced the term isolationist, many did agree that American boys should never again be sent into a similar war. It was a belief that, as in the 1920s, was reinforced by an influential strand of popular culture as veterans, novelists, and filmmakers all emphasized the wounds the war had created and then left to fester. By this time, the never again mentality was also stiffened by statistically based academic research. In 1972, while the war still raged, that Eastertide offensive I'm describing as an intelligence failure on our part and a stupid mistake on the part of the enemy, the political scientist John Mueller published a book that contained a simple and powerful idea. Popular support for the Korean and Vietnam Wars, Mueller argued, had declined as casualty figures mounted. Chiming neatly with the prevailing mood, Mueller's thesis quickly became accepted conventional wisdom. Thereafter, many prominent voices not only believed that support for Vietnam had buckled as the body bag toll mounted, but also projected this idea forward into future wars, claiming that the casualty-sensitive public would no longer accept conflicts with a large number of American losses. Now, Cold War hawks were horrified, convinced that the United States still had to wield every weapon in its arsenal to contain and even roll back communism. These hawks tried to confront this new mood head-on. Ronald Reagan was their cheerleader. During his successful presidential campaign in 1980, Reagan declared, "For too long, we have lived with the Vietnam syndrome. We dishonor the memory of 50,000 young Americans who died in that cause when we give way to feelings of guilt as if we were doing something shameful, and we have been shabby in our treatment of those who returned. They fought as well and as bravely as any Americans have ever fought in any war. They deserve our gratitude, our respect, and our continuing concern." Now, as this speech suggested, a key component of Reagan's agenda for ending the Vietnam syndrome was to honor the war's casualties, both living and dead. It is the fatalities as well as the casualties. Casualties are injuries. Fatalities don't come back. The former were a particularly big group because, well, largely because better medical facilities ensured that the injured to killed ratio had been massively improved. After the war, however, this tremendous achievement meant that a higher proportion of veterans still carried some form of physical disability. They were not the only lingering sufferers. Some veterans also came down with serious illnesses, including cancer, which they traced to their exposure to chemicals used against the enemy, especially Agent Orange. Many more were physically fine, but mentally scarred. Unlike in World War II, where most psychiatric cases had occurred under extreme battlefield conditions, in Vietnam, the problem was the exact opposite. Relatively few instances in the fighting theater, but a delayed reaction when veterans returned home. During the 1980s, the United States tried to come to terms with these casualties. While Reagan publicly challenged the unjust stereotype of the traumatized outsider, veterans groups were now better organized and Congress more open to meeting their demands than after previous wars. The result was a series of practical gains. Agent Orange victims received compensation in a court settlement. Healthcare providers recognized post-traumatic stress disorder, and the government made some effort to improve veterans' facilities. In 1982, the Vietnam dead even received their own national monument, thanks to my sister, Maya Ying Lin, who gave you the fucking wall. Now conceived in controversy, the memorial's moving simplicity soon proved a hit with families, veterans, and tourists alike, so much so that it rapidly became Washington's most visited monument, even though I have a domestic terrorist named Richard K. Cole Jr., who goes on to threaten my sister, Maya Ying-Lin. For those of you who don't know Maya Ying-Lin, she is the woman who made your goddamn wall and has my same Chinese family name, Lin. Yet talking about or memorializing Vietnam was one thing. Overcoming our nation's acute sensitivity to fresh combat casualties was quite another. Even Reagan for all his much vaunted gifts as the great communicator, was unable to shift the debate away from the likely human cost of Cold War interventionism. Reagan, in fact, could not even drum up domestic support for the use of force in Central America. This was significant. El Salvador or Nicaragua were not distant flashpoints like Korea or Vietnam. They were America's own backyard. Even in the casualty-shy 1920s, when memories of World War I had hung heavily over U.S. foreign policy, the United States had sent Marines to Nicaragua. In the early 1980s, though, when Reagan wanted to roll back communism in the region, public opinion remained a major obstacle. In March of 1981, one poll found that only 2% favored sending U.S. troops to El Salvador. A year later, a string of other polls reported that between 60 and 74% thought that El Salvador was likely to become another Vietnam. As Reagan later conceded, "After Vietnam, I knew that Americans would be just as reluctant to send their sons to fight in Central America, and I had no intention of asking them to do that." Although the military largely agreed, during the 1980s it had to work on the assumption that at some future point a president would again place America's boys in harm's way. Given the public's casualty shyness, Pentagon planners searched for ways to make such a war domestically palatable. They began by revamping media relations. In Vietnam, the lack of censorship had enabled reporters like Neil Sheehan and Jay Sharboot to emphasize the bloodiness of battles like Nha Trang and Hamburger Hill. The military was desperate to avoid a repeat, so desperate, in fact, that when Reagan invaded Grenada in 1983, the Pentagon implemented a complete news blackout. There was no press pool, no accreditation, and not a single reporter with American forces during the operation. The media immediately remonstrated, with powerful owners, editors, and reporters all emphasizing the public's right to know. The military was forced to rethink. Within weeks, the Pentagon's press office pledged to allow the media complete access to future operations, so long as it did not violate the security of our operation or endanger the lives of our forces. To work out the details, the Pentagon created a panel of 14 PI officers, public informants, like myself, albeit I'm, shall we say, out of the loop of official recognition and support. These were former journalists and academics, headed by a former MACV PI chief. It soon unveiled a range of improvements, including granting correspondence access to the war zone in press pools and a voluntary set of guidelines that all news organization ought to subscribe to. This attempt to forge a new military-media relationship was by no means successful. By the 1980s, there were simply too many lingering resentments on both sides of the divide, which were apt to erupt in controversy even without a major war. The military complained first, in the spring of 1985, when the Pentagon trialed its new censorship system, flying 10 reporters to Honduras to watch a secret training exercise. Officials were appalled when one section of the media produced unauthorized and speculative stories. But the media soon hit back. A year later, when Reagan launched a strike against Libya, correspondents on board one carrier were in uproar when the Navy first kept them in the dark about the missile launches and then outright lied to them. Faced with these failures, the military could at least take some comfort from internal studies, suggesting that media reporting was not the main danger to future operations. Casualty totals still held this dubious distinction. An Army study concluded, circa 1989, I know because I dealt with the documents, It said, what alienated the American public in both the Korean and Vietnam Wars was not news coverage, but casualties. Public problem. Rather, it read, if I remember, public support for each war dropped inexorably by 15 percentage points whenever total U.S. casualties increased by a factor of 10. Hey, quite the social equation there. If this calculation were true, tinkering with media relations would not fix the problem. What was needed was a whole new approach to postmodern warfare. Under Nixon, the military's mission statement in Vietnam had included a clear injunction to keep losses to a minimum. Under Caspar Weinberger, Reagan's defense secretary, because we couldn't count Reagan as the decision maker, he was full-blown fucking senile, an even deeper change was introduced. In a major speech in November 1984, Weinberger revealed 6 tests to be applied when weighing the use of U.S. combat forces abroad. The so-called Weinberger Doctrine included using force only as a last resort, devising objectives that were clear and attainable, ensuring that troops had sufficient resources to win, and obtaining the full support of Congress and the public. As the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, came to an end, then the searing Vietnam experience continued to linger. For Johnson and Nixon, it was a war that had thrown up different problems, and not just because Johnson had steadily expanded the U.S. commitment while Nixon had sought to gradually withdraw. Johnson's war had also been plagued by paradoxes, the playing down of American involvement while drawing attention to the tragedy of mounting casualties. The presiding over a military that provided unprecedented amounts of casualty information but still dogged by major questions about its credibility. Nixon, too, had faced his own paradoxes, not least in escalating a conflict at the same time he was seeking to disengage. But the central theme of Nixon's war was the Pyrrhic nature of his victories. From Nixon's narrow perspective, his strategy worked perfectly in 1972. His attempt to reduce American casualties without precipitating South Vietnam's collapse helped him achieve the central goal of his first term, re-election. Within months of his resounding landslide, however, Nixon's presidency and its legacy was in ruins. The complicated consequences of trying to bomb in secret were part of the cause, but so were other strands of his strategy. Nixon's Christmas bombings might have helped force a deal, but they further eroded congressional support not just for Vietnam, but for all forms of presidential war-making. His Vietnamization strategy might have muted the public's opposition to the war, but it generated major problems for the U.S. military and, above all, proved ineffective against the renewed communist onslaught circa 1975. In the wake of defeat, the U.S. government tried to learn the appropriate lessons, as well as reconsidering military-media relations. Officials thought long and hard about the conditions under which the public would support the use of force and the prospect of casualties in the future. Sometimes they looked back beyond Vietnam to an earlier era when the media had appeared more manageable and the public less skeptical. Of course, even during the 2 world wars and Korea, the government had always faced searching questions about the veracity of its casualty information. But Vietnam had clearly changed the rules of the game. Trust in government was much lower. The media was even keener to probe for the story behind the official narrative. And the whole debate was now even more sensitive to the human cost of war. These were all legacies that the 2 Bushes would have to grapple with in the post-Cold War era as they took the United States into war against a new set of enemies. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, while trying to wrap this up for all of you. So you better understand, well, the nature of war itself to a degree. We have only 2 hours left remaining. What I can tell you is that basically, that when it came to the October offensive in particular, well, as I said, you had this situation where there were C2 problems, as they called them back in the day, before they added communications to command and control. In Vietnam, C2 was problematic. The leadership provided the South Vietnamese commanders was rarely, well, provided by them was rarely exemplary. They were definitely operating on nepotism. And when it came to the intelligence of the reconnaissance sort, not necessarily a person's IQ, the I Corps commander, Lieutenant General Hoang Xuan Lam, who was a more practical general than a military commander, often exhibited inept and indecisive leadership. To compound the problem in I Corps, or First Corps, the Corps' headquarters had never actually functioned as a field headquarters in combat, as the FRAC commander later admitted. However, the most infamous example of the dearth of ARVN leadership was the surrender of the 56th ARVN Regiment by Lieutenant Colonel Phan Van Dinh, its commander at Camp Carroll, after a short fight on Easter Sunday. Many other examples of cowardice occurred during the offensive, but none was so flagrant or damning. To add to the Allies' the C2 woes. I was thinking, of course, of carbon dioxide there for a moment, but the acronym for Command and Control, C2, there was a distinct lack of cohesion in coordinating the efforts among the Army and Marine Corps units in MR1, Military Region 1, the Vietnamese Army and Marine Corps units, the 147th VNMC Brigade at My Loc, and the 258th VNMC Brigade at Fire Support Base Nancy were technically attached to the 3rd ARVN Division. The 3rd did not, however, have OPCON, OPCON, or operational control over these units. The 1st Corps commander did. The Vietnamese Marines were also considered part of South Vietnam's strategic reserve, a reserve whose squandering would ruin their commander's career. As a result of this C2 confusion, the VNMC units located with the 3rd ARVN were underutilized during the offensive. Finally, MACV was receiving most of the intelligence third hand from Commander the U.S. Pacific Fleet, the PAC-FLT, in Hawaii. In addition to providing offshore naval gunfire support, U.S. Navy destroyers with a naval intelligence liaison element in Da Nang were presumably providing the Pacific Fleet commander in Hawaii with more timely tactical situational reporting than the MACV commander, General Creighton Abrams, was receiving from First Corps. The destroyers were not OPCON to MACV or First Corps, and therefore reported directly to PAC Fleet Commander. He in turn relayed the reports from Hawaii back to Saigon. The JGS assistant J2 years later stated, as it turned out, it was up to 3 days after the enemy attack was launched in MR1 before it aroused any major concern in Saigon. Across the board, C2 was not very smooth for the Allied forces. And then came the ignoring of human intelligence. Understand, by the way, that delay of 72 hours in modern warfare, postmodern warfare at today's speeds, would be fatal. Back then, Christ, societies could still survive. But during the Easter offensive, 2 of the 3 pillars of intelligence, IMINT and SIGINT, the information and signals intelligence, supplied some indicators of what was about to occur. However, it was the ignoring of the third pillar, HUMINT, or human intelligence, that ended up shaping the incorrect opinion among Allied commanders that the NVA offensive was unlikely, and even after it had begun, that it was doomed to failure. IMINT provided the first clues of the NVA buildup north of the DMZ. U.S. photographic intelligence missions detected a large concentration of tanks near Bat Lake, where the borders of North and South Vietnam met the border of Laos. Although no information is correctly available concerning the Easter Offensive radial SIGINT, or Signals Intelligence Intercepts, prior to March 30th, nor afterwards, really, it is reasonable to assume that the NVA Communication Security, their ComSec, Communication Security, COMSEC, all uppercase, those ComSec, or Communication Security measures, and traffic minimization were in effect. However, sensor activity along the Ho Chi Minh Trail was unusually active with movers during February and March. Although there has been little written on SIGINT reporting during the Easter Offensive, it can be presumed that there were, in fact, few SIGINT intercepts during that period, especially when one considers the actions not taken by the Allied forces. If SIGINT had indicated the NVA buildup, the MACV commander would probably have returned early from his rest and recuperation in Thailand, or perhaps would not have left South Vietnam at all. In addition, a countrywide alert generated by SIGINT intercepts of NVA offensive preparations would have alerted U.S. forces, thus precluding the senior U.S. Army advisor to 3rd ARVN from leaving for an Easter visit to Saigon. All these guys were seeing their hookers, of course. While the IMINT and SIGINT provided some clues as to the NVA's intentions during March, HUMINT provided the most accurate forecast of enemy intentions before the offensive. In December of 1971, an unusually reliable source had provided a significant document, North Vietnamese Politburo policy, which indicated that the Viet Cong/NVA would switch over to main force rather than protracted warfare operations, a direct declaration of conventional war. Then on March 27th, a friendly ambush southwest of Fire Base Pedro yielded unexpected results. One of the dead NVA soldiers carried a map showing all of the trails, streams, fire bases, and units in Quang Tri province. A U.S. intelligence unit even predicted the NVA's preliminary objectives in advance of the offensive, and based on agent reports, the 1st Battalion, provisional, 525th MI Group, military infantry, or they constructed mechanized infantry, I believe, if I remember correctly from my old days. They constructed a detailed description of the major NVA units, their commanding officers, and the date the offensive was to begin, using the intelligence summary, what they would call INTSUM, INTSUM, as the acronym for intelligence summary, for the first time in the 525th MI Group's history in Vietnam. Their predictive analysis was sent electronically to the 525th MI Group, MACV, U.S. Army, Vietnam, USARV, and the 7th Air Force Headquarters. It was carried by courier to the FRAC, Naval Intelligence Liaison, the 196th Light Infantry Brigade, the 1st MIBARS, which was an acronym, MIBARS, for the Military Intelligence Battalion Aerial Reconnaissance Squadron, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the U.S. Army Special Forces in Da Nang area before the Easter Offensive began. Their reporting continued for many weeks thereafter. Despite the reliable HUMINT analysis sent to them, the American command took a lot of time to realize the true intent of the NVA offensive in the north. It was not until 27th April 1972, 28 days after the offensive had started, that the FRAC wrote to MACV commander, "Reports are fragmentary at this time, but intelligence indicates that the objectives are the capture of Fire Support Base Nancy and to establish a blocking force on the Quang Tri Trois Tien border. Other NVA forces will then assume offensive operations to capture Quang Tri City." In fact, the HUMINT INTSUMs, the Human Intelligence Summaries from the 525th MI Group, had predicted weeks ahead of the attack that Quang Tri City and Not Way were the objective of the NVA action. Obviously, the main lesson here is that neither SIGINT nor IMINT are the sole foundation of intelligence. They should be treated as two of many elements that make up all source intelligence analysis. During the 1972 Easter Offensive, the lack of SIGINT collected was in and of itself a possible indicator. SIGINT cannot and should not be the crux of final determining factor in assessing enemy intentions or capabilities. So the Easter Offensive caught the Allies by complete surprise, and needlessly so. In the months before Easter 1972, the communist buildup had been noted, but Washington and Saigon underestimated the scope, magnitude, and character of the coming attack. Thus, the North Vietnamese achieved considerable tactical surprise. While the indicators of attack were numerous, U.S. and South Vietnamese commanders ignored them in favor of a more reassuring position that the NVA could not and would not attack before the end of March. The failure to use human intelligence to the fullest extent possibly also contributed to the Allied forces being caught off guard. The intelligence failure during the Easter Offensive was less a failure to collect intelligence than it was a failure to exploit obvious indicators. So, in terms of the enemy, well, they failed as well. The Americans may have failed to have taken any of this and put it to work to their advantage. But when it came to the United States Air Force halting the North Vietnamese campaign and turning all of their armored columns into burning hulks, well, at the conclusion of the ARVN counteroffensive, both sides were too exhausted to continue their efforts. In that sense, both sides lost. But understand, Nixon carried the Americans to a victory of maintaining the Republic of Vietnam. You know, as the offensive petered out, the North Vietnam government and military had to take stock of what their effort had won them and what it had cost them. Analysts estimate that between 50,000 and 75,000 NVA died as a result of Operation Nguyen Way. As many or more were critically injured, and massive material losses included more than 700 tanks. General Nguyen Vien Yap had made a major miscalculation, one that would cost him his job. History would later show that the entire Eastertide offensive probably was not even necessary. If the North Vietnamese had waited another year or two until the United States had completely disengaged from Vietnam and then invaded, they would probably have been successful. Both sides, however, considered their efforts to have been successful in their media communications to their respective population bases, at least. The South Vietnamese and Americans believed the policy of Vietnamization had been validated. The internal weaknesses of the South Vietnamese command structure, which had been rectified somewhat during the emergency, also reappeared once it had passed. During the operations, more than 25,000 South Vietnamese civilians had been killed and almost 1 million became refugees. 600,000 of whom were living in camps under government care. American casualties in combat for all of 1972 totaled only 300 killed, most of whom were killed during that offensive. Hanoi, the capital of North Vietnam, which had committed 14 divisions and 26 independent regiments to the offensive, virtually its entire army, had suffered that approximate 100,000 casualties and almost all tanks destroyed, 134 T-54s, 56 PT-76s, and 60 T-34s. In return, it had gained permanent control of half of the 4 northernmost provinces, Quang Tri, Chu Ra Tien, Quang Nam, and Quang Tin, as well as the western fringes of the 2nd and 3rd Corps sectors, around 10% of the country. The North Vietnamese leadership had made two grave miscalculations concerning the abilities of its enemies. The first was to underestimate the fighting ability of the ARVN, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, which by 1972 had become one of the best equipped armies in the world. The second was a failure to grasp the destructiveness of American aero power unleashed against an enemy that was now fighting a conventional battle. Combined with these strategic errors, the PAVN, or People's Army of Vietnam commanders, had also thrown away their local numerical superiority by making repeated frontal attacks into heavy defensive fire and suffered massive casualties as consequence. Hanoi, however, wasted no time in making use of what it had gained. The North Vietnamese immediately began to extend their supply corridors from Laos and Cambodia into South Vietnam. The PAVN rapidly expanded port facilities at the captured town of Dong Ha, and within a year, over 20% of the materiel destined for the southern battlefield was flowing across its docks. In Paris, the peace negotiations continued, but this time round, both sides were willing to make concessions. The chief American negotiator, Dr. Henry Kissinger, offered a ceasefire in place, recognition of the PRG by the Saigon government, the People's Republic, and total American withdrawal from South Vietnam as incentives. These terms were actually enough to meet the criteria for victory that Hanoi's leaders had established before the offensive began. The only obstacle to a settlement then became Nguyen Van Thieu, whose government would have to assent to any agreement. Due to Thieu's intransigence and his demand that the U.S. not abandon his nation after any agreement, and new demands from Hanoi, the peace talks stalled in December. This led President Nixon to launch Operation Linebacker 2, the bombing campaign aimed at North Vietnam's transportation network, especially around Hanoi and Haiphong. The Paris Peace Accords, signed in January of 1973, confirmed that North Vietnamese PAVN troops would remain in South Vietnam in the areas that they then occupied and had gained previously in the Easter Offensive. In retrospect, it becomes clear that the American air assaults of spring 1972 bought South Vietnam 3 more years of existence. The United States in December of 1972 forced Hanoi to resume serious peace negotiations by unleashing Linebacker 2, 11 days of heavy bombing of key targets in the north. At the end of it, the North Vietnamese had had enough for a while. In February of 1973, the warring parties signed the Paris Peace Accords, and American POWs returned home. In disambiguation from the MIAs, those missing in action. General Nguyen Van Giep, after suffering a third major battlefield fiasco, licked his wounds and waited for the right time to attack again. It came in spring of 1975, when American forces had withdrawn. Nixon was no longer in the White House, and it was clear the American public no longer had the will to defend South Vietnam. Then he attacked, and this time, without U.S. backing, South Vietnamese military units offered scant resistance. Communist tanks finally rolled into Saigon on April 30th, 1975. American aero power had been withheld, and Giap had his victory at last. The collapse of the South Vietnamese army in 1975 showed all too plainly the frailty of the Vietnamized South Vietnam once the United States was not there to offer its support. War leads to the pretense of peace. You see, Russia is trying to deceive everyone over Ukraine now. This is how I bring it all home. Facing the implosion of its military forces in Ukraine, a collapsing economy, and a population that is starting to ask hard questions, The Russian government is attempting to confuse just about everyone. The first target is Ukraine and the international community. Take Russia's announcement of a major reduction of military operations in and around Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and the Ukraine's northernmost major city, Chernihiv. This reduction is somewhat real, but only somewhat. Russia cannot afford to relinquish its position around Chernihiv, as that would jeopardize its control over a highway and arterial logistics routes from Belarus. Regardless, Russia's motive is not, as it claims, the successful execution of a plan to keep Ukrainian forces fixed in the north and away from the southeastern Donbas region. As evinced by the annihilation of hundreds of Russian tanks, armored vehicles, and entire military units, this suspended advance is actually motivated by military necessity. Russian commanders need to regroup and allow their troops to rest and resupply. They also need Ukrainian forces to stop their increasingly effective counteroffensives. This military deception is also designed to serve the second element of Russia's deception campaign, the suggestion of its earnest effort in negotiations. Complaining that Ukraine is not negotiating seriously, while Russia offers constructive proposals, even while it poisons the other side's diplomats. Moscow seeks to encourage Western powers into pressuring Ukraine to make further compromises while also avoiding aggressive counteroffensives. Vladimir Putin's government knows that certain European governments, such as France, United Germany, and Italy, are far more open to a Russia-favorable ceasefire than are others such as Britain, Denmark, and Poland. Russia's old game of dividing the West looms large. This "we're pursuing peace" pretense also helps Russia with its closest foreign partner. Visiting China on Wednesday, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov almost certainly met Beijing's request that Russia compromise with Ukraine. Red China is deeply concerned by the risk that its close relationship with the Russian Empire will see its own influence decline in Europe. But by dangling its military paws alongside peace talks, Russia hopes Red China will maintain its trade connections and international support for Moscow. Still, it is the home front that poses perhaps the most significant concern for the Kremlin. True, support for the war remains strong, but with perhaps more than 10,000 Russian soldiers now killed in just 1 month of the special security operation, it is now impossible to hide that this is a full-scale war. Recognizing as much, Russian state media have started broadcasting medal ceremonies for wounded soldiers. Alongside government and military officials, state media propagandists are also playing down Putin's original presentation of Volodymyr Zelensky's government as that of an existential Nazi threat. Instead, they suggest that the Donbas is nearly secured and the extermination of its population thus prevented. At the same time, with international sanctions fueling inflation, which was high even before the war, the consumer goods, services shortages, Russia is also attempting to construct a fortress economy. Putin has authorized the seizure and relisting of passenger aircraft leased from the West. And on Wednesday, midweek last, or was it even just today, the government authorized the importation of foreign goods without the authority of those who produce those goods. Putin's demand that European nations buy Russian energy with rubles also serves this nationalist economic strategy, though Putin is qualifying his demand in the face of the European Union's rejection thereof. Put simply, Putin's government is under very significant pressure. Attempting to dilute that pressure, Russia is employing a range of deceptions at home and abroad. But the ultimate intent is clear. Putin wants military, political, and economic space to advance his interests at the expense of Ukraine's. This brings us to deterrence, Ukraine, and my Taiwan. President Joseph Biden has again befuddled our America and our allies. Joe Biden not only advocated Russian President Vladimir Putin's removal from power, until, that is, administration aides quickly clarified that he was not doing so. No, there's more. Last Thursday, a reporter asked why sanctions decided at NATO's Brussels summit would make Putin change course when deterrence had failed before. Biden snapped back, "Let's get something straight. You remember, if you've covered me from the beginning, I did not say that in fact the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter." Last month, the White House had to explain away similar presidential remarks about deterrence. Biden's confusion is dangerous, given Russian threats throughout the former Soviet Union, Red Chinese assertiveness in the Indo-Pacific region, and the growing nuclear menace of Iran and North Korea. Notwithstanding Biden's incoherence, we are desperately lacking in the contemporary theory and practice of deterrence. This functioning deterrence was critical to staving off nuclear hostilities in the Cold War and, in fact, significantly debilitated the Soviet Union. Today, for example, even top-ranking Pentagon officials refer to restoring deterrence merely by tit-for-tat retaliation, not realizing that deterrence is most effectively established by imposing higher costs on an enemy than it inflicted. The post-1945 study of nuclear deterrence was intense. The West's eventual victory in the Third World War, we misnomer as the Cold War, obscures how dangerous and uncertain those decades were, the outcome hardly inevitable. Enormous amounts of hard work, study, and debate about deterrence were required in universities and institutions such as RAND, the research and development think tank I once aspired to be a part of. These were not mere ivory tower affairs. Edward Teller, Thomas Schelling, Albert and Roberta Wallstetter, Charles Hitch, Roland McKean, Herman Kahn, my personal hero, and others were key figures in the contentious debate over how to avoid nuclear wars, or fight and win them if necessary. That was only the tip of the iceberg of research and writing undertaken year after year. Analysis covered very detailed and specific concerns, assessing not just the numbers and destructive capacities of nuclear weapons, but how to deliver them, such as bombers, ground-based missiles, submarine-launched missiles, or all three, where to deploy the delivery systems, whether defenses against nuclear attacks were possible and how, the costs and relative values of nuclear capabilities versus conventional forces, the nature and culture of the Soviet Union and its leadership, civilian and military, the kinds of conflicts where nuclear options could be viable, and much more. However, since the Soviet collapse, during and after the peace dividend euphoria, the study of nuclear deterrence and deterrence generally declined precipitously. We are now paying the price. In Ukraine, Biden obviously failed to deter Vladimir Putin, and perhaps did not think he could. America's credibility was weakened because of failures to follow through on early threats and commitments, such as Georgia in 2008, and Ukraine in 2014, and Afghanistan. Biden then mistakenly, gratuitously ruled out the use of U.S. force in early December 2021, with no reciprocal gestures from the Russian Empire. No other Western leader stepped up, although many options were available that, if undertaken, could have established sufficient deterrence to prevent this invasion. The problem is now worse. Moscow is deterring Washington and intimidating the Western alliance from doing more to halt and defeat Russia's attack. Ukrainian bravery and Russian incompetence may yet produce results favorable to Kiev, but if that happy day cometh, we should not delude ourselves that it was any more inevitable than World War III's outcome, the so-called victory we enjoyed in the misnomered Cold War. Quite the contrary. Without a doubt, the Communist Chinese Empire is attentively watching all aspects of the Ukraine war and its consequences for Beijing's hegemonic aspirations on its periphery. My Taiwan is the most endangered, but not the only target in Beijing's sights. Ukraine is more than ample advance warning that our deterrence thinking is tired, trite, and inadequate. We urgently need not just a contemporary version of the Cold War Kremlinology and intelligence we had on the Soviet Union. We need Red China-specific deterrence theory and analysis, and we need it immediately and compellingly for my Taiwan. Specific suggestions for my Taiwan abound, including ending strategic ambiguity, placing U.S. military forces on my Taiwan, and diplomatic recognition. But we have not yet found Taiwan's teller or shelling. Red China's nuclear, not to mention chemical and biological weapons capabilities, will be critical elements of new deterrence theory and practice, but deterring conventional warfare also needs far more creative thinking. Warfighting strategies are changing rapidly as asymmetrical and hybrid variations evolve. Cyber warfare is still on its relative infancy, and we have no deterrence theory comparable to World War III nuclear theory, or that which we employed throughout the so-called Cold War. Obviously, enormous work has been done regarding possible conflicts with the Communist Chinese Empire, but within America's political class, marrying that work with deterrence theory and practice is nowhere near adequate, and time is short. Now, sanctioning Russia has, of course, created a financial world war. A month into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the world's richest countries have ventured into a financial world war. Financial sanctions have been part of government's arsenal for decades, and it's not the first time rich countries deployed them together as a unified front. But the sanctions against Russia are a watershed moment in the history of economic warfare because of their scope, their speed, and their spillover. The last time there was a comparable use of sanctions against a major economy was in 1935, also in response to an invasion. Dozens of governments tried to drain Italy's currency reserves to force Benito Mussolini to withdraw from Ethiopia. That took months and was attempted by blocking Italian exports and Italy's access to hard currency. This time around, things moved much faster. Vladimir Putin lost access to hundreds of billions of dollars at the push of a button, thanks to the digitized financial system. And unlike more recent sanction regimes, like those imposed on relatively small economies like Venezuela or Iran, the effects of the measures against Russia are already reverberating throughout the world. The West's unprecedented sanctions against Russia could cripple its economy. Julia Friedlander, director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative at the Atlantic Council, said, "What we've done to Russia over the last weeks has blown the top off sanctions." You see, never before have sanctions cut so deep or spread so far. It took a confluence of factors to arrive at this point, including an interdependent global financial system anchored by the US dollar that makes it easy to intercept money. It also took nearly 100 years of trial and error. Historical financial sanctions by the EU, the US, and the UN are convergent a century of progress. Like in Ross's case, the Venezuelan sanctions froze that country's central bank reserves, blocked it from the debt market, and targeted individuals and companies. But when those kinds of sanctions were rolled out against Venezuela, it was mostly Venezuelans who bore the economic brunt, with some spillover to their neighbors. The Russia sanctions are even more comprehensive. Applied to the world's 11th largest economy, over a matter of weeks, they will have a much bigger impact. We're already seeing the fallout in the shape of wheat shortages in the Middle East and higher oil prices everywhere. Economic strife could develop into political strife and conflict. And Eva Nanopoulos, a sanctions expertess at Queen Mary University of London, has concluded this is quite risky. We are globalizing it. This is going to become a world war. It's not just Russians who are going to die. You see, the world is splitting in two. In twain. The Russian invasion of Ukraine and a series of COVID-related shutdowns in the Communist Chinese Empire do not, on the surface, appear to have much in common. Yet both are accelerating a shift that is taking our world in a dangerous direction, splitting it into two spheres, one centered on Washington, District of Columbia, the other on Beijing. The world was not supposed to turn out this way. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union 3 decades ago, globalization seemed to be knitting all types of countries and societies into one prosperous order, bound together by trade, the internet, and, to a greater and greater degree, shared political and economic ideals. The Communist Chinese Empire's capitalist revolution raised hopes that even that communist giant would become as too immersed in the democracy-led global system to ever turn against it. As the 21st century has worn on, however, only those with rose-tinted glasses can still foresee that future, as political confrontation, economic nationalism, and cultural nativism resurface. Deteriorating relations between the American and Communist Chinese empires, combined with Beijing's heightened strategic and economic ambitions, have already ushered in renewed great power competition and an ideological struggle between liberal and illiberal global norms. And now diplomatic fallout from the Ukraine crisis is ricocheting round the world in unanticipated ways, while the strain of the lengthening coronavirus ordeal has the potential to alter the international economic map. As the Russian invasion continues and Red China sticks to its zero-COVID strategy, the likelihood of these tensions solidifying competing blocs is only increasing. Red China's leaders have already been unwinding their ties to the world. In recent years, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping has set in motion policies aimed at creating a new Pax Sinitica, an altered world order rebuilt by Beijing, the peace of the Sinoviets. With a newly aggressive foreign policy, Xi has apparently come to see these United States as Red China's chief strategic and economic adversary, and the American-led global system as a constraint on Communist Chinese power. He has taken steps to decrease his country's reliance on, and thus vulnerabilities to, the United States and our allies, stressing a self-sufficiency campaign to ensure that Red China controls the production of items key to the economy by securing supply chains and replacing imports with homegrown alternatives, including microchips and jumbo jets. His BRI, his Belt and Road Initiative, ostensibly a development program to build infrastructure in needy nations, is in reality designed to promote Communist Chinese political and business influence in emerging countries and bind them to Red China through trade, finance, and technology. This reorientation emerges in the pattern of Communist Chinese overseas investment. The United States is the top investment destination for Chinese companies on a cumulative basis, according to the latest analysis of Communist Chinese outbound investment from the American Enterprise Institute. But from its peak of $53 billion in 2016, the flow plunged to $3 billion in 2019 and to a pandemic hit $1 billion yesteryear. Growing suspicion of commu-Chinese companies in these United States has scared off investment too. Meanwhile, Belt and Road Initiative participants have risen in importance. In Beijing's eyes, the Ukraine crisis is likely proof positive that Xi's course is the best for Red China's future. We cannot know with certainty what he and his top policymakers are thinking, but it is safe to assume that they are looking on the stiff sanctions imposed on Russia by a strengthened Western alliance system with trepidation. And, protecting Red China from just this type of punitive action is a major motivation behind the decoupling policies. President Joe Biden probably reinforced Xi's conviction in a conversation yesterday, last week, by warning the communist Chinese dictator that his empire would face consequences if it aided Vladimir Putin's war effort. Meanwhile, the persistent coronavirus pandemic is straining the ties of trade. More than 12 years after the initial outbreak in Wuhan, Red China continues to pursue its zero-COVID standard and is still closing down entire cities, sometimes over a relatively small number of cases. The most recent shutdowns hit the country's two most vital economic centers, Shanghai, the financial capital, and Shenzhen, a major technology and export hub. In many respects, Red China's approach has helped the global economy. Without a significant health crisis, Red China's economy and its factories have remained open and on the job, easing already challenged supply chains. Yet the suddenness of these shutdowns has at the same time created uncertainty. Chinese authorities have hinted at a slight relaxation of anti-COVID protocols to exorcise some more extreme measures and ease the disruption to a sagging economy. And indeed, the shutdowns in Shenzhen and Shanghai have been less severe than elsewhere in communist China. But these unknowns are adding to the pressure of international companies to diversify their sources of supply away from mainland China, on top of rising costs, political risk, regulatory hurdles, trade disputes, and human rights concerns. Stephen Lamar, the chief executive officer of the American Apparel and Footwear Association, a business lobby group, told my son's husband that there is this long-term sourcing diversification out of China. China's zero-COVID policy, in his words, is another reminder of how problematic it can be to have your supply chains rooted in or passing through China right now. How about ever? This great disentangling may never become a complete divorce. Relocating the Red Chinese manufacturing operations of a company like Taiwan's Foxconn, supplier extraordinaire to Apple computers, is extremely difficult, as the firm's bungled factory project in Wisconsin showed. There's no reason to believe Starbucks coffee shops in Red China will close anytime soon, if ever. The world has been flattened so successfully over the past 40 years that unraveling what's been done may be close to impossible. Unlike the Cold War, World War III, when the US and Soviet blocs were clearly delineated, the two segments of the coming world will likely remain somewhat connected. Yet the outlines of these two spheres are becoming more distinct nonetheless. The fact that the war in Ukraine has alerted the Americans and Europa to the new threats they face from aggressive authoritarian powers is also contributing to the emerging split by reinvigorating the transatlantic democratic alliance. As NATO solidifies in Europa, in Asia, the Quad, a partnership that includes Australia, Asian India, the Empire of Japan, and these United States, is coalescing into a China containment club, with the Asian Indians the weakest chain in the link and effectively an enemy. making us rely far more on AUKUS, the far more trustworthy backup system that will be the front line of the next war in the Pacific. Australia, United Kingdom, United States. With the Empire of Japan, the unmentionable fourth power, I mean to say, because it really is the crux of all power in Pacific Asia. Simultaneously, Beijing's continued support for Moscow is forming the axis of an anti-West coalition. The anti-West, which already includes other destabilizers such as Belarus and North Korea. Economically, too, Beijing and Moscow are looking to each other to decrease their reliance on the West and our allies. Red China has long sought to wean itself off the dollar, and exercise the Russian Empire is undertaking in real time by force of circumstance. Technologically, the lines are being drawn more starkly. Red China has already separated itself from the global internet with the great electronic firewall and is investing heavily in its own chip, AI, and electric vehicle industries to overtake the technological leadership of the American empire and our friends in Europe and Asia. Meanwhile, many countries have grown wary of, or been persuaded by Washington against, using Chinese technology, as shown by some governments banning telecom equipment from Red China's Huawei technologies. As in the Third World War, or the so-called Cold War, some nations will be reluctant to take sides. Perfidious Asian India, a pioneer of the non-aligned movement decades agone, finds itself in the odd position of growing closer to Washington on China policy, but, like Beijing, taking a soft stance on the Russian Empire. And sniffing an opportunity to woo India, Red China's foreign minister visited New Delhi last week to improve strained ties, but in a sign of the complexity of today's global diplomacy, appears to have made minimal progress. As the global divergence continues, however, countries will gravitate toward one side or the other, as during the Third World War, that we forget so implicitly as the Cold War. Not necessarily on clear ideological grounds, as in that cosmic conflict. Communist Vietnam, fearful of rising Commu-Chinese power, is open to American overtures. With democratic Pakistan, a Cold War ally of Washington's that is now heavily linked to Red China through Belt and Road initiatives, has effectively become a client state of Beijing. Changes in governments and leaders could prevent what seems an inexorable slide into a new world. Barring that, however, what could emerge are two semi-distinct spheres, with tighter economic ties within than between them. Each will use different technology and operate on different political, social, and economic norms. Each will likely point their own nuclear missiles at the other and compete in a zero-sum game for power and for influence. This is not the world that anyone wanted, but it may be the world we'll get anyway. The West versus Russia, and yet the global South isn't taking sides. On March 2nd, as the number of Ukrainian refugees fleeing Russia's brutal invasion reached 1 million at that time, it's 3 million now. The United Nations Security Council called an emergency session of the General Assembly. There, 193 nations reviewed a resolution on Russia's aggression against Ukraine and voted overwhelmingly to approve it. 141 votes in favor, 35 abstentions, and just 5 votes against. Even some of Russia's closest allies on the continent, Serbia, for example, or Hungary, voted to condemn the invasion. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, "The message of the General Assembly is loud and clear. What exactly is that message? Well, in recent days, many commentators have pointed to a global map of the United Nations resolution to demonstrate the unity of the West and the world in taking on the Putin government. But to make sense of the geopolitical consequences of the Russian invasion, we must look beyond the diplomatic theater of the General Assembly to examine how these nations are actually engaged with the war in this phase of rapid escalation. And to do that, we should start with a very different map of the world, a map of global participation in the sanctions set against Russia by the United States and its allies. The contrast between these maps could not be more striking. The U.S., the United Kingdom, Canada, South Korea, Switzerland, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, my Taiwan, Singapore, the European Union. Beyond this fortified coalition of the highly developed, very few nations have chosen to take part in the economic warfare set against the Putin government. On the contrary, many of the world's largest nations, including Red China, Asian India, Brazil under Bolsonaro, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Indonesia, and even NATO ally Turkey have refused to join in. Indonesia's foreign ministry representative at a recent press conference stated, "We will not blindly follow the steps taken by another country." Latin America has been equally steadfast in its commitment to neutrality. The Mexican president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, said, "We do not consider that this war concerns us. We are not going to take any sort of economic reprisal because we want to have good relations with all governments." Argentina may have voted to condemn Russia's actions at the UN, but its foreign minister, Santiago Cafiero, was adamant about his country's non-participation in the new sanctions push, saying, "Argentina does not consider that they are a mechanism to generate peace and harmony or generate a frank dialogue table that serves to save lives." The Latin American position has been echoed in Black Africa. Pierre Sane, president of the Imagine Africa Institute and former Secretary General of Amnesty International, said, "For 5 centuries, we have been pawns in the hands of the warring African states, bent on looting Africa of its human and natural sources." He's gone on to say that the Ukrainian embassy in Senegal has been recruiting volunteer mercenaries from countries like Senegal and Ivory Coast to fight in the war, and said, "Should this war in Ukraine escalate, we say, and we say it loud, do not bring it to our shores." Well, amid the Russian army's brutal advance into Ukraine, a slew of letters, articles, and Twitter commentary has addressed the Western left for its apparent unwillingness to take on the Putin government. The invasion of Ukraine has been described as a test to root out the pseudo-leftists who failed to respond with force and conviction to support the West in its effort to isolate, undermine, and eventually topple Vladimir Putin in defense of the Ukrainian cause. But the map of sanctions suggests that the true rift is not between left and right, nor even between East and West. On the contrary, the map reveals a rift between North and South, between the nations that we call developed and those we call developing. And by revealing this tectonic shift, the map can tell us something important about geopolitics in the coming age of multipolarity. The rapid rise of the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States' reaction it has provoked have prompted many commentators to predict a coming Cold War. Few expected Vladimir Putin to kick it off so suddenly. The former CIA director, Robert Gates, used the Washington Post to state, "Putin's invasion of Ukraine has ended Americans' 30-year holiday from history." The immediate eviction of Russian representatives and Russian culture from the institutions of the West suggest the long slumber of the Cold War is indeed quite over. Putin's war has provided the cold shower needed to awaken democratic governments to the reality of a new world. The good news for CIA Director, former CIA Director Robert Gates, is that the Biden administration has already found its Cold War footing. The bad news is he's not prepared for the hot war to follow. By the way, Milligram Smile 442 says we'll see a change in post-Cold War world order. Let's see where it goes. Of course, thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Thank you. I hope for more people to interact in the chat. Now, in terms of the Biden administration, its flagship Summit for Democracy strives to unite the nations of the free world, a remarkable homage to the era of anti-Soviet mobilization, while isolating autocracies like the Russian and Chinese empires. That is, with the usual exceptions. Saudi Arabia's oil, for example, grants that nation a free pass to the free world, as made evident by the recent delegation dispatched by the Biden administration to secure the kingdom's support to keep the oil flowing through the war effort in Ukraine. In an age of unipolarity, in the long 30-year holiday that followed the collapse of the Soviet Union, the nations of the world were given a rather simple choice: side with the United States or stand alone. Some nations sought to band together in collective acts of resistance to our hegemonic power, but the consequences were all but inevitable: invasions, coups d'etat, and extensive sanctions to isolate their economies from the world at large. As new powers generate new poles, however, the options available to U.S. or American imperial neighbor nations are no longer restricted to compliance and resistance. A third option emerges: neutrality. Pierre Sané said, neutrality does not mean indifference. Neutrality means continuously calling for the respect of international laws. Neutrality means that our hearts still go to the victims of military invasions and arbitrary sanctions never imposed on NATO countries. Well, back in the first Cold War, neutrality had a name: non-alignment. As the United States clashed with China and the Soviet Union in the skies above Korea, Jawaharlal Nehru and Josip Broz Tito refused to take a side. Yugoslavia's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Edvard Kardelj, told the United Nations in 1950, "The people of Yugoslavia cannot accept the postulate that humanity today has only one choice, a choice between the domination of one or the other bloc. We believe that there exists another road." The non-aligned movement was born 5 years later, uniting more than 100 nations around the world around principles of non-interference and peaceful coexistence. Today, nations around the world are called again to take sides, between Russia and the West, and very soon between the West and the Communist Chinese Empire. But as the map of sanctions attests, the cross-pressure between these great powers may once again spark a movement for non-alignment, demanding a more universal application of international law against demands for unilateral exception. There will no doubt be consequences for this neutral position. Non-aligned nations in the first Cold War were frequently victim to aggression, invasion, and economic embargo. The same risks to neutrality are visible today. Lithuania recently canceled a shipment of COVID vaccines to Bangladesh for its refusal to condemn Russia at the United Nations. Good on them! The Lithuanians, I mean. Let the Bangladeshi die of COVID. The United States, for its part, has already passed the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. CAATSA, it's an acronym, CATSA, giving license to punish countries with sanctions for trading with the other side. But as great powers prepare for a new century of war, the call for non-alignment will only grow louder. Our task is to understand that call now as Tito and Nehru understood it then, not as neutralism or passivity as it is sometimes alleged. As they wrote in a joint declaration in 1954, it represents the positive, active, and constructive policy that, as its goal, has collective peace as the foundation of collective security. Fuck you. These are cowards. And those who don't take a side suffer the dictum of the Christ himself. Be ye either hot or cold. But if thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. These are the damned, and damned they must be until aligned. We're heading towards a new Middle East Cold War. On Sunday, foreign ministers of the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and Egypt joined their American and Israeli counterparts for a first-of-its-kind summit at the Sde Boker Farm in southern Israel, where Israel's first Prime Minister Ben-Gurion lived and is now buried. Ben-Gurion was responsible for the Al-Nakba in 1948, the Palestinian catastrophe, or Jewish extermination of their peoples, the genocide and ethnic cleansing in which 1 million Palestinians died, the horrific ethnic cleansing of most Palestinians from lands that later became East Israel. But that did not affect the Arab officials' appetite as they dined on Ben-Gurion rice, accompanied by meat from the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. No stomach or heartache was ever reported, that being food for thought in and of itself. And unlike those who communicated with the Russians in negotiations, no one was poisoned either. The meeting was held on the 20th anniversary of the Arab League Summit in Beirut, when the Arabs launched their Big Peace Initiative, as Palestinian President Yasser Arafat was languishing under military siege in the occupied Palestinian territory. Said initiative promised peace and normalization of relations, but only after Israel withdrew from Palestinian and Arab lands. However, in recent years, defeated and divided, a number of Arab autocrats, threatened by the Arab Spring, rushed to normalize relations with Israel under American pressure, leaving the occupied Palestinians behind, with absolutely nothing. Nada. Zilch. The Palestinians saw that as a betrayal, a slap in the face. Well, make that many slaps. None of the Arab ministers who visited Ben-Gurion's farm bothered to show up in the occupied West Bank, perhaps too ashamed, perhaps worried about Palestinians' response. And the summit's substance was no less tragic than its symbolism. Like the Ukrainians, the Palestinians are sacrificed on the altar of a new, albeit regional Cold War, featuring Israel and the United Arab Emirates camp on one side and the Iran camp on the other. This anti-Iranian axis coalesced after the Trump presidency walked away from the Iran nuclear deal and has continued despite the Biden administration's attempts at reviving it. In recent days, Israel and the United Arab Emirates have accelerated their efforts to muster an effective alliance against the common threat, Iran, amid news of a potential diplomatic breakthrough in Vienna. Israel and its new regional allies believe a bad deal is worse than no deal at all, as it restricts its freedom to act militarily against Iran. Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, known as MBZ, so people could remember who the fuck he is, hosted the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, of all people. Well, first for a Well, that was a first for the internationally sanctioned dictator in an attempt to further normalize Syro-Arab relations. Just a few days later, the United Arab Emirates' de facto ruler also had a meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, hosted by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, over the Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh. A third meeting followed in Jordan, where Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, I can never bring myself to call him MBZ, was photographed walking arm in arm with the Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi in the resort city of Aqaba, alongside the Jordanian king Abdullah II and the Egyptian president, al-Sisi. Despite the charm offensive, Syria and Iraq remain uncommitted and continued to signal that they are still leaning towards Iran for political and strategic reasons. This is unlikely to change after sanctions are lifted and Tehran is emboldened. Iran has already conducted at least 3 joint naval exercises with the Russian and Chinese militaries since 2019, and yesteryear signed a quarter-century, 25-year comprehensive cooperation agreement with Beijing. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Bennett has warned that the U.S.-Iranian deal taking shape to restore the nuclear accord is weaker than the original arrangement and would lead to a more violent and more volatile Middle East. But this is not a mere prediction, rather a self-fulfilling prophecy, considering Israel insists that it will do whatever it takes to impede Iran's nuclear program, and along with the United Arab Emirates, do what it must to curtail Iran's influence in Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip. Israel and the United Arab Emirates fear Iran will be richer, stronger, and reinvigorated after signing a renewed nuclear deal that leads to the lifting of all Western sanctions on the Islamic Republic. Both especially fear the Biden administration will remove Iran's Revolutionary Guards from the American empire's terrorist list in return for security assurances. But they think Biden is so indifferent to their nuclear deal reservations, so dismissive of their fears of an emboldened Iran, and so preoccupied with a resurgent Russia and rising Red Chinese Empire that he is turning his back on the Middle East. Well, the Biden administration may be absent-minded nowadays, considering the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but the American empire is hardly absent from Southwest Asia, where tens of thousands of American troops are deployed on numerous military bases. Still, Israel wants the Biden administration to understand that it views Khamenei's Iran like the United States views Putin's Russia, a danger not only to itself and the region, but to the entire world. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has tried hard, perhaps too hard, in recent days to emphasize that the American empire and Israel are still acting together, not only against Russia, but also Iran, to no avail. And if or when he asks his counterparts at the Ben Gurion summit to stand behind the U.S. on Russia, doubtless, they will ask him why the United States is not standing behind them on Iran. With the world powers preoccupied with their new scorching hot Cold War, the new Southwest Asian Cold War is heating up under the surface with potentially catastrophic consequences. And Ukrainians and Palestinians will be the first to pay the heavy price. As the United States condemns Russia's now 5-week-old invasion and its potential plans to divide Ukraine, and lectures the world about democracy, Palestinians and Arabs roll their eyes in dismay, considering Washington's unconditional support for Israel after decades of its occupation of Palestine and its persistent support for Arab dictatorships. Imagine if the Russian foreign minister hosted his American and 4 of his European counterparts in Stalingrad. raising their vodka glasses in celebration as Russia bombs, occupies, and divides Ukraine, urging the Ukrainians not to escalate tensions during Easter season. Now try to imagine how the Palestinians feel. Ukraine has widened the breach between America and Persian Gulf countries. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has heightened existing strains in the Biden administration's relationships in the Middle East, even as it has brought new unity to NATO and transatlantic ties. Nowhere have the bonds been as frayed as with Persian Gulf partners Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Their reluctance to increase oil output as gas prices rise, along with what the Biden administration sees as a less than robust condemnation of Moscow, are among the most visible current reasons. But in both cases, the sources of estrangement go far deeper. Gulf officials describe a mix of complaints that have caused them to doubt American security guarantees, including what they consider the administration's failure to respond vigorously enough to ongoing missile attacks on their countries by Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, and its eagerness to sign a new nuclear deal with Tehran that does not address Iranian aggression in region. Equally important is what they see as a lack of respect from a long-standing ally. Jeffrey Feltman, who served for years as a top U.S. diplomat in region and as United Nations Undersecretary for Political Affairs, said, "It goes beyond policy, it goes to the personal." The United Germany asks people to reduce gas consumption, Poland to halt Russian oil imports. President Biden, who described Saudi Arabia as a pariah state during his campaign, has not yet met or even had a conversation with the de facto Saudi leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Bin Salman's Emirati counterpart, Abu Dhabi's Crown Prince, I mean to say. Oh my God. Just got a news flash, that noise you heard? Biden abandons his Build Back Better agenda. Well, there you go. It's the end of our New Deal. All Democrats, we can hang our heads and cry. Well, as I was saying, President Biden, who described Saudi Arabia as a pariah state throughout his presidential campaign, has not yet met or even had a conversation with the de facto Saudi dictator, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the murderer extraordinaire, and bin Salman's Emirati counterpart, Abu Dhabi's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, was said to be livid when weeks passed without a high-level U.S. visit or immediately positive response to requests for more aero defense supplies after the first of a series of Houthi missile attacks hit the United Arab Emirates on the 17th of January, according to people familiar with the matter who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive diplomacy. In an effort to get the relationship back on track, Secretary of State Antony Blinken on Tuesday met with the Emirati Crown Prince in Morocco. Blinken was effusive as they shook hands for the cameras, saying he was grateful for the time today, and actually I'm grateful for the time every day, because the partnership between our countries truly matters to the United States. Now, why, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, he said, was a leader in the region, increasingly a leader in the world. Bin Zayed, I noted, was quite terse. It was, he said, an important opportunity. I'm sure we have a lot to talk about, especially between our bilateral relationship. And speaking to reporters midweek Wednesday, Blinken said he had made it very clear to him that the United States is a true partner to the UAE, but provided few details. He said they did not focus on energy supply. Well, if they aren't focusing on that, there's no purpose in meeting at all. The administration, according to people familiar with the divide, has little patience with their complaints and sees the resentments as business as usual in the region. With many crises to address and pressure from within the Democratic Party and beyond to take a tougher line against the Persian Gulf monarchies, especially Saudi Arabia, Biden has had little room to maneuver. U.S., Saudi, and Emirati officials declined to comment. A meeting or even a phone call with bin Salman, the Saudi crown prince, identified by the CIA as having personally ordered the 2018 torture assassination of Saudi journalist and U.S. resident Jamal Khashoggi, would be problematic for Biden's already tenuous relations with many in Congress, where the crown prince is regularly and quite rightly denounced. Biden was willing to meet him at last year's Group of 20 conference in Roma or at the climate summit in Scotland, but bin Salman declined to attend the gatherings. The White House would not have objected. People so familiar with these events did sayest, if the Crown Prince had picked up the phone during last month's call between his father, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, and Biden. For the Emiratis, the reasons for estrangement are more diffuse, including U.S. delays in the sale of F-35 fighter jets and the Iran negotiations. But those irritants pale beside what the Emiratis consider a tepid U.S. response to Houthi attacks when the first missiles rained down from Yemen on fuel tankers in Abu Dhabi, killing 3 civilians. Relatively common against Saudi Arabia, the rare strike against the Emiratis, whose direct involvement in the Saudi-led war against the Houthis ended several years ago, was the beginning of weeks of similar attacks, all but the first intercepted by U.S.-provided missiles from Patriot and THAAD air defense systems. In response, the UAE appealed to the United States for more interceptors, more intelligence on Houthi movements, and the U.S. redesignation of the Houthis as a terrorist organization, a measure that would open those dealing with them to criminal penalties. Now, Donald Trump had imposed the designation the day before leaving office, a move that led to harsh criticism from humanitarian groups that the action was an impediment to aid shipments for suffering civilians. In response, Biden lifted the measure. The recent attacks heightened the Emiratis' sense of vulnerability over the pending Iran nuclear deal, and they found the U.S. response lacking. Compounding their ire were reports that the administration is considering lifting its designation of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a foreign terrorist organization as part of the nuclear negotiations. An IRGC Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps delegation showed up at a defense show last week in Doha, Qatar, a regional rival for American affections. Qatar insisted it had invited only Iran's defense ministry and didn't know the IRGC was coming. The State Department released a statement saying it was deeply disappointed and troubled by the appearance. But the Arab states and others in region share a concern about American priorities regarding Tehran. And James Jeffrey, a former U.S. ambassador who served as the Trump administration's envoy to defeat the Islamic State, called on the administration to take steps that would prove to Gulf allies that Biden is willing to embrace more than harsh rhetoric about Iran. Jeffrey describing the action as a football game where your team never scores any points and keeps on losing the ball, but the coach keeps yelling that the team can win. In response to the UAE appeals for more weapons, U.S. officials, juggling demands for Patriots and other interceptors from Saudi Arabia and European allies on NATO's eastern flank, note that UAE stockpiles are far from depleted. The Emiratis already have more advanced U.S.-made weaponry than many American partners, including the THAAD system, which was first used in combat in response to the Houthi attacks. The administration, which had cut off all but defensive assistance to the Saudis in the Yemen war, said it had no access to the high-altitude surveillance of the Houthis the Emiratis wanted, something that the UAE does not believe. Several people familiar with this situation so confirm. The Houthis are undoubtedly a terrorist organization, but the administration considers redesignation complicated, not necessarily because of the lobbying of humanitarian groups, but because U.S. and international banks would refuse to facilitate aid and transport to Yemen for fear of criminal charges. But none of these disputes appeared to mean as much to the UAE, or to more exasperate the Americans, as the failure to publicly show up in the Emirati Hour of Need. While both sides agree that there were many high-level telephone calls, a U.S. statement denouncing the Houthis, and visits in February by General Kenneth F. McKenzie, Jr., then head of the U.S. Central Command, and Brett McGurk, the senior Middle East official on the National Security Council, it was not seen as enough by a country that has participated with U.S. forces in conflicts from Kosovo to Afghanistan. When Biden finally called bin Zayed last month, he was told that the time was not right, and promises from both sides to reschedule have so far come as to naught. Bilal Saeb, a former Pentagon official who is director of the Defense and Security Program of the Middle East Institute, said that Gulf nations they didn't seem to fully grasp the slow workings of U.S. bureaucracy. He said, even with our closest NATO allies, we can't instantly send our senior emissaries and deploy military equipment to support them. It may just be that the Gulf states' expectations of the United States are too high, which is causing much of this disappointment. In recent weeks, the breach has worsened. A week after Emirati Foreign Minister Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov in Dubai this month and joined his public call for the world to stop isolating Moscow-backed Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, the UAE hosted Assad for a visit. The UAE and Saudi Arabia declined American appeals to increase their oil output to make up for market shortfalls during the Ukraine crisis, and the Emiratis abstained in a U.S.-backed UN Security Council vote condemning Russia. Explaining the UN vote, the UAE's representative said the outcome, failure because of a Russian veto, was a foregone conclusion. Others familiar with the situation said that the abstention was a trade-off for Russia not to veto an upcoming resolution sanctioning the Houthis. But while the Emiratis later voted in favor of a UN General Assembly resolution condemning the Russians in Ukraine, the lack of support was noticed. Speaking Tuesday at the annual World Government Summit in Dubai, oil ministers from both countries said they had no regrets about restraining production. Their focus, they said, is on the sustainability of world energy supplies, and they said they tried never to mix oil and politics. Saudi Minister Suhail bin Mohammed al-Mazrui said, "I've been at this for the last 35 years, and I know how we manage to compartmentalize our political issues to what is for the common good for all of us." Meaning not you, fucker, but just us. You know, Saudis. And, well, they would claim that the United States is dismantling its own empire. They would feel that the Saudi-U.S. relationship is in the throes of a crisis, a divorce. And I could go into what they think, but in the end, who the fuck cares about them? They are now turning to what they feel is the Communist Chinese alternative. The House of Saud sayest that while American policy is beset by baffling contradictions, Communist Chinese policy is simple and straightforward. We're big, you're small. We're strong, you're weak. You exist in our shadow. When we spit, you swim. Beijing is offering Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud, a simple deal. Sell us your oil and choose whatever military equipment you want from our catalog. In return, help us stabilize global energy markets. In other words, the Communist Chinese are offering what increasingly appears modeled on the Saudi-American deal that stabilized the Middle East 70 years ago. What is not yet clear is whether the Red Chinese can be helpful in deterring Iran, or whether they share the American belief in balance. But the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping will visit Riyadh in May, and it is a certainty that Saudi leaders will ask him if Iran's attacks on the oil facilities of the world's most reliable oil producer is in the interest of the Communist Chinese Empire, and if not, can Beijing make it stop? Let Beijing make it stop! To the Saudis, I can only say, my respect for Arab culture is intense. But the House of Saud? Non-existent. You're a bunch of irate camel jockey ragheads. America is the world's energy superpower. Why aren't we acting like it? We've had a choice on American energy for decades. That choice is between encouraging energy production and infrastructure or throwing up roadblocks. At every turn, my own Democrats chose to throw up roadblocks. Today, we are living with the consequences. If Democrats did not appreciate the geopolitical importance of American energy preeminence a year ago, they ought to now. President Biden inherited an energy economy that was the envy of the world. He has spent the last 14 months dismantling that legacy, pleading with the Russian Empire to bump up its oil output while Vladimir Putin was preparing to assault Ukraine, sent an unmistakable signal of weakness. It was not always this way. The shale revolution propelled these United States from energy also-ran to energy powerhouse. That gave us the geopolitical freedom to further our national interests without having to worry about energy. President Trump recognized this advantage. In May of 2018, he sanctioned Iranian crude oil exports over the Ayatollah's support for terrorism. By May of 2020, those sanctions had taken about 2 million barrels per day off the world market. And soaring U.S. production was more than enough to make up the difference. Oil prices barely budged, and Iran was denied funding for its terror network and nuclear ambitions. In January of 2019, the Trump administration also sanctioned U.S. imports of Venezuelan crude oil to pressure the corrupt socialist dictator Nicolás Maduro. Venezuelan imports dried up later that year. America's emergence as the preeminent energy power made both decisions less risky. But we do not have the energy muscle to do anything close to that today. When oil prices spiked last year, the White House begged OPEC, the oil production exportation cartel, and Russia to raise output. Now, with the Russian Empire savagely attacking Ukraine, we have the spectacle of the Biden administration turning to Iran and Venezuela for more oil. Our president thinks agreements with thugs will help solve an immediate political problem for him and our Democratic Party. It will not. It will just reward and embolden America's adversaries, leaving us and our allies less secure. Just as we should not be further bankrolling Iran and Venezuela by buying their oil, we should not have bankrolled Vladimir Putin's war machine. In 2021, Russia was at 670,000 barrels per day, the third largest foreign supplier of oil to these United States after Canada and Mexico. U.S. oil could have replaced almost all of that Russian oil if not for my own Democratic Party's long-standing hostility to America's own oil and gas industry. Their short-sightedness help underwrite Russian aggression. The West Coast is the natural market for Alaskan North Slope production, which has been falling for many years. That has forced West Coast refiners to look elsewhere, including to Russia, for supplies. Russian oil would not have been needed had my own Democrats allowed access to the small sliver of coastal plain in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge for oil production, something Republicans have long supported. If President Clinton did not veto a 1995 budget bill that opened up ANWR, ANWR, Alaskan production would have been hundreds of thousands of barrels a day higher, avoiding the need for Russian oil at all. It's a similar story with the Keystone XL pipeline. President Obama famously claimed, "We can't drill our way to lower gas prices," though that's precisely what we did. On that false claim, President Obama rejected the Keystone pipeline, in part because it would not lower gas prices for American consumers. Bullshit! Try telling that to Americans who just paid record gasoline prices. That decision also created the conditions for more Russian imports. Gulf Coast refineries are designed to process heavy crude oils like those from Mexico, Venezuela, and Canada. With Mexican output declining, Venezuelan output off limits, and Keystone dead, some Gulf refiners turned to what was available: Russian heavy oil. Meanwhile, forecasts at the time suggested that if President Obama approved Keystone, Canadian production could be 400,000 barrels per day higher. It should come as no surprise that Joe Biden supported both of these decisions and learned nothing from them. He killed Keystone on his first day in office. He then blocked ANWR, the ANWR development, shortly thereafter. Even with Putin's invasion of Ukraine, our president shows no sign of correcting these unforced errors. He would rather go hat in hand to Iran and Venezuela than boost production here at home. The White House is fond of saying oil production in the first year of the Biden administration was higher than during the first year of the Trump administration. The better measure is whether production reaches its pre-pandemic output and growth trend. That's not likely under Biden's policies, though it is certainly within reach. At about 11.7 million barrels per day, U.S. crude oil output is running well below the pre-pandemic peak. In 2020, the Energy Information Administration forecast that producers were on course, they were on course to hit 14 million barrels a day by 2022. This year. We can realize that with the right policies now. American energy preeminence is central to realizing our economic and geopolitical interests. We are the world's energy superpower. It is time we started acting like it again. And American and NATO, the United States, the American Empire and our North Atlantic Treaty Organization, it as our European industrial satellite states, must reverse strategy. We must reverse the strategy of surrender with Ukraine. Aside from his well-publicized gaffe on Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's power, President Biden's speech in Poland this weekend followed the same song sheet that his administration and NATO have been singing for the duration of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Their relentless diplomacy and internal focus on uniting the alliance have contrasted sharply with the valiant efforts of the besieged nation to whom they have pledged allegiance. Ukraine, under the inspirational leadership of President Volodymyr Zelensky, has defiantly resisted Russia's atrocious attacks on civilian populations, with its citizens and soldiers alike vowing never to surrender. The West, on the other hand, has been so slow to act, so stupid in strategic approach, and so uncommitted to help Ukraine achieve its primary objective in the war, total victory over Russia. It was a national embarrassment before the invasion, when the U.S. government offered to facilitate Zelensky's leadership in exile, and he responded to the global media, "I need ammunition, not a ride." Encouraging him to abandon his people and land was as morally bankrupt as the administration's abandonment of our partners in Afghanistan. We should have been surging the material then. That came only later when Congress pushed for it. By the way, Sarah Thomas says, "Yes, Douglas, love your passion. Love you too, honey." Mwah. Hearts and hand claps in return, darling. One of our country's strongest values from the time of the American Revolution to our response to the Tonkin Gulf incident, and then after 9/11, has been to never quit. Relentless resolve is the theme of our masterfully written national anthem, and it is a defining element of our national character. Yet with Ukraine, our message to their government's leadership was, "Giving in is okay." Our strategic approach to appease Putin has been similarly weak and unwise. It is no secret that Putin only speaks the language of strength. So when Biden stated before the invasion that he would not even consider troop deployments to Ukraine, he lost all strategic leverage. Of course, we never want to send our sons and daughters in harm's way, but by voicing a will not to do so, Biden precluded their powerful potential to deter. It brings to mind the words used by a former U.S. Secretary of State, the late Madeleine Albright, to then Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell. "What's the point of having this superb military you're always talking about if we can't use it?" Putin has kept all options on the table because the U.S. has not, and the U.S. arguably emboldened him to invade. Lastly, and most appalling of all, there were signs last Thursday that the Biden administration is pressuring Ukraine to negotiate a deal with Russia rather than fight and win. The American empire has a long tradition of defending democracy across the globe, and it is unconscionable for us to cede ground to a tyrant who represents every principle we have opposed since our founding nearly 2.5 centuries ago. Additionally, Ukraine is winning. Russia recently announced a halt to its advance on Kiev, claiming that the Donbas region was its only aim all along. It is clear to any that Russia's staggering losses are giving it pause. Now is the time for NATO to shift from its current long-haul position to one of urgency. Stand up to Russia's nuclear saber-rattling and give Ukraine every means it has requested to secure victory over Putin and convince him of the futility of such future aggression against Ukraine or any member state of the North Atlantic Treaty Organizational Alliance. Exceeding the expectations of our best intelligence estimates, the brave Ukrainian nation is making a stand against Putin, who may be the worst war criminal and threat to world peace since Joseph Stalin and Chairman Mao. Not only is Ukraine holding fast for its freedom, it is making a valiant sacrifice on the altar of democracy for the entire West. Let's follow the example of the steadfast citizens and soldiers of Ukraine by leading NATO to turn around the current strategy of surrender to secure a permanent victory over Putin. Oh my God. Our secret weapon against Putin isn't even so secret. As has been so often stated, the war in Ukraine is, in large measure, an information war, a battle for hearts and minds. Some news outlets have been doing a brilliant job by using their own reporters as well as pictures and videos from social media, carefully vetted for accuracy, to show the horror of the assault by Russia, the bravery of the people of Ukraine, and the generosity of people everywhere, especially in the neighboring countries which are absorbing millions of refugees. Tragically, most of this news has been blocked out of Russia itself. The government has closed down the few remaining independent newspapers such as Novaya Gazeta and the Moscow Times. President Vladimir Putin signed a law that calls for sentences of up to 15 years in prison for people who distribute false news. It is the facts about the Russian military. CNN, Bloomberg, CBS, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and German ARD and ZDF have been, well, they've all suspended reporting from inside Russia in response. Russia has shut down social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram that some Russians use to access news. It might seem like Russians have been shut off from all information except Putin-controlled state media, but they haven't. The West has a lot of practice breaking through the wall of silence the Kremlin has re-erected. To win the information war, we need to revamp the tools we already have in our information war arsenal. Those include Western news services that broadcast into Russia via a range of technologies. The BBC World Service's Russian broadcasts have played an important role, as have the Russian language services of United Germany and Francais. But perhaps the most important and effective services are the Voice of America, which was created in 1942 to combat German propaganda. The Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, which was created to combat Soviet propaganda during the Cold War, both are produced by the United States Agency for Global Media. As a group, these U.S.-funded journalists reach a weekly audience of about 400 million people in 62 languages. Since the onset of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, both the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty have recorded record-breaking traffic despite efforts by the Russian government to block access to their programs. Independent digital analytics reports have verified that there have already been more than 1 billion video views of their Russian language content. Between February 24th and March 3rd, for instance, videos produced by Current Time, a Russian-language news channel produced jointly by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and Voice of America, were viewed more than 240 million times across digital platforms, and the network's YouTube channel grew to exceed 2 million subscribers. Voice of America's Russian service reported nearly 17 million video views on social platforms, a 159% increase from the week before, while website traffic soared 146%. From February 24th to March 1st, audiences viewed Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty videos 436 million times on Facebook, 305 million times on YouTube, and 83 million times on Instagram. Increases of 265%, 406%, and 185%, respectively, over the previous week. In addition, since the invasion, demand for current time content has increased dramatically among broadcast partners in Ukraine, Moldova, Latvia, Estonia, and Bulgaria, and in Russia itself. More than 260 affiliates now distribute current time stories. In one powerful current time video, 2 reporters showed people on the streets in Russia photographs of the destruction of civilian targets inside Ukraine, images that are banned from Russian airwaves. The piece was viewed by approximately 11 million people in Russian and another 5.4 million in English. During the past 80 years, including the years combating Reichs and Soviet propaganda, Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty found that there are at least 4 components to their work that make it effective. First, their programs need to reach people in the languages that they speak. Second, they need to provide accurate information. Third, they need to provide content on the platforms that audiences use to consume the news. And finally, it is also essential that, to the extent possible, programs focus on information of local interest. Although many people assume that effective propaganda includes what might today be called fake news, the opposite is the case. Over time, readers and listeners learn when a media outlet is presenting false news. For that reason, the Voice of America Charter requires that its broadcasts be accurate, objective, and comprehensive. As is the case for most major publications in the United States and elsewhere, political perspectives are presented in clearly marked editorials separate from the news. Because that lesson has been at the core of their work, listeners in the region know that the news they carry can be trusted. In Russia alone, both services have had large teams of reporters, including hundreds of stringers who delivered news reports from around the country. Over the years, the means of transmitting programming has evolved. Originally, both Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty used radio signals to transmit their programs, often including shortwave radio signals that were difficult to jam. Later, they added satellite-delivered programs on radio and television. In recent years, they have used a range of new media platforms and technologies to deliver programs and supported the development of sophisticated new methods to circumvent censors and to support internet freedom around the world. Now, Laura Cunningham, who heads up the Open Technology Fund, which develops and promotes these tools for Russians and others living in countries without free media, confirms that there's been a huge surge in the adoption of the VPNs and other anti-censorship tools. VPNs, which they mask a user's geographic location, allow users in Russia to access media that is otherwise blocked by the government. So Cunningham confirms that these tools are growing by tens of thousands of users a day as Russians look for ways to navigate around the newly imposed blocks. Another important function of U.S.-funded media is to prevent the spread of disinformation about the Russian war in other parts of the world. For instance, VOA, the Voice of America, has a huge audience in communist China, where state media are repeating Kremlin disinformation, including unfounded assertions that Ukraine is using civilians as human shields and that the United States is operating biological weapons labs in Ukraine. Similarly, the Voice of America and other services have large audiences in Africa, Latin America, including Cuba, and the Middle East, where it is important to provide accurate information about events in Ukraine. Putin has approved the use of volunteer fighters from the Middle East, particularly Syria. The U.S. Agency for Global Media supports Arabic language broadcasting in the Middle East, where they regularly reach more than 30 million people, including 2.5 million in Syria. Those numbers have surged since the invasion of Ukraine. The truth is that the Western media is designed and aimed for Western audiences. To reach people in Russia and other countries cut off from accurate information, we need to speak to them in their own language through methods of communication they can access. The good news is that the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty are already at work doing just that. And we know that it works. Dissidents and leaders around the world have credited Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty with helping ending Soviet rule. Even former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, who helped dissolve the former Soviet Union, has said that it would be difficult to overestimate the importance of Voice of America's contribution to the destruction of the totalitarian Soviet regime. So Russian civil society is not yet dead. Thousands of people have been marching in the street and been arrested for expressing their views, have an impact. The soldiers who are skeptical of their mission and may even defect have an impact. The people who have left Russia because of the war have an impact. The woman who courageously appeared on air with a sign during a Russian network television program made a difference at the cost of 15 years of her life. Information is the lifeblood of civil society, even when broadcasting to people living under a dictatorship. There are good reasons to believe that accurate and comprehensive programming will ultimately make a difference against men, like the man who came out to speak against myself with his corrupt ideology, Alexander Dugin, Putin's Rasputin, appearing on the same venue that so sinisterly denounced myself in the most understated manner. The most understated manner, I mean to say. I slur my words. Hopefully that didn't come out as an understated matter. But this is understated. Alexander Dugin's ideology of a Russian empire from Dublin to Vladivostok. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's ambitions and his ruthless style of achieving them in his invasion of Ukraine can be traced, at least in part, to a handful of conservative Russian thinkers who, like him, came to prominence in a post-Soviet nation struggling to find its identity and who have helped mold his ideology. Marlene Luriel, a historian of Russia and a political scientist at George Washington University, pointed out that you cannot get inside Putin's head at this very moment, but there is a history of advisors, formal and informal, and thinking that has surrounded him over the years that you can look at to understand his perspective. By justifying the war he launched in late February by blaming a decadent West for attempting to chip away at Russian identity, borders, and security, Putin echoed key ideas of Eurasianism, a 20th century political theory that modern-day cultists described as saying Russia is neither part of Europe nor Asia and is the enemy of the American-led Atlantic world. Now long an imperial people, Russians can lead a world empire, according to the writings of one of the most prominent proponents of Eurasianism, Alexander Dugin, 60 years of age, whom all refer to as Putin's Rasputin. Now Dugin, a former professor at Moscow State University, is not known to regularly meet or speak with Putin or his inner circle. At this point in time, there's no need to. He's already programmed his puppet. Albeit he has given high praise of the Russian dictator. Many of his far-right, Judeo-phobic writings are too extreme for even the Kremlin to publicly embrace. But when he failed to make significant formal political inroads after the Soviet Union's fall, Dugin successfully set his eyes on gaining influence among policymakers, the military, and Russian intelligence, all of whom have Putin's ear. His ideas, Dugin's, not Putin's, developed over dozens of books and prolific appearances in the Russian and Western media, appear to match Putin's current frame of mind as the Russian dictator continues his onslaught on neighboring Ukraine, leaving cities in rubble, thousands of civilians dead and millions fleeing, even as his ground forces remain stalled. Alexander Dugin's 1997 treatise, titled The Foundations of Geopolitics, and subtitled The Geopolitical Future of Russia, at times reads like an overview of recent Russian history as expressed by Putin today. Ukraine, it says, is a state that has no geopolitical meaning, no particular cultural import or universal significance, no geographic uniqueness, no ethnic exclusiveness. It represents an enormous danger for all of Eurasia, and without resolving the Ukrainian problem, it is in general senseless to speak about continental politics. Such notions have also been echoed of late by all the voices of the American far right. The former Trump advisor, Stephen K. Bannon, on February 24th, the day Putin launched his invasion, spracketh on behalf of his lord and master, Putin, on his podcast, Bannon's War Room, whereon he said, Ukraine is a kind of a concept. It's not even a country. In 2018, Alexander Dugin and Stephen Bannon met in Rome and were reported to have spent several hours together. After which Bannon said, I now know what to tell Trump about what to do. If Dugin is not Putin's Rasputin, he is certainly Donald Trump's, vis-a-vis Steve Bannon. And Dugin himself, whose book has become common reading in the Russian military, has advocated a new Russian empire from Dublin to Vladivostok, implying Russia will ultimately conquer as far west as Ireland. He sees technology as promoting a false sense of individualism, and he has dismissed many modern-day European governments as extensions of America that encroach on the Russian Empire. Putin struck similar chords in his pre-war speech, Yestermensis, last month when he said that the United States was waging a proxy war on Russian freedom that had crossed the red line. The Ukrainian government was illegitimate, stocked with neo-Nazis, and was oppressing Russians, Putin said, in the name of an American empire of lies. Oh, man. Pot kettle black. Benjamin Young, a professor at Virginia Commonwealth University's Wilder School of Government and Public Affairs, describes Alex Dugin as a man whose radical ideas permeate the intellectual ecosystem of Russian conservatism. His predictions have also been frighteningly correct about the posture of post-Cold War Russia, from Putin's militant opposition to globalism to the invasion of Ukraine. His theories align with much of the Kremlin's actions. Like Putin, Dugin wants a return to a more conservative and religious world order that fuses the Orthodox Church and state. He wants Eastern Europe to return to the Moscow-led Orthodox Church. Putin has enlisted Patriarch Kirill, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, in the war effort, with Kirill recently praising the president and calling military service in the war a manifestation of evangelical love for neighbors. Oh my God! That explains all the rape and mutilation and casual massacres. Fuck you, Kirill. And fuck Alex Dugin, who in a 2008 interview with The Times said friendly U.S. relations with former Soviet states were a declaration of psychological, geopolitical, economic, and open war. He's not the only man whose ideas circulate among Putin and his circle. L'Oreal of George Washington University describes the Russian president as a person without one single ideological source. She's so saying that there are multiple people of whom are, well, all of whom are mediated by the circle around Putin, that united together to support this disastrous invasion. Now, Putin himself yesteryear named 3 influences during an address to the MEMqədy Club, a prominent Moscow think tank. L'Oreal noted that they were Nikolai Berdyaev, a well-known Russian religious philosopher who wrote that book titled The Third Empire, which I exposed in my latest transmission before tonight's. Lev Gumilev, an eccentric Soviet-era ethnologist who claims the Soviet races will be collectivized under the new Russian empire to be absorbed into a pan-Slavdom through Russian breeding out of all other races and the extermination thereof. And Ivan Ilyin, a 20th century emigre who was a fan of Joseph Stalin and Chairman Mao Zedong. Putin has been reported to assign homework to regional governors to read the works of Gumilev and Ilyin. He has been relatively mum on Berdyaev, who, like others, has lauded Russia as having a unique role in history only because he doesn't want people to find out he commissioned the book. The Russian dictator has cited Gumilev's theory of passionarity, which L'Oreal describes as a living force specific to each people group made up of biocosmic energy and inner force. So that's what I described with my geomorphology, but made sinister. And speaking little over a year ago, Putin said he believes in passionarity, that Russia has not reached its peak. We are on the march of development. We have an infinite genetic code. It is based on the mixing of blood. By that he means forcing themselves upon other races until they breed them out. Ilyin has also figured prominently in Putin's background. In 2006, Michigan State University, which held Ilyin's papers and manuscripts, said it would return them to Russia via one of Putin's personal representatives, with L'Oreal herself saying that Putin's speeches are inspired by Ilyin's idea of Ukraine construction, or rather Ukraine as an artificial construct, by opponents of Russia. In his writings, Ilyin described Russia as a living organism of nature and the soul that cannot be divided, only dissected. His references to Ukraine were always in quotation marks because it was seen as part of the Russian organism. They see themselves as like a giant Borg blob, absorbing us all. And anyone who has fantasies of a coup d'etat in Russia ignore quite a bit. Russia, instead, via the Kremlin television, hopes that Putin's unhinged Ukrainian war propaganda will help re-elect Donald Trump. This is what I will go into in our next transmission. We've come far tonight, and we came back to Alex Dugin, the man who has always been known as Putin's brain, who came on a program that, in the most understated manner, was essentially defaming myself by saying that I am handled, and that, oh yeah, I'm allowed to say stuff about Japan, but oh, nothing important. You know, like this shit about Russia. Well, these jackasses are on the enemy side. They are treasonous. These people are your enemy. We may call them out and name them in our next transmission. We might go on with the attitude they're beneath my dignity, but I'm obviously not beneath Alex Diggins. He came on to talk about his philosophy, and I countered tonight with mine. You know whose is the positive wave of the future, and the fact that he represents the fossilized, mummified carcass of the past. If you want to see the future, just look into my eyes. Gaze upon my face and features, and compare them to that of Alex Dugin, who's only a few years older than I, and see who's going to be around to see the future realized. You know automatically which, by sheer visual acuity and your own intuition. I am the future. The Russians are the past. They represent all that's worst about the White World Order. While they and a White World Order of a sort will always be with us, constrained to at least effectively a quarter of the globe, other powers are now emergent. An America of multicultural, multi-ethnicity, maintaining only the ethnic purity of its Native American nations, but encouraging an interbreeding of everyone else into a hybrid form as I embody. I even embody the hybridization of species, not just different human races, but races beyond humanity. And in that sense, as your Vulcan intervention, what I can tell you is that, yes, we will allow for whites to maintain their purity if they so wish in their own supermassive reservation in the Pacific Northwest, along with deporting many of them to a greater Manchuria, where they can act as the buffer state between the Empire of Japan, China, and the former Russia that will have retracted further away from the Pacific at that point in history by necessity, with an independent Sakha and Chukchi and Kamchatka, providing Asia a new Scandinavia all its own in the Pacific. And of course, we can foresee those people becoming their own with their love of guns, turning that Rust Belt into an industrial powerhouse using cheap North Korean labor. Why, they could be the Mandalorians of our future world. Mercenaries and bounty hunters for hire, using the guns they so love to earn their keep in waging the violence that they've committed themselves to waging as a way of life. Other whites will remain in the Deep South, Britain acting as the peacekeeper for the whites of that region, along with America acting as the peacekeeper for the blacks. It will be like Bosnia and Herzegovina, different sectors of different ethnicities with different